Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a book? Everyone rise. The earth trembles. Leave behind those severely injured and unable to walk the rest. Follow me. Should anyone dare to take advantage of the chaos to flee, there will be no mercy. Amidst the earth-shaking tremors, a dozen officials wielding whips struck the prostrate figures upon the ground. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. It was merely the 5th day of their exile, barely out of the capital, and yet they were met with such a calamity. Should any of the exiled prisoners perish in this upheaval, or if someone escaped amidst the chaos, the consequences would also fall upon them. Not far away, rocks tumbled, dust billowed, and a thunderous roar echoed. Qiao Chi was jolted awake by the commotion, her mind swirling in confusion. As she beheld the scene, she gasped in shock. Where was this? Had she been punished by the heavens for merely slacking off from her live broadcast today? A sharp pain pierced her mind as a torrent of fragmented memories, not her own, flooded her consciousness. These were the memories of a woman who shared her name. Wasn't this the recollection of the expendable consort from the web novel she had carelessly critiqued? How could her mere remarks about this namesake lead to her current predicament? The novel she had been engrossed in was titled The Playful Little Medical Consort of the Proud Prince, and her current identity was that of the original wife of the future regent. Her husband, Pei Shaoling, was once a noble heir, but due to false accusations against his father, their family had been condemned to exile. The original body was that of his newlywed wife, who, on their wedding day, had faced a raid, a fate no new bride would wish to endure. Thus, in her desperate bid for survival on the road to exile, the original body met her demise. As a result, Pei Shizi's injuries, which could have healed, worsened under the original's reckless behavior. Consequently, when Pei Shizi ascended to become the villainous regent, the original's remains were exhumed and subjected to punishment. This thought, Qiao Chi shivered, casting a glance at her husband, who lay feverishly unconscious beside her. The future antagonist regent in the novel. During this earthquake, the original callously abandoned him and followed the officials, while his family struggled to keep pace with the procession. From that moment onward, the Pei family, until their demise on this path of exile, never exchanged another word with the original. In the aftermath, Pei Shaoling's temperament underwent a dramatic transformation, turning him into a ruthless figure, feared throughout the entirety of Daeon. As Qiao Chi stared blankly at Pei Shaoling, the officials approached them, directing their attention to the unconscious figure of Pei Shaoling on the ground. Get up. Leave the injured and unconscious behind the rest. Follow me. The Pei family struggled to rise, encircling Pei Shaoling in silent defiance. Sir, during an earthquake, we must not run haphazardly, lest we be struck by falling debris. We should seek an open area to wait until the tremors subside. Qiao Chi, shielding the unconscious Pei Shaoling, summoned her courage to communicate with the officials, gesturing toward the nearby open space. The place where they were resting was precisely situated in a hollow between two grand mountains. The valley spans approximately 2 miles, now filled with flying stones and chaos. Yet that open space remains pristine. Observing the nearby group afflicted by the falling debris, the officer bellowed decisively, "Do not scattergather here and crouch." He took the lead, guiding his fellow officers toward the clear area. Qiao Chi turned her gaze toward Pei Shaoling, still unconscious on the wooden board. Even in a state of utter disarray, this formidable antagonist possessed an undeniably handsome visage. His pallid complexion, slightly cracked lips, and the unusual flush on his cheeks indicated that he was burning with fever. Qiao Chi found herself irresistibly drawn to his striking features. Such a handsome face, if placed in her own world, would undoubtedly overshadow the entire entertainment industry. However, recalling the nefarious deeds this villainous boss would commit in the latter part of the narrative, she promptly dismissed her fanciful thoughts. Since she had traversed into the book, she could no longer behave like the original character. She was determined to alter the fate of this identity. Xiaoan, Xiaoming, come, help me carry your brother over there. Qiao Chi commanded Pei Shaoling's 2 younger brothers. The 2 youths, one around 15 or 16 and the other 17 or 18, exchanged glances filled with confusion. Nevertheless, they obediently lifted the board and swiftly moved toward the open space. Qiao Chi supported her mother-in-law and quickly followed, carrying her reluctant sister-in-law on her back. The original character's physique was somewhat plump, unlike the frail women of ancient times. Moreover, having ensured her own comfort, she possessed considerable strength. Soon, they arrived at the open area, and the tremors gradually subsided. The officers began to assess the situation. Qiao Qiqi regarded Pei Shaoling, shielded by his family, with a complex expression. Since she was here, she might as well make peace with it. If she had not treated this villainous boss as the original character did during their journey of exile, would the outcome have been so tragic? With this thought in mind, she resolved to examine his wounds. What are you planning to do? What wicked scheme do you have in mind? Pei Shaoan and Pei Xiaoming eyed her warily, like hens guarding their chicks. This woman occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, venting her frustrations on her unconscious brother with punches and kicks. Unfortunately, they were shackled and could not restrain this madwoman. Qiao Qiqi felt a wave of frustration. She gently addressed the two brothers. I merely wish to inspect his injuries. I harbor no ill intentions. Who knows if you intend to take your anger out on my brother? Keep your distance. The younger Pei Xiaoming blurted out candidly. Exasperated, Qiao Qiqi could only assess the still unconscious Pei Shaoling from behind the two brothers. Dried bloodstains adorned his body, remnants of the 50 lashes he received before banishment. His fever was undoubtedly caused by an infected wound. Thus, it was imperative to clean the injury and administer anti-inflammatory medication. If only she had brought some anti-inflammatory medicine with her. Qiao Qiqi could not help but ponder. At that moment, she felt something peculiar in her hand. She raised her hand to take a discreet look. Goodness, is this actually a vial of penicillin? Where did it come from? Qiao Qiqi closed her eyes and focused. There was no sound. She thought to herself, I could use another bottle of iodine. In an instant, a small bottle of iodine appeared in her hand. Qiao Qiqi quickly comprehended that her journey through time might resemble that of many others, possessing a unique space akin to a golden finger. However, while other spaces were filled with spiritual springs and the like, why did hers contain Western medicine from her own world? Surveying the crowd around her, she resolved to seek a secluded spot later to examine her newfound treasures. Chapter 1. Transmigrated? Everyone rise. The ground trembles. Leave behind those who are gravely injured and unable to walk. The rest, follow me. Should anyone dare to take advantage of the chaos to flee, they shall face merciless consequences. As the earth quaked and mountains shook, a dozen officials, armed with waste knives, lashed at the prostrate crowd with their whips. Beads of sweat glistened on their foreheads. It was only the 5th day of their exile, having barely exited the capital, and yet they were confronted with such a calamity. Should any of the exiles perish in this upheaval, or should any attempt to escape and delay their arrival at the penal settlement, they too would face punishment. Not far away, rocks tumbled down, dust billowed, and a deafening roar filled the air. Qiao Qiqi was roused from her slumber by the commotion. Her mind spun as she took in the scene, gasping in shock. Where is this? Had she been punished by the heavens for merely skipping a live broadcast today? A sharp pain pierced her consciousness as a multitude of fragmented memories, not her own, flooded her mind. They belonged to a woman who shared her name. Memories of the supporting character, the ill-fated consort, from the very novel she had idly critiqued. How could she have become this character merely for voicing her disdain? The novel she had been engrossed in was titled The Playful Medical Consort of the Proud Prince, and her current identity was that of the original wife of the future regent. Her husband, Pei Shaoling, was initially a scion of a noble family, but due to a nefarious plot, his entire family had been exiled. The original owner of this body had been a newlywed, whose home was raided on her wedding day, an experience no bride would wish to endure. Consequently, she had recklessly sought her own demise along the path of exile, ultimately succumbing to her fate. As a result of her self-destructive actions, Pei Shixi's already injured leg had worsened grievously. Thus, when he eventually ascended to become the villainous regent, he would unearth the original's remains to exact revenge. At this realization, Qiao Qiqi shuddered as she glanced at her husband, now feverish and unconscious, this future villainous regent. In the narrative, during this earthquake, the original had callously abandoned him and followed the officials, while his family struggled to keep pace. From that moment on, the Pei family never spoke to her again, eventually meeting their demise on this treacherous journey. Subsequently, Pei Shaoling underwent a profound transformation. becoming a ruthless figure whose very name instilled terror throughout the land. As Qiao Chi stood in stunned silence, the officials approached them, pointing towards the unconscious Pei Shaoling. "Get up. Leave behind this injured one. The rest of you, come with me." The Pei family struggled to rise, forming a protective circle around Pei Shaoling, silently resisting. "My lord, in an earthquake, we must not scatter, lest we be struck by falling debris. We ought to find an open space to crouch down until the tremors subside." Qiao Chi bravely shielded Pei Shaoling and communicated with the officials, gesturing toward a nearby, clear area. The place they currently occupied was nestled between two towering mountains. A hollow approximately 2 miles in circumference, now filled with chaos, while the distant open ground remained untouched and pristine. Observing the team struck by the chaos of falling stones in the distance, the officer decisively shouted, "Do not scatter. Come here and crouch down." He took the lead, guiding the other officials towards an open space. Qiao Chi turned her gaze towards Pei Shaoling, who remained unconscious on the wooden plank. Despite his dire condition, this antagonist possessed an exceptionally handsome face. His pallid complexion, slightly cracked lips, and the unusual flush on his cheeks revealed that he was still suffering from a high fever. Qiao Chi found herself captivated by the striking appearance of the individual before her. If such a handsome visage existed in her own world, it would undoubtedly overshadow the entire entertainment industry. However, recalling the malevolent deeds this antagonist would commit later in the narrative, she swiftly dismissed any fanciful thoughts. Now that she had entered the story, she could not behave like the original character. She was determined to alter the fate associated with her identity. "Shaoan, Xiaoming, Gome, help me lift your elder brother over there." Qiao Chi commanded Pei Shaoling's 2 younger brothers. The 2 youths, one around 15 or 16 and the other 17 or 18, exchanged a glance filled with confusion. Nonetheless, they obediently lifted the plank and hurried towards the open area. Qiao Chi supported her mother-in-law while quickly following with her unwilling sister-in-law on her back. The original character's body was slightly plump, unlike the frail women of ancient times. Coupled with the original character's prior assurance of ample sustenance, she possessed considerable strength. Soon, they arrived at the open space, and the tremors gradually subsided. The officials began to assess the situation. Qiao Chi observed Pei Shaoling, protected by his family, with a complex expression. Since she was here, she might as well adapt. Would her treatment of this antagonist on the path of exile be different from that of the original character, thus preventing a tragic outcome? Contemplating this, she decided to examine his injuries. "What do you intend to do? What wicked scheme are you planning?" Pei Shaoan and Pei Xiaoming, like vigilant hens guarding their chicks. Watch her closely. This woman occasionally exhibited erratic behavior, taking out her frustrations on her unconscious brother, striking him with fists and feet. Unfortunately, they were shackled and could not prevent this seemingly mad woman from approaching. With a furrowed brow, Qiao Chi softly addressed the 2 brothers. "I merely wish to examine his injuries. I mean no harm." "Oomph. Who's to say you won't take it out on my brother again?" "Stay away from him," exclaimed the younger Pei Xiaoming, blunt and straightforward. Helpless, Qiao Chi could only assess the still unconscious Pei Shaoling from a distance. Noting the dried bloodstains, evidence of the 50 lashes he had received before exile. His fever was undoubtedly a result of an infected wound, necessitating immediate cleaning and the administration of anti-inflammatory medication. If only she had brought some anti-inflammatory drugs with her, Qiao Chi thought to herself. At that moment, she felt something new in her hand. She raised her hand to take a discreet glance. To her astonishment, it was a vial of penicillin. Where had this come from? Qiao Chi closed her eyes and concentrated. There was no response. She mused, if only I could get a bottle of iodine as well. With a swift motion, a small bottle of iodine appeared in her hand. Qiao Chi instantly realized that her journey through time was likely akin to that of most travelers, granting her a golden opportunity, a space of her own. Yet, while others possessed ethereal springs, why did her space contain Western medicine from her own world? Surveying the surrounding crowd, she resolved to seek a secluded spot later to investigate further. Chapter 2. The supermarket has arrived. If you wish for your elder brother to regain consciousness, step aside. I need to cleanse his wound, Qiao Qiqi whispered to the two brothers who still shielded Pei Shaoling. Just as Pei Shaoling was about to speak, the officials approached. The tremors had ceased. Remain still and refrain from running about. We shall set out again at dawn. Subsequently, they turned their attention to their injured comrades. Once the officials had distanced themselves, Qiao Qiqi continued to persuade the two brothers in hushed tones. I assure you, I mean no harm to your brother. You may watch me, all right? Cleaning the wound, is it? We can manage it ourselves. No need for you. Pei Xiaoming tore a piece of fabric from his garment, intending to rebandage Pei Xiaoling's injury. Here, use this to cleanse your brother's wound. Seeing that she could not approach Pei Shaoling directly, Qiao Qiqi quietly handed over the open bottle of iodine, cotton swabs, and external medicine, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. What is this? Pei Xiaoming began to question loudly, but was silenced by Pei Shaolin's stern gaze. Qiao Qiqi, is this medicine? Pei Shaolin inquired in a hushed tone, sniffing the faint aroma emanating from the bottle. Indeed, without further questions, hurry and tend to your brother's wound, she urged, casting a wary glance at the nearby officials, who seemed oblivious to their actions. Qiao Qiqi refrained from insisting on cleaning the wound herself, as the injury on the antagonist was indeed in a rather compromising location. The thought of him discovering her touch upon awakening was too daunting to contemplate. She certainly would not gamble with her own life. Before long, the two brothers skillfully cleaned Pei Shaoling's wound and rebandaged it. Seizing a moment when they were distracted, Qiao Qiqi slipped a penicillin tablet into his mouth. The medication was bitter, and though Pei Shaoling frowned slightly in his unconscious state, he obediently swallowed it. Perhaps sensing the truth of the adage that good medicine is often unpalatable. What did you feed my brother? Pei Xiaoming noticed her furtive action and whispered his inquiry. What have you done? Pei Shaoling echoed, his brow furrowed in concern. Shoo, it's a pill for treating your brother's wound. Keep your voices down. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the onlookers, who remained oblivious to their clandestine exchange. Thankfully, it was night, cloaked in darkness. As long as the Pei family did not make any significant moves, no one had time to pay attention to their activities. Meanwhile, Madame Pei quietly held her youngest daughter, Pei Shuer, observing Qiao Qiqi with keen interest. Mother, I am hungry. Pei Shuer whispered softly against her mother's embrace. The young girl, merely 7 or 8 years of age, had undergone profound changes. She was no longer the vivacious and innocent child she once was, but had grown silent and remarkably perceptive. However, due to the original self's frequent brutal assaults on the unconscious Pei Shaoling, the little girl harbored both fear and resentment towards her. Here, a small fruit appeared in Qiao Qiqi's hand, which she placed into the little girl's arms. No, Pei Shuer turned away, retreating into Madame Pei's embrace, resisting the offering. Madame Pei fixed a steady gaze on Qiao Qiqi, swiftly concealing the fruit, and whispered, Qiqi, are you feeling better? What does better mean? Qiao Qiqi replied, perplexed, offering a perfunctory response. Upon witnessing Qiao Qiqi's nod, Madame Pei finally exhaled in relief. Wonderful. May the Bodhisattva protect us. Confused, Qiao Qiqi dared not inquire further. She stood up, approached the nearby official, and excused herself to relieve herself. Subsequently, she sought a secluded spot to examine her own space. After surveying her surroundings once more, Qiao Qiqi closed her eyes and silently chanted, I wish to enter my space. Before long, she felt a lightness beneath her feet. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back in a familiar place, the supermarket where she purchased vegetables every morning, now eerily quiet, devoid of the usual bustle. Hello, is anyone there? She called out a couple of times, glancing around the brightly lit supermarket, apprehensive of encountering something unexpected. After waiting a moment with no response, she comprehended that this supermarket had traversed with her, becoming her very own space. Excitedly, Qiao Qiqi explored the 3 levels of the supermarket. The first floor housed jewelry, cosmetics, and a pharmacy, which explained her ability to conjure penicillin. The second floor offered tobacco, alcohol, beverages, fruits, vegetables, and seafood. The third floor contained an array of daily necessities. Below the first floor was the supermarket storeroom. Returning to the second floor, She plucked a grape from the fruit section and popped it in her mouth. So sweet. With such a supermarket at her disposal, she mused whether she could achieve effortless victories. However, she recognized that many items here were absent from the narrative of the book, and if she were to use them openly, she would surely be regarded as an anomaly. The consequences were unimaginable. Moreover, she wondered if the supplies would replenish after use. If not, she would need to conserve her resources. After thoroughly inspecting the supermarket, Qiao Qiqi retrieved a dose of ibuprofen and a bottle of mineral water from the pharmacy. Concealing her acquisitions within the ample sleeves of her clothing, she returned to the open area where the Pei family rested, maintaining her composure. Qiao Qiqi, why has the medicine you provided shown no effect? Pei Xiaoming questioned in a hushed tone, observing his brother still in a state of unconsciousness. I'm not administering a miracle cure. He will awaken in due time, Qiao Qiqi replied softly. I just fetched some water. Shall I give your brother a drink? Let me handle it. Pei Xiaoan spoke softly. Shall I manage on my own? Qiao Qiqi dared not let them see her mineral water bottle. Xiaoan, let your sister-in-law handle it. Pei Mu interjected quietly. Your elder brother and sister-in-law are a married couple bound by heaven and earth. It is only natural for her to care for her husband. Now, Qiqi has improved and will no longer harm your brother. Pei Xiaoan cast a deep glance at Qiao Qiqi. All right, you may proceed. He then shielded the two with his body. After all, in their current exile, food and water were the most precious commodities, and they could not allow others to see. Meanwhile, Pei Shu'er was cautiously nibbling on the small fruit Qiao Qiqi had just given her, a glimmer of happiness in her eyes. So sweet, concealed from the others. Qiao Qiqi once again slipped a dose of antipyretic medicine into Pei Xiaoling's mouth. Following that, she opened the mineral water bottle and offered him a couple of sips. Perhaps sensing the refreshing liquid, the unconscious Pei Xiaoling cooperatively swallowed the pill, followed by 2 more sips of water. There, the medicine is administered. Once the fever subsides, you will awaken. Remember, you owe me a life. You must not harm me in the future, Qiao Qiqi murmured softly, pouring the remaining mineral water into a chipped bowl and handing it to the others. Chapter 3. He awoke. Drink up. Qiao Qiqi urged the others quietly. Are you truly so benevolent? You've never shared your food or drink before. Pei Xiaoming did not accept the bowl, instead questioning her intentions. Xiaoming, your sister-in-law was ill previously. Do not be rude to her. Pei Mu scolded her younger son softly, taking the bowl first and sipping it. So sweet. This isn't river water, is it? Yes. Drink up quickly. Qiao Qiqi hastily changed the subject. Rest well. We have to travel tomorrow. Unbeknownst to her, the person behind her, who had been in a coma, had just opened his eyes. His elongated peach blossom eyes were thoughtfully observing her, the depths of his dark gaze seemingly pondering something. Having drunk the water, Qiao Qiqi searched nearby stone piles for some dry twigs. After collecting them, she sat there, contemplating whether to ignite them with her lighter. Suddenly a long, pale hand reached out beside her, holding a fire starter. Thank you. Qiao Qiqi quickly expressed her gratitude and accepted it to ignite the fire. Abruptly, her pupils dilated as she turned around to check. Oh my, the villain has indeed awakened. To think he could wake so soon after taking medicine. The constitution of ancient people is remarkably resilient. Startled, Qiao Qiqi took a step back, warily regarding Pei Xiaoling before her, observing her like a frightened little rabbit. A hint of amusement flickered in Pei Xiaoling's eyes. Elder brother, you are awake? The Pei family members, who had been feigning sleep, hurriedly gathered around, faces alight with joy. Linger, you are awake. How wonderful! Blessed by the Bodhisattva, Pei Mu exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement as she gazed at Pei Xiaoling, who lay quietly. But what does it matter? He remains a cripple. Suddenly, a discordant voice emerged, belonging to a man infused with palpable disdain. How could you speak like that, uncle? After all, Xiaoling is your nephew. Mother Pei swiftly turned, her eyes ablaze with anger directed at the speaker. Nephew? If it weren't for him and his father, would we have descended to the depths of confiscation and exile? Another man, bearing a striking resemblance to the first, interjected, Well, brother, death is one thing, but now we, your relatives, must endure exile for 3,000 miles, forced to live in that desolate place for the rest of our lives. Their gazes were laden with intense hatred, seemingly directed at the Pei family. My father and elder brother are innocent. One day, we shall vindicate our grievances. Pei Xiaoming shouted defiantly at them. Your second and third uncles are not wrong. If it weren't for your father, I would be old and free from such torment. Truliasin, an elderly woman, seated nearby, coldly regarded Mother Pei and the three Pei brothers. Flanking her were two middle-aged women, their faces etched with resentment. Were these the formidable villain's step-grandmother and her two uncles? The original text offered scant details about these two families, merely stating that they barely managed to survive in the harsh land through their hoarded silver and goods. After Mother Pei and her siblings perished, Pei Xiaoling was ultimately cast into the abyss by these very families, only to be rescued by the story's heroine, a skilled physician. Pei Xiaoling fell in love with her. Yet she found favor with Prince Yi, leading to his transformation into a villain. As for the exile and confiscation, it was only briefly noted. The text simply mentioned that Lord Pei was framed by political adversaries. Mother, it's our second and third uncles who have burdened you. Mother Pei murmured with a hint of guilt. Beside her, Qiao Qiqi observed quietly, refraining from speaking. The tangled web of familial grievances was not her place to unravel at this moment. Her sole desire was to alter her fate within this narrative, to reach the exile destination and secure a divorce decree for herself. Then, she could live comfortably and freely for the remainder of her life. She ignited the firewood, discreetly tossing a few sweet potatoes into the flames, perhaps fearing that their quarrel would attract the attention of the authorities. The Pei family's second and third branches chose not to prolong their dispute. All lay quietly on the ground, resting. After all, no matter how much they argued, the reality of exile remained. How fragrant! Not long after, the aroma of roasted sweet potatoes wafted from the fire. A child from the second branch exclaimed, I'm hungry. Mother, I'm hungry. Qiao Qiqi quickly feigned adding firewood, tossing the roasted sweet potatoes into the makeshift market. She then returned to her spot beside Pei Xiaoling's bundle, pretending to close her eyes. The second uncle of the Pei family also caught wind of the sweet potato scent, grumbling as he rose to search for its source among the flames. When he found nothing, he contemplated checking Mother Pei and Qiao Qiqi's belongings. Typically, exiled prisoners were not permitted any packages. However, at the beginning, Qiao Qiqi could not fathom why both Pei's mother and she possessed a few changes of clothing. This reason was not elucidated in the original narrative. Later, she gleaned from the memories of her predecessor that it was Pei's maternal family and her own that had bestowed these upon them during their exile from the city. Originally, her bundle contained several dozen taels of silver, but regrettably, it was confiscated by the officials escorting them, leaving her with only a few simple garments. After rummaging through Pei's mother's belongings, Pei's uncle approached Qiao Qiqi, coldly commanding, Show me, I want to see. Slowly rising from the ground, Qiao Qiqi clutched her bundle and retorted, These are my personal belongings. You have no right to search them. Pei Xiaoling, lying on the ground, regarded Qiao Qiqi's round little face, which bore an expression of resolute defiance. He furrowed his brow slightly. Why would she administer medicine to herself? Was she not supposed to abandon everything and flee alone during the commotion? Unbeknownst to Qiao Qiqi, who was currently locked in a standoff with Pei's uncle, Pei Xiaoling, the formidable antagonist, had actually been reborn. Had she known, she would have surely been terrified beyond measure. Have you grown audacious? Hand it over quickly, Pei's uncle threatened, preparing to seize it by force. At that moment, Pei Xiaoan stepped in front of Qiao Qiqi, asserting, My sister-in-law's bundle contains only women's clothing. There is no food, so there is no need to search. Qiao Qiqi, hidden behind him, silently praised the youth before her. He was indeed a cold-faced yet tender-hearted boy who knew how to protect her. Unfortunately, born in a time of peace, she lacked any martial skills. Should Pei's uncle turn hostile, she would probably have to resort to sheer brute force to defend herself. Pei's uncle was also shackled with handcuffs and leg irons. If a confrontation ensued, she might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, she resolved to learn some self-defense techniques when the opportunity arose. Chapter 4. Seeking shelter from the rain, just as Pei's uncle was about to act. Their commotion attracted the attention of the escorting officials. "What are you doing? Why aren't you resting?" One of the officials approached, his voice tinged with irritation for being roused. Qiao Qiqi promptly pulled Pei Xiaoan down to crouch beside her. By the time Pei's uncle reacted, the official was already upon them. He forcefully struck Pei's uncle, barking, "What? Are you trying to cause trouble? You better sleep." Pei's uncle, stung by the blow, shot a fierce glare at Qiao Qiqi before slowly retreating to his resting place. The escorting official then coldly warned, "Hurry up and rest. Anyone causing further disturbances tonight will not be allowed to sleep." With a resigned shrug, Qiao Qiqi placed her bundle behind her, half lying on it and closing her eyes. As for escaping, that was utterly impossible. It was crucial to understand that those dozen officials were not to be trifled with. Each one possessed martial prowess, and their swords were stained with blood. Qiao Qiqi had no intention of risking her life. Amidst the crackling of the campfire, Qiao Qiqi finally succumbed to slumber. Lacking the comfort of a plush mattress and warm down comforter, her sleep was anything but restful. Pei Xiaoling, tilting his head, quietly observed Qiao Qiqi. The laughter in her eyes had faded, replaced instead by a look of confusion. Just moments ago, he too had caught a whiff of the faint aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, yet the bundle beside his head was evidently untouched. There was no trace of the delightful scent of roasted sweet potatoes. Had his hunger conjured an illusion? The girl beside him was now revealed in her entirety for the first time. Her slightly rounded face bore a charming beauty, unmistakably the cherished jewel of her family. However, Pei Xiaoling furrowed his brow, perplexed by the extent of her transformation. The following day, at the break of dawn, Qiao Qiqi was startled awake by the coolness on her face. Was it raining? She abruptly opened her eyes and gazed at the sky, only to find slender white strands of rain cascading down. Drops of rain pelted against her fair skin. "Rise and shine. Quickly find shelter from the rain." The leading officer, too, was jolted awake and hastily urged everyone to get up. The group swiftly gathered their belongings, braving the drizzling rain as they pressed forward in search of a place to take cover. After walking for half an hour, they finally stumbled upon a cave. Following a recent tremor, many stones had tumbled down, revealing this cave that had previously been obscured by rocks. "Boss, do you think there might be wild beasts inside?" One officer asked with concern, eyeing the cave's downward slope, which was not the usual flat terrain. "No worries," the leader replied, "with both the 5th and 9th injured. If we remain exposed to the rain, their wounds will fester. With so many of us, even wild beasts would become our next meal." He glanced at the dark cave before addressing his team. Then he turned to the exiled prisoners behind him and instructed 2 officers, 4th, 6th, "You two come with me to check the cave size. The rain is intensifying. We might soon face a downpour." At that moment, Qiao Qiqi stepped forward and remarked, "Esteemed officers, I believe we should refrain from entering." "Why?" the leading officer inquired, lifting his gaze to her. "This cave is situated in a low-lying area. If the rain increases or a torrential downpour occurs, water will inevitably flood in," she foresaw, leaving the rest of her thoughts unspoken. Yet the leading officer grasped her meaning instantly. "Indeed, you make a valid point. In my haste to seek shelter, I overlooked the cave's topography." He glanced at the ominous clouds above. "However, there is not a soul for dozens of miles around. What shall we do?" Qiao Qiqi, too, wore a worried expression. After half an hour of trudging in the rain, her clothes had grown somewhat damp. The clinginess of her attire was quite uncomfortable. "Gentlemen, look! Is there not another cave over there?" Suddenly, Pei Xiaoming shouted, pointing to a nearby cave. "Indeed, let's hasten there." The officers squinted and confirmed the sight of yet another cave, albeit concealed by a massive boulder at its entrance, making it difficult to notice without close inspection. Thus, the group hurriedly made their way toward it. Upon entering the cave, it wasn't long before the rain poured down in torrents, echoing like a thunderous drum. The cave was remarkably arid, shielded from the rain by a massive boulder at its entrance. Qiao Qiqi observed as Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming delicately placed Pei Xiaoling, who was slumbering on a wooden plank, onto the ground of the cave. She stepped forward to gently touch his forehead. He had a fever, but fortunately, it had subsided. Qiao Qiqi let out a soft sigh of relief and found a stone beside his plank to sit upon lightly. At that moment, the officials retrieved some coarse grain buns from their packs to distribute among the group, stating that this would have to suffice for today, as they were uncertain when the rain would cease. They would prepare some vegetable porridge once the downpour stopped. In the Pei household, consisting of 6 members, only 3 buns were allocated. In the original tale, the protagonist would typically snatch 2 for herself, leaving the remaining 1 for the Pei mother and her 4 children. One of the officials casually placed the 3 buns into Qiao Qiqi's hands, inadvertently squeezing her small hand. This gesture repulsed Qiao Qiqi, and she took note of the official's appearance. He leered at her in a rather lascivious manner before turning to walk towards the others. Disturbed, Qiao Qiqi placed the 3 buns into Pei Mother's hands, slightly rubbing her own clothing as if to erase the discomfort of the recent touch. Pei Mother gazed in mild surprise at the 3 buns in her hands, tears glistening in her eyes. "Qiqi, you truly have recovered," she exclaimed, tenderly. She offered 1 bun back to Qiao Qiqi, whispering, "You should eat one. We can manage with the rest." Qiao Qiqi cautiously surveyed her surroundings and pretended to rummage through her bundle, which was actually a space from the supermarket, producing several roasted sweet potatoes. She kept 1 for herself and handed the others to Pei Mother. "Mother, I have this. Please eat quickly." Pei Shaoan looked on in mild astonishment at the roasted sweet potatoes in Pei Mother's hands. Indeed, the aroma he had detected the previous night was not an illusion. Pei Shaoling, lying on the ground, opened his eyes briefly to glance at Qiao Qiqi before closing them once more. Pei Mother also glanced around cautiously before distributing the food among her 2 sons and her youngest daughter. Thankfully, the fragrant scent of the cooled roasted sweet potatoes was not as overpowering as when they were freshly made, a subtlety that was easily overlooked. The group eagerly devoured the food in their hands. It was then that Qiao Qiqi remembered that Pei Shaoling had not eaten for quite some time. What should she feed him? Chapter 5. A self-recommendation. Qiao Qiqi gazed at the villainous figure with his eyes tightly shut, frowning in contemplation. According to the memories of her former self, Pei Shaoling had not consumed anything for approximately 5 days. Given his injuries, his body would undoubtedly grow exceedingly frail if this continued. After a moment's thought, she discreetly produced a can of 8 treasure porridge from the supermarket for the Pei family. Quietly opening the can, she used a plastic spoon to gently feed Pei Shaoling. The cool, soothing food, imbued with delicate hints of peanut and red bean, prompted him to unconsciously swallow. With his eyes still closed, he allowed Qiao Qiqi to feed him this unknown sustenance. This girl harbored secrets, yet subconsciously, he had no desire to unearth them. He was not foolish. The woman before him, despite the peril of revealing her secrets, quietly sustains her family with food. Once the meal was finished, Pei Shaoling swallowed another bitter pill with haste. Qiao Qiqiao observed that, although his eyes were closed, he obediently consumed everything. She felt a sense of relief. Once the inflammation subsided, she would find a doctor to examine him properly. It would be a pity for such a handsome man to be unable to stand for a lifetime. Qiao Qiqiao, who had grown up with a penchant for beauty, found herself utterly captivated by attractive individuals. Yet, she was inherently timid, acutely aware that Pei Shaoling was destined to become a ruthless regent. Even as she admired his looks, she dared not express her feelings. Her only focus was to ensure his safe arrival at their destination, after which she would be free to seek a handsome husband of her own. Lost in pleasant thoughts, a smile of longing graced her face. Just as Pei Shaoling opened his eyes and caught sight of her, his narrowed, almond-shaped eyes held a complex gaze as they regarded her. The rain continued to pour throughout the day, and 50 to 60 people remained inside the cave. "Brother, it's fortunate we didn't venture into that cave earlier. With such heavy rain, it would surely have flooded," commented the second-in-command to the leader. "Indeed, that young lady from the Pei family is quite astute," the leader acknowledged, casting a glance at Qiao Qiqiao as he stirred the fire, adding more wood. "Let us rest early. Boss, I have taken a liking to that young lady from the Pei family. Once her husband is dead, may I," spoke a man with a lewd expression, casting a furtive glance at Qiao Qiqiao. The leader interjected, "Third, as long as her husband lives, she remains a married woman. We shall discuss it once he has passed. An invalid, unable to move, is no different from being dead. I'm merely toying with the idea. Do not worry, brother." The man known as Third replied, his eyes gleaming with mischief. A chill ran down Qiao's spine as she overheard their conversation from distance. She glanced at the flickering light of the fire and discerned the men within the cave, finally noticing the ill-intentioned officer. Frowning slightly, she sensed that they were contemplating something sinister. As the long night came to an end, dawn broke. Observing the rain easing, the chief officer instructed two subordinates to venture out with large hats to gather wild vegetables. After half an hour, they returned with an armful of greens and crisp fruits. The fruits were handed to the leader, while the vegetables were piled nearby. "Boss, since it has been Old Five who prepared the porridge, and now he is injured, who will make it?" Officer 6 lamented. "Among us, only Old Five knows how to cook. The rest have never even touched a pot. That is indeed a dilemma, especially with over 2 months remaining in this harsh land. Once we reach the next town, we must ensure Old Five and Old Nine receive proper medical attention." The escort officer cast a glance at the two injured officers beside him. One had sustained an injury to his leg, while the other bore wounds on both arms and appeared to have been struck on the head by a stone, lying unconscious. "Boss, who will cook for us now?" Several officers inquired of their leader. "Why are you looking at me? I can't cook." "You should ask if any of the prisoners can," the escort officer replied, glancing helplessly at his comrades. "But boss, what if they poison the food?" Another officer asked, concern etched on his face. "The meal is for everyone. If he were to poison it, it would affect all of us." "He wouldn't dare. If necessary, we can have him taste it first." The officer in charge pondered. Upon hearing their leader's words, a dozen officers rose and approached the group of prisoners. "Get up. Who among you can cook? Step forward." This batch of prisoners consisted of nobility, pampered and accustomed to a life of ease, so none had ever set foot in a kitchen. They were used to having servants at their beck and call, living lives of luxury. However, there was one exception, Qiao Qiqi. The origins of her past life were not detailed in the book, nor were they present in her memories. Yet, any woman who could marry into a noble family must have come from a well-off background. The original body could not cook, but Qiao Qiqi certainly could, and exceptionally well. It was worth noting that she had previously been a food vlogger. Her culinary skills were honed under the guidance of her grandmother in the countryside. According to her grandmother, their ancestors once served in the palace, tending to the needs of noble ladies. "I'll do it. I can cook." Qiao Qiqi stood up, volunteering herself to the officers. She thought that by cooking, she could foster a closer relationship with them, thereby securing their assistance in finding a doctor for Pei Shaoling once they reached town. This injury could not be delayed. Prolonged neglect might lead to disability, and she would bear the brunt of it all. After all, before her arrival, the original body had already languished for several days. "You can cook?" The officer in charge scrutinized Qiao Qiqi with skepticism. "You look well-fed and pampered. Is it truly possible that you can cook?" Qiao Qiqi felt a pang of frustration. She observed her current form. Standing around 5 feet 6 inches and weighing approximately 105 pounds. In her previous life, she would have been deemed just right, neither too fat nor too thin. However, in this ancient setting, amidst a sea of delicate noble ladies, she did indeed appear somewhat plump. "Sir, I truly can cook. Back home, I often prepared meals myself, which is why I appear as I do," Qiao Qiqi lamented, resorting to self-deprecation to win the officer's favor. The officer in charge remained dubious. "Are you certain?" "Indeed, sir. How about allowing me a chance to prove myself?" Qiao Qiqi suggested. Chapter 6, A Glimpse of Talent. Very well. However, if you waste any ingredients, all members of the Pei family will be punished with 3 days without food. The officer in charge fixed a penetrating gaze on Qiao Qiqi as he spoke. The esteemed official, Qiao Qiqi, was on the verge of reassuring, "Rest assured, my lord." However, the second and third branches of the Pei family expressed their discontent, exclaiming, "Qiao family, what are you boasting about? Why should your waste of provisions burden us with 3 days of hunger?" Meanwhile, Pei's mother gently tugged at Qiao Qiqi's garment, whispering, "Qiqi, do not cause a stir. Qiao Qiqi offered a faint smile to Pei's mother, patting her hand to convey her confidence. "Mother, do not worry. I truly can cook." The chief constable cast a sharp glance at the grumbling members of the second and third branches, commanding silence. Reluctantly, the men fell quiet, casting defiant glares at Qiao Qiqi. As tranquility enveloped the cave, the chief constable turned his attention back to Qiao Qiqi, stating, "Since you insist on cooking, then let us see your skills." "Very well." Qiao Qiqi cautiously approached, arranging the large iron pot and ladle that the constables had brought along. She adeptly began to select vegetables and measure rice. "Esteemed officials, is there a water source nearby?" she inquired, looking up at the constables. "Yes, I spotted a water pool while gathering wild vegetables," one replied promptly. "Then, my lord, may I prepare the meal by the water's edge?" Qiao Qiqi asked delicately. The chief constable pondered for a moment and agreed. "Indeed, our water supply on the road is dwindling. This will serve as a timely replenishment." He retrieved 2 water bags from his waist and handed them to the constable seated nearby. "Second, you and 6 shall accompany the young lady from the Pei family to the water pool to cook and fetch water." "Understood, chief." The constable accepted the bags, lifting the large pot from the ground and addressing Qiao Qiqi. "Let us go. Sister-in-law, could you kindly bring back some water for us?" As they prepared to leave, Pei Shaoan rose and handed her his and Pei Xiaoming's water bags, which had been gifted by Pei's maternal family at the outset of their journey. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the chief constable before accepting the bags. Another constable picked up the remaining items and led Qiao Qiqi toward the water pool. "Everyone, remain in place. Do not wander. We shall resume our journey after the meal," the chief constable announced loudly, casting a glance at those within the cave. Their position at the cave's entrance served dual purposes: to guard against the escape of criminals and to monitor the outside situation. "Mother, do you think Xiao really can cook? What if her meal poisons us?" Pei Xiaoming expressed his doubts. Pei's mother sighed softly. "If we were to perish this way, it would be a release from suffering." A melancholic expression graced her face. "Your father met his end under such distress. I have long wished to join him." "Mother, you still have Shuer." Pei Shuer, nestled in her mother's embrace, gently reminded. Pei Shaoling, feigning slumber on the ground, clenched his fists, concealing his emotions. He lamented his ill-timed return. Had he come back before the exile, their family would not have endured such hardship. Nonetheless, Qiao Qiqi seemed different from before. For now, he could only focus on hastening his recovery. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi swiftly arrived at the water pool with the 2 constables. The pool, shielded by a stone overhead, held a tranquil allure. Even after a heavy downpour, the entire water pool was crystal clear, unlike the murky outdoor ponds. She found 2 stones and placed a large iron pot upon them. This pot was exceptionally spacious, capable of cooking porridge for dozens of people without issue. Qiao Qiqi skillfully washed the rice and vegetables. Observing that the only seasoning available was a small amount of coarse salt, she frowned slightly. Cooking rice with wild vegetables and adding a pinch of coarse salt was the entirety of their meals for the past few days. However, food prepared this way was difficult to swallow. While the 2 officers were busy drawing water from the pool, she quietly retrieved a small bottle of sesame oil from her supermarket space, adding a few drops into the mixture. She was exceedingly cautious, returning the bottle to her space after using it. This included the jar of 8 treasure porridge she had previously prepared for Pei Shaoling. Unfortunately, they were currently on the road of exile, necessitating meticulous care in all matters. Next came the task of igniting the fire for cooking. Fortunately, the 2 officers had managed to find a pile of dry twigs from somewhere, allowing her to quickly light it with a fire starter. Lacking a knife, she tore the wild vegetables into fine pieces and tossed them into the pot to stir-fry. Next, she added the washed rice, which was not the finest white rice, but rather a yellowish, broken variety. Qiao Qiqi frowned again, but proceeded to add it. Water was then poured in to simmer. Gradually, the aroma of the wild vegetables blended with the fragrance of the rice wafted from a large pot, accompanied by a subtle hint of sesame. Oh, how delightful! How could the previous porridge made by Lao Wu not have been this fragrant? Officer Lao Lu, sitting not far away, swallowed hard as he caught the delightful scent. Indeed, the young lady from the Pei family was not mistaken. She truly possessed culinary skills. Officer Lao Heir watched Qiao Qiqi, who was skillfully tending to the fire, with satisfaction, softly expressing his approval. Given her remarkable cooking abilities, why not have her prepare meals exclusively for us brothers in the future? Officer Lao Lu proposed, having grown weary of the bland fare prepared by Lao Wu. This is a splendid idea. I will suggest it to Lao later. Officer Lao Heir also felt that their recent meals had been subpar, and sharing the same food as the prisoners was quite beneath their dignity. As the wild vegetable porridge neared completion, Qiao Qiqi discreetly added a touch of chicken essence. With the addition of oil and chicken essence, the flavor of the porridge transformed into something entirely different. Once the porridge was ready, the two officers carefully lifted the iron pot and made their way toward the cave, while Qiao Qiqi followed behind with her water pouches. Wow, what a delightful aroma! As they entered the cave, everyone caught a whiff of the fragrant wild vegetable porridge. The officers quickly fetched their bowls, eagerly awaiting their leader's command to begin the meal. Rest assured, we are guarding her, implied that the porridge was perfectly safe to eat. All right, let us serve the food. With the leader's command, over a dozen officers sprang into action. With 40 to 50 prisoners present, each received half a bowl, with the remainder reserved for the officers. How delicious! Leader, this porridge is exquisite. The officers, savoring every last drop from their bowls, sighed contentedly. Indeed, I too believe that the young lady of the Pei family possesses remarkable culinary skills. Henceforth, the task of cooking shall be entrusted to her. The head constable nodded in approval, gazing at the iron pot containing a modest amount of wild vegetable porridge, deciding that the remainder would be bestowed upon her as a token of gratitude for her efforts in the kitchen. The second constable, upon hearing this, rose and, using a large spoon, delivered the remnants to Qiao Qiqi, stating, "Here, this is a reward from the elder. From now on, we shall leave the cooking to you." Chapter 7. Surrender to me very well. Qiao Qiqi replied with a smile, extending Pei Xiaoming's bowl back to him. The first step was accomplished. Next, she would await an opportunity to broach the subject of finding a doctor for Pei Xiaoling once they reached the town. Initially, Pei Xiaoming was bewildered as to why Qiao Qiqi had taken his bowl. However, when the bowl filled with a generous portion of wild vegetable porridge was placed before him, he was taken aback. Was this truly for me to consume? This woman had previously been selfish, hoarding all the food for herself without regard for their entire family's welfare. What had caused such a drastic change in her demeanor over these past few days? Drink up. You are in the midst of growing. Qiao Qiqi shrugged, and as the second constable returned to his place, she discreetly began to feed Pei Xiaoling some 8 treasure porridge. Brother, let us share this. Once we set off, we must have the strength to carry our elder brother. Pei Xiaoming poured half of the porridge from his bowl into Pei Xiaowan's. I am full, mother. You, but my little sister can share the rest, Pei Xiaowan suggested, wishing to offer the remaining porridge to their mother. Pei Mu gently shook her head. You two brothers will need the energy to carry Xiaoling, so eat well. Sure, and I require less. After a moment of modesty and insistence, Pei Xiaowan ultimately consumed the remaining porridge in his bowl. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi continued to feed the unresponsive Pei Xiaoling, her mind racing with curiosity. Wasn't it said that he had already awakened? Why then, did he keep his eyes shut? Strangely, he obediently swallowed the food she offered. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Pei Xiaoling gradually opened his eyes, which sparkled like stars, revealing a profound gaze. The moment his elongated, almond-shaped eyes fluttered open, Qiao Qiqi was startled. Hastily, she concealed the 8 treasure porridge jar with her sleeve and discreetly stowed it away in her supernatural space, stammering, "Why, you're awake?" Grateful for the ample sleeves of ancient garments that shielded her secret, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Pei Xiaoling's narrowed eyes scrutinized her sleeve, an aura of unspoken authority emanating from him. Qiao Qiqi felt a surge of trepidation and quickly raised her hands, exclaiming, "I've merely fed you a little. I would never poison you or wish you harm." Oh my, how is it that this man was so much more intimidating with his eyes open? Pei Xiaoling assessed her empty sleeves, a flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze before he once again shut his eyes. Phew! Qiao Qiqi finally exhaled. slowly turning her attention to the Pei family members who were still savoring the remnants of their empty bowls. She glanced down at her own bowl, which still held a few morsels. On the path of exile, it is inconceivable that each meal would allow those prisoners the luxury of washing their own bowls. Merely being provided with food is already a considerable fortune. Thus, they resort to licking their bowls clean before tucking them away in their garments, awaiting the next meal. Unfortunately, Qiao Qi, having come from an era of peace, finds herself unable to adapt to such a lifestyle. Consequently, she concocts an excuse to relieve herself and makes her way to a nearby pond to wash her bowl. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she slips behind a large rock and enters the space of the supermarket. Amidst the throngs of people on the road to exile, and burdened by her identity as a condemned prisoner, she seizes the moment of respite to explore the space. Once inside, Qiao Qi casually grabs a loaf of bread from the shelf, for the portion of wild vegetable porridge provided is woefully insufficient to sate her hunger. Subsequently, she inspects the location where the 8 treasure porridge is stored. Previously, she had extracted 2 cans of it from the space to feed Pei Xiaoling. Logically, there should be a small gap on the shelf now. Yet, to her astonishment, the entire shelf is brimming, as if she had never taken anything at all. She then meanders through the pharmacy, discovering that the medicine she had taken has also been replenished. This implies that the supermarket possesses an automatic restocking feature. If that is the case, then her resources are inexhaustible. Elated by this revelation, Qiao Qi hums a cheerful tune while searching for the empty mineral water bottles and 8 treasure porridge cans she had previously discarded into the supermarket. Before long, she stumbles upon a room labeled Garbage Decomposition Station. Unable to locate any trash, she surmises that her discarded bottles must have ended up in this chamber. Not daring to linger, she focuses her thoughts and exits the supermarket space. As soon as she steps out, a burly man seizes her in a tight embrace. The unmistakable odor of sweat mixed with an unidentifiable stench assaults her nostrils, a pungent and unpleasant combination. Instinctively, she attempts to push away the man, but his strength proves too formidable. "Pei family young lady, just yield to me. I will take good care of you from now on." The familiar voice, tinged with a hint of familiarity, reveals his identity to Qiao Qi, the 3rd officer who had previously taken advantage of her during food distribution. How audacious of him to attempt to take liberties while she was alone, uncertain whether he is aware of her secret entrance into the space. She decides to err on the side of caution. Gritting her teeth, she retrieves a fruit knife from the space. Seizing the moment when the officer is consumed by desire, she plunges the knife into his chest. The man lets out a muffled groan, his body stiffening as he gradually releases her. With disbelief etched upon his face, he gazes at Qiao Qi, holding the bloodied knife, her expression a mix of determination and panic before he topples backward with a thud, falling silent. It is only then that Qiao Qi realizes the gravity of her actions. Staring at the blood-stained fruit knife in her hand and at the lifeless 3rd officer sprawled on the ground, she comprehends the magnitude of what she has done. She has taken a life. Even though she was a food broadcaster in her own world, the most she had ever done was kill fish. She had never even slain a chicken. After all, the current supermarket is managed by individuals specifically assigned for such tasks. Unexpectedly, she committed murder after entering the book. Qiao Qi's heart raced, pounding as if it might burst from her chest. At that moment, shouts from other officials echoed nearby. "Miss Pei, the 3rd one, what are you doing? Hurry up, we must depart." Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qi forced herself to calm down. With a flicker of thought, she stored the fruit knife and the body of the 3rd official into the supermarket's waste decomposition station. In no time, both the knife in her hand and the corpse on the ground vanished, leaving not a trace of blood behind. She then approached the water's edge to wash away the sticky sensation on her hands, splashing cold water on her forehead. Only then did she slowly make her way to the cave. Upon reaching the cave, her complexion finally returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired, and she sat beside Pei Xiaoling suddenly. Pei Xiaoling opened his deep-set eyes and fixed his gaze on Qiao Qi's tightly clenched fists. A faint scent of blood lingered. What had she just done? Before his exile, Pei Xiaoling had served in the Imperial Guard of the capital, and having lived an additional life, he had taken countless lives in the past. He keenly detected the blood scent that did not belong to Qiao Qi. Chapter 8. Pei Xuer faints. Who is she, truly? Was she swapped during his unconsciousness? Or does she possess powers from an unknown realm? Much like Lin Yi, Pei Xiaoling scrutinized her with his elongated, almond-shaped eyes. Meanwhile, the chief official, noticing Qiao Qi's return but the absence of the third one, furrowed his brows slightly. "Miss Pei, did you happen to see the third one?" he inquired, his gaze fixed coldly upon Qiao Qi. He was aware of the third official's intentions prior and had not intervened. Since these criminals were exiled, serving officials like them was a privilege. "No, I merely stepped away for a moment and returned without seeing any of the others," Qiao Qi replied, maintaining her composure. The chief official scrutinized her for about a minute, and upon seeing no signs of deceit, he instructed others to investigate. "Go find a third one and see where he is." After a while, 2 officials returned to report, "Chief, the third one is missing." What happened?" The chief stood up in shock, turning once more to Qiao Qi. "Miss Pei, you truly did not see the third one?" "Indeed, sir. I did not see him." "Do you suspect that I have hidden him away? Do you think that is possible?" Qiao Qi gazed at him innocently, adding, "All of you are tall and strong, while I am just a mere woman of the inner chambers. How could I possibly possess such capability?" The chief pondered her words and found them reasonable. No matter how eloquently the young lady spoke, she remained an unarmed woman. The third official, on the other hand, possessed some martial skills, and given his size, where could he possibly hide? Contemplating this, he turned to his comrades, a dozen men accompanying him. "Elder brother, fourth brother, you two stay by the cave entrance with a couple of guards. The rest follow me to find third brother." "Understood." The officers responded in unison. The senior officer, gripping his waist knife, commanded the group to search for the long-deceased third officer. Inside the cave, the others sat on the ground, heads bowed. Even with just 4 officers, the thought of escape was far from their minds. On the road to exile, fleeing only led to death, not to mention the chains and shackles that hindered their escape. In this era, where could a fugitive possibly run? Without household registration or papers, coupled with the pervasive warrants for capture, it was nearly impossible to evade capture. It would be wiser to follow the officers to the place of exile, where they might receive a plot of land and live a simple life as commoners. Qiao Qi, a timid girl since childhood, understood that despite having taken a life, her strength would not allow her to escape the grasp of these officers. Even if she managed to flee, she would inevitably fall victim to the future regent, Pei Shi, as her disregard for the Pei family's fate would surely lead to her demise. It would be better to ensure their safe arrival at their destination, and then part ways with Pei Shi, perhaps tending to a modest farm or opening a small eatery. As for Pei Shi, whatever entanglements he had with the protagonist would no longer concern her. Casting a discreet glance at the old and young, the frail and the strong of the Pei family, she sighed, realizing she must temporarily bear the burden of providing for them. Surely, considering her efforts to care for him and his family, they would grant her leniency in due course. With this thought, she retrieved several fruits from her sleeve and distributed them among the Pei family members. The second and third branches of the Pei family, witnessing the fruits in their hands, displayed glimmers of envy and jealousy. An hour later, the senior officer returned, dejected, leading his men back. With a weary voice, he instructed the second officer to rouse the prisoners, declaring, "We must depart." "Understood, Chief." The men behind him began to call for everyone to rise and prepare for the journey. The second officer pulled his superior aside as they exited. "Did you find anything?" The chief shook his head. "We've searched everywhere. No signs of struggle, no clues. Third brother seems to have vanished without a trace. What shall we do then?" The second officer glanced back. "We have so many prisoners to escort. We cannot delay any longer. We'll have to escort the prisoners first. When we report, we will declare third brother a casualty in the line of duty, and we will look after his family." The chief sighed softly. Inside the cave, Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming lifted the wooden plank bearing Pei Xiaoling as they made their way out. Qiao Qi, carrying her bundle, assisted Pei mother and her sister-in-law. Pei Xuer, closely following behind. Hurry! We've already delayed too long. We must make haste. The chief constable, wielding a whip, urged the group forward. I recall the dilapidated temple several dozen miles ahead. We must hasten our pace to reach it before darkness envelopes us. The prisoners dared not utter a word. Trailing closely behind, I observed two constables pushing a one-wheeled cart laden with a large iron pot and assorted grains, while the Pei brothers struggled under the burden of carrying Pei Shaoling, shackled with chains. Qiao Qiqi contemplated how to procure a cart once they reached the town. Among the constables, two appeared injured, thus their progress was sluggish. By midday, Pei Shuer could no longer endure the strain. Initially, she insisted on walking, being 7 or 8 years old and capable of understanding. She did not wish for her mother to carry or cradle her. Yet, she remained a child, a privileged daughter raised in opulence, unaccustomed to the rigors of such a long journey. "Mother, I cannot go on," she called out weakly, her face glistening with sweat and pale as a ghost. Soon, she gently collapsed, releasing her hold on Pei Mu. Shuer. Pei Mu, her face etched with concern, halted and cried for her young daughter. Qiao Qiqi hurried forward to assess the situation. The girl's complexion was ghastly, her lips parched, and an unusual flush tinged her cheeks. "This is troubling. She seems to have a fever." Qiao Qiqi gasped softly, instinctively reaching for the girl's forehead. Until now, Shuer had been nestled in her mother's embrace, and Qiao Qiqi had not noticed her pallor. The symptoms mirrored those of Pei Shaoling, indicating she must have sustained injuries. Quickly, Qiao Qiqi examined the girl's body, discovering something amiss with her feet beneath her hem. Upon removing the embroidered shoes, she was horrified to find the small feet mangled and bloodied. Once again, she glanced at the unconscious Pei Shuer, feeling a profound respect for the child. Despite enduring such severe foot injuries for days, she had not uttered a word of complaint. "Qiqi, how could Shuer's feet be in such a state?" Pei Mu finally noticed her daughter's injuries, her face a mask of anguish. This foolish girl, how could she not say anything about her severe wounds? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, glistening like pearls. Chapter 9. Encounter with Refugee's Mother. Please do not cry. First, give my sister some water. Qiao Qiqi retrieved a water skin from her waist and attempted to pour some into Pei Shuer's mouth. Unfortunately, in her unconscious state, the girl did not swallow as obediently as her brother. Just as Qiao Qiqi pondered her next move, the constables approached. "What is the matter? Why have you stopped?" Two constables came closer, whips in hand. "Sir, my daughter has fainted. I'm trying to give her water." Pei Mu quickly bent over, cautiously apologizing to the constables. "We will be on our way shortly." "Right away." Afterward, she struggled to lift her daughter, who was leaning against Qiao Qiqi. The constables glanced at Qiao Qiqi and urged Pei Mu, "Then please hurry and keep up." They turned and resumed their forward march. "Mother, let me do it. I will carry her." Qiao Qiqi crouched down, indicating for Pei Mu to assist in placing her daughter onto her back. "Qiqi, perhaps I should carry her?" Pei Mu hesitated. "Mother, please hurry, stop arguing. Otherwise, they will urge us again. If I get tired, you can carry her later." Qiao Qiqi urged Pei's mother. The young Master Pei was still lying down, and now another one had collapsed. The Pei family truly faced numerous calamities. At this moment, if they could not unite, there would be no way to safely reach that desolate place. Hearing this, Pei's mother quickly placed Pei Shuer on Qiao Qiqi's back, assisting her stand up. Qiao Qiqi found it somewhat strenuous to carry Pei Shuer as she followed the crowd forward. She had just given water, merely to test if the little girl could swallow on her own. If she could, she might secretly administer a fever-reducing medication. Unfortunately, Pei Shuer, in her unconscious state, could not even swallow water, let alone medicine. If she were to regurgitate it, the others would discover the pills that did not belong to this era. There was no way for her to explain. To be safe, Qiao Qiqi planned to wait until they reached the dilapidated temple at night to address the matter. After the earthquake, despair filled the air and debris scattered everywhere. Previously, in the mountains, they had not felt the devastation that followed the tremor. However, as they left the woods and gradually walked along the official road, witnessing the displaced refugees, they truly realized they had narrowly escaped a disaster. The sky was overcast, and the sight of groups of refugees passing by deeply impressed upon Qiao Ranran the gravity of her situation. She now faced not only exile, but also natural calamity. "Boss, should we find a place to rest? I can't go on." One of the officers, carrying an injured companion, quietly suggested to the officer in charge. The officer glanced at the darkening sky, wiped the sweat from his brow, and replied, "Let us hold on a bit longer. I recall there's a river ahead where we can rest by the bank." He then called out to the others, "Hurry up, don't fall behind. We'll take a break by the river soon." Perhaps due to having a dozen officers, their group was still being followed by 20 to 30 refugees. "Boss, what should we do about these refugees following us?" One companion, who had been beside the officer, glanced back and whispered, "Ignore them. As long as they're not causing trouble, we don't need to concern ourselves with them." The officer in charge shook his head and quietly replied after looking back, "Everyone, stay vigilant. If they turn out to be disguised criminals, we will deal with them on the spot." Soon, the group arrived at the riverbank mentioned by the officer. The reason he was in charge was due to his familiarity with this route, often escorting prisoners along it. The riverbank was bordered by a lush forest. "Old 2, take some of the brothers and catch some wild rabbits or chickens from the woods. The injured brothers need some nourishment." After surveying the forest, the officer instructed, "Boss, how about we have a young lady from the Pei family cook a special meal for us brothers later?" Officer Old 2 suggested, "Look, the brothers have been eating from the same pot as these prisoners every day. Their taste buds have gone bland. The young lady possesses remarkable culinary skills," prompting him to suggest that she prepare a special meal for the brothers, motivating them to work harder. "What do you think, boss?" "All right, let be so. You will fetch the food shortly, and in the evening, have her simmer some soup." The chief constable nodded thoughtfully before addressing him. Subsequently, several constables began preparing to venture into the woods. Having just set down Pei Shuer from her back, Qiao Ranran hurriedly approached the chief constable. "Sir," she called out, taking a couple of steps forward, "may I accompany those gentlemen? I wish to gather some wild vegetables to prepare a meal for the evening." "No need. We will manage that. You all should rest here. We will continue our journey shortly." The chief constable coldly declined. "But sir, consider this. The recent tremors may have caused prices of food in the towns to rise." Qiao Ranran attempted to persuade him. "The expense for your outing is limited, is it not? With so many people relying on you for sustenance, it must be quite exhausting. Would it not be better for me to seek some food? I can take responsibility for the meals at the Pei family's main residence, as long as you lend me a pot." The chief constable pondered her words and found them reasonable. After all, his group would require her to cook regardless. She was willing to gather provisions without consuming any of their rations, so why not allow her? Noticing that the chief constable was still contemplating, Qiao Ranran continued, "In fact, I also recognize several medicinal herbs. The injuries of those two gentlemen are quite severe. Would it be acceptable for me to gather some herbs to tend to their wounds?" Growing up alongside her grandparents in the countryside, Qiao Ranran had gained some knowledge of herbal remedies, although her grandfather was not a seasoned physician. Villagers often preferred to treat minor ailments at home with herbal concoctions rather than visiting a hospital. Having accompanied her grandfather, she had learned about simple medicinal plants. "You know about herbs?" The chief constable's eyes lit up. "Very well, then hurry back." The nearest town was still a 3 to 4 day journey away, and he was worried about the worsening conditions of his companions. Given that the Pei family young lady claimed to be knowledgeable about herbs, he felt reassured. After all, she had promised to cook and had indeed prepared a fragrant pot of wild vegetable porridge. "Understood, sir." Qiao Ranran did not dare to delay further and made her way into the woods. Since the constables had allowed her to cook for herself, she was determined to gather something substantial to nourish the Pei siblings that evening. The chief constable, watching her enter the forest, felt uneasy, concerned that she might take the opportunity to flee. With the increasing number of refugees, it would be difficult to locate her if she blended in. Thus, he instructed one constable to keep a distant watch on her while also foraging for some wild fruits. The constable complied and followed her. Chapter 10. Preparing dinner once inside the woods. Qiao Qiqi seized the opportunity to procure a live chicken from a nearby marketplace. She firmly grasped the chicken standing amidst the grass, a satisfied smile illuminating her face. She sensed that someone was following her, yet she paid it no mind. With this chicken, preparing chicken soup for the evening was assured. Subsequently, she sought out some herbs for dressing wounds, as well as wild vegetables and mushrooms, before returning. Goodness! Lady Pei, where did you procure such a plump wild chicken? Exclaimed one of the prisoners upon seeing the fat chicken in Qiao Qiqi's hands. Swallowing his saliva in anticipation. I found it in the thicket, Qiao Qiqi replied casually, placing the bound chicken and wild vegetables beside Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming. Xiaoming, these are our provisions for the evening. Guard them well, and I shall return shortly. After leaving a small portion of herbs in her hand, she brought the remainder to the leader of the constables. Sir, look, these are all suitable for external application. They merely need to be crushed and applied to the wounds of both gentlemen, followed by proper bandaging. Qiao Qiqi handed the herbs to the leader of the constables, who nodded in understanding, while a nearby companion promptly took over to follow her instructions. Qiao Qiqi then returned to the main house of the Pei family. She found a clean, large leaf and used stones to crush the herbs. Mother, please assist me in applying this. It will prevent her wounds from becoming infected, Qiao Qiqi urged, handing the crushed herbs to Lady Pei. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoling quietly observed Qiao Qiqi's actions. She seemed devoid of malice. From her clear gaze, Pei Xiaoling discerned that this woman was remarkably innocent and devoid of ulterior motives. If she had been replaced, there would surely be some trace of it. Qiao Qiqi, what is the story behind this chicken and the wild vegetables? The second branch of the Pei family had long been coveting the bounty. Noticing that she had placed the items in her designated area, and that the leader of the constables had no objections, Auntie Pei from the second branch approached and whispered, "Oh, I am preparing a meal for the gentlemen, and they have consented to let me cook for myself. These are our dinner provisions." Although Qiao Qiqi initially had no desire to engage with the second branch, she nonetheless responded, "You are cooking for yourselves? Is the entire chicken meant for you?" Auntie Pei's face displayed a hint of surprise, tinged with unspoken thoughts. However, Qiao Qiqi chose not to further engage with her, focusing instead on assisting Lady Pei in bandaging Pei Shuer's wounds. Little did she realize that the mere presence of the chicken would incite considerable commotion. Auntie Pei from the second branch attempted to reach for the chicken, but hesitated under the vigilant gazes of the Pei brothers, who were protective of their prize. She retreated back to her own quarters and whispered something to old Lady Pei. Qiao Qiqi lifted her eyelids momentarily before returning to her task of bandaging the young girl. Soon, the constables dispatched to hunt returned, bringing with them 2 wild rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and a fair amount of wild vegetables and mushrooms. Once all were gathered, the leader of the constables called for everyone to set out once more. They finally arrived at the dilapidated temple he had mentioned, just as dusk began to settle. Perhaps due to neglect, one of the temple's walls had collapsed. As they entered the courtyard through the fallen wall, they discovered that it was already inhabited by a number of refugees. "What shall we do, boss?" The officer, known as Old Two, furrowed his brow as he surveyed the horde of refugees filling the dilapidated temple. "You there, expel these refugees," he commanded. Old One pondered briefly before instructing several of his comrades to drive the people away. "Yes, sir," they responded, and soon a few officers brandishing their waist daggers shouted to the refugees to leave. The populace does not contend with authority. Regardless of the fact that these refugees had arrived first, they were compelled to depart under the pressure of the escorting officers. Meanwhile, the 20 or so refugees trailing behind Qiao Qiqi and her group dared not enter the temple, instead seeking refuge beneath a large tree outside. Once the officers had successfully expelled the refugees, they began to inspect the temple for any suspicious individuals. "Boss, there's a well in the backyard," reported one officer who had gone to check. "Very well, let's prepare our meal there today. Young lady of the Pei family, the task of cooking shall fall to you," the senior officer declared to Qiao Qiqi. She nodded gently and approached the officers, gathering the wild vegetables and mushrooms they had foraged as she made her way to the backyard. 2 other officers followed, carrying a large iron pot and assorted grains. As they set up the pot, The two officers handed over the freshly killed rabbits and wild chickens for Qiao Qiqi to prepare. Young lady of the Pei family, prepare the rabbit and chicken solely for us officers. As for the prisoners, they shall have porridge made from wild vegetables, instructed old two as he approached. Qiao Qiqi instantly understood, responding affirmatively as she expertly boiled water and plucked feathers. Fortunately, the temple contained a good supply of firewood. She gathered some to start cooking for the officers, deciding to make braised rabbit and chicken stew with mushrooms. Could you assist me in slaughtering that plump chicken? I lack a knife, Qiao Qiqi inquired of the two men. The rabbits and chickens were to be cut into pieces as well, considering she would need to prepare soup. She thought it wise to enlist their help. All right, bring it over, old two said, perhaps eager for the culinary delights Qiao Qiqi promised. She promptly went to the main hall of the temple and retrieved her plump chicken. While they were occupied with the slaughtering, Qiao Qiqi began preparing the braised chicken pieces. Pretending to pull out some unwrapped seasonings from her bundle, she asked, Sirs, would you like to inspect the cooking condiments I brought? It was better to be forthright about having seasonings than to risk them discovering her supplies and suspecting foul play, which could lead to her demise. Old two turned back in surprise. You have seasonings in your bundle? How come we didn't notice during the inspection? My lord, the seasonings were sewn into the pocket of my sleeve, a thoughtful gift from my family, which is why you did not find them, Qiao Qiqi quickly explained. My relatives know of my passion for cooking, so they brought me some. After inspecting the various powders wrapped in cowhide paper that Qiao Qiqi held, and catching a whiff of their familiar, restaurant-like fragrance, he nodded. Very well, then do your best. After preparing the seasonings, Qiao Qiqi skillfully began to prepare meals for the officials. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, she swiftly retrieved other bottled seasonings from the supermarket, pouring them into the pot before returning them. Soon, a pot of braised rabbit and another of wild mushroom chicken soup were ready. After plating the dishes onto two large plates, she adeptly commenced cooking a porridge of wild vegetables for the prisoners. Chapter 11. The bloodshed provoked by a bowl of chicken soup, Part 1. Indeed, Qiao Qiqi was an experienced cook, and before long, a large pot of wild vegetable porridge was also complete. As the officials carried large iron pots to serve the prisoners, she began preparing meals for herself and the Pei family. Hesitant to use the officials' coarse grains, she retrieved several sweet potatoes from her storage and tossed them into the firewood pile. Although raw sweet potatoes are edible, they lack the delightful flavor of roasted ones, and consuming too many raw can be hard on the digestion. When the officials returned with the empty iron pots, she washed them and began simmering the wild mushroom chicken soup. This time, all the officials were preoccupied with their own meals, leaving her to work unimpeded. She stirred the soup with a large iron ladle while daydreaming about the life that awaited her after obtaining the divorce decree. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated temple hall, the officials indeed did not serve the wild vegetable porridge to the Pei family's main branch. The other two families, confused, sipped their porridge while casting glances at them. Only the second and third branches of the Pei family looked on with envy. Mother, will we truly get to eat today's sumptuous chicken? Pei Xiaoming asked with a tone of skepticism. Qiao Qiqi wouldn't be hiding behind and sneaking bites, would she? Xiaoming, she is your sister-in-law. Henceforth, you must not call her by her name directly. A deep, gravelly voice emanated from the wooden planks, laced with authority. Eldest brother, you're awake. That's wonderful. Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming's eyes lit up as they hurried forward. Actually, I was awake earlier, just feeling a bit dazed, Pei Xiaoming briefly explained, then squinted at Pei Xiaoming. Did you hear what your elder brother said? Regardless of the circumstances, she is the wife of your elder brother, and you must refrain from calling her by her maiden name. It is improper. Oh, I understand, eldest brother. I will call her sister-in-law from now on. Is that acceptable? Pei Xiaoming had intended to explain that it slipped out, but upon seeing his elder brother's gaze, he humbly admitted his mistake. Pei Xiaoling nodded in satisfaction. Since his rebirth, he had noticed significant changes in his little wife. She appeared timid like a small rabbit, yet her inner strength was formidable. The missing official had likely met his demise at her hands. As for the reason behind her actions, he was well aware of the official's character. His little wife must have reached a breaking point, or perhaps the other party inadvertently uncovered her secret. Pei Xiaoling closed his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi had finally perfected the chicken soup. She carefully retrieved the roasted sweet potatoes from the fire and rummaged through the officer's bag to extract a large basin. After cleansing it, she ladled chicken soup into the basin. Next, she busied herself with tidying up the large iron pot, the remaining firewood, and the campfire, to prevent any potential fire hazards in her absence. With roasted sweet potatoes in hand and the basin of chicken soup before her, she made her way slowly to the main hall of the dilapidated temple, where the Pei family's residence was situated. The aroma was delightful. Among the prisoners, some could not resist swallowing their saliva. Qiao Qiqi paid them no mind. They had already consumed the wild vegetable porridge, while her group awaited sustenance. Moreover, 2 injured individuals in their midst required nourishment. Upon seeing her approach with the basin, Pei Xiaoan hurried forward to assist. "Sister-in-law, allow me." To her surprise, he referred to her as sister-in-law. It was the first time in 2 days she had heard them call her that. Qiao Qiqi readily handed the basin to him, and then retrieved the roasted sweet potatoes from her bosom to share with everyone. "Sister-in-law, my elder brother has awakened. I shall serve him a bowl as well." Beside them, Pei Xiaoming busied himself extracting a battered bowl from Pei Mu's bundle, preparing to partake in a meal. "Ah, your elder brother has awoken? How is he? Has he slipped back into unconsciousness, has he?" Qiao Qiqi inquired eagerly. No wonder the 2 brothers had taken to calling her sister-in-law today. It was because their elder brother had regained consciousness. Splendid news. She had matters to discuss with him. Previously, she had refrained from speaking up, as he had not been awake for long before lapsing back into slumber. "Yes, he has been awake for a while. He seems to be in good spirits today," Pei Xiaoming replied with a gentle nod. "And how is Shuer? Has she awakened?" Qiao Qiqi turned her gaze to the little girl cradled in Pei Mu's arms. The small head nestled against Pei Mu stirred slightly, revealing a pair of large, dark eyes gazing up at her. "Ah, you are awake. That is wonderful. Have some chicken soup to regain your strength. May your wounds heal swiftly." With that, Qiao Qiqi seated herself and extracted her battered bowl from her bundle. Pei Xiaoming deftly took it and filled it generously with chicken meat. A warmth spread through Qiao Qiqi's heart. Previously, Pei Xiaoming had appeared to dislike her, yet now he seemed as though they were family. Moreover, Pei Xiaoan had stood up to protect her when Pei family's second uncle attempted to search her belongings. Her efforts had not been in vain. However, with such a bounty of chicken meat, there were no chopsticks available. Observing that they were all eating with their hands, she decided not to be particular. Imitating them, she pinched a piece and brought it to her mouth, savoring the delightful flavor. As for Pei Xiaoling, who lay on the wooden plank, she intended to feed him later and discuss certain matters with him. Just as the Pei family was happily enjoying their chicken soup, an unwelcome voice broke the tranquility. "I say, sister-in-law, our mother is still here. Are you all simply going to indulge yourselves?" The voice belonged to Pei family's second aunt, who rolled her eyes and swallowed hard. Soon after, Pei family's third aunt chimed in. "Indeed, your household has caused us to be exiled. Now that there is something delicious, you hoard it all for yourselves." Qiao Qiqi paused her meal and looked up at them. The second and third branches of the Pei family sat together, whispering and pointing at Pei mother with unseemly remarks. A tinge of guilt colored Pei mother's face as she glanced at Qiao Qiqi and then at the bowl of soup left in the basin. With a troubled expression, she said, "Sister-in-law, mother, you see you have all eaten. This remaining bowl is for Xiaoling." In a swift motion, Qiao Qiqi tucked her portion of chicken into her sleeve and retrieved a battered bowl from her bundle, pouring the leftover soup into it. "Look how filial your daughter-in-law is. She even knows to bring us some. Unlike you." Pei family's second aunt, mistakenly believing Qiao Qiqi was serving them, proclaimed with pride. Yet, Qiao Qiqi did not spare her glance and directly sat beside Pei Xiaoling, gently calling out to him, "Shitsi, it's time to drink some chicken soup." Pei Xiaoling slowly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up. Qiao Qiqi quickly freed one hand to assist him, saying, "Your tailbone might be injured. Let me help you sit up." The second aunt of the Pei family, realizing the soup was not meant for them, hastily attempted to snatch it away. At that moment, Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming had rapidly finished their portions, blocking the way to Qiao Chi and preventing the second aunt from advancing. Step aside, you unfilial children. How can you not offer a bit of chicken soup to your own grandmother? How disgraceful. The second aunt scolded them vehemently. What grandmother? She's merely a stepmother. If it weren't for her, our own grandmother would not have perished. Why should we honor someone who caused our true grandmother's death? Pei Xiaoming retorted indignantly. You speak nonsense. Pei Matriarch could no longer remain silent. Chastising Pei Mother, eldest branch, how can you stand by while your son humiliates me? Pei Mother could only murmur. Xiaoming. Then she looked at the half-bowl of chicken soup remaining. Mother, if you do not mind, I still have this half-bowl. I do not mind. Mother does not mind. The second aunt, blocked by the two brothers, quickly turned to seize the half-bowl of soup from Pei Mother's hands. Mother, hurry and drink it. Do not give it to them. Pei Xiaoan urged anxiously. Throughout their journey, the second and third branches of the Pei family had been pointing and cursing at them, questioning why they should share with them. Just as the second aunt was about to snatch the soup, a figure dashed in, seizing the battered bowl from Pei Mother's hands and drinking it all in one gulp. How fragrant, truly delightful, the individual exclaimed, licking the remnants from a bowl. You are that wastrel from the Zhao family. The second aunt finally realized it was one of the exiled Zhao family members who had taken the soup she so eagerly anticipated. You scoundrel! Why do you have to steal from the Pei family? Give it back, give it back. The second aunt was furious. The soup she had finally obtained was consumed so easily. Like a shrew, she clawed and bit at the eldest son of the Zhao family. Yet, adorned with bracelets and anklets, he could not fend her off. Were you? How dare you strike my son? I shall fight you. Madame Zhao could scarcely tolerate the sight of her son being seized and bitten by others. Grabbing her daughter-in-law, she was ready to confront the second aunt of the Pei family. Mother, the child is still burning with fever, protested the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family, cradling a few-month-old infant in her arms. Realizing the situation, Madame Zhao had no choice but to step forward alone and grapple with the second aunt of the Pei family. What is happening? What is happening? The officers nearby, hearing the commotion, turned their heads and loudly reprimanded. Have you all eaten well and now have the strength to fight? Starting tomorrow, you shall have but one meal a day. With that, they turned back to their evening meal, leaving the two combatants momentarily dumbfounded. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you hitting my son, we wouldn't be deprived of a meal. Fueled by anger, Madame Zhao picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the second aunt of the Pei family. Just then, a loud bang echoed as Qiao Chi, who was feeding Pei Xiaoling with a broken bowl, turned her head in alarm. Instantly, a woman screamed that someone had been killed, prompting the officers' shouts and the frightened cries of children, creating chaos in the dilapidated temple. Qiao Chi glanced back, but chose not to intervene. This was not the moment for idle curiosity. Amidst the turmoil, she intended to discuss matters with the young Master Pei. Carefully setting the bowl aside, she gently laid him back on the wooden plank. Pei Xiaoling, not wishing to frighten her, closed his eyes to rest. Lately, he had spent most of his time cultivating his inner strength. Though his wounds were beginning to heal, he still lacked sensation in his lower body. Young Master Pei. Qiao Chi pondered how to phrase her thoughts. Husband. Suddenly, a deep and melodious voice resonated beside her. Huh? Qiao Chi looked up in confusion. I mean, you may call me husband. We are married. No need for formality, Pei Xiaoling said with a hint of amusement in his slender, almond-shaped eyes, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he observed her anxious demeanor. Husband, I wish to discuss something with you. Qiao Chi dared not meet his gaze. She was inexplicably overwhelmed by a regal aura that emanated from him when his eyes opened, leaving her breathless. Speak freely. Do not fear. I shall not devour you, Pei Xiaoling softly encouraged, glancing at the commotion in the distance. Well, I would like to request something from you once we reach the bitter cold lands, if that is agreeable. Qiao Chi murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Her head bowed in trepidation. What is it? Pei Xiaoling asked, frowning slightly. At that moment, he had nothing to offer her. Summoning her courage, Qiao Chi lifted her head, her round, glistening eyes fixed on him. Or perhaps I should say, I wish to propose a deal. She blurted out, quickly lowering her gaze once more. Oh my! His presence was truly intimidating. Logically, he had not yet descended into darkness. Previously, he had merely been a prince serving in the Imperial Guards. Why did he exude such an overwhelming aura? Qiao Qiqi was utterly perplexed. Pei Xiaoling looked at her head with a hint of amusement and softly inquired, "What transaction? Please, go on." Just as Qiao Qiqi was about to express her thoughts, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A severed head suddenly flew in front of her, its lifeless eyes wide open, staring at her. "Oh!" Qiao Qiqi gasped in shock. Pei Xiaoling quickly reached out to swat the head away. "Are you all right? Did I frighten you?" he asked. "Oh, your hands can move?" Qiao Qiqi, momentarily distracted by his agility, forgot about the head. Pei Xiaoling withdrew his hand, remaining silent. "You can move your hands, yet you still expect me to feed you?" Qiao Qiqi felt a surge of indignation. "I never claimed my hands couldn't move." Pei Xiaoling's low voice, tinged with a barely perceptible amusement, responded. "Well, it seems you never stated otherwise," Qiao Qiqi conceded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It dawned on her that he had been lying quietly on the wooden plank, and she had simply assumed he required feeding. Blushing slightly, she added, "Thank you for earlier." Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming, who had their backs turned to Qiao Qiqi, were also startled by the sudden appearance of the head. They instinctively recoiled, causing the head to land before her. Upon hearing her scream, they finally reacted and turned around, only to find her whispering with their older brother, her face flushed. With bemusement, they turned back to scrutinize the situation within the dilapidated temple. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the head that Pei Xiaoling had swatted away. It seemed to belong to Madame Zhao of the Zhao family. She then turned her gaze back to the temple, where two individuals now lay lifeless. One was the second aunt of the Pei family, while the other was the headless body of Zhao. The chief constable, brandishing a bloodied saber, surveyed the crowd within the temple. "Madame Zhao has met her end, justly so. Should anyone else dare to incite trouble, they shall meet a similar fate." Chapter 13. The attack of the men in black. At that moment, the entire temple fell into an eerie silence. The chief constable, having just committed murder, appeared as a harbinger of death in the eyes of the gathered crowd. They held their breath, even the crying children silenced by fear of incurring his wrath. Perhaps some among them had blood on their hands or had recently been startled. The chief constable's imposing figure did not terrify Qiao Qiqi. However, out of respect, she refrained from continuing her conversation with Pei Xiaoling. Instead, she feigned trembling with the rest of the crowd, her mind racing with thoughts of how to broach the subject of requesting a divorce from Peida at a later time. Just as she had summoned the courage to speak, the flying head interrupted her. The chief constable then glared at the Zhao family. "You instigated this affair. Your family shall be punished with 2 days of starvation. Anyone else who dares to cause trouble shall face the same consequence." He then commanded the other constables to remove the 2 corpses from the temple to clear the scene. "Settle down and refrain from further disturbances. Young lady of the Pei family, please assist us by washing the dishes." Seeing that the crowd had quieted, the chief constable softened his tone as he addressed Qiao Qiqi. "Very well." Qiao Qiqi nodded and rose to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks of a dozen or so officers, making her way to the back courtyard. Perhaps due to her commendable behavior over the past few days, no one was guarding her anymore. After washing the dishes, she returned the items to the officer's satchel and slowly made her way back to the dilapidated temple's main hall. The corpse had been removed, but 2 pools of blood still stained the floor, an unsettling sight. Upon returning to Pei Xiaoling's side, she found him with his eyes closed and breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, it's best to leave the matter of separation for another time. Given tonight's events, it would indeed be inappropriate to broach the subject. Xiaoan, Xiaoming, help me turn him over. Do we still have any herbs? Please reapply them for me." Just as Qiao Qiqi intended to lean against the wall for a moment of rest, she heard Pei Xiaoling's deep, melodious voice. She opened her eyes and assisted the 2 brothers in turning Pei Xiaoling, who preferred to lie down to avoid revealing the state of his back, which was in disarray. "Herbs? It seems Shuer used them all today." Pei Xiaoan frowned at Qiao Qiqi. "Sister-in-law, do you have any left?" "Yes, right away." Qiao Qiqi pretended to retrieve something from her sleeve, but actually pulled out a bottle of iodine and cotton swabs from a nearby pharmacy. tearing off the packaging as she handed them to him. She then found a packet of external powder medicine, tearing off its wrapping. This was an external ointment. After Pei Xiaoan received it, she turned her head and feigned sleep. In the dead of night, everyone was deep in slumber. The only sounds in the dilapidated temple were the crackling of the campfire and the occasional snoring of the officers. Outside, the distant chirping of crickets could be heard. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves approached, the rhythmic clatter growing closer. Jolted awake, Qiao Qiqi glanced towards the door. She inadvertently observed Pei Shaoling, who was also awake, his deep, alluring eyes open, furrowed brows listening intently to the commotion outside. The hoofbeats ceased, and a cacophony of panic cries from fleeing refugees echoed from beyond. The officers, alerted by the commotion, stirred awake, a dozen of them gripping their swords, watching the temple entrance warily. In mere moments, 4 or 5 masked figures in black burst into the main hall, wielding bloodied sabers. The officers confronted them, swords drawn. The head officer bellowed, "Who are you?" "We are officers tasked with escorting prisoners to the desolate lands. Retreat at once." Escorting prisoners? Is this the same group that departed from the capital 7 days ago? The leader of the masked men inquired in a gravelly voice. Indeed, it is precisely the same group. The head officer replied, confusion etched on his face. "What is your business here?" "That's right. We are here on a mission to eliminate the remnants. Kindly hand over the Pei family." The leader of the masked men locked onto his target, pointing directly at Pei Shaoling. Qiao Qiqi's heart sank. This is bad. These individuals are after young Master Pei. I'm afraid we cannot hand over these prisoners, as we are under orders to escort them. Besides, we are many in number. You should leave. The chief constable seemed reluctant to provoke a conflict, perhaps attempting to persuade the opposing party to withdraw. How about this? Why not hand over the members of the Pei family to us? After all, it is quite normal for a few to perish on the way to exile. The leader of the black-clad men began to haggle with the constables. "Brother, if we surrender the Pei family's young lady to them, who will cook for us?" Observing the chief constable contemplating the suggestion, the second constable hurried forward, exuding righteousness. "Chief, we should just fight them." After a moment of reflection, the chief constable addressed the black-clad man. "I regret to inform you that we will certainly not hand over the individuals to you. You should leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame us for our merciless blades." Seeing that his demand was rebuffed, the leader of the black-clad men shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, attack. Kill them all. It is better to mistakenly kill than to leave any alive." At this command, chaos erupted within the dilapidated temple. Those who had been merely spectators sprang to their feet in panic, rushing towards the back courtyard. "Xiaonan, Shaoling, carry your elder brother. These black-clad men are after us. We must retreat to the back courtyard." As the constables and the black-clad men clashed, Qiao Qiqi quickly rallied everyone. She herself took on the burden of the injured Pei Shuer, unable to walk. "Quickly, let us move." Pei Mother, in a state of shock, echoed her words. Thus, a large group of people fled in disarray towards the side door of the back courtyard. The chief constable glanced back and instructed his second-in-command, Old Two, "Take a few brothers and lead the prisoners to safety. We will hold the line here." "Chief, you." The second constable, slightly taken aback, shook his head. "No, you take them. I will hold this position. Obey. My skills are the strongest here. I will be fine. You take them away." As he spoke, he valiantly struck down a masked assailant. "All right, take care of yourself." With that, the second constable led a few officers toward the back courtyard. Beyond the courtyard lay the mountains. A multitude of individuals, gripped by panic, fled into the woods. Perhaps driven by instinct for survival, the male prisoners, despite their shackles, ran with surprising speed, leaving behind only the elderly, the weak, and women and children. The mountain path was rugged and obscured by darkness, complicating their flight. Qiao Qiqi contemplated retrieving a flashlight from the supermarket, but hesitated, fearing suspicion if she could not articulate her presence. She resolved to adapt to the darkness, carrying Pei Shuer while supporting Pei Mother as they struggled onward. Chapter 14. The plunge into the abyss not far behind. The sounds of battle echoed ominously. Clearly, The chief constable was not engaging in a relentless fight with the black-clad men, but was instead retreating while fending off their attacks. The tumultuous throng in the forest startled the resting birds in the treetops, causing them to emit discordant cries. As the sounds of conflict drew nearer, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Qiao Qiqi's forehead. At that moment, Pei Xiaoling, who was carrying Pei Xiaoming, slipped, losing his footing entirely. "Oh no, it's a cliff!" Pei Xiaoan shouted a warning, only to tumble down himself. As Qiao Qiqi and Mother Pei, closely following behind, heard the sounds. They wished to halt their steps, but it was already too late. The few of them tumbled down together. Resigned, Qiao Qiqi shut her eyes, desperately trying to grasp on a Mother Pei and Pei Shuer as they fell. Alas, a valiant effort met with an untimely demise. Oh well, let's see if we can return. Just before losing consciousness, her mind could only find solace in such thoughts. In a daze, she seemed to hear the sound of dripping water. When she opened her eyes, a wave of pain surged through her body, her head buzzing with discomfort. All around her was darkness, the ground beneath strewn with sharp stones, jabbing painfully into her. Taking a gentle breath, a thought crossed her mind, and a flashlight materialized in her hand. Not far off lay the still unconscious Mother Pei and Pei Shuer. Qiao Qiqi shone the flashlight from side to side, revealing that beneath the cliff was, in fact, a small river. Fortunately, it was this river that spared her life. "Mother, little sister, please wake up." Qiao Qiqi struggled to rise and approach the two. Noticing their stillness, she hurriedly checked for breath at their nostrils. They were alive. Qiao Qiqi let out a sigh of relief. Observing that their lower bodies remained submerged in the water, she exerted herself to drag them onto the bank. Then, she set out to find the three Pei brothers. Indeed, not far away, she discovered the three of them, unconscious. With great effort, Qiao Qiqi gathered them together and searched nearby for dry twigs. Using her lighter, she ignited a flame. By this time, dawn was breaking. She wondered if the officials would come searching for them. At that moment, while toasting her spare clothing, Qiao Qiqi heard a noise behind her. Turning around, she found Pei Xiaoling gazing intently at her. Under the scrutiny of such a handsome man, Qiao Qiqi felt her cheeks flush. She then quietly inquired, "You're awake? How do you feel? Did you hurt yourself in the fall?" To her surprise, the first to awaken among them was the injured Pei Shitzi. "I currently have no sensation in my body. Would you care to assist me in examining myself?" Pei Xiaoling's voice carried a hint of amusement. He had realized that regardless of whether this woman had been replaced, if she intended harm against the Pei family, this moment would be the perfect opportunity. Yet, she made no move against him. In the flickering firelight, her gaze remained so clear. That was sufficient. Qiao Qiqi, upon hearing his words, hastily shook her head. What a joke. She dared not. This man was destined to be the regent, second only to the emperor. She could not afford to act recklessly. "Are you hungry? Would you like me to get you something to eat?" Qiao Qiqi asked softly. "No, how are my mother and siblings?" Pei Xiaoling inquired gently, glancing at the others nearby. "They should be fine. When we fell, the small river cushioned our descent. They merely inhaled some water," Qiao Qiqi explained in a hushed tone. She had already checked. There were no significant issues. "Well, that's good. You mentioned wanting to make a deal with me? What kind of deal?" Pei Xiaoling asked softly, careful not to startle her. Qiao Qiqi was taken aback by his sudden question and softly replied, "Yes, that's the case." She took a gentle breath, summoning her courage to say, "I intend to propose a deal. I will protect you and your family to a desolate land, and in return, you will grant me a divorce decree. Is that acceptable?" After uttering these words, she quickly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The formidable aura emanating from him rendered her unable to look directly at him. Silence, an interminable silence, enveloped the space between them. After a considerable wait, Pei Xiaoling remained unresponsive, prompting Qiao Qiqi to cautiously lift her eyes. As she did, she found him staring intently at her, his deep, almond-shaped eyes betraying an inexplicable emotion. Feeling uneasy under his penetrating gaze, Qiao Qiqi whispered, "Why are you silent? Are you afraid of me?" At last, Pei Xiaoling withdrew his fervent gaze, tempering his imposing presence, and softly inquired, Why do you seek a divorce decree? Because you will become the future antagonist, entangled in a web of grievances with the female protagonist of this narrative. Of course, Qiao Qiqi dared not voice this thought. Instead, she murmured, I just feel that you will inevitably return in the future, and I will surely become a burden. She wondered if this rationale would persuade him. Moreover, their union was one of a forced marriage devoid of affection. It would be better for them both to embrace freedom. Finally, Qiao Qiqi expressed her inner thoughts. In the future, you will undoubtedly encounter someone you love, and it would be more dignified for me to initiate the separation. I, Pei Shaoling, will only lose my wife. I will not divorce. His tone bore a hint of anger, and after finishing his statement, he closed his eyes. What? No divorce? Why? Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. Lose my wife? I have no intention of dying. I still wish to find a handsome man after the divorce and lead a simple life, running a small restaurant. Qiao Qiqi, what are you saying? I am not dead yet. You will not seek another man. The fierce voice that reached her ears startled her. It was then that she realized she had inadvertently revealed her true feelings. Embarrassment washed over her, and she blushed as she looked at him. Pei Shitzi, there are no feelings between us, truly none. There is no need to force a union. Besides, how can you be certain of future events when I do not know them myself? Pei Shaoling, eyes still closed, appeared weary as he replied, I am tired. Please do not bring up this topic again in my presence. You, Qiao Qiqi, have married me, so do not entertain thoughts of divorce. With a tearful expression, Qiao Qiqi implored, Pei Shitzi, would you reconsider? Pei Shaoling remained silent, unwilling to engage with her. At this moment, her fear had diminished considerably, and she desired to continue conversing with him. For the sake of her future happiness, she could not afford to give up. Where is this? The Hall of Yama? Just as Qiao Qiqi was about to speak further, she heard a noise nearby. Turning around, she saw that Pei Xiaoming had awakened. This is not the Hall of Yama. We are currently beneath a cliff. As we plummeted off the cliff, we landed in the water, Zhou Qiqi lamented. Chapter 15. The officials arrive. Pei Xiaoming stroked his head, surveying his surroundings. It is good that you are awake. Keep an eye out while I fetch some food, he said, noticing the dawn gradually breaking and feeling a twinge of hunger himself. Why not take this opportunity to treat herself to a meal? Without waiting for Pei Xiaoming's agreement, she headed towards the woods beside the riverbank. Pei Xiaoming, lying on the ground, Pei Xiaoling opened his elongated peach blossom eyes to look at his younger brother. The officials will surely come looking for us soon. Wake up Xiaoan and the others. He quietly imparted some instructions to him. After hearing his elder brother's directives, Pei Xiaoming's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, is this truly the kind of elder brother you are? He had never imagined that his usually refined and composed brother had such a hidden side. Does father know about this? Pei Xiaoming asked cautiously. Pei Xiaoling rolled his eyes in exasperation. I merely cultivated a bit of my own influence in private. Why such a reaction? Brother, what do you mean by a bit? That's... Pei Xiaoming, startled, gradually lowered his voice under his brother's watchful gaze. All right, I shall find a way. Pei Xiaoling finally nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, he had been in a semi-conscious state during his exile, fully aware of the events transpiring around him, yet unable to open his eyes. He had helplessly witnessed the demise of his family members one by one. Now, having awakened early, he understood that certain matters needed to be addressed sooner rather than later. Beside him, Pei Xiaoming began calling out for their mother and his elder brother and younger sister. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiqi, upon entering the forest, stepped directly into her supermarket. After 2 or 3 days, she discovered that everything in her space remained frozen in time, retaining its original state. She procured a freshly slaughtered rabbit from a meat section and gathered some fruits before exiting the space. Upon returning to the riverbank, the Pei family had all awoken and were engaged in conversation. Qiqi, you're back. Have you prepared the rabbit? How did you do it? Pei's mother asked, puzzled, as Zhou Qiqi handed her the fruits and then found a clean twig to skewer the rabbit. Are you going to roast the rabbit? Yes. I just found a dagger in the bamboo grove and dealt with the rabbit right there, Zhou Qiqi replied, anticipating their questions, as she produced a fruit knife from her sleeve. Pei Xiaoling, leaning against Pei Xiaoan, squinted at the dagger in her hand. Since you found it, Keep it safe and ensure the officials do not discover it. Yes, I know, Zhou Qiqi responded, avoiding his gaze. The negotiations had not gone as planned, and she was still holding her breath. Observing the slightly puffed expression on Zhou Qiqi's round face, Pei Xiaoling's lips curled into a faint smile. Zhou Qiqi had often roasted meat during her culinary live streams. Soon, the fragrant roasted rabbit meat was ready. She gently tore off a hind leg from the rabbit and handed the rest to Pei Xiaolan. You all divide it among yourselves. We must act swiftly, for the officials are likely to arrive soon. However, it was not certain they would come. After all, they likely suffered considerable losses last night and might assume we are already dead. Pei Xiaolan pondered for a moment before speaking. Is that so? Could we perhaps masquerade as refugees and find a place to settle temporarily? Qiao Qiqi's eyes lit up as she whispered, Really? It is quite difficult. The shackles and chains on Xiaoming and me are quite conspicuous, revealing our identities as exiled fugitives to anyone who glances our way. Pei Xiaolan replied, shaking his head. But what if I could devise a way to unlock these shackles? Qiao Qiqi produced a slender wire from her sleeve, determined to use it to free them from their bindings. Her uncle, a locksmith, had once taught her the art of opening locks with a wire. Just as she was about to act, the voices of the officials echoed nearby, filling her with disappointment as she hurriedly concealed the wire and dagger. Pei's mother and the others hastily packed away the unfinished roasted rabbit and washed their hands in the stream. By the time the officials arrived, all that remained before them was a pile of extinguished ashes from the fire. Ah, your entire family is gathered here. Do not scatter. We need to search for the Su family, the chief official said, looking quite flustered, with one arm bound in a blood-stained cloth. He ordered an officer to guard them while he led others forward in search. Sir, what transpired last night? Did those men in black perish? Qiao Qiqi inquired of the officer who remained behind. Our leader displayed remarkable bravery. He ambushed the 4 or 5 men in black as they entered the forest and managed to slay them. However, we lost 2 or 3 brothers to those black-clad foes. The officer, perhaps feeling a sense of camaraderie due to Qiao Qiqi's cooking, provided an honest account, suggesting that the men in black had been targeting the Pei family. He glanced at Pei Xiaoling, who feigned unconsciousness, and fell silent. Mother, I shall search for a plank. If I cannot find one, we will have to carry the young master on our backs, Qiao Qiqi declared as she rose to search nearby for the plank. Soon, she discovered several scatter planks, but they had fallen into the riverbank and were no longer usable. With a sense of resignation, she returned to her companions, realizing they would have to devise another plan once they reached the town ahead. As for cutting wood for planks, Qiao Qiqi admitted her lack of ability and skill, and she dared not retrieve anything from her spatial storage in front of the officials. Very well, then my brother and I shall take turns carrying the elder brother, Pei Xiaolan said, nodding gently. At that moment, the chief official returned with his men. Leader, what news? Have you found anyone? The officer guarding Qiao Qiqi asked eagerly upon seeing the chief. There's a corpse over there, likely that of the Su family's daughter-in-law. We did not spot anyone else, but there are signs on the ground indicating they fled. The chief constable, his face stern, commanded that upon reaching the nearby town, they should dispatch someone to locate the county office and issue a warrant for capture. Yes, chief. The officers responded in unison. My lord, ventured Qiao Qiqi, summoning her courage to approach him. Might it be possible to remove the shackles from my 2 uncles? My husband has been in a coma, and the wooden board has broken. She gazed at the chief with a pitiful expression. Rest assured, we would never flee. Look at our family, old, weak, ill, and disabled. Could you perhaps show us some leniency? Chapter 16. Return to the ruined temple. The chief constable scrutinized the Pei family, but remained silent. How about this, my lord? Once we reach the town, we could bring them back. It would only take 2 or 3 days. Seeing his hesitation, Qiao Qiqi reassured him. By then, I will find a way to procure a new board for them. What do you think? The second constable, observing the exchange, chimed in, Chief, I believe that would be acceptable. In this desolate wilderness, no one would know. If they truly wished to escape, they would have done so already, like the Su family, instead of waiting for us to find them. The chief finally nodded slightly. Very well. We shall wait until we reach the town to place them in restraints. Subsequently, the constables moved forward to remove the bindings from the 2 brothers of the Pei family. Pei Xiaoan laboriously carried Pei Xiaoling on his back, while Pei Xiaoming lifted his younger sister, Pei Shu'er. Xiaoming, let me carry our sister, Qiao Qi quickly interjected. It's all right, sister-in-law. Shu'er is light. You just support mother. Pei Xiaoming replied, shaking his head to indicate he could manage. With that, the chief constable led the group back. It turned out that behind the mountains was a narrow stone path leading directly to a stream at the foot of the hill. After a breathless climb, Qiao Qi wiped the sweat from her brow. Soon, they beheld the decrepit temple. To her astonishment, Qiao Qi discovered that the Zhao family, along with the second and third branches of the Pei family, were all present in the temple. Aside from the second aunt of the Pei family and the mistress of the Zhao family, who had perished in last night's quarrel over half a bowl of chicken soup, everyone else was accounted for. It seemed that amidst the chaos of the previous night, they had not ventured into the forest, but instead sought refuge elsewhere, Qiao Qi surmised. Young lady of the Pei family, do you not possess knowledge of medicinal herbs? Please gather some, for the chief's arm continues to bleed, the second constable remarked, glancing at the chief's injury. Very well, I shall also gather some wild vegetables. The gentleman must be weary and hungry after a night of labor, Qiao Qi replied, gently nodding before making her way towards the forest behind the temple. As she entered the woods, she was startled by the sight of a body clad in black. Initially, she intended to circumvent it, but upon a moment's contemplation, she halted. She began to search the corpse. Before long, she discovered a token, some loose silver, and a few banknotes. The act of searching a corpse was something one would typically witness only in dramas. Qiao Qi never imagined she would find herself in such a scenario. However, upon her arrival in this narrative, she had found herself destitute, with the sole aim of reaching the town to seek a physician for the young Master Pei. She no longer cared about many things. In times of despair, one often discovers an abundance of courage. At this moment, Qiao Qi, for the sake of her future, found herself emboldened. Subsequently, she gathered wild vegetables, mushrooms, and herbs while searching for the bodies of several cloaked figures. Before long, she had acquired a considerable amount of silver coins and banknotes. After placing these treasures into her space, she returned to the decrepit temple with the herbs. Upon handing the herbs to the second constable, she busied herself in the backyard preparing a porridge of wild vegetables, casually tossing a few sweet potatoes into the fire. By the time dawn broke, her porridge was ready. Unbound, Pei Xiaoming sat quietly in the main hall, lost in thought. Pei's mother gently leaned against Pei Xiaoan, cradling the sleeping Pei Shu'er. Pei's uncle cast a jealous glance at his heavy shackles and chains, then looked at the unrestrained hands and feet of the Pei brothers. He contemplated confronting the constables, but recalled Madame Zhao's headless corpse, ultimately refraining from voicing his thoughts. Meanwhile, the Zhao family cowered in the corner of the dilapidated temple, too frightened to lift their heads. When the two constables brought in the wild vegetable porridge, everyone except the Pei family took out their bowls. They had previously agreed that the constables would not concern themselves with their meals, and having already eaten in the morning, they merely cast a glance. At this moment, Qiao Qi distributed the sweet potatoes among the crowd. Mother, I want to eat sweet potatoes. I don't want porridge. A child's voice from the third room of the Pei family broke the air, drawn by the aroma of the sweet potatoes. The constables, sipping their porridge, turned to look towards the third room of the Pei family. Alarmed, Pei's third uncle quickly covered his son's mouth, fearing the wrath of the constables. Pei's mother glanced at the sweet potatoes in her hand, eager to offer them. Mother, what are you doing? If you're not hungry, save them for the road. Qiao Qi quickly interjected, sensing her intent. However, the soft-hearted Pei mother gazed at the child with compassion. Qi, we must understand that once you give, there will be endless demands. If you share today, we may have to share our food in the future. They have rations provided by the constables. We can only eat what we have. You need to think this through. Qiao Qi looked at Pei's mother with a slightly cold expression. She was willing to support the Pei family, to shoulder the burden of providing for them, but that did not imply she was obligated to support all their relatives. Moreover, the relationships between the Pei family's main branch and the other two branches were far from harmonious. The glances exchanged were indicative of difficult personalities, and she had no desire to nurture ungrateful individuals. Indeed, mother. My sister-in-law makes a valid point. If you're not hungry, you should set them aside. Our current food is sourced by my sister-in-law. We must not dishearten her. Pei Xiaoan supported Qiao Qiqi from the side. In the past, at the Marquis's residence, the second and third branches had schemed to attain the Marquisate, employing many and scrupulous methods. Yet, their mother, who was as naive as a bun, never seemed to learn her lesson. Pei Xiaoan privately speculated that the recent unforeseen troubles at the Ho residence must be closely connected to the second and third branches of the family. Pei Mu cast a glance at the cold-faced Qiao Qiqi and then at the distant third branch, extinguishing her intention to offer them sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, the members of the second and third branches, eyeing the sweet potatoes in her hands and inhaling the tantalizing aroma, swallowed hard. Observing Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoan blocking Pei Mu, they cursed the two in their hearts. However, due to the incident involving a bowl of chicken soup the previous night, they dare not act. Instead, they could only glare fiercely at Qiao Qiqi and her companions. Had her glances possessed lethal power, Qiao Qiqi would likely have been torn to shreds by now. Unfazed by their thoughts, Qiao Qiqi believed it was her prerogative to decide who could partake of her food. Although the resources in her supermarket were inexhaustible, she simply did not wish to support an unwarranted multitude. After all, kindness can breed resentment. Lying on the wooden plank, Pei Xiaoling wore a slight smile. This young girl, though seemingly timid, exhibited a spirited character that intrigued him. Chapter 17. A Fright at the Post Station, Part 1. After finishing breakfast, the group resumed their journey. Following 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at the post station outside Taiping town by evening. This post station was their first since departing from the capital, located 10 miles outside Taiping town. The desolate land they were exiled to lay to the north of the capital, with only 3 post stations along the route. Thus, the leading officer planned to stay here for a day to replenish their supplies. Before entering the post station, the shackles on the Pei brothers were reattached. Perhaps due to the scarcity of people exiled to the north, this post station appeared particularly desolate. Upon seeing the leading officer escorting the exiles, the station master welcomed them warmly. He personally ushered in the dozen or so officers and instructed the attendants to serve them fine food and drink. The leading officer seemed quite familiar with the station master, and the two entered the main hall of the post station with amiable expressions. As for Qiao Qiqi and her companions, they were assigned to the large dormitory in the east wing. The group of more than 30 was given 4 dormitory rooms. Thus, in Qiao Qiqi's room, aside from the 6 members of the Pei family's main branch, there were also 2 daughters from the second branch, cousins of the 3 brothers from the third branch. Noticing their timid demeanor, Qiao Qiqi could only feel resigned. Adults, do I still need to cook for them tonight? She asked hurriedly as the escorting officers headed towards the main hall. This morning, Qiao Qiqi had noticed that the officers' provisions were scant, barely enough for a few people. You need not cook tonight. There are no supplies left. We'll wait for the leader to purchase more in Taiping town tomorrow, replied the officer after a moment's thought. As for Qiao Qiqi, they had already agreed not to draw from the provisions. May I accompany you to the town tomorrow? Qiao Qiqi inquired, hoping to find a doctor for Pei Xiaoling and, ideally, purchase a cart. I'm not in a position to decide this. You may inquire with the master tomorrow. The official shook his head gently and turned to leave. Sister-in-law, is there anything to eat? I'm quite hungry. After a long day of travel, Pei Xiaoming's legs trembled with fatigue. Qiao Qiqi pondered for a moment, feigning to retrieve several raw, earthy sweet potatoes from her bundle and looked at him. Here's some raw ones, but they are indigestible. It would be best to roast them over a fire first, she remarked, raising the sweet potatoes in her hand. Shall I go fetch some firewood? Pei Xiaoming's eyes sparkled at the prospect of food. He dragged his shackles, preparing to step outside. Isn't it inconvenient for you? Perhaps I should go instead? Qiao Qiqi observed his heavy shackles and frowned slightly. Wife, let him go. You should rest, Pei Xiaoling interjected suddenly. His voice, though soft, startled Qiao Qiqi. Perhaps due to the shadow cast by Pei Da's methods against those people in the original story, or perhaps it was his formidable aura. Qiao Qiqi shrank her neck and fell silent. Pei Xiaoling, noticing her timid demeanor, smiled gently. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoming exited the east wing and made his way to the wood shed behind the house. Upon reaching a secluded corner, he inscribed a unique symbol on the wall, a mark taught to him by his elder brother, which he had diligently practiced in his mind countless times. After completing the symbol, he turned to the woodshed and gathered some firewood before returning to the east wing. Shortly after his departure, a servant from the relay station approached. After scrutinizing the symbol, he wiped away the mark and stealthily departed from the station. Inside the east wing, Qiao Qiqi had already ignited a fire and tossed in 6 or 7 sweet potatoes. Pei's mother also retrieved half a rabbit hidden in her bundle and shared it among the group. The 2 illegitimate daughters of the Pei family's second household, drawn by the enticing aroma, could not help but swallow hard. Previously, while not favored as Pei Shu'er was in the Marquis's residence, the 2 sisters had lived without want. Suddenly faced with drastic changes, they endured bullying along the path of exile. The meager rations they had were further diminished as their legitimate mother seized portions to distribute to her legitimate children. At this moment, having not tasted meat for a long time, the 2 sisters timidly looked up at Pei's mother, their eyes glistening with tears, embodying a sense of helplessness. Pei's mother immediately felt a pang of compassion. "Qiqi, may I share some with them?" However, she did not act impulsively and first sought Qiao Qiqi's approval. Over the past few days, she had realized that it was thanks to Qiao Qiqi that they were able to have meat and sweet potatoes at all. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the 2 sisters, then at Pei's mother, and gently nodded. "Then let us share some with them tonight. Mother, our own provisions are limited," implying that Pei's mother should not be overly generous. They themselves were like clay statues crossing a river. How could they afford to take care of others? "Yes, I understand," Pei's mother replied with a smile, indicating she comprehended Qiao Qiqi's intent, and proceeded to tear the rabbit meat into small pieces to distribute among everyone. The 2 sisters, overwhelmed with joy, wept as they cautiously accepted the roasted rabbit meat from Mother Pei, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, sister-in-law." Qiao Qiqi cast a casual glance at the sisters, her eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. The novel did not provide a description of these 2 sisters. Yet Qiao Qiqi instinctively sensed that their plight was not as dire as they portrayed. Perhaps sensing her scrutiny, the sisters quickly lowered their heads. Nonetheless, in the shadows, an eerie glint flickered in their eyes. After finishing the roasted sweet potatoes, everyone lay down on the large communal bed and drifted into slumber. Qiao Qiqi found herself nestled between Pei Shaoling and Mother Pei, flanked by Pei Shu'er and the 2 concubine daughters from the second branch of the family. On the other side of Pei Shaoling were Pei Shaoan and Pei Xiaoming. Half awake, Qiao Qiqi felt a tug at the sleeve of Pei Shaoling's clothing. She opened her eyes to see a figure standing at the foot of the bed, holding something shimmering aloft. What in the world? Is this an attempt on my life? In a swift motion, Qiao Qiqi rolled over and hurled her pillow at the intruder. Then, with a flicker of thought, she summoned a long stick from a supermarket and began to strike wildly at the figure. The figure emitted a piercing scream, revealing itself to be a young woman, accompanied by the sharp clatter of a dropped dagger. Qiao Qiqi quickly deduced the identity of her assailant and continued her relentless assault. The commotion roused the others in the room. By the time Mother Pei managed to light a torch, Qiao Qiqi had already rendered the intruder unconscious on the floor. Illuminating the oil lamp on the table, the group finally recognized the identity of the fallen figure. To their astonishment, it was one of the concubine daughters from the second branch of the Pei family. Without hesitation, Qiao Qiqi seized the dagger from the ground and pressed it against the neck of the other cowering concubine daughter, demanding, "Why did you attempt to murder your elder cousin?" Chapter 18. A Fright at the Post Station, Part 2. The concubine daughter was stricken with terror, her face pale and her lips quivering. "Yuqin, tell me, why did Yujing seek to kill Shaoling? Speak." Mother Pei, cradling Pei Shu'er, asked the one named Yuqin, disbelief etched across her face. "You 2 sisters have not been treated poorly by your family at the Ho residence, have you? Your 3 elder cousins have treated you as kindly as they do Shu'er. Why would you wish to assassinate your elder cousin?" I do not know," Yuqin stammered, her eyes darting as she responded softly, feeling the dagger pressed against her throat. "Speak quickly," she attacked. "You must know the reason. If you do not speak, I shall not hesitate to end you." Qiao Qi's gaze was cold as she uttered these merciless words. Observing her demeanor, Pei Shaoling regarded her with a faint smile in his elongated, almond-shaped eyes. Indeed, she only appeared timid in his presence, yet in the face of adversity, she displayed no fear. Why, then, did she harbor trepidation towards him? Could it be that she, like him, had also been reborn? Pei Shaoling pondered quietly, his gaze fixed on Qiao Qi, who remained oblivious to the burgeoning interest that Pei had developed for her. She maintained her cold stare at the still terrified Yuqin. Noticing her silence, Qiao Qi pressed the blade closer to Yuqin's slender neck. A wave of pain accompanied by a damp sensation washed over Pei Yuqin, as she finally realized that this sister-in-law before her was indeed capable of killing her. Tears streamed down her face as she stammered, I will speak. Only then did Qiao Qi slightly withdraw the dagger, speaking in a calm tone. Go on. Yes, it was father who instructed us to find an opportunity to kill eldest brother. He said that once eldest brother is gone, we would no longer need to continue on this path, but could settle somewhere and wait to return to the capital later. Pei Yuqin whispered. He said it would be best if everyone in the main branch perished, so that we sisters could secure a bright future. Qiao Qi raised an eyebrow. A bright future? You have all been exiled. What kind of future can you possibly have? Indeed, their second uncle sought to annihilate the main branch. One could not help but wonder if he played a part in the exile of the Pingyuan Marquis household, for there was not a whisper of news to be heard. Beside them, Pei Shaoan regarded the unconscious Pei Yujing on the ground with a grave expression, coldly remarking, in the original memories of the Pei family, there was no information available. Perhaps this was due to her being exiled on the very day of her marriage? Yet, why did she have no recollection of events prior to the marriage? This was a perplexity that Qiao Qi had previously overlooked. At this moment, looking at Pei Yuqin, she recalled her own ignorance regarding the affairs of the Qiao family. The memories she had received were solely of events that transpired after the marriage. Noticing that Qiao Qi had suddenly fallen into deep thought, Pei Xiaoming bound Pei Yuqin and the still unconscious Pei Yujing together with rope and cast them into a corner of the room. Third brother, please spare me. I was wrong. Can you let us go? Pei Yuqin cried out, pleading for mercy, yet no one paid her any mind. Growing weary of her cries, Pei Xiaoming procured 2 rags from somewhere and stuffed them into their mouths. Extinguishing the light, everyone returned to their beds. Chi, what are you thinking about? Pei Mother gently inquired. I was just pondering my past. Why can't I remember anything? After some hesitation, Qiao Qi finally voiced her concern. One would think that the Marquis household had surely investigated her maternal family's background before marrying her. It is only natural that you cannot recall. Pei Mother unexpectedly responded with a look of understanding, as if she had always been aware. What? Qiao Qi gazed at her in confusion. In the past, you suffered from soul loss. You were missing a part of your soul. Your mother sought the divination of a master at Tianlong Temple, who proclaimed that you faced a calamity and that only by encountering the right person could you recover. Pei Mother took her hand and spoke softly. Then why would the Pingyuan Marquis household marry someone with soul loss? Just as Qiao Qi was about to seek clarity, she suddenly caught a whiff of an odd scent. Darkness engulfed her vision, and she fainted. As those around her succumbed to slumber, an insect-like sound emanated from the doorway. 3 short and 1 long, the sound was crisp, akin to that of a true insect. However, Pei Shaoling knew it was not real. It was the signal he had established. Come in, he whispered, his voice barely a murmur. However, the door was swiftly pushed open. A figure clad in black entered, appearing to be in his 20s, with a handsome and resolute visage. Master, I have finally found you. The newcomer half knelt on the ground, a look of remorse on his face, lamenting the incompetence of his subordinates that had led to the master suffering such grave injustices. Rise, said Pei Shaoling, leaning against the wall, his tone calm as he inquired. What is the situation inside? Everything is well, master. Allow me to assist you in leaving this place. Dark Wind stood respectfully, reporting that there had been a traitor within the ranks who concealed the master's exile. After considerable effort, the traitor had been eliminated, leading him to discover the prince's whereabouts. No need for that. I do not intend to leave just yet. Arrange for Dark Thunder and Dark Lightning to replace a few of the escorting officials. And find a way to get old Ruan into the group to tend to my injuries. Pei Xiaoling instructed, casting a gentle glance at Qiao Qiqi beside him. As for the matter of the traitor, I am already aware of their identity. You may proceed with the arrangements. In his past life, he had remained in a state of unconsciousness, failing to send signals to those within the establishment, and they had not appeared. It was only upon being rescued that he learned of the turmoil, and subsequently, he had executed a number of those who betrayed him before ascending to his position. Master already knows who it is? Dark Wind expressed mild astonishment, his gaze flickering. Indeed, you have only eliminated one. There are deeper infiltrators still lurking within the establishment. Pei Xiaoling replied coolly. As for the remaining traitors, I shall personally deal with them once I have recovered. Understood, Master. Dark Wind bowed respectfully before turning to exit. Pei Xiaoling watched his retreating figure, his expression darkening before he closed his eyes. Get up. Do not sleep any longer. Wake up. Qiao Qiqi was roused from her slumber by a clamor, clutching her aching head as she surveyed her surroundings, realizing she was still in the large dormitory of the Eastern Wing. Thank goodness. The second officer, noticing her awakening, exclaimed, The chief has graciously allowed each family to send one person with him to Taiping Town to procure food and supplies. From here on, you all may cook for yourselves. Qiao Qiqi's eyes brightened. Really? Under her fervent gaze, the chief officer felt somewhat awkward and turned to the others. You have a quarter of an hour. After that, we shall head directly to the town. Make haste. He cast a glance at Pei Xiaoling before departing. Chapter 19. A precious flower grows. Qiao Qiqi hurriedly rose. Tidying her hair, she looked at the others and proposed. If that is the case, I shall go to the town. I wish to find a doctor to tend to Xiaoling. If we delay too long, it may become difficult to treat. Big sister, perhaps I should go instead? We will need to buy many things for cooking ourselves, Pei Xiaoling suggested after a moment's thought. Can you carry everything back? It would be better if I went. It's fine. I will simply hire an ox cart to carry the goods. Qiao Qiqi waved her hand dismissively. Qiqi, do you have any silver? I remember your bundle was searched. Pei's mother furrowed her brow, expressing concern. We currently have no money. How will we purchase an ox cart? During the raid, they have been stripped of everything but the clothes on their backs. Subsequently, even the bundles sent by her maternal family and the Qiao family were thoroughly searched. Where could there be any silver now? Mother, I have some. Suddenly, Pei Shu'er and Pei Mu's arm spoke up. She had been tightly clenching her left fist, which she now opened to reveal a golden gourd seed. You child, I wondered why you kept your left hand clenched. It turns out you were hiding a golden gourd seed. Although Pei Mu complained, her eyes sparkled with delight. She took the seed and handed it to Qiao Qiqi, saying, Here, take it. Buy whatever you wish. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the golden gourd seed in Pei Mu's hand and shook her head. I have some silver and silver notes hidden away, so you should keep this golden gourd seed for yourselves. Earlier, while rummaging through a dilapidated temple, she had stumbled upon over 1,000 taels of silver notes. Thus, it seemed more appropriate for them to keep the golden gourd seed. But didn't the officials seize your silver? Pei Mu asked, somewhat astonished. Qiao Qiqi smiled mysteriously and evaded the question. I have my ways. All right, mother. No need to inquire further. Just let her keep the golden gourd seed for safekeeping. At some point, Pei Xiaoling opened his eyes and looked at Qiao Qiqi, speaking gently. You should keep it. Qiao Qiqi quickly shook her head and waved her hands, insisting, No, you all should keep it for unforeseen needs. Once we are married, it is your duty to manage the household affairs. Although the Pei family has fallen on hard times, you have been overseeing the family sustenance. It is best if you keep this golden gourd seed. It will not be misplaced in your care. Pei Xiaoling's narrow, peach blossom-like eyes sparkled like stars. His voice soft, yet imbued with undeniable conviction. Though Qiao Qiqi had become fearless in the face of violence, she still felt somewhat intimidated by her nominal husband. Seeing his resolve, she could only nod in agreement. She reached out to take the golden gourd seed from Pei Mu's hand, slipping it into her sleeve, in reality, into her spatial pocket. She thought that once they reached their place of exile, she would return the golden gourd seed to the Pei family. Are you all set to leave? Have you made arrangements? A voice called from outside the eastern wing, urging them to hurry. All right, We will be there shortly. Qiao Qiqi smiled softly at everyone. I will go purchase some supplies now. Wait for my return. Be careful. Everyone nodded, offering her a reassuring smile. After Qiao Qiqi departed, Pei Xiaoming turned to the two sisters from the second branch of the Pei family in the corner and asked, what should we do with them? Throw them back at the door of the second branch and tell them that if there's a next time, they should not blame us for being impolite. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiaoming dragged the two by their ropes and tossed them out the door, leaving at the entrance of the second and third branches of the Pei family. Afterward, he knocked on their door, relayed his elder brother's message, and returned to his room. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi had already followed the officials toward Taiping town. Among those sent out to procure supplies were one member from the Zhao family and Pei family's third uncle. Originally, the Pei family only needed to send one person. But even before leaving the capital, the second and third branches had insisted on severing ties with the main branch. Originally believing they would escape calamity, they were ultimately sentenced to exile in a frigid wasteland. Along the journey, the second and third branches seethed with resentment, incessantly berating the first branch. During that period, the original persona was also engulfed in bitterness, leading to the constant bullying of the Pei family as main branch. The officials were aware of this dynamic and thus tacitly allowed the Pei family to take two individuals along. Second brother, shortly you shall take the token to Taiping town, procure a horse, and report the Su family's escape to the county magistrate here, urging them to issue a maritime capture order and a wanted notice, instructed the chief officer. He had already dispatched news of the Su family's flight to the capital via an urgent courier last night. The escorting officers carried a token, and at every jurisdiction they passed, local magistrates were obliged to assist in the escorting process. Understood, Chief. The second officer accepted the token and tucked it into his bosom. After traversing 10 miles, they traveled for half an hour, primarily due to the restraints still binding the Pei family as third uncle and a Zhao family member. Sir, we have arrived at the town. Might you temporarily remove these handcuffs and leg shackles for us? The Pei family as second uncle boldly broached the subject with the chief officer, who merely cast him a disdainful glance and chose to ignore him. Upon reaching the town, Qiao Qiqi addressed the chief officer. Sir, my husband is unable to move. I wish to seek a physician for him and also procure an ox cart. What do you think? She discreetly slipped a 50-tael silver note into the chief officer's hand, suggesting it was for refreshments. This 50-tael note was the smallest denomination she possessed. The others were 100 or 1,000 taels. Money can persuade even the most obstinate, and the chief officer, noticing Qiao Qiqi's ability to produce such a note, regarded her with renewed interest. Very well, you may proceed. Once your husband is well, our journey shall not be delayed. Fourth, accompany her, he commanded, instructing one of the accompanying officers to watch over Qiao Qiqi. Yes, Chief. The fourth officer replied expressionlessly and positioned himself behind Qiao Qiqi. Now, second brother, you go find a horse for the county city while I take the others to buy rice. The chief officer instructed, and they dispersed at the entrance of Taiping town. Lady from the Pei family, the only apothecary in town, is over there. The chief just hired a doctor last night to treat the fifth and the old one. The second officer indicated a direction to Qiao Qiqi. And the morning market for cattle and horses is that way. If you wish to buy an ox cart, it's best to go early, for the finest cattle will be picked over if you delay. He cautioned her. Qiao Qiqi surveyed both directions and decided to prioritize the purchase of the ox cart, knowing the apothecary would remain, while the market would not. Esteemed officers, I shall proceed to acquire the ox cart, she stated, having made her decision. However, I am not well versed in selection, and I hope you can assist me. Shortly, let the fourth assist you with your choices. I must head to the county city. I cannot afford to be delayed. The second officer led the two towards the morning market. Chapter 20. Purchasing an ox at the morning market. Upon arriving at the entrance of the morning market, they spotted a child leading a robust yellow ox, shouting to attract customers. Li family lad, why are you here again to swindle people? Upon encountering the child, the constable frowned and remarked. The child, perhaps recognizing the constable, swiftly fled, leading his large yellow cow away. This rascal had a penchant for deceit. He delighted in lamenting his plight before passers-by, persuading them to purchase his cow, which would inevitably gnaw through its tether at night and return home. The constable explained this child's little trick to Qiao Chi, noting that the cow had been sold dozens of times. Qiao Chi clicked her tongue in surprise. The child, appearing honest, was obviously quite cunning. Fourth, take the young lady of the Pei family to see the cows, while I borrow a horse from the market manager, the constable stated before departing. Constable 4, with an impassive expression, nodded at Qiao Chi and said, "Come, my lady, let us select a cart." Qiao Chi cast him a curious glance, but remained silent. In the day she had been there, no one had addressed her as my lady. However, she dismissed the thought as she beheld a whole row of cows available for selection. As she observed the robust yellow cows, she felt overwhelmed with choices. "My lady." Over here, unexpectedly, Constable 4 stood before a rather frail old yellow cow. Beside the cow stood a weathered man of around 50, his eyes red-rimmed and filled with reluctance for the old beast. "My lord, why choose this one?" Qiao Chi inquired, puzzled. "My lady, do not be deceived by the bulk of those cows. They're fattened with grain solely for a good price and are unfit for long journeys," Constable 4 explained. "Look at this one. Though it may be thin, it has a straight back, sturdy limbs, and round, well-shaped hooves. This cow is capable of traversing mountains and valleys." Upon closer inspection, Qiao Chi found his assessment accurate. "You two are here to purchase a cow, I presume? Let me tell you, this one is of superior breed. If it weren't for my son's broken leg from fall on a mountain, requiring funds for treatment, I would never part with this old companion," the old man said, his eyes brimming with tears as he gazed at the cow. "For years, I have relied on it for plowing and transporting villagers to the town for a bit of pocket money." This old friend walked steadily, moved by his words. Qiao Chi decided to buy the old yellow cow. "Good sir, how much do you intend to sell this cow for?" she asked. "Others sell their large yellow cows for 20 taels of silver. How about you let me have it for 18? If it weren't for my son's urgent need for money, alas." The old man wiped his tears. Glancing at the cart behind him, which appeared to be for carrying people, Qiao Chi said, "I will also purchase that cart. Would 20 taels of silver be agreeable?" Seeing the old man's genuine demeanor, she did not wish to haggle and directly inquired. Yes, that will do." The old man quickly wiped away his tears and bent to reattach the cart to the cow. Qiao Chi then produced 20 taels of silver from her sleeve and handed them to him. "Good sir, could you find a scale to weigh it?" The old man gently weighed the silver in his hand and shook his head, saying, "My lady, having farmed all my life, I have a rough idea of the weight. The silver is accurate." He handed the reins to Qiao Chi, stating that although the ox appeared frail, it merely required a bit more fodder from the lady, as he had been preoccupied with matters concerning his son and had neglected the animal. He hoped that the lady would treat it well. Qiao Chi accepted the reins with a gentle nod, affirming her understanding. Subsequently, she departed from a morning market alongside the officer known as Old Fourth, heading towards the only pharmacy in Taiping town. Upon entering the pharmacy, an apprentice approached them, inquiring whether they sought to procure medicine or needed a consultation. The physician was currently unavailable. If they require medicine, they could simply present the prescription, but if they needed a consultation, they would have to wait a couple of days. "Why must we wait 2 days?" Qiao Chi asked, her brow furrowing slightly. The officer had mentioned they could only remain here for 1 day. The apprentice explained that the doctor had fallen ill after making house calls the previous night and had been taken to the county town at dawn. The apprentice, resigned to the rules of the profession, noted that physicians often do not treat themselves, and therefore, they would have to wait for the doctor's return if they wished to consult him. "And what about you? You could dispense medicine and provide treatment, correct? Would you accompany us?" After feeling disheartened, Qiao Chi placed her hopes upon the apprentice. The apprentice quickly waved his hands in refusal. No. I have only recently begun my training. I can only prepare medicine according to the prescriptions. I am completely clueless when it comes to diagnosing ailments. Moreover, my master has entrusted me with the management of the pharmacy, and if I leave, I would have to shut the shop. My master would certainly be furious upon my return. The young apprentice expressed his helplessness. Qiao Chi felt a pang of disappointment. "Very well. Do you know if there are any other doctors in this town?" The apprentice pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "This town is quite small. There is only this pharmacy." "All right then. With a sense of resignation, Qiao Qiqi exited the pharmacy. Sir, shall we seek other provisions? Are you looking for a physician to treat Lord Pei? Officer Oldforth inquired softly from behind her. Yes, I suspect he may have blood stagnation in his spine, which is causing his lack of sensation. I intend to find a doctor to administer acupuncture treatment. Qiao Qiqi articulated her thoughts. Madam, I happen to know of another doctor in this town, but he is quite eccentric and seldom assists others. So few are aware of him. Would you like to give it a try? Officer Oldforth suggested, glancing around cautiously. Oh, really? Qiao Qiqi's eyes brightened. Please, sir, lead me to this doctor. I shall reward you handsomely. There is no need for a reward. I will simply take you there. Officer Oldforth instructed her to board the cart while he took the reins. Once Qiao Qiqi was settled in the ox cart, he urged the animal towards the other end of the town. Soon, they halted before an unassuming residence. Old Ruan, are you home? Officer Oldforth knocked on the gate of the courtyard. Before long, an elderly man with gray hair and youthful features opened the gate and glanced at the officer and Qiao Qiqi. What brings you here? Dear sir, my husband is unwell, and I have come to seek your assistance in treating him. Qiao Qiqi replied with a gentle smile, her voice soft. Old Ruan looked at Officer Oldforth and replied, I cannot help. I was just about to leave here and have no time. Old Ruan, where are you heading? The expressionless officer, known as Oldforth, inquired. To the north? I anticipate that a significant earthquake will occur in the coming days. I intend to retreat northward to evade disaster. As he spoke, Old Ruan made to close the courtyard door. Wait a moment. Qiao Qiqi hastily interjected. Elder, we too are bound for the north. Why not journey together? I can prepare meals, and you may assist in treating my husband. I shall provide the food. What do you say? She spoke with a gentle demeanor, negotiating amicably. Old Ruan halted his motion to shut the door. You also plan to go north? Indeed. Look, I have just acquired an ox cart. Observe. Qiao Qiqi smiled charmingly at him. The journey is long and solitary. It will be far better to have company, don't you think? Old Ruan glanced at the expressionless officer and acquiesced. Very well, allow me to gather a few things. Qiao Qiqi cast a curious glance at the impassive face of Officer Oldforth. An inexplicable intuition stirred within her, as if Old Ruan's agreement was merely a concession to the officer's presence. Was her reasoning merely a pretext? Never mind. As long as he was willing to attend to Pei Shizi's health, that sufficed. Should he harbor ulterior motives, they could be addressed later. She observed Old Ruan packing within the house, contemplating the situation. The officer, Oldforth, seemed to harbor some underlying issue as well. Yet, she felt no malice from him or Dr. Ruan. For now, she would remain vigilant and observant, despite being exiled to a desolate land. Qiao Qiqi sensed herself ensnared in a profound vortex. First, there are the black-clad assassins at the dilapidated temple, and now the stoic officer Oldforth. These figures, absent from the original narrative, instilled a flicker of trepidation within her. It was imperative to reach the place of exile swiftly and devise a means to persuade Pei Shizi to consent to a divorce, ensuring she would not be entangled in this web of complications. While Qiao Qiqi was lost in thought, Old Ruan emerged, having packed a few changes of clothing and a medical kit. Dr. Ruan, aren't you bringing anything from your home? Qiao Qiqi asked, slightly taken aback by his sparse belongings. Weren't you the one who mentioned providing meals? When do you have eye for those? Old Ruan replied, perplexed. Officer Oldforth quickly grasped the situation. Dr. Ruan, can you bring your cooking utensils? The lady intended to procure some, but if you have some available, it would save us some silver. Oh, is that so? Then I shall bring them. After all, I shall not return to this house. If you do not take these items, the neighbors will claim them. Old Ruan waved dismissively, indicating they were free to take whatever they wished. Qiao Qiqi smiled gently at Old Ruan. I will merely borrow these temporarily. I shall return them to you upon our arrival in the north. Suit yourself, as long as you provide for my sustenance, Old Ruan replied casually. Thus, Qiao Qiqi entered his kitchen to gather dishes. However, she found it peculiar that the entire kitchen seemed long abandoned, with wild grass sprouting in the courtyard. Furthermore, in a typical physician's household, one would expect to find herbs drying. Yet, She detected no scent of medicinal plants within the yard. Qiao Qiqi cast a suspicious glance at old Ruan, her heart growing wary. In the kitchen, aside from pots and pans, 2 bags of rice were also piled up. The officer, known as Old Four, casually loaded the rice onto the ox cart. "All right, madam. Please check if there is anything else we need to purchase. Let us go shopping together," he gently inquired, glancing at the items on the cart. In truth, Qiao Qiqi's supermarket was well-stocked, lacking nothing. However, in an effort to conceal this, she turned to him and suggested, "Let us buy some pork as well. Since we are not departing today, I could prepare dried pork for easy transport." "Very well, you all board the cart. I shall drive." With a swift motion, Officer Old Four mounted the front of the cart, preparing to steer. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi assisted Elder Ruan onto the ox cart. The cart, originally used by an old man for transporting cattle, was equipped with benches on either side for seating. Noticing the setup, Elder Ruan proposed, "Officer, could we perhaps find some oilcloth to cover the cart? If it rains suddenly, I would certainly get drenched." Qiao Qiqi found this suggestion quite reasonable. Once covered with oilcloth, others would be oblivious to the contents of the cart. "Officer, what if we sought out a carpenter to construct a wooden frame around the cart and then cover it with oilcloth?" Qiao Qiqi described the appearance of the rear compartment of a tricycle from her world. "All right, let us first procure the meat and then locate a carpenter." "Madam, your idea is simple and could be arranged swiftly." Officer Old Four nodded lightly and guided the ox cart towards the butcher's shop. At the butcher's, Qiao Qiqi's eyes lit up upon seeing several halves of pork displayed. "How much is your pork sold for?" she inquired. In truth, her own supermarket had an endless supply of pork, but she lacked an excuse to take it out. 12 won per pound, if you buy in bulk. I can offer you 10 won each." The butcher replied, glancing at Qiao Qiqi and then at the officer behind her. "I would like 2 halves, please." Qiao Qiqi pointed at the pork on display. "Madam, are you certain? These 2 halves weigh over 200 pounds combined." The butcher questioned uncertainly, "Is that too much for you?" Calculating in her mind, Qiao Qiqi realized that at 10 won per pound, over 200 pounds would amount to just a little over 2 taels of silver. Certainly not expensive. She nodded lightly. "Yes, I wish to purchase it. Please cut it into 5-pound pieces in long strips." She retrieved several pieces of silver from her sleeve and placed them on the butcher's counter. Upon seeing the silver, the butcher ceased his inquiries and began chopping. Bored, Qiao Qiqi casually surveyed her surroundings and noticed a number of pig offal carelessly strewn on the ground. "Sir, do you sell us pig offal?" she asked, pointing at the dusty bits on the floor. "Madam, respectable folks do not consume such foul things," the butcher replied, looking at her quizzically. "You bought so much meat. Why would you want this stinking refuse? I plan to discard it later. This is prime material for delicious dishes. Please tell me how much silver it would take to acquire it." Qiao Qiqi exclaimed, feeling it would be a shame to waste such ingredients. If cleaned and marinated, this pig offal could be quite delectable. Since the lady has taken a liking to it, I shall present this to you directly. The butcher generously wrapped the pig offal in a piece of oil paper and handed it to Qiao Qiqi. After washing his hands, he resumed chopping the pork. Soon, the transaction was complete. Qiao Qiqi sat contentedly upon the ox cart, gazing at the heap of pork at her feet. "Oh dear girl, this pig offal is quite foul. Quickly dispose of it, do hurry," Old Ruan exclaimed, covering his nose in distaste. "Officer, could you check if there is a small river in the town? I need to handle this pig offal." Seeing Old Ruan in distress, Qiao Qiqi resolved to take care of the offal first. Chapter 22. Old Ruan administers acupuncture very well. Just ahead is the riverbank at the edge of town. I shall bring the cart to a stop." Officer C replied, turning his back to Qiao Qiqi. He urged the old ox to slow down, suggesting, "You go dispose of the pig offal while I take Old Ruan to the carpenter for the wooden frame." "How does that sound?" Qiao Qiqi, holding 2 bags of pig offal, disembarked from the cart. "All right, I will give you the money for the wooden frame." Old Ruan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I will be using this cart more often in the future. Let me cover the expenses. Let's go." Before she could retrieve the coins, the other party had already driven the ox cart away. "Madam, once you finish, wait here for me. I shall return shortly." From a distance, Officer C's instructions could still be heard. The riverbank of Taiping Town was paved with flagstones, forming a series of steps. Qiao Qiqi took the pig offal and, having procured some flour from the supermarket, began to skillfully clean it. She often performed such tasks during her live streams, so it felt quite familiar to her. She planned to simmer the lungs and heart for soup, while marinating the rest to enjoy along the way. After she had cleaned everything, Officer C arrived with old Ruan, guiding the ox cart to the riverbank. Qiao Qiqi hurriedly took the processed pig offal and stepped into the oilcloth cart. Old Ruan frowned at the cleaned offal. "I say, young lady, do you intend to serve this to the old man? If you dislike it, I can prepare something else for you later. I've set this aside for our journey." Qiao Qiqi replied cheerfully. She was not bothered by his remarks. After all, such offal was rare in her supermarket. That as well, old Ruan sighed in relief. However, it was not long before he found himself contradicted by his own words. As Officer C brought the cart to the town's entrance, the senior officers were already waiting for them. Noticing the additional oilcloth cover on their cart, they were slightly taken aback. "Officer C, where did you get this cart cover? It's quite impressive." The senior officer circled the cart, and upon spotting old Ruan seated beneath the cover, he inquired boisterously, "Who is this old man? And why have you brought him back?" Qiao Qiqi quickly interjected, "Sir, he is a doctor whom I have invited to treat my husband." "A doctor?" The head constable nodded, gripping his waist knife, and called out, "Now that everyone is gathered, let us return." He promptly took his place at the front of the cart, sitting alongside Constable 4. The others could only follow behind the ox cart, shouldering the supplies they had just purchased in Taiping town. Glancing at the substantial pile of pork at Qiao Qiqi's feet, and then at the small bundle of coarse bread he carried, Uncle Pei was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the main family had secretly hoarded a considerable amount of silver. No, he must return and discuss this with his mother. The food from the main family should indeed be shared with them. Yes, that was it. He would insist that the main family surrender all their provisions to his mother for distribution, ensuring he would also have a taste of meat. With this thought, Uncle Pei couldn't help but swallow, his steps growing noticeably lighter. In the eastern wing of the Taiping Town Inn, Pei Shaoan was assisting Pei Shaoling in wiping his back. "Elder brother, your wound is healing, but why is there a lack of sensation below?" Pei Shaoling responded softly, "When I move, I find that my lower back is stiff. Perhaps, as your sister-in-law suggested, it is obstructed by stagnant blood." He lay half-propped on the broad bed. "Sister-in-law mentioned she would fetch a doctor for you. I wonder if she can find one, considering the consultation fee might be quite hefty." Pei Xiaoming frequently glanced outside. "Elder brother, are you hungry? Shall I fetch something to eat? How could this and provide food for us prisoners? If you wish to take a stroll, then do so." Pei Xiaoan continued to assist his brother, hoping their sister-in-law would return with a doctor so that his elder brother's injury could heal sooner. "I believe she will manage to bring one back," Pei Xiaoling said with a hint of conviction in his narrow, almond-shaped eyes. However, Pei Xiaoan remained unaware, continuing his ministrations. Seeing this, Pei Xiaoming slowly exited the eastern wing. Within moments, he returned, carrying a pot of wild vegetable porridge. "Mother, elder brother, second brother, come eat." Pei Xiaoan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Third brother, where did you get this porridge?" "The constables gave it to me. It was their leftovers. I asked for some, and they obliged," Pei Xiaoming replied, lowering his head shyly. Pei Xiaoan regarded him curiously, but chose not to press further. Pei Mu, sitting nearby, released Pei Shuer from her arms, retrieving several chip bowls from her bundle to serve the porridge. "Mother, don't use it all up. Leave some for Chi-Chi." Pei Xiaoling urged from his position, leaning against the bedding. "Do not worry, I am mindful," Pei Mu assured him, placing a bowl of thick wild vegetable porridge in front of him. "Eat up." Just as the 5 Pei family members finished their porridge, Qiao Qiqi returned with old Ruan. "Chi-Chi, come, there's a bowl of wild vegetable porridge here. Drink it while it's hot." Pei Mu beckoned eagerly. Qiao Qiqi shook her head. "I'm not hungry yet. You all enjoy." She stepped aside, allowing old Ruan to come forward. "This is the doctor for my husband's treatment. I will first tend to the ox cart." She then addressed old Ruan. "Thank you for your assistance." Ruan Lao hurriedly approached with the medicine box, embodying the compassionate heart of a healer. "This was my duty." Observing the situation, Qiao Qiqi quickly went to secure the ox cart. Noticing the absence of onlookers, she discreetly stored the pork and 2 bags of rice from the cart into her space. Following this, she returned to the east wing with Ruan Lao's pots and pans. To further conceal her secret stash, she ventured out once more to transfer the rice, along with over 100 pounds of pork and offal, into the east wing. After completing her tasks, she settled nearby to observe Ruan Lao administering acupuncture to Pei Shaoling. "Ruan Daifu, how is my husband?" Qiao Qiqi inquired softly. Upon hearing her refer to him as her husband, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Pei Shaoling's eyes as he lay on the couch. "There are no significant issues. Fortunately, we treated him in time. This injury appears to have been inflicted deliberately. The accumulation of blood at the Mingmen acupoint near the tailbone has resulted in his current state of insensibility," Ruan Lao explained to Qiao Qiqi. "I have already administered needles at several acupoints, including his Yaoyang, Xinshu, and others. With 7 consecutive treatments, he should be able to walk again. Is that so?" "That is wonderful. Thank you, Ruan Lao." Qiao Qiqi sighed in relief. Chapter 23. The scheming of Madame Pei. Qiao Qiqi cast a gentle smile at the prone figure of Pei Shaoling. Once he recovers, she could still propose a divorce when she encounters the female lead. However, she was uncertain when he would meet that lady, Shang Yuroa. It seemed to be close to the time they reached the bitter cold lands. The original text did not specify, and she was left in the dark. Perhaps, once Peida understands whom he truly loves, he will acquiesce. Noticing that there was no discomfort on Pei Shaoling's face, she cheerfully suggested, "You all take a rest. I will handle the pork and offal." "Qiqi, how do you plan to manage all this pork? Do you need assistance from your mother?" inquired Madame Pei softly from the side. "No need. I can manage it myself." Qiao Qiqi gently shook her head, glancing at the large iron pot on the ground, intent on finding 2 large stones to elevate it. She then planned to gather some firewood. With this thought in mind, she informed them and proceeded toward the courtyard behind the post station. First, she fed the old yellow cow with the station as fodder, and only then did she search for stones. Upon bringing a stone into the room, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. There stood the elderly matriarch of the Pei family, haughtily pointing at Madame Pei and cursing, "You wretched woman, when the Marquis' residence was not confiscated, you treated me with such deference, yet now that you have something, you fail to honor me as your mother-in-law." Supporting her was the 3rd aunt of the Pei family, chiming in indeed. "I said, big sister-in-law, previously when it came to chicken soup and sweet potatoes, you wouldn't give them to our mother, and now the elders are not providing food either. From now on, all provisions should be handed over to mother for her to allocate." Meanwhile, the 2nd and 3rd uncles of the Pei family stood, each holding large chunks of pork, confronting the brothers. Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brow. "What is happening here?" she shouted, dropping the stone and stepping forward. "Big sister-in-law, just in time. These people are trying to seize our pork. Come and help," exclaimed Pei Xiaoming, his face lighting up at her arrival. Qiao Qiqi stepped forward, standing before Mother Pei, her gaze icy as it swept over the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Pei family, along with the elderly matriarch. With narrowed eyes, she commanded, "Release what you hold and vacate this place at once. You shameless wretch. Had I not insisted on marrying you into the family, you would still be wallowing in disgrace at the Qiao household." Matriarch Pei scolded, her finger jabbing accusatorily at Qiao Qiqi. Coldly, Qiao Qiqi regarded the finger pointed at her nose before swiftly twisting it with force. "Have I not made it clear? I detest being berated with a finger in my face." At that moment, Matriarch Pei let out a shriek, her complexion turning pale as she fainted, her eyes rolling back. The 3rd aunt of the Pei family looked at Qiao Qiqi in panic. "You, how dare you strike your grandmother? You have truly betrayed your lineage," she exclaimed, though her feet retreated discreetly a few steps. "Grandmother? Are you certain she is mine?" Qiao Qiqi smirked. "I have heard that my husband's grandmother was brought to ruin by this old woman. What claim does she have to such a title?" She advanced 2 steps, her gaze cold as she addressed the 3rd aunt of the Pei family. "Shall I personally escort you out?" You. Someone help. Murder." The 3rd aunt of the Pei family shouted in a flurry of panic. However, a stone flew from an unknown source, striking her squarely in the chest, rendering her speechless. She could only emit silent protests, her eyes filled with terror as she glanced around, her body weakening before collapsing. Qiao Qiqi paid her no mind and walked directly to the second and third uncles of the Pei family. A dagger appeared in her hand as she gently caressed its blade, asking the two men, "Are you truly set on seizing my pork?" Despite the smile on Qiao Qi's face, the two men felt a chill run down their spines. "What do you intend to do? We are your elders." "Elders? Did you not declare your intent to sever ties with the main branch of the Pei family before we even left the capital? Now you come to speak of family, wanting to share in the distribution of pork?" Qiao Qi's eyes turned frosty. "This pork was procured by me, Qiao Qi. You think you can just take it as you please? Were it not for the main branch, would we have faced exile? Had the eldest not committed a crime, we would still be at home, attended to by servants. What is wrong with claiming what is rightfully mine?" The third uncle of the Pei family, summoning courage, spoke up. "Indeed, this is a relay station, surrounded by officials. If you dare to harm us, you will meet the same fate as the Zhao family." "Ah, Triatningme? I am afraid I am not one to be intimidated." Qiao Qi's gaze sharpened as she pressed the dagger against the neck of the second uncle of the Pei family. "I shall say it once more. These things belong to me, Qiao Qi, and you have no right to touch them." Feeling the cold blade against his skin, the second uncle trembled in fear. "Are you truly prepared to strike?" At that moment, the two Pei brothers seized the opportunity to reclaim the pieces of meat that had been in the hands of the two men. As the elderly matriarch of the Pei family, recently awakened, witnessed Qiao Qi brandishing a dagger against her son's throat, she hastily rose and lunged towards her. With a mouth spewing foul language, she cursed, "Qiao Qi, you little vixen! How dare you threaten your second uncle? I shall put an end to your wickedness." Upon hearing this, Qiao Qi deftly sidestepped, evading the old lady's desperate charge. Consequently, the elderly matriarch lost her balance and collided with the Pei family's second and third uncles, both of whom were unable to move swiftly, and they fell to the ground. Qiao Qi, observing from the side, couldn't help but feel relieved that she had dodged. Otherwise, she would have been the one to tumble. "Xiaonan and Xiaoming, dispose of them." Pei Xiaoling finally spoke up. Following the decapitation of Lord Pei, the Pei family's main household was now under his command. Upon hearing their elder brother's command, the two promptly dragged the struggling individuals outside. They then slammed the door shut behind them. Naturally, the unconscious third aunt of the Pei family was also taken out. Soon, the outside was filled with the elderly matriarch's curses, accompanied by the approaching footsteps of the officials. Before long, the shouting faded into the distance. It was only then that Qiao Qi began to tidy up the kitchenware that had been disturbed by the ruckus, also transporting 2 large stones into the eastern wing. After moving some firewood from the inn, she commenced preparations to kindle a fire for making jerky. Fortunately, the kitchen was well equipped with all necessary utensils, including a cutting board and knife. She instructed Pei Xiaoming to fetch some water, and, after cleansing the iron pot, she began to slice the pork. The fatty pieces were rendered for oil, while the lean meat was cut into chunks, preparing for frying. "Elder sister-in-law, what are you preparing? It smells delightful. If we don't consume all this pork quickly, it will spoil. Won't it?" Pei Xiaoan inquired curiously. Qiao Qi responded with a gentle smile. "I am making dried meat, which can be preserved for a longer duration, suitable for consumption on our journey. As it is still early spring, the outside temperature is not excessively high. The jerky can last for a month." After completing the jerky, Qiao Qi took a steaming basket intended for rice and prepared a pot of fragrant rice. She also brewed a soup with pig heart and lungs, while simultaneously marinating the pig intestines, tongue, and liver. Thankfully, her space was stocked with ample seasonings, and the occupants of the room were inexperienced in the kitchen. Some of the ingredients were not from this era, rendering them unrecognizable to the others, as all the seasonings had been ground into fine powders. By the time all was prepared, it was noon. Qiao Qi called everyone to the table to eat. Delicious. Elder Ruan, savoring the soup and the marinated intestines, nodded enthusiastically. "If only we had a jar of wine at this moment." Qiao Qi paused for a moment, then continued to enjoy her meal. Her supermarket was stocked with an array of wines, all of fine quality, yet she could not bring them out at this time. Perhaps she would procure some empty jars later to store the wine. "In the future, I shall treat you to your fill," Pei Xiaoling quietly remarked, sipping his soup. He cast a glance at Qiao Qiqi beside him, her elongated peach blossom eyes shimmering with a hint of starlight. In this lifetime, he had awakened early, and due to her, his family had been spared from calamity. All of this was her merit. Regardless of the reasons, he vowed to protect her diligently. When he ascended to power in the future, he would undoubtedly grant her a life of splendor. As for her secrets, whether she chose to share them or not, he would safeguard them with unwavering loyalty. Thank you, my lord. I await that day, Elder Ruan said with a cheerful smile, continuing to savor the delicacies on his plate. After everyone had finished their meal, Qiao Qiqi cleared the dishes and took them for cleaning. In this inn, there were dedicated staff to prepare meals for the escorting officials, so there was no need for Qiao Qiqi to cook. Thus, in the afternoon, with nothing to do, she observed Elder Ruan as he fiddled with his various bottles and jars. Noticing her gaze, Elder Ruan smiled and asked, "My dear, are you interested in medicine?" "Well, I know a few common herbs," Qiao Qiqi replied with a gentle nod. "I possess a medical book. Perhaps you could take a look and see if you comprehend it. If by the time we reach our destination you can recite it well, I shall take you as my apprentice. What do you say?" Qiao Qiqi glanced at the medical book in his hand and shook her head lightly. "In that case, never mind. Ever since I was young, I've detested rote learning." She shrugged helplessly. While the art of healing was admirable, the thought of memorizing texts was exasperating. Elder Ruan mused. To think the world's foremost divine physician would face rejection on his first attempt to take on an apprentice, and for such a peculiar reason. "My dear, seeing how adept you are in the culinary arts, can you prepare medicinal dishes?" Qiao Qiqi shook her head gently. She only understood which foods were nutritious. Elder Ruan began to persuade her. In truth, the realms of cuisine and medicine are intertwined. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes dietary supplements. If you were to learn medicine, combined with your culinary skills, you could undoubtedly open a therapeutic dining establishment in the future. "Really?" Qiao Qiqi responded skeptically. "I haven't read about ancient therapeutic restaurants in the novels I've perused." "Absolutely. Consider it. Those affluent officials, accustomed to lavish feasts, likely harbor some hidden ailments. They would certainly shun medicinal remedies. However, if their health could be restored during mealtime, wouldn't it be a win-win situation?" Elder Ruan analyzed. "If you were to establish such a therapeutic restaurant in the capital or in the prosperous regions of Jiangnan, you would surely amass wealth." Qiao Qiqi stroked her chin, pondering the merit in his words. Yet, she felt an underlying sense of unease. "You make a valid point, but I still do not wish to engage in rote learning, especially with time constraints. I will be quite busy in the upcoming days." After all, she had been quite overwhelmed during her preparations for the college entrance examination. Once she enrolled in university, she had discarded her high school study materials as if they were mere waste paper. Now, the prospect of memorizing those esoteric ancient texts felt akin to a death sentence. Elder Ruan, hearing this, wore a resigned expression. "Very well, in the days to come. Should you find the time, feel free to explore it. I shall no longer impose a time limit on you." Feeling a sense of unease, Qiao Qiqi turned her gaze towards Old Ruan. "Isn't the study of medicine largely dependent on fate and talent? What is it about me that has caught your attention?" She inquired, her eyes sparkling like stars as she awaited his response. Old Ruan cast a resigned glance at Pei Shaoling, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Pei Shaoling, reclining against the bedding, gently spoke. "Do you not wish to learn?" "That is not the case. After all, knowledge is never burdensome. Learning a bit would certainly be advantageous." Seeing her openness, Qiao Qiqi quickly shook her head, admitting, "It's simply that I dislike memorizing. Since you are willing, it would be beneficial to explore further. If there is anything unclear, feel free to consult Old Ruan," Pei Shaoling said with a gentle smile, curving his lips. "All right, I shall take a look when I have the chance," Qiao Qiqi replied eagerly, seizing the book from Old Ruan's hands to delve into it. Meanwhile, Pei Shaoling's handsome visage softened, revealing a hint of tenderness as he observed her, the coldness in his demeanor slightly dissipating. Unaware of Pei Shaoling's expression, Qiao Qiqi concentrated on the medical text, finding herself increasingly intrigued as time passed unnoticed. Before long, dusk enveloped the surroundings. Hastily, She tucked the book in her bosom and began preparing dinner. In addition to the leftover meat, soup, and marinated dishes from lunch, Qiao Qiqi crafted a potato braised pork. The tender, flavorful potatoes melded beautifully with the savory meat, leaving everyone savoring every bite. I never realized braised pork could be so delicious. Your culinary skills are truly exceptional, Pei Xiaoming exclaimed, patting his stomach in delight. Indeed, we initially thought that our journey into exile would be fraught with hardship, perhaps even cost us our lives. We never anticipated we could enjoy such hearty meals, Pei Xiaoan echoed, equally astonished. Meanwhile, Pei Mu, cradling Pei Shu'er, was overcome with emotion, lamenting, "It is a pity that your father will never again taste the meals prepared by his daughter-in-law." The atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. After a prolonged silence, Pei Xiaoling softly comforted his mother. "Mother, wait for me. It will not be long before I avenge father. The grievances of our Pingyuan Marquis household will be rectified. Yes, I believe in you, so you must recover swiftly. These days, we owe much to Qiqi. You must never take her for granted, understand?" Pei Mu urged her son. "Mother, I understand. Qiao Qiqi will be my one and only wife in this lifetime," Pei Xiaoling replied with a smile, casting a glance at Qiao Qiqi. Chapter 25. Departure at dawn. Qiao Qiqi, the one being addressed, was taken aback. Did this imply that she could never part ways with them? No. She had no desire to be embroiled in their entangled grievances. Furthermore, when the female lead emerged, her halo of destiny would undoubtedly draw Pei Xiaoling's affections away, leaving her as mere cannon fodder. No, she needed to find an opportunity to discuss this matter further with young Master Pei. Resolutely, Qiao Qiqi offered an awkward smile to the group and resumed eating her meal. After dinner, they all prepared to lie down and rest in their clothes. Qiao Qiqi excused herself, claiming she wanted to check on the old yellow cow in the back of the station. Upon finding the old cow peacefully resting in its stall, she casually tossed a handful of fodder in the trough. Then, with a flicker of thought, she entered her space. After indulging in a comforting hot shower at the employee dormitory of the supermarket, she proceeded to cleanse her attire. Subsequently, she adorned herself with a set of pristine garments that she had prepared earlier and used a hairdryer to dry her lustrous black locks. Gazing at the unfamiliar, yet stunning visage reflected in the mirror, she found herself momentarily entranced. Little did she anticipate that her former self's beauty was so striking. Even with a round face, it could not obscure her exquisite features. After drying her hair, Qiao Qiqi returned to the eastern wing, reclining beside Pei Xiaoling. Inhaling the faint, fragrant aroma emanating from the woman beside him, Pei Xiaoling's gaze became somewhat dazed. Had she just bathed? Thus, a tranquil night passed without any unforeseen events. At dawn, the chief officer called upon everyone to commence their journey. Qiao Qiqi had risen before daybreak to prepare some food. So by the time the officers arrived to urge them on, the Pei family had already completed their preparations. The pots and pans were neatly placed atop the ox cart. Qiao Qiqi had also retrieved 2 old-fashioned quilts from her storage, laying them inside the cart, reminiscent of those used at the post station. As for air-conditioning quilts and down comforters, she dared not bring them out. She also found a vintage 4-piece bedding set for Pei Xiaoling to cover himself with. Regarding this future archvillain, Qiao Qiqi felt no room for negligence, fearing for her own safety in the days to come. "Eldest sister-in-law, have you also purchased bedding?" inquired one of the brothers as they assisted Pei Xiaoling onto the cart. "Indeed," Qiao Qiqi casually replied. Old Master Wan shot her a curious glance, but refrained from further questioning. "Old Master Wan, you should also take a seat. It's a long journey. You cannot walk with us." Qiao Qiqi smiled at the old man beside her. Nodding in agreement, Old Master Wan took a seat, as he was eager for an opportunity to converse privately with those in the cart. Meanwhile, the 2 injured individuals had been left at the post station to recuperate before rejoining the group. Since the Pei family were unfamiliar with driving the cart, the officers took turns to guide it, with the chief officer perched beside the cart's frame. The officers' belongings were being pushed along by 2 of their comrades. Thus, the group set forth on their journey. By midday, the chief officer instructed the convoy to halt and took out several steamed buns from his pack, distributing them among the transporting officers. Observing this, Qiao Qiqi sought a lush area with ample grass and parked the ox cart there. She retrieved some dried meat and yesterday's roasted sweet potatoes from the cart to share with the group. I will prepare something delicious for you when we rest tonight, she softly remarked as she handed the dried meat and sweet potatoes to old Master Wan. Then, she gently placed some dried meat in front of Pei Shaoling, who was leaning against the cart's entrance. Perhaps due to the cart's shelter or the cover of the quilt, he was not stubbornly reclining there. Wife. A melodious and deep voice resonated beside Qiao Qiqi. Qiao Qiqi quickly turned around, asking what's wrong. Do you still have the icy porridge I drank when I fainted? I do not wish to eat jerky. It is too tough. A barely perceptible expression of grievance adorned his face as his elongated peach blossom eyes gazed intently at her, glimmering with mirth. Yes, just wait a moment, Qiao Qiqi replied. She sought a discreet corner, retrieving Pei Shaoling's bowl from her bundle and pouring in the 8 treasure porridge. Afterward, she discarded the empty can into the space. Once everything was arranged, she turned and presented the bowl to Pei Shaoling, also fetching a pair of chopsticks from a carriage. You can manage to eat on your own, right? Pei Shaoling looked at her with innocent eyes. My hands lack strength. Could you feed me? Wan Lao, who was nearby, was momentarily taken aback before willingly jumping down from the carriage. This is truly unbearable to witness. Upon hearing his words, Qiao Qiqi scrutinized his hands with suspicion. Really? Indeed. They are numb. My dear, would you be so kind as to feed me? His melodious voice continued, laced with a hint of seduction. Qiao Qiqi's expression darkened. The antagonist is acting spoiled. What on earth is this? Very well. This shall be an exception. Reluctantly, Qiao Qiqi took the chopsticks and began to feed him. As for herself, she could always eat while on the road later. Noticing Qiao Qiqi's pouting lips as she dutifully fed him, Pei Shaoling's eyes sparkled with amusement. Beneath the blanket, he gently moved his legs, anticipating another acupuncture session that evening. Not far away, the second and third branches of the Pei family observed the first branch devouring jerky, while they themselves clutched half a piece of coarse steamed bun. Uncle Pei grumbled, Mother, we all emerged from the Marquis's residence. Why is it that they can indulge in jerky while we are left with this coarse bun? Brother, I too would prefer not to eat this bun. However, Mother only provided a meager sum of silver, sufficient only for this coarse bun. Besides, for a large family, purchasing meat would mean it would vanish in a single meal, Uncle Pei lamented. I understand. I'm simply unwilling. Uncle Pei bit into the bun with frustration, casting his gaze into the distance. What does it matter to be unwilling? Can you contend with them? That family is as fierce as a pack of wolves. Old Madam Pei shot a fierce glare at Qiao Qiqi, particularly at that girl named Xiao. Had it not been for her, how could she have wed Pei Shaoling? Now, she dares to show me disdain. It seems her bout of melancholy has subsided. Recently, she has ceased the loud ruckus and no longer snatches our food, Uncle Pei remarked, eyeing Qiao Qiqi. Indeed, she can cook now and has managed to keep the group of escort officials in line. If only we could enjoy such treatment as well. Uncle Pei gazed enviously at the ox cart Qiao Qiqi had acquired. Chapter 26. A renewed journey after the meal. The head official shouted for everyone to resume their journey. On the official road, they encountered waves of refugees fleeing their homes. Why are you heading north? Is it not said that the south is a land of fish and rice? Qiao Qiqi inquired of a woman holding a child. The woman appeared haggard, her face etched with sorrow. She shook her head and lamented, I have heard that the southern regions are currently plagued by floods. I dare not venture there. Yet, the further north one travels, the harsher the cold becomes. Can you endure such a long journey? Observing her struggle as she cradled her child, Qiao Qiqi could not help but inquire. Beyond the frigid lands lies the Qian kingdom, where it is said that the land is fertile and abundant, a true land of fish and rice. Unlike our Daong, where some are excessively wealthy while others cannot even afford a meal. The woman sighed, expressing that in recent years, Daong has faced relentless natural disasters and human calamities. It would be better to depart sooner rather than later. It was then that Qiao Qiqi recalled that the name of the nation she had entered from the book was indeed Daong. However, she remembered that the regent prince, Pei Shitzi, was not from Daong. From which kingdom was he the regent? Why could she not recall? Glancing at Pei Shaoling, who lay atop the ox cart. She realized her memories of the original text had faded significantly. Many crucial phrases escaped her mind altogether. What could be the reason? Was it possible that her transmigration had instigated a butterfly effect, altering countless events? Furrowing her brow, Qiao Qiqi began to ponder. Move quickly. Do not mingle with the refugees. The head officer bellowed, urging them to hasten. Observing the mingling of refugees and criminals, the head officer grew anxious. In previous years, desperate refugees had resorted to robbing exiled convicts of their rations. If they continued to mix freely, trouble was bound to arise. At his command, the officers brandished their whips and forcibly separated the criminals from the refugees. Perhaps the sight of the officers' swords at their waists had an effect, as the refugees could only follow at a distance behind the exiled convoy. Thus, they continued along the official road for 3 more hours. As dusk approached, the head officer hastily sent someone to seek a place to rest for the night. Sir, there is a small river ahead. We can camp by its banks, reported Officer 4, his expression impassive. Very well, let's rest by the riverbank. The head officer nodded from atop the ox cart and directed them off the official road toward the small river. Upon arrival, Qiao Qiqi was called to prepare the evening meal. The riverbank was adorned with a thicket of trees and flourishing vegetation. With the head officer's permission, she ventured in to gather a bounty of wild vegetables and mushrooms. After stewing a large pot of pork and mushrooms with the pork provided by the head officer, she then concocted a pot of vegetable porridge using the wild greens and millet she had brought from Ruan's home. As for the second and third branches of the Pei family, as well as the Zhao family, their meals were not within her consideration. By adding a pinch of salt and some chicken essence to the vegetable porridge, it transformed into a fragrant and delectable dish. Sister-in-law, how can we have porridge for dinner? Pei Xiaoming asked, puzzled. After a long day, both he and his second brother had taken turns carrying Pei Shuer, which had drained their energy. Naturally, they hoped for a more substantial evening meal to replenish their strength. Your elder brother wished for porridge, so I prepared some, Qiao Qiqi replied, retrieving some jerky from the baggage in the cart to share with everyone. Approaching the front of the cart, she gently asked Pei Xiaoling, how about you? Can you eat? It is somewhat hot. Would it be all right if you feed me after you finish your meal? A hint of mirth colored Pei Xiaoling's voice. Very well. Then I shall eat first. Please wait for me. Qiao Qiqi gently nodded and returned to the side of Pei's mother and the others, slowly beginning to sip her congee. After the meal, Elder Ruan instructed Qiao Qiqi to ignite a bonfire at the rear of the carriage while he mysteriously produced a candle from somewhere. Commencing acupuncture on Pei Xiaoling. Your Highness, after this acupuncture session, combined with your internal cultivation technique, you shall be restored to health. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Elder Ruan whispered into Pei Xiaoling's ear. Yes, I understand. When the opportunity arises, you should depart. I still require someone to carry out the tasks I entrusted to you. Pei Xiaoling squinted slightly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Your Highness, do you intend to remain here in this bitterly cold place? Elder Ruan asked softly. Did you not mention that there would be tremors in the next couple of days? We could take our leave then. Pei Xiaoling remarked, casting his gaze towards the nearest constables, Lao Si and Lao Ba. Perhaps sensing Pei Xiaoling's scrutiny, Constable Lao Si turned back and nodded to the two. Your Highness, I calculated with my fingers. There's a possibility of tremors tonight. Elder Ruan observed the stars in the night sky and stated, Is that so? Pei Xiaoling glanced in Qiao Qiqi's direction, his brow furrowing slightly. He softly called out to her wife. Huh? What is it? Quick to respond to Pei Xiaoling's summons, Qiao Qiqi approached hurriedly, concerned if something was amiss. No. Please inform Mother and the others to be vigilant tonight. There may be tremors. You must stay close to the ox cart, understand? Pei Xiaoling whispered to her. What? Tremors? Qiao Qiqi glanced at Elder Ruan, recalling his earlier warning from yesterday, which she had dismissed. Now, with his renewed emphasis, it seemed quite plausible. After all, ancient scholars possessed a more profound understanding of celestial phenomena. Thus, with the intention of safeguarding her life, Qiao Qiqi shared the news discreetly with the other members of the Pei family. She also quietly untied the chains binding the hands and feet of the Pei brothers, tossing the items into her spatial realm. After a moment of shock, everyone nodded and resumed their feigned slumber. Indeed, In the dead of night, the old ox began to stir restlessly. When Xiao Qiqi opened her eyes, she observed constables Lao Si and Lao Ba unfastening the reins that bound the old ox. She quietly roused Pei Mother and the Pei brothers, carefully placing the sleeping Pei Shuer beside Pei Shaoling in the carriage. Soon, Xiao Qiqi felt a wave of dizziness as the ground surged beneath them, reminiscent of an ox turning over. The riverside began to echo with the sound of water crashing against the banks. The tremors have begun. We must leave this place. Constable Lao De, awakened by the commotion, witnessed the ground beneath him fracturing and realized the danger. He urgently called out to everyone. Having eagerly awaited this moment, Constable Lao Si immediately raised his whip. Letting out a command, the old ox bolted away from the riverbank. Hurry, keep up. Qiao Qiqi urged Pei Mother as they followed closely behind the ox cart. The two brothers of the Pei family swiftly cast off their restraints, trailing closely behind Qiao Qiqi. The situation was utterly chaotic. The river's waters surged, and the officials scrambled to gather their belongings while dodging stones that inexplicably rained down from above. Remarkably, no one noticed that the brothers had freed themselves. Chapter 27. Finding a refuge once they were beyond the gaze of the chief official, the ox cart came to a halt. Qiao Qiqi assisted Pei's mother onto the cart, and the two brothers followed suit. Hurry, Dark Lightning, Pei Shaoling urged, seeing that everyone was aboard. Yes, responded the fourth official, driving the old yellow cart forward. To everyone's surprise, the usually sluggish ox moved with astonishing speed amidst the tremors. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The key point was Pei Shaoling's urgent call for Dark Lightning. Qiao Qiqi contemplated inquiring whether they were acquainted, but then reconsidered. Curiosity could lead to peril, and knowing too much could hasten one's demise. It would be wiser to refrain from probing further. After all, Peida held a position of great power and influence, and it was prudent to avoid unnecessary complications, especially since she intended to sever ties. With this thought in mind, Qiao Qiqi leaned gently against the wooden frame of the cart, feigning sleep. When the chief official and his men finally reached a safe location, they discovered that the Pei family had vanished. What happened? Where are they? The chief official inquired, irritation evident in his voice. Chief, it seems that the fourth and eighth officials drove the cart away. They may regroup with us ahead, the second official quickly reassured him, reasoning that the family's sudden departure was merely a temporary measure in the wake of the upheaval. Very well, let's first see if they left any trace. The chief official conceded, nodding thoughtfully. After nearly 2 hours of travel, Dark Lightning finally brought the ox cart to a stop, confident that they had evaded pursuit. What shall we do next? Pei Shaoling surveyed the group and suggested softly, let us find a place to rest before making further plans. Agreed. Dark Lightning and Dark Thunder, seated at the front of the cart, began to scout their surroundings. I am familiar with this area. There's a particularly secluded spot nearby. Despite the poor visibility of the night, Dark Lightning recognized the terrain. Concealed within an unremarkable cliff was a cave, behind which lay a hidden clearing surrounded by mountains, an excellent place for concealment. He proposed to the occupants of the cart. Shall we settle there for the time being? Yes, that sounds good. Pei Shaoling replied with a slight nod. At this moment, Qiao Qiqi shrugged slightly, expressing her resignation. It seemed that Peida had no intention of accompanying the officials to the desolate region. However, this meant that she would effectively be branded a fugitive. If she ventured out alone, she would surely avoid any populated areas. Regardless, she thought, since I am here, I might as well make the best of it. At worst, I could find a solitary place to live on my own. After all, I lack for nothing in my own space. Qiao Qiqi, inherently a person of a rather tranquil disposition, harbored no grander aspirations in her secluded world. Her sole desire was to navigate life in this realm with grace. However, such intentions necessitated a thorough discussion with Pei Dazhang. Otherwise, given her current capabilities, she feared that she would be swiftly apprehended before she ventured far. Observing the two expressionless constables ahead, Qiao Qiqi surmised they were undoubtedly in Pei Shaoling's employ. The reason for their impassive demeanor might be reminiscent of ancient human skin masks, which, as legend has it, were cruelly peeled from the faces of the living. This prompted a shiver to run down her spine as she pondered the fate that befell the original constables. Is it cold? Pei Xiaoling's deep, melodious voice interrupted her thoughts, offering a gentle reminder to layer up against the chill of the spring night. Thank you, but I'm not cold, Qiao Qiqi replied softly, shaking her head. It's raining. We must hasten to the cave, he urged. Suddenly, a fine drizzle began to descend from the heavens. Anlei returned to the cart, guiding the old yellow ox along a concealed mountain path. Anlei, ensure we erase our tracks, Pei Xiaoling instructed, casting a glance outside at the darkening sky. Yes, I understand, Anlei replied quietly. Fortunately, the path Anlei had chosen, though rugged, remained relatively stable, winding upward through the mountains. Moreover, the recent tremors appeared not to have affected this elevation. Soon, the group arrived at the mouth of the cave. Has anyone resided here before? Qiao Qiqi inquired, glancing at the smooth path leading to the neatly excavated cave. Indeed, madam, a band of mountain bandits once dwelled here, but after being captured by the authorities, the place fell into disuse, Anlei explained, steadying the ox before addressing the group. At that moment, Anlei had vanished, presumably to eliminate any traces of their passage. Before long, Qiao Qiqi heard several resounding booms. Anlei reappeared, declaring, I have obstructed several points along the mountain path, making it exceedingly difficult for others to follow us. Does this mean she cannot descend? Qiao Qiqi pondered. Let us proceed. The rain intensifies, Pei Xiaoling remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Qiao Qiqi, who appeared slightly disheartened. Brother, allow me to carry you. Pei Xiaoming swiftly stepped forward to assist Pei Xiaoling from the cart, while the others busied themselves with the supplies. The cave was not spacious enough to accommodate more than one person at a time, rendering the ox cart unenterable. What shall we do about the ox? Qiao Qiqi asked, glancing back at the old yellow ox, which could not enter the cave. Was she to leave it outside to endure the rain? As for her spatial abilities, she was uncertain whether the ox could be accommodated within. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a voice echoed in her ears. Let it be done. We may need to stay here for some time, and this old ox is of little use to us now. Pei Xiaoling turned and added, with this beef, we could sustain ourselves for quite a while. As soon as his words fell, Anlei had already plunged a knife into the belly of the old cow. Goodness! Qiao Qiqi was taken aback by Anlei's swift and skillful butchering, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. No way! This cow was her purchase, meant for transportation, and they were slaughtering it without her consent. Qiao Qiqi cast a speechless glance at Pei Xiaoling, unable to bear looking at the old cow any longer. She forced herself to push the thoughts aside. Better to die early and be reborn. Old cow, may you find a good family in your next life. Ahead, and Jian had ignited a torch, seemingly procured from nowhere. Qiao Qiqi supported Pei Mu, and they ventured deeper into the cave. After traversing approximately 50 meters, the cavern suddenly widened considerably. Soon, she began to hear the rhythmic sound of raindrops and distant thunder. This place was originally where bandits stacked firewood. Perhaps we should rest here for the night and wait until dawn for my subordinates and Anlei to clear the houses ahead? In the darkness, and Jian quietly inquired of Pei Xiaoling. Indeed, Pei Xiaoling replied softly, glancing at the torrential rain outside. And Jian promptly found a flat, clean spot illuminated by the torchlight and laid out bedding. Subsequently, Pei Xiaoming carefully placed his elder brother upon the bedding. Before long, Anlei approached. The cow had been butchered into pieces. What should we do next? Qiao Qiqi suppressed her feelings of sorrow and softly suggested, let us leave it there for now. I will deal with it in the morning. By the way, you mentioned that bandits once inhabited this area. Are there houses ahead? Yes, madam. There are about a dozen houses and quite a bit of farmland ahead, and Dian explained. Those bandits originally came from farming backgrounds, forced into banditry. All right, I understand. I will handle the beef tomorrow. Qiao Qiqi gently nodded, also helping Pei Mu and Pei Shuer find a clean spot to sit. In this weather, the beef would remain fresh overnight. She planned to prepare braised beef the next day, though she would need numerous kitchen utensils. Since people had once lived here, there must be a kitchen, which would also serve as a cover. Well, it's getting late. Let us rest early. Pei Xiaoling's deep voice resonated as the torch extinguished. Although this area was significantly more spacious than the previous cave, accommodating 8 or 9 people still felt a bit cramped. Moreover, with a considerable amount of chopped firewood piled around, they decided against lighting a bonfire. After all, dawn was approaching, and everyone agreed to rest for a while. Time slipped by, and in a hazy state, Qiao Qiqi felt someone calling her. When she awoke, she found herself lying on an unfamiliar bed. Turning her head, she was startled to see Pei Shaoling's extraordinarily handsome face. She instinctively recoiled in surprise. Unbeknownst to her, she had retreated too far, and behind her was empty space. As she was about to fall to the ground, she quickly closed her eyes, bracing for the impending pain. Unexpectedly, a robust and powerful arm encircled her waist. In a swift roll, she found herself pinned on the couch by Pei Shaoling. "What do you intend to do?" Qiao Qiqi stammered, taken aback by the proximity of the imposing figure before her. The man exuded a faint herbal fragrance, his arms pressing against her sides. A subtle smile gracing his face. "Are you afraid of me?" His deep, melodious voice, laced with a hint of seduction, whispered close to her ear. Qiao Qiqi felt her heart race, pounding erratically within her chest. "No, I'm not afraid of you," she stubbornly denied, attempting to push the man off her. "Don't move. Do not tempt me, or else." Pei Shaoling, feeling her small hands pushing against him, experienced an electric thrill coursing through him and quickly interjected. Qiao Qiqi silently screamed within, "No way, big brother. Who is tempting you? Where are we? Master Pei, is this the lair of those bandits?" Unable to move, she sought to shift the topic, as the current situation was far too awkward. "Well, when the rain ceased this morning, and Jian and the others tidied up a bit, and we took refuge here," Pei Shaoling gently replied, "Do not divert the conversation. Why do you fear me?" I do not fear you," Qiao Qiqi gasped. Her face flushed, speaking softly as she struggled to catch her breath. At that moment, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful, instilling both awe and trepidation in her. "You claim not to fear me, yet you possess the courage to slay officials, yet cannot speak boldly to me. What is the reason?" Pei Shaoling gently grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze as he quietly inquired. Qiao Qiqi's eyes widened in shock. How did he know she had killed an official? "What are you saying?" I don't understand," she stammered, shutting her eyes to avoid the strikingly handsome face before her. Just as she closed her eyes, a sudden weight pressed against her lips. Qiao Qiqi opened her eyes in haste, astonished to find him kissing her. The woman, who had been single for over 20 years, felt her mind momentarily malfunction. Pei Shaoling savored the sweetness of her lips, his eyes twinkling with amusement as he observed her bewildered expression. Releasing her chin, his right hand began to explore her clothing with insistent boldness. It was only when a chill enveloped his shoulder that Qiao Qiqi regained her senses. She exerted all her strength to push him away, laboriously rising from the couch and landing on the floor. "You," she stammered, gazing at Pei Shaoling, who lay sideways on the couch, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. "My dear, we are indeed husband and wife. It is only natural for us to be a little intimate," Pei Shaoling remarked innocently, a smile dancing on his lips. But I want to divorce you," she exclaimed, flustered and at a loss for words. "My dear, is it because you see me as a cripple that you plan to abandon me and seek a better match?" Pei Shaoling wore an expression of grievance and innocence, portraying Qiao Qiqi as the heartless one. Qiao Qiqi said, No, I merely pondered that we lack any emotional connection, and in the future, you shall encounter someone you truly love. This is not right," she explained softly. "You are my wife, the one I cherish most dearly. There will be no other." Pei Shaoling gazed at her slightly flustered demeanor, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "As long as you are here, I shall never take another." Although these words were meant as a declaration of affection, they struck Qiao Qiqi with an undertone of threat. Was he suggesting that if he wished to marry another, her life would be forfeit? The thought of him encountering the female lead filled her with dread, as it would surely spell her doom. The more she contemplated, the more frightened she became, nearly on the verge of tears. It was entirely unnecessary. All she desired was to live a tranquil life. She vowed that if she ever returned to her previous existence, she would refrain from critiquing novels. Had she not been so careless in ridiculing her original self for being foolish? Perhaps she could have followed the noble heir closely and become a regent's consort in the future. However, once she truly entered this narrative, she felt overwhelmed. Given her inclination for a laid-back existence, she could hardly survive the intrigues of palace or domestic strife. Thus, she had no desire to be a consort or queen, nor to indulge in wealth and luxury. All she wished for was a life of simplicity. Pei Xiaoling found her panic amusing, and just as he prepared to soothe her, a knock resounded at the door. Chapter 29. Handling beef. Following the knock, the voice of Pei's mother was heard. "Linger, Chi-Chi? I'm here." As if she had seen a savior, Qiao Chi-Chi hastily adjusted her disheveled attire and opened the door. "Mother, what is it?" Qiao Chi-Chi asked with a beaming smile. Pei's mother observed the blush on Qiao Chi-Chi's cheeks and her slightly disordered clothing, then glanced at Pei Xiaoling, who lay on the couch with a bemused expression. Suddenly, she realized she had intruded upon a private moment. "And no, it's nothing. You two continue." Pei's mother quickly closed the door and departed. Qiao Chi-Chi retrieved a wooden comb from her sleeve, gently grooming her hair and straightening her dress. Then, she opened the door and declared towards the bed, "I shall go take care of the beef now." She fled the room in haste, ensuring to close the door behind her. Upon exiting, Qiao Chi-Chi discovered a corridor approximately 1.5 meters wide, connecting 5 main rooms, with 2 side rooms on either side. Beneath the corridor lay a grand staircase, overgrown with moss, likely due to its long abandonment. The house was elevated on rocky foundations, standing a story above the nearby fields. As Qiao Chi-Chi traversed the corridor, she opened each room in search of the kitchen. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she shut the door, her nominal husband stood firmly on the ground. At last, in the east wing's side room, Qiao Chi-Chi found the kitchen, which had been thoroughly cleaned. In the kitchen, strips of beef had been neatly arranged on the countertop. Even the pots and pans brought from old Ruan's home were meticulously organized. Taking a gentle breath, Qiao Chi-Chi decided to attend to the beef first. In the corner stood several clean, large water jars, presumably washed by Dian, awaiting water. Qiao Chi-Chi casually selected one, noticing the moisture had evaporated, and began placing the beef pieces into the jar. With each piece, she generously sprinkled specialized marinating spices for cured beef from the supermarket, layering them as she went. Once the jar was filled with beef, she retrieved a roll of plastic wrap from her storage space and carefully covered the jar's opening, securing it with the lid. After 5 days, it would be ready for rinsing and drying. Glancing at the remaining pieces of beef and offal on the table, she resolved to use one for a beef and potato stew, transforming the rest into braised beef and offal soup. She moved deftly around the kitchen, immersed in her tasks. Meanwhile, in the adjoining room, Pei Xiaoling sat on the sole chair, observing the 3 individuals before him. "What is the current situation in the building?" he inquired, resting his chin on his hand as he addressed Dian. "Lord, ever since Feng eliminated you, most of the personnel in the building have come under his command. Coupled with your disappearance, the atmosphere has become quite tense," and Dian replied softly, his head bowed. "Understood. In a few days, I will personally address certain matters," Pei Xiaoling remarked, his gaze icy and a bloodthirsty smile gracing his lips. "Those who betray me must be dealt with mercilessly." "Yes, my lord." Ruan Lao and Dian quickly knelt, responding in unison. "Rise," Pei Xiaoling commanded gently. "And Dian, tomorrow you and Ruan Lao will head to the capital. There are matters I have entrusted Ruan Lao to handle. Your sole duty is to ensure his safety." Pei Xiaoling looked at them, his tone softening. "Unlay, you will remain here for the time being and return to the building with me in a few days." "Lord, your leg injury. Shouldn't you let the lady know that you are well?" Ruan Lao asked quietly. "No need. You will inform her shortly," Pei Xiaoling said softly to Ruan Lao. Then turned to Enlay. "When you have time, find a carpenter in Taiping Town to craft a chair that I can use to walk." "Understood," they replied in unison. In the kitchen, Qiao Chi-Chi completed the beef and potato stew and braised beef, then steamed a large pot of rice. Fortunately, the kitchen's pots and steaming equipment were quite substantial, sufficient to feed 8 or 9 people well. After washing the bowls and chopsticks, she carried them to the adjacent room. Next, She arranged the dishes neatly before bringing the large pot of awful soup to the table. Standing at the doorway, she called out loudly, "Dinner's ready." She then sat on a bench at the long table, wiping the sweat from her brow. Having finished all her tasks, she felt thoroughly exhausted. Soon, Pei's mother arrived with Pei's two brothers and Pei Shuer, followed by Ruan Lao and Lei and Indian. "Chi-Chi, please take the food and soup to Xiaoling." Pei's mother carefully placed the steaming rice and soup into a serving tray and gently addressed Xiao Chi-Chi. "I shall not go. Let Xiaoan or Xiao Ming deliver it instead." Xiao Chi-Chi softly shook her head, as she preferred not to be alone with Pei Xiaoling for the time being. It was simply too awkward. "Very well then, Xiaoan. Please take this to your elder brother." Pei's mother glanced at Xiao Chi-Chi, her eyes filled with understanding, before handing the tray to Pei Xiaoan. "Chi-Chi, has Xiaoling been unkind to you?" "In truth, he is quite amiable and has a gentle temperament. When the old lady insisted he marry you, he acquiesced, albeit reluctantly." Pei's mother settled beside Xiao Chi-Chi and whispered, "People say you are afflicted with a loss of spirit, only to be restored upon encountering someone fated." The old lady, driven by selfish motives, wished to make a mockery of Xiaoling. She continued, "Xiaoling's father, the Marquis, was adamantly opposed to your entering the family. Yet, Xiaoling declared that news of your betrothal had already spread. Should he not marry you, your reputation would be irreparably tarnished." Xiao Chi-Chi, awkwardly grasped by Pei's mother, listened to the tale of her past engagement to Pei Xiaoling as if it were a story. Even when he was beaten and unconscious during the family upheaval, he instructed his mother to take good care of you. Pei's mother said with a benevolent expression, holding her hand, "We understand that the things you did were beyond your control. Now that you are well, dear, I hope you and Xiaoling can build a wonderful life together and grant me a lovely grandchild, so that his late father may rest in peace." Xiao Chi-Chi felt her cheeks flush as she recalled the kiss from that morning. Yet, she could not shake the thought that Pei Xiaoling would eventually meet the female protagonist and fall madly in love with her, igniting a war that would wreak havoc on countless lives. This sentiment remained unspoken in her heart. She could only lower her head quietly, allowing Pei's mother to continue her praises of her son. Soon, Pei Xiaoan returned, and everyone began to enjoy their meal. "Wow, this beef stew smells divine. It's absolutely delicious," exclaimed the usually reserved Pei Shuer, her face lit with joy as she savored the beef in her bowl. Hearing her delight, Xiao Chi-Chi smiled softly. She used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of sauced beef into the young girl's bowl, saying, "Do try this. It's quite tasty." Pei Shuer took a bite, her eyes sparkling. "It's delicious. Truly delightful. Sister-in-law, you must eat as well." As everyone began to indulge heartily, Xiao Chi-Chi picked up her own bowl and chopsticks. The group then fell into a comfortable silence as they savored their meal, adhering to the ancient wisdom that one should not speak while eating. After finishing her meal, Xiao Chi-Chi returned to the kitchen with her bowl and chopsticks. Pei's mother offered to help, but she declined, as having Pei's mother around would hinder her ability to wash the dishes with detergent. Once she had tidied everything up and emerged from the kitchen, she noticed Elder Ruan seemingly waiting for her in the corridor. "What's the matter?" Xiao Chi-Chi queried, observing the troubled expression on Elder Ruan's face. "Dear girl, the thing is, I need to make a trip to the capital, so..." Elder Ruan hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. "Aren't you supposed to give acupuncture to my husband for 7 days? On the 3rd day, are you truly contemplating abandoning your responsibilities?" Xiao Chi-Chi raised an eyebrow, inquiring of old Ruan. "I have urgent matters to attend to," he replied innocently, smiling at her. "So for the next few days, I must rely on you." "Rely on me? But I am not trained in acupuncture," Xiao Chi-Chi responded, exasperated. "I have only perused a few dozen pages of the medical book you provided. Is that truly sufficient? Tonight, I shall perform acupuncture on your husband, and thereafter, I will instruct you on the art of massage. Once I have concluded my urgent tasks, I shall return to continue his treatment. What do you think?" Old Ruan whispered as they conferred. "Massage? Does that involve invigorating his circulation?" Xiao Chi-Chi queried, skepticism evident in her tone. "Why not have one of his subordinates attend to this? Perhaps you should ask him yourself? After all, are you not his wife?" Old Ruan implied that it was only natural for a wife to care for her husband, including administering massage. Well, never mind. I shall refrain from asking. Please do enlighten me later on how to perform a massage, Qiao Qiqi replied, a hint of frustration in her expression. Outside, the rain fell more heavily, while in Dian and in Lei continued to repair the roof of the West Wing. With nothing else to occupy her time, Qiao Qiqi settled on a wooden beam in the corridor, extracting the medical book given by old Ruan to peruse. Qiqi, in the main house, out of the 5 rooms, only the central hall is uninhabitable. The other 4 can be allocated as follows. 1 for you and Xiaoling, Pei Mu said as she approached and sat beside her. The remaining 3 will be for your mother and your 2nd and 3rd brothers. How does that sound? And what of the West Wing? Is it reserved for Indian and in Lei? Qiao Qiqi inquired softly, having initially planned to find an empty room for herself that evening. She had not anticipated that Pei Mu would already have arranged the accommodations. Indeed, while there are over a dozen rooms here, the adjacent building is nearly collapsing. With the rain falling now, repairs are impossible, Pei Mu sighed. Qiqi, you, and Xiaoling are married, and it is only fitting for a married couple to share a room. Currently, there are no other available rooms, so please take good care of him. Qiao Qiqi pondered. How could Pei Mu possibly know that she did not wish to share a room with Pei Xiaoling? Was her discomfort so evident? Nevertheless, she reassured herself that Peida was presently unable to engage. She resolved to treat him as if he were non-existent. Mother, I understand. I will take good care of him, she replied with a gentle sigh and a smile. That evening, after old Ruan performed acupuncture once more, he began to instruct Qiao Qiqi on how to massage Pei Xiaoling's lower back and legs. Child, you must massage him for a quarter of an hour each night to prevent his muscles from atrophying. When I return, I shall perform acupuncture in a few more places, and he will recover, old Ruan directed while explaining. Qiao Qiqi, looking at the peacefully sleeping Pei Xiaoling, nodded gently. Very well, I understand. All right, I shall leave you to it. I will return to rest, as we must rise early tomorrow, old Ruan said, turning to depart and kindly closing the door behind her. Once old Ruan had left, the room was left with only Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling. Qiao Qiqi suddenly felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Just moments ago, she had been oblivious, but now, with her hands resting on Pei Xiaoling's legs, everything felt amiss. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at the still slumbering Pei Xiaoling and continued her massage. As time passed, she turned and exited the room, making her way to a small chamber behind the kitchen in the east wing. This was her washing area, equipped with a large basin for bathing. After heating some water, she eyed the basin but ultimately decided to retrieve a bucket from her space. Regardless of the circumstances, it was best to avoid using items that had been previously utilized by others. After all, one should take care of oneself, especially as a young woman. Once she had enjoyed a refreshing shower, she donned a clean outfit. After lingering a bit longer, she washed and hung up her soiled clothes. Only then did she slowly return to the room she shared with Pei Xiaoling. On the bed, he remained quietly asleep against the wall, leaving a significant space for her. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qiqi cautiously climbed onto the bed, her body taut with tension. Previously, whether during their exile or at the inn's common sleeping quarters, she had remained composed. Yet now, in solitude with him, anxiety gripped her. It was undoubtedly the tormenting methods of Pei Xiaoling in the original narrative that had left her with such apprehension. Nestled in the bedding, a faint herbal aroma mingled with the distinct scent of a man enveloped her. Qiao Qiqi had anticipated a restless night. However, to her surprise, her taut nerves quickly succumbed to slumber. As her breaths became soft and rhythmic, Pei Xiaoling opened his eyes. He extended his left arm to encircle Qiao Qiqi's waist, gently drawing her into his embrace. Gazing at her serene features, he could not resist planting a tender kiss upon her lips. In her dream state, Qiao Qiqi vaguely sensed someone holding her, showering her with fervent kisses, and she found herself engaging in rather intimate actions. She struggled to awaken, yet her eyelids remained stubbornly closed. Perhaps it was merely a dream. In her hazy consciousness, she reassured herself and ceased her struggles, surrendering to his affections. Deep down, she knew that at that moment, Pei Xiaoling's legs were still numb and incapable of any actions against her. However, when dawn broke, she caught sight of her disheveled shoulders and the multitude of hickeys adorning her chest, prompting an explosion of embarrassment within her. Chapter 31. The rain continues to fall. Qiao Qiqi hastily pulled her clothes up, then swung a hand toward Pei Xiaoling. Unexpectedly, a hand grasped her arm, preventing her force from striking the man. "My dear, what is going on? Are you plotting to murder your husband first thing in the morning?" Pei Xiaoling, reclining with a look of mild satisfaction, teased her with a grin. "You actually took advantage of me while I was asleep? I'll make you pay." At that moment, Qiao Qiqi no longer cared whether he was the villain. All she wanted was to give him a good thrashing. Last night was indeed not a dream. She was truly subjected to an unrestrained display of affection by the imposing figure beside her. "Go ahead, strike me." Pei Xiaoling released her, revealing his broad chest, a gesture inviting her to take her liberties. Qiao Qiqi inquired, "Are you still the ruthless villain, unflinching your actions? Why do you present yourself as a lovesick rogue in my presence?" Pei Xiaoling pulled her tightly into his embrace, gently kissing her enticingly sweet lips. After a prolonged moment, he finally released her, leaving Qiao Qiqi breathless. You. She felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, lightly tapping his chest. "You, Qiqi, are my wife, and I am your husband, are we not?" Pei Xiaoling held her close, allowing her to strike his chest. "You are now mine. We shall not speak of separation again. Do you understand? But what if in the future you encounter a woman you love? What am I to do then?" Qiao Qiqi looked at him with a sense of grievance. "It would only mean I am being cast aside. After all, it was merely a matter of him having touched and kissed her. If he were to fall for the female protagonist, she would feel as if she had been discarded like a mere plaything. From now on, no matter what, you, Qiao Qiqi, will always be my one and only wife," Pei Xiaoling declared, holding her tightly. "Is that truly so?" Qiao Qiqi, nestled against his chest, could only murmur her question. "Indeed, I swear it," Pei Xiaoling affirmed, embracing her with conviction. "Then, if you should happen to develop feelings for another in the future, promise me you will speak of it?" At last, Qiao Qiqi raised her head, her large, round eyes fixed on Pei Xiaoling. "I, Qiao Qiqi, do not wish to share a man with any other woman. If you ever love another, I will leave." "Fear not, I shall not," Pei Xiaoling replied, a smile dancing in his eyes as he stroked her dark tresses. In that moment, the room was enveloped in warmth. Qiao Qiqi allowed him to hold her without resistance. In truth, if one were to disregard the original narrative, this man before her was indeed her ideal. In the original tale, his descent into darkness stemmed from losing his family during exile and his unrequited love for the female protagonist. If she could alter his fate, perhaps he would not become the great antagonist after all. As she lay in Pei Xiaoling's embrace, Qiao Qiqi pondered silently. After a while, she softly asked, "What shall we do now? If we abandon the path of exile, we will be faced with the overwhelming threat of bounty hunters. Indeed, we shall become fugitives. Are you afraid?" Pei Xiaoling inquired gently, a hint of mirth in his eyes. "Afraid? What can fear accomplish?" Qiao Qiqi shook her head, remaining silent. "Do not worry. The exiled party cannot travel far at present. Elder Ruan has calculated that for the next fortnight, calamities will beset the land. We shall find a suitable refuge where I can tend to my injuries," Pei Xiaoling reassured her, caressing her head. "You need not fret. I shall take care of everything." "Calamities? Surely you jest." Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. "Aside from earthquakes, what other calamities could there be? Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply settle in and find peace." Pei Xiaoling gently stroked her head and suggested that, since it was still early, she should indulge in a little more sleep. Qiao Qiqi gazed out at the dimly lit sky, listening to the rhythmic patter of rain, contemplating the lack of pressing matters. She decided that it would be preferable to doze off once more. Thus, she nestled back into Pei Xiaoling's embrace and drifted into slumber again. When she awakened anew, the outside world was brilliantly illuminated. Hastily, Qiao Qiqi rose, adjusted her attire, and fashioned a simple ponytail before exiting the room. Pei Xiaoling, lying beside her, wore a tender smile filled with affection. However, a fleeting thought seemed to darken his expression. In the kitchen, Qiao Qiqi, now refreshed, discovered her mother-in-law flustered as she attempted to ignite a fire. A pungent cloud of smoke enveloped the room. "Cough, cough, mother, what are you doing?" she inquired softly, waving her hand to disperse the smoke that stung her eyes. "Oh, I merely wish to prepare some stew, but I seem unable to light even a fire." Pei's mother replied helplessly, her gaze fixed on Qiao Qiqi. "Perhaps you should step outside. I can handle the cooking," Qiao Qiqi suggested, her concern growing as the smoke thickened. "I worry you might inadvertently set the kitchen ablaze." "Well, let me assist you," Pei's mother murmured. "You come from a noble background. It is not fair for you to bear the burden of cooking alone. I wish to help you. I regret that you have not enjoyed a single day of peace since marrying into our family." Qiao Qiqi offered a gentle smile, guiding her away from the kitchen and into the corridor. "Mother, I am not troubled. Cooking is something I genuinely enjoy. If I were not to cook, I would be at a loss for what to do. After all, I must eat as well. But I always feel guilty towards you," Pei's mother confessed, her face etched with remorse. "Not all. Please go check on Shu'er. I can manage the cooking here," Qiao Qiqi reassured her softly before turning back to the kitchen. After flinging open the large kitchen window to disperse the smoke, she commenced her preparations for breakfast. Outside, the sky remained overcast, and the torrential rain continued to pour as if the heavens had torn open. Water began to accumulate outside the house, and Qiao Qiqi frowned at the sight, discarding the dirty water from her hands into the corridor. It appeared there were no drainage systems in this area. If the rain continued, they would surely be flooded. It seemed prudent to venture outside shortly. Returning to the kitchen, Qiao Qiqi busied herself with breakfast. She first simmered a pot of congee and then retrieved a bag of flour from the supermarket to make several baskets of beef-filled buns. The remaining flour was poured into a large jar, clearly a rice container in the corner, and covered with a lid. Should anyone inquire about the origin of the flour, she would simply attribute it to the previous owner. Considering Pei Xiaoling's weakened condition, she also prepared some beef soup specially for him, using the beef she had sourced from her own supermarket. Having marinated the previous day's beef, the remaining fresh meat had been consumed in one meal. After a moment's thought, she fetched some potatoes and sweet potatoes from the supermarket and placed them in the corner of the kitchen. Chapter 32. Drainage soon. Breakfast was prepared. When Qiao Qiqi brought the congee and beef buns to the table, she discovered that only Mother Pei and the 3 Pei siblings remained. "Have the others left?" Qiao Qiqi inquired, slightly surprised. "No, that Dark Thunder went to Taiping Town to make a movable chair for my brother," Pei Xiaoming casually remarked as he grabbed a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. "Wow, beef filling, it smells delightful. Big sister-in-law, leave that there. I'll take it to elder brother," Pei Xiaoan said quickly as he noticed Qiao Qiqi placing a bowl of beef soup and 2 buns into a tray. "No need. I can manage." Qiao Qiqi elegantly evaded him and made her way toward her in Pei Xiaoling's room. Huh. This big sister-in-law was reluctant to bring food to elder brother yesterday. What changed today? Pei Xiaoming asked curiously as he seized another bun. Of course. Elder brother must have charmed her. Girls need a bit of coaxing. Did you not see the blush on her face? It must be from last night. Xiaoan, your mouth cannot be silenced even during meals. Mother Pei lightly chided, halting his forthcoming words. You think you know everything. Your little sister is still here, really? You speak without restraint. Pei Xiaoan secretly stuck out his tongue and began sipping his congee. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi entered the room with the beef soup and buns. Xiaoling, have something to eat. My dear, I prefer it when you call me husband rather than my name, came a deep and melodious voice from the room. How about a call of husband for me to hear? Qiao Qiqi rolled her eyes internally. Hurry and eat. Aren't you hungry? She propped her pillow upright and swiftly helped Pei Xiaoling sit up partially, placing the tray before him. Now eat. My dear, Pei Xiaoling said with a faint smile. Girls ought to be a bit gentler. Look at me, your husband, so frail. How can I withstand your antics? Qiao Qiqi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. When have I ever toyed with you? Only last night, Pei Xiaoling teased with a smile. Do you recall how you were? Silence. I was asleep last night, half dreaming, thinking I was in a dream. Qiao Qiqi felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. I see you're not even hungry. Shall I take it away? She pretended to lift the tray from before him. Seizing the opportunity, Pei Xiaoling wrapped his arms around her slim waist and gently pecked her cheek. I will eat. Is that not permissible? Be good, do not be angry. Qiao Qiqi was startled by his sudden action and quickly stood up. It's broad daylight. Don't mess around. Only then did Pei Shaoling elegantly begin to eat his breakfast, remarking on its delightful flavor. The craftsmanship of my dear is truly commendable. Of course, I plan to open a restaurant or inn in the future, making a fortune with this culinary skill. Qiao Qiqi said, basking in his praise. Ah, then my dear must support me henceforth. Will you find my disabled legs distasteful? Pei Shaoling looked at Qiao Qiqi with a half-smile. Dr. Ruan mentioned that when he returns, he will help you with a few more needles and everything will be fine. With your looks, even if you were disabled, there would still be countless women eager to marry you. Qiao Qiqi murmured softly, pondering how such a handsome man could possibly go unnoticed by anyone but the foolish female lead. She couldn't fathom why he would pursue the aloof prince instead of the devoted Pei Shitzi, who genuinely cared for her. With a fond look in his eyes, Pei Shaoling continued to enjoy his beef soup. You eat first. I will collect the tray later. I must go have my meal now, as I have some matters to attend to afterward. Noticing that he had settled down to eat quietly, Qiao Qiqi prepared to turn away. What matters do you have? Pei Shaoling inquired, pausing his actions at her words. Oh, it's just that the rain has been pouring and the fields below are flooded. I need to check for any drainage spots to relieve the water. If we don't drain it, this place will surely be submerged, Qiao Qiqi explained. Well, wait a moment. And Lei has gone to Taiping town. I will have him assist you later, he replied. All right, I understand. Qiao Qiqi nodded lightly and turned towards the dining table in the east wing. After finishing her meal and clearing the dishes, she warmed the remaining buns in the large pot, having prepared an ample batch for lunch. Noticing the raincoat and hat hanging on the wall, she donned them and descended the stairs. Where are you going? Sister-in-law, Pei Shaoan asked curiously from the corridor. I'm going to see if I can find a way to drain the water, or else this place will inevitably flood. Qiao Qiqi explained once more, proceeding outside without looking back. Pei Shaoan hurriedly grabbed his own raincoat and hat and followed her. By this time, the water had risen above her ankles, soaking her embroidered shoes. However, she paid little mind to it and ventured towards the lower terrain. The water became murky under her steps as she searched for any drainage outlets in the nearby fields. Sister-in-law, wait for me. I'll help you look. Pei Shaoan called after her. Catching up. Okay. Qiao Qiqi smiled faintly at him and continued her search. Before long, the two discovered a 2-foot-wide gap nestled between two boulders. Though it was choked with leaves and debris. Sister-in-law, hold on. I'll go back and fetch a hoe to clear this out. And the water will flow away, Pei Shaoan suggested after examining the situation closely. Yes. Qiao Qiqi nodded, acknowledging the need for a hoe to clear the blockage. Soon, Pei Shaoan returned with a hoe, accompanied by Pei Xiaoming, who was also dressed in a raincoat and carried a hoe. The two brothers worked together diligently to clear the leaves and stones from the gap, allowing the stagnant water to flow down towards it. After the gap was opened, Qiao Qiqi removed her hat and peered out. Oh, it seems there's a small path leading down the hill here. Amidst the weeds, several steps, seemingly carved by human hands, were faintly visible. However, they were shallow and could pose a risk of slipping off the cliff if one were not careful. Here lies the retreat left by those mountain bandits. Pei Shaoan removed his rain hat to inspect the surroundings. Shall we return? He inquired. Very well, Qiao Qiqi replied, placing her rain hat back atop her head as she observed the receding water, revealing the muddy ground beneath, and sighed with relief. By the way, where do you fetch your water? Qiao Qiqi suddenly remembered the issue of drinking water. Chapter 33. The original wheelchair. Oh, there is a well behind our house. The water there is both clear and sweet, and the bandits even constructed a thatched shelter over it. Pei Shaoan explained softly. Oh, I see. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, deducing that the well must tap into an underground river. However, she pondered how the ancients managed to dig such deep wells with their limited technology. Unable to comprehend this, she decided not to dwell on it any longer, content that they need not worry about water for the time being. Shall we return? She asked once more, glancing at the crevice before addressing the Pei brothers. Very well. Upon returning to the kitchen, Qiao Qiqi opened the brine barrel of preserved beef for inspection, then settled in the corridor to continue her studies of medical texts. Before long, Lei emerged from the cave, carrying a wooden wheelchair. Qiao Qiqi tucked her medical book into her embrace, scrutinizing the wheelchair that Enlei had brought back. It was meticulously crafted, adorned with intricate carvings, and its design bore a striking resemblance to modern wheelchairs, albeit with different materials. Curious, the Pei brothers gathered around, and upon learning it was meant for their elder brother, they hurriedly prepared to lift Pei Shaoling. "Wait, the wood is too hard. We need to make a cushion," Qiao Qiqi quickly interjected. "A cushion? Do you mean a square one placed on top of the chair?" inquired Pei's mother after a moment of thought. "Yes, indeed. Preferably with some support for the back as well," Qiao Qiqi confirmed, gesturing to illustrate her idea. "All right, leave it to me." While sorting through the remnants of the bandits, I found several usable pieces of fabric. Pei's mother replied eagerly. "I have some free time, so I'll take care of it." Qiao Qiqi readily agreed, acknowledging that her sewing skills could not compare to Pei's mother, though basic mending was certainly manageable. Soon enough, Pei's mother had fashioned a cushion and placed it atop the wooden wheelchair. Pei Shaoan carefully positioned Pei Shaoling in the chair and gently pushed him around the room. "What a pity. This room has a threshold. Otherwise, elder brother could have enjoyed the corridor," Pei Xiaoming lamented as he glanced at the doorway. "That is simple." Without further ado, Enlei fetched an axe from the kitchen and swiftly removed the threshold with just a few strokes. "Excuse me, did you obtain my permission to remove the threshold from my room?" Qiao Qiqi exclaimed. "Oh, well, it matters not. After all, we are merely staying here temporarily," Pei Xiaoming said, cheerfully urging his second brother to step aside as he pushed Pei Shaoling toward the corridor outside. The group followed them out, observing Pei Xiaoming joyfully pushing Pei Shaoling as if he were a child. "This is quite satisfactory. With this movable chair, Ling Heir no longer has to remain confined to the bed," Mrs. Pei remarked with a sigh. In order to allow Pei Shaoling to dine with everyone, Enlei also removed the threshold of the dining hall. As night fell, the rain diminished slightly. Seated at the dining table, Pei Shaoling inquired about the situation outside today. The entire Taiping town was in chaos, with many houses collapsed and countless casualties. Enlei reported that when he arrived, the carpenter was preparing to relocate his family southward. "Why south? Isn't it said that the south is currently facing a flood?" Pei Xiaoming asked, perplexed. Indeed, however, the town is abuzz with rumors that the northern Qin kingdom is aware of our Dion's calamity and plans to mobilize troops to seize our northern territory. Enlei relayed the hearsay to the group. "Huh? So now we face a flood in the south and military troubles in the north?" Pei Xiaoming was taken aback. He turned to Pei Shaoling. "Brother, what shall we do next? Are we to remain here for eternity? This place is not safe. We are merely taking temporary refuge here. In a few days, we must head north." Pei Shaoling contemplated before responding. "Ah, must we still venture to that desolate land?" Pei Xiaoming questioned, bewildered. "But we have become fugitives now, haven't we?" "Not at all. With Enlei by our side, we merely lag behind," Pei Shaoling reassured him, glancing at Enlei, who was savoring a beef bun. "For the time being, the capital shall not be peaceful. We will address everything once we reach the place of exile and settle down." But, Pei Xiaoming glanced at Enlei, at a loss for words. "I understand what you wish to say. Do not worry about our father's vengeance. One day, we shall return," Pei Shaoling consoled him. "For now, that desolate land is our safest option. When the time is right, I will bring you back to the capital, rest assured." "Indeed, brother, your leg injury has yet to heal. We shall discuss it once you have recovered. However, I observe that this area is surrounded by mountains, which renders it rather secluded and not entirely unsafe," Pei Shaoan remarked, glancing outside. "This place was once inhabited by a band of mountain bandits. Those familiar with the area must know of it," Qiao Qiqi interjected softly. "Yet, given the incessant rain, it is unlikely that the refugees will think to seek shelter here anytime soon." Sister-in-law makes a valid point," Pei Xiaoming nodded gently. From initially resisting Qiao Qiqi, he had come to admire her increasingly. Indeed, as their mother had said, sister-in-law had been unwell previously. "Wife, this soup is delightful. You should have some too." Pei Shaoling fetched a clean bowl and personally ladled a portion of soup before placing it in front of Qiao Qiqi. Surprised and flattered, Qiao Qiqi beamed at him. After clearing the tableware, it was already the hour of the dog, and darkness enveloped the sky. Qiao Chi gently pushed Pei Shaoling back to their room. As she lay down, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she fell into a deep slumber, the person beside her rose quietly and departed. Two slender figures glided swiftly off the mountain peak, vanishing from sight. In a valley several dozen miles away, a dense black fog lingers throughout the year. This place is known to the locals as the Valley of Evil Spirits, for it often echoes with the mournful cries of ghosts, resembling both human and spectral wails. Furthermore, anyone who dares to enter the valley is doomed to never return. When Pei Shaoling, clad in a long black and silver robe and wearing a fearsome silver mask, appeared here, several figures immediately emerged from the depths of the valley. "Master, you have returned," they exclaimed in unison. Indeed, this Valley of Evil Spirits is the infamous stronghold of a renowned assassin organization, the Misty Rain Tower. At this moment, Pei Shaoling stood before them in the attire he had concealed outside the valley, accompanied by Enlei. He glanced at the leader and Feng and the group behind him, then nodded slightly before leading the way into a hidden doorway within the valley. And Feng's eyes flickered as he regarded Pei Shaoling's legs, his fists clenched beneath his sleeves. He had not anticipated that Pei Shaoling had truly been deceiving him. Indeed, his legs were unscathed. Chapter 34. The Death of Feng. Upon reaching his designated throne, a servant promptly approached, bowing with a cup of tea at Pei Shaoling's side. "Master, please address the injustice surrounding Yu's death." Suddenly, a ragged figure burst forth, kneeling before him with a face full of indignation. "And 15, what nonsense are you spouting?" And Feng reprimanded. "Take 15 away. Do not disturb the tranquility of our master." Pei Shaoling smiled slightly. "And Feng, your power appears to be growing ever greater." And Feng's body stiffened momentarily as he knelt before Pei Shaoling. "Master, I have already reported the matter of Yu to you. She concealed the news of your exile, and I have discovered that she is affiliated with Prince Yi." "Ah, I am well aware of the situation regarding Yu," Pei Shaoling replied, casting a glance at 15 on the ground. "The Yu you knew was replaced 3 years ago. The individual you are familiar with is not the true Yu." And 15 looked up at Pei Shaoling in disbelief. "You may leave. There will be no further inquiry into this matter." Pei Shaoling softly regarded 15 before dismissively waving his sleeve. "But master, even disregarding the Yu incident, you must see through Feng's elimination of dissenters." And 15 insisted, resolute in his stance. "Oh, the elimination of dissenters?" Pei Shaoling elegantly propped his right hand upon the armrest, scrutinizing Feng. "And Feng, what do you have to say for yourself?" "Master, I have only removed those who were loyal to Yu. Please restore my innocence." And Feng, also half kneeling before him, pleaded with an expression of innocence. "Huh." Pei Shaoling struck the dragon head on the armchair, his face cold and unyielding. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds rang out as a volley of throwing daggers shot from one side of the chair, aiming directly for Feng's heart. And Feng's gaze hardened. He sprang into action, drawing a long sword from behind him and lunging toward Pei Shaoling's chest. Pei Shaoling, in turn, kicked aside a tray held by a nearby attendant and drew a soft sword from beneath his black and silver robe, engaging in combat. After several exchanges, Feng found himself in a desperate kneel before Pei Shaoling. "Master, why must you turn against your subordinate?" The dark wind concealed the wound on his chest, his gaze piercing as he directed a question at Pei Shaoling. "Why did you strike against me? Are you not aware of your own heart?" Pei Shaoling's smile transformed from gentle to bloodthirsty, his eyes reflecting a chilling intensity. "According to the rules of Yu Tower, betrayers must perish." "Master, I have not betrayed you. You cannot wrongfully accuse your subordinate." The dark wind protested, his face a mask of grievance. "I was merely eliminating traitors on your behalf. How could I possibly betray you? Is that so?" Pei Shaoling gradually bent down, whispering a few words into his ear. The dark wind's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Master, how could you possibly know? Do you understand, Dark Wind? You missed your prime opportunity to kill me." Pei Shaoling rose and slowly approached the throne, speaking softly. "Your cleverness has led to your own downfall. During my time at the Taiping station, I was indeed incapacitated. Had you come to check on me then and taken my life, you would have become the ruler of Yinyu Tower. Impossible. The Dark Wind remained skeptical. If you were so gravely injured, how could you maintain such composure? At that time, his subordinates had reported to him immediately upon discovering Pei Xiaoling's markings. To uncover the truth and to gain Pei Xiaoling's trust, he had personally gone to him, fulfilling any request made. Yet, to his astonishment, the other party had still uncovered his schemes. I implore you, Master, reveal how you discover my plans, or I shall not find peace in death. The Dark Wind gazed defiantly at Pei Xiaoling, seeking an answer. Or was the exile of the Pei family merely a bait to lure me out? Pei Xiaoling merely smiled and remained silent, glancing at those behind the Dark Wind. And you all, do you require me to name you one by one? His hands rested on the throne, his gaze sharp. Brothers, he has just recovered. His power is likely not restored. Let us attack together. Eliminate him. Among the traitors, one shouted, deftly lunging towards Pei Xiaoling. Dark Lei, standing beside him, immediately stepped forward to block, while Pei Xiaoling leaped into the air. The clash of blades ensued, bodies shifting like shadows. Thus began a bloody purge within the halls of Yinyu Tower. Hearing the commotion in the main hall, other assassins rushed over. Witnessing the Dark Wind attacking alongside his subordinates, they joined the fray. These individuals were loyal followers of Yinyu Tower, left by Dark Lei and Dark Dian. Soon, the assassins led by the Dark Wind lay defeated in the main hall. Pei Xiaoling surveyed the surroundings. The Dark Wind, driven by selfish desires, had eliminated rivals and framed others, and now he had met his demise. Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. The assassins quickly knelt in response. Pei Xiaoling glanced at them, declaring, from this day forth, Dark 11 shall be renamed Dark Heaven, and Dark 15 shall be renamed Dark Earth. Among the crowd, two gaunt men knelt forward. Yes, Master, they exclaimed. From now on, the two of you, alongside Dark Lei and Dark Dian, will serve as the new four protectors of Yinyu Tower. For the time being, you shall oversee all matters within the tower. Pei Xiaoling spoke softly. Understood, Master. The two quickly acquiesced. Pei Xiaoling nodded in satisfaction. In those years, after he was awakened from the bottom of the cliff by Lin Yi, the entire Misty Rain Tower had already fallen under the dominion of the Dark Wind. Not only did he conspire to murder Dark Rain, but also Dark Thunder and Dark Lightning. In truth, it was the Dark Wind who had truly colluded with King Yi. Subsequently, he returned to the Misty Rain Tower, where only Dark 11 and Dark 15, now known as Dark Heaven and Dark Earth, remained unwaveringly loyal to him. After King Yi seized control of the Misty Rain Tower, he unleashed a bloody purge upon the court of Daong, ultimately presenting himself as the lord of the Misty Rain Tower. Thus, Pei Xiaoling became the demon that everyone clamored to hunt down. King Yi, on the other hand, became the people's choice, ascending as the new emperor of Daong. Even Lin Yi, who had initially rescued him, ultimately pierced her sword into his chest in pursuit of the power he held. Dark Heaven, Dark Earth, since I'm going to clean this place up, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Observing that the hour was growing late, Pei Xiaoling did not wish to linger. Yes, Master. The two, although possessing a low profile within the tower, exhibited remarkable execution capabilities. They never asked questions that were not to be asked. Upon seeing Pei Xiaoling finish dealing with the traitors and prepare to leave, they did not inquire further, instead directing others to clear the corpses from the ground. Pei Xiaoling then nodded in satisfaction. Dark Heaven, this place has likely been compromised. After I depart, relocate the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower to the Dark Forest at the border of Daong and Dakian. Understood. Dark Heaven and Dark Earth quickly responded. Pei Xiaoling nodded gently and swiftly exited the Valley of Evil Spirits. Chapter 35. Someone has arrived as dawn broke. Qiao Qiqi awoke groggily to find Pei Xiaoling asleep, his strong arms wrapped around her waist. She carefully attempted to shift his robust arm aside to rise. Unexpectedly, his powerful grip tightened, pulling her even closer to him. Inhaling the faint aroma of herbs mingled with a hint of blood, she frowned slightly. Had his wound reopened? Did it happen after he inadvertently caused it to split while using the wooden wheelchair yesterday? Are you injured? Did your wound reopen? Leaning against Pei Xiaoling's chest, She whispered her inquiry. Do you want to help me? Came his deep and melodious voice from above her head. Perhaps I should call Xiaoan and the others? Despite having shared a bed with him, Qiao Qiqi still felt a touch of shyness. Having been single for over 20 years, she had never encountered a man's bare body. All right, the pleasing voice responded once more. Just as Qiao Qiqi was contemplating how to decline, she was taken aback by his swift agreement. She hadn't expected him to be so forthcoming. You are my wife. I shall not force you into anything you do not wish to do. Pei Shaoling gently embraced her, stroking her hair. Then why did you last night? Qiao Qiqi mumbled. That was beyond my control. However, you did not refuse me at that moment. You appeared quite receptive, Pei Shaoling replied, a smile dancing in his eyes, leaving the rest unspoken. Qiao Qiqi's face turned crimson. Stop talking. I will go make breakfast. No sooner had she uttered the words than she broke free from Pei Shaoling's embrace, rising to tidy her clothing and hair. Breakfast consisted once again of congee and beef buns. After breakfast, everyone busied themselves with their own affairs. It was the third day since they had arrived in this place, and the rain continued to pour. A torrential downpour, accompanied by the thunderous roar, was incessant. Qiao Qiqi sat on the corridor railing, engrossed in her medical texts while gazing at the rain outside. In truth, it would be quite pleasant to remain in such tranquility. There were no disturbances, and perhaps this is what a peaceful existence truly is. However, such contemplations did not last long. The sudden intrusion of unexpected guests jolted her back to the reality of her exile, a journey fraught with calamity. At that moment, she merely possessed a fleeting sense of calm. Just as noon approached, while Qiao Qiqi was preoccupied in the kitchen preparing lunch, she heard a cacophony from outside. Gripping her spatula, she stepped out of the kitchen to find a group of ragged, disheveled individuals invading the premises. A frown crossed her brow. How could it be them? How'd they find their way here? Was it not said that the mountain path had collapsed? The newcomers were none other than the Su family, who had, like her, plummeted from the cliff at the dilapidated temple and subsequently fled. The Su family, upon seeing the matriarch of the Pei household emerge from the house, were momentarily taken aback. Recovering quickly, Pei's mother furrowed her brow and inquired of the Su family, "How did you find this place?" However, the Su family did not respond. Instead, they hastened up the steps onto the corridor, surveying the house. "Mother, this house is quite nice. Perhaps we should temporarily reside here." The eldest son of the Su family remarked approvingly to his mother. "Very well," the Su family continued, seemingly disregarding the Pei matriarch. "Madam Su, what do you mean? This house is already occupied. If you wish to stay, you may repair the neighboring house and reside there." Pei's mother retorted, her brow furrowed. "Mother, the neighboring house has a completely damaged roof. It is uninhabitable," the second son of the Su family interjected. "Did you hear that? The neighboring house is uninhabitable. I believe this place is quite suitable. We shall stay here," Madame Su declared imperiously. "In that case, we want to occupy the entire house. You may have either the east or west wing for your family, and the rest will belong to us," she added, surveying the house with an air of superiority. "By what right?" Qiao Qiqi stepped forward, holding her spatula firmly. "There's a principle of precedence. We are the hosts, and you are the guests. We do not welcome such unwarranted intruders. Leave." "Oh, isn't this the bride from the Pei family who has been struck by madness? What? Are you having another episode?" Madame Su remarked with a mocking tone, casting a disdainful glance at Qiao Qiqi. At her words, Qiao Qiqi felt a chill run through her and was about to respond when, suddenly, a deep and melodious voice resonated. "Who gave you the audacity to bully my lady?" It was Pei Shaoling. "Onlei, teach them a lesson in humility." Thus, Onlei appeared, and with a series of resounding slaps, each member of the Su family bore a red, swollen mark on their faces. Subsequently, Onlei effortlessly kicked them down into the mud at the base of the steps. You are being excessively unreasonable." The members of the Su family, having been thrown into the muddy water, directed their ire towards Madame Pei, cursing vehemently, devoid of the grace expected of a lady of the official household. Instead, they resembled the troublesome shrews often found in villages. "Madame Su, your words are misplaced. Had you not sought to seize our abode from the very beginning, none would have treated you in such a manner. A hint of anger flickered across Madame Pei's face. Had you approached us with civility, I would have willingly offered half of our residence for your accommodation. Yet, you have shown us nothing but disdain. Oof. Were it not for your lord husband, my spouse would not have met his untimely demise. Why should I engage in pleasant discourse with you? Hatred radiated from Madame Su's gaze. What nonsense is this? It is your esteemed Su Shangshu who dragged my lord husband into disgrace. And you dare to retaliate with such accusations. Madame Pei's countenance was one of indignation. The matter of the imperial examination is fundamentally your Minister of Rights affair. My lord merely held a nominal position within the ministry. Yet, the leaked examination answers were pilfered from your Pingyuan Marquis, were they not? Madame Su shot her a fierce glare. The emperor has already uncovered the truth. Your eldest son stole the answers from the ministry and sold them to those candidates. You lie. My brother would never stoop to such treachery. Pei Xiaoming could not contain his outrage. Never? If it were not for your Marquis, will my Su family be implicated and exiled? Does your Pingyuan Marquis not feel the slightest remorse? Madame Su continued her accusations against the Pei family. The truths of this matter will inevitably surface in due time. There is no need for you to flaunt your power here. Qiao Qiqi cast a calm glance at Madame Su, signaling in Lei to escort the Su family to the vacant room in the West Wing. Sister-in-law, why not just expel them? Pei Xiaoming was growing anxious. How can we allow those who insult our family to remain? Your elder brother's leg has yet to heal. If these individuals encounter the officials outside and expose our location, we will be in grave trouble. Qiao Qiqi explained. Let us confine them for now and revisit the matter in a few days. Chapter 36. The Su family bows down and Lei glanced at Pei Xiaoling, who sat in a wooden wheelchair. Upon receiving a nod from him, he swiftly descended the steps, seizing the Su family members and ushering them into the vacant room adjacent to his own. The Su family, comprising more than 10 individuals, were tossed into the empty chamber as if they were chicks captured by an eagle. Madame Pei, what is the meaning of this? Release us at once. The door of the West Wing echoed with their desperate knocks. Madame Pei's heart raced, her face paling at their ruckus. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi caught a whiff of a burnt odor. Oh no, she exclaimed, realizing it was her potato stew. Rushing into the kitchen, she was dismayed to find a pot of charred remnants. What a waste of ingredients. Resigned, she began to clean the pot and prepare fresh meat for cooking. Sister-in-law, elder brother, said to prepare some food for the Su family, came Pei Xiaowen's voice from the doorway. Qiao Qiqi paused, turning to inquire why. Our own provisions are limited. The elder brother remarked that keeping them would be beneficial, as we would later require their testimonies to vindicate the grievances of our Ho residents. Pei Xiaowen offered a brief explanation. All right, I understand. Qiao Qiqi nodded. Since Peita had said so, he must have his reasons. If it is merely a casual task, then it shall indeed be approached casually. After all, the wild vegetables around this encampment are plentiful. Once we finish our meal, I can gather some myself. With this thought, Qiao Qiqi resumed her culinary endeavors. Inside the West Wing, Madame Su cursed the Pei family's main branch while observing her sons and brother-in-law. What are we to do? We cannot possibly contend with them, and now they audaciously wish to imprison us. Madame Su, drenched, looked at the group. How can we all fit in this small room? Mother, I believe they must also be escapees. If we strategize appropriately, we might even earn redemption. The eldest son of the Su family whispered as he glanced outside. No, we have barely escaped. We cannot risk being captured again. We would all end up imprisoned, protested the Su family's younger uncle. I refuse to return to that wretched place. What then? We cannot simply allow ourselves to be confined. Madame Su continued to push against the door. I never anticipated that the Pei family possessed such formidable martial prowess. Our earlier attitude was indeed mistaken, assuming that numbers alone could overpower the few. The younger uncle reasoned, perhaps, elder sister, you should soften your stance. I have heard that Lady Pei has a kind disposition. This way, we would not starve to death in here. Me capitulate? Madame Su exclaimed in disbelief. I have no desire to do so. Were it not for her, I would have married into the Ho residence long ago. Why should I bow to her? Mother, hasn't father treated you well? Moreover, you have us, your children. Let the past remain in the past. The eldest daughter of the Su family replied, exasperated. Let us devise a way to exit this room first. Once the rain ceases, we shall find a safe place to settle. Madame Su, gazing at her 2 sons and 2 daughters, reluctantly nodded. Very well, for your sake, I shall be willing to relent. Thus, Madame Su continued to pound on the door. Lady Pei, I was wrong. I apologize for my earlier conduct. Could you kindly allow us to pass? In the corridor, upon hearing Madame Su's voice, Lady Pei turned to her 3 sons. Mother, there's no need to rush. Let us leave them be for a while, Pei Xiaoling suggested softly. He then turned to Enlai. Please investigate how the mountain path was obstructed, yet they managed to find their way here. Understood, Enlai replied, returning to his room to fetch a raincoat and hat before venturing out of the encampment. By the time Qiao Qiqi brought the dishes to the table, Enlai returned, drenched from the rain. It turns out they traversed over another mountain rather than ascending from below, Enlai explained to Pei Xiaoling. The recent tremors, coupled with the incessant rainfall, have caused flooding in the valley. Hence, many have fled to this mountain. Our safety here is compromised. Indeed, our cave has become quite conspicuous. It is certainly not secure. Pei Xiaoling nodded gently. Enlai, once we finish our meal, please investigate the whereabouts of the escorting convoy. When the rain subsides, we shall follow them. Understood, Enlai replied affirmatively. Son, must we truly return to that exiled convoy? Is it not sufficient for us to remain here? Pei's mother expressed her resignation. In due time, your 2 younger brothers will be shackled and forced to march. Mother, the surroundings are perilous. We cannot linger here. Only the frigid north is truly safe, Pei Xiaoling elucidated. Regardless, we will have to venture there eventually. It is wiser to accompany the exiles. Rest assured, I have ensured the presence of our own people within the convoy to safeguard your well-being. Indeed, during their stay at the Taiping Town Inn, Enlai and Enlai had arranged for 2 of their own to infiltrate the official escort. Very well. I trust your judgment, Pei's mother acquiesced, using serving chopsticks to place a piece of beef before Qiao Qiqi. Qiqi, you have endured much recently. You have lost considerable weight. Do eat more. Listening on, Qiao Qiqi felt indifferent. She acknowledged the validity of Pei Xiaoling's reasoning. If the Su family could locate them, so too would others. And soon this place would be anything but tranquil. Observing his mother's words, Pei Xiaoling realized that his beloved's once round face had subtly transformed into an oval shape. Her large, expressive eyes stood out prominently against her slender visage. With a twinge of concern, he offered her a piece of beef. Darling, please eat. You appear too thin, it does not suit you. Qiao Qiqi stared blankly at her bowl brimming with beef. Had they truly intended for her to regain the weight she had painstakingly lost? Fortunately, the fat content of beef was not as high as that of pork. Calmly, she consumed all the meat in her bowl and responded with a polite smile. After their meal, Qiao Qiqi turned the marinated beef to ensure even seasoning. From Pei Xiaoling's demeanor, it was evident they would not remain here for long. Tomorrow, she resolved to wash the beef and let it dry. Thankfully, she had been generous with the salt during the marination process, allowing it to absorb flavor adequately. Once dried, she could transform the beef into jerky for preservation. After preparing the meat, she glanced towards the west wing and donned her raincoat and hat before stepping out to gather wild vegetables. She intended to prepare a porridge for the Su family across the way. Providing them with any sustenance was a commendable act. The notion of offering them beef buns was utterly out of the question. Before long, she returned with a selection of bitter and astringent wild greens, cooking a thin porridge. After transferring the vegetable porridge into a large and used basin, she called for Pei Xiaoming to carry it over to them. Whether they could consume, it was no longer her concern. Chapter 37. Refugees intrude that evening. Enlai returned with news regarding the exiled convoy. Due to the earthquake and torrential rain, the escort had halted at an abandoned farmhouse not far from their location. Furthermore, the lead officer intended to dispatch someone back to the capital once the rain ceased to report their escape. It was hoped that the capital would send individuals to search for the Pei family's main house and the Su family's whereabouts. Having departed from the capital for merely a few days, the escorting party had already lost nearly half of its members. The head constable and his companions were apprehensive about facing penalties upon reaching the desolate region. Hence, he resolved to wait for more personnel before setting off again. Thus, they planned to commence their journey the following day, as per the words of the old Master Wan, who had predicted that the rain would lessen by then. Pei Xiaoling pondered for a moment before speaking. But what about your leg? Shouldn't we wait for Master Wan to return for your acupuncture treatment? Qiao Qiqi inquired softly, glancing at Pei Xiaoling, who sat in a wooden wheelchair. Once Master Wan has finished his tasks, he will catch up with us. Do not worry. Pei Xiaoling reassured her gently before turning to Enlei. You should make another trip to the town shortly to see if you can procure more grain. Additionally, since the ox we were using has been slaughtered, find another one to replace it. Understood. I shall go at once, Enlei replied without hesitation. That evening, Enlei returned with a bag of damp millet soaked by the rain, as well as a half-grown donkey. The entire Taiping town is flooded. I salvaged this millet and donkey from the water, he reported, his clothes visibly soaked. Qiao Qiqi asked Enlei, will we still be able to descend the mountain? Yes. The main road is not submerged. Only the lower areas are. I cleared the mountain path when I came up. We should be able to descend tomorrow morning if the rain lessens, Enlei explained. But that little donkey, how can it pull a cart? Qiao Qiqi exclaimed in disbelief. It is such a pity that such a fine old ox was slaughtered on a whim. Madam, the ox was too wide to fit into the cave, so I had to chop it for firewood, Enlei said, scratching his nose with a sheepish expression. Qiao Qiqi widened her eyes at Pei Xiaoling, her expression one of incredulity. Is this akin to burning bridges after crossing them? Now, let's see how they manage. Pei Xiaoling contemplated briefly and suggested. Then let that little donkey pull my chair. And what about the pots and pans? Shall we carry them on our backs? Qiao Qiqi retorted, exasperated. Enlei silently criticized himself for being so tall, yet seemingly inept. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head. Brother, there is a wheelbarrow beneath the pile of firewood. It was likely used by the mountain bandits for their purchases. We can borrow it. The pots should fit. Pei Xiaoan interjected, eager to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Very well. Let it be so. Pei Xiaoling nodded gently at Enlei. When we reach the next relay station, see if you can procure a cart. Yes. Enlei replied promptly. The following morning, as anticipated, the rain had indeed diminished, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle. After breakfast, the group began to pack their belongings. They donned their raincoats and hats, ensuring the kitchenware was included. Qiao Qiqi had already washed the cured beef the previous night, though it had regrettably not dried. She fried it into jerky and placed it into their bundles, taking the opportunity to store most of it in her spatial pouch due to the limited size of the bags. Sister-in-law, let me carry that bundle for you. Pei Xiaoan offered eagerly, stepping forward to assist. No, I can manage on my own. You two just need to support mother and my little sister. Qiao Qiqi quickly gestured. Her burden was, in truth, quite light, as she had filled her pack with ample sponge blocks. There was plenty of space. It would be foolish to carry an enormous load of beef jerky unnecessarily. As everyone finished packing, Enlei donned a blank expression beneath a lifelike human mask. Wearing the garb of an officer escort, he emerged from the west wing, bringing forth the Su family, bound with ropes. Upon seeing the officer, the Su family members turned into quails, terrified into silence. Just as they were preparing to depart, a cacophony erupted from the cave's entrance. Look, there is a cave. It seems someone has dwelled here. Let us take refuge for a while, boomed a deep voice. Soon, Qiao Qiqi and her companions found themselves amidst a throng of refugees pouring in. Who are you? The leading refugee, a man in his 50s, although clad in unkempt attire, exuded an air of authority. We are a band of exiles heading north, separated from our main group, seeking shelter from the rain, Enlei replied, his face impassive in his official garb. Leave if you wish, but leave your belongings. A woman with a sharp face pointed at their donkey and the one-wheeled cart. Qiao Qiqi stepped forward, asserting, these items are ours. If you wish to stay here, be my guest, but allow us to depart first. What belongs to you? You are merely exiled criminals. How could you possess a donkey and a cart? They must belong to the owner of this house. Since you intend to leave your belongings. Another voice chimed in from the crowd. Qiao Qiqi raised an eyebrow. The items were indeed theirs, Were they attempting to seize them by force? You, young lady, have no say here. Move aside. A wiry man in the crowd leered at Qiao Qiqi. Indeed, officer, if you leave your goods, I shall let you depart. The elder man addressed An Lei. Not at all. These items are ours and will not be relinquished. Pei Xiaoming retorted angrily, his youthful face flushed with rage. He turned to Pei Xiaoling, saying, Brother, these people, emboldened by their numbers, seek to rob us. Shall we take action? Pei Xiaoling nodded slightly, glancing at Qiao Qiqi. My dear, come here. An Lei, be swift. Confused, Qiao Qiqi walked towards him, only to hear a series of agonized screams behind her. Turning back, she saw that each refugee now bore a slender cut across their necks. The dazed refugees stared blankly at them before slowly collapsing backward. Startled by this unprecedented scene, Qiao Qiqi instinctively took a step back. She could hardly believe she was witnessing a scenario akin to those depicted in dramas, where one strike could fell dozens. At that moment, she felt a firm grip on her wrist. Turning to see it was Pei Xiaoling, he gently spoke, Do not be afraid. Qiao Qiqi nodded softly, preparing to respond when suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from Pei Shuer. Qiao Qiqi quickly cast her gaze toward her. Surely, this young girl must have been frightened by the scene as well. However, when she lifted her head to look at the other, she was utterly horrified by the monstrous sight before her. Chapter 38. A narrow escape not far from Pei Shuer. A massive python was coiling menacingly. At this moment, the gigantic serpent was flicking its bright red tongue and glaring at the crowd with its gaping maw. What on earth? There is such a colossal snake in this place. Thank goodness it appeared just as they were about to leave. Had it shown up in the dead of night, this group would surely have become its prey. At that moment, Dark Thunder, wielding a bloodied long knife, leapt between Pei Shuer and the giant serpent. He brandished his waist knife and shouted to the crowd, Run. Reacting swiftly, Qiao Qiqi hurriedly led the donkey and dragged Pei Xiaoling towards the exit. To her dismay, a gigantic python head emerged from the cave entrance, and it appeared even larger than the previous one. Goodness, are they appearing in pairs now? This is truly perilous. Qiao Qiqi couldn't help but curse internally. The tied-up Su family members, overwhelmed with fear, dashed back to their previous quarters. Meanwhile, Pei's mother, petrified and trembling, stood frozen in place, clutching Pei Shuer. The two brothers of the Pei family, having miraculously found shovels, stood their ground against the two colossal serpents. They shouted to Qiao Qiqi and Pei's mother, sister-in-law, Quickly take mother and big brother little sister back to the room and hide. Seeing the python as thick as the cave itself, Qiao Qiqi understood that they stood no chance against it. Even if Dark Thunder possessed exceptional martial skills, he could not contend with these two monstrous snakes. Hiding in the room? Futile. If the snakes coiled around the house, they would inevitably meet a grim fate. Qiao Qiqi took a deep breath. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. My husband, I will carry you. With great effort, she hoisted Pei Xiaoling on her back and called out to Pei's mother and Pei Shuer. Follow me. Amidst the chaos, she stowed away the little donkey and the unicycle into her space. Then, she retrieved several packets of Realgar powder from the pharmacy in the supermarket and handed them to Pei Xiaoling and Pei's mother. Of course, she did not forget Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming, as well as Dark Thunder. Xiaoan, Xiaoming, do you remember the drainage hole we used? We will escape from there. The snake is too large to pass through. Keep the Realgar powder for protection. All right, you all go first. I will hold them off. Dark Thunder, receiving the Realgar powder, immediately sprinkled it over himself and addressed the group. The Pei brothers followed suit. Sister-in-law, I will carry big brother. Let us move quickly. It's fine, I can manage. Once we reach the drainage hole, you can come back. Hurry, there's no time to waste. You carry mother and little sister. Seeing Pei's mother still paralyzed with fear, Qiao Qiqi urged her urgently. Okay. Thus, the three of them, each bearing a person, began to sprint forward. On Qiao Qiqi's back, Pei Xiaoling observed her struggle to carry him, his face reflecting a sense of conflict. In the end, he surrendered to the situation. Under the cover of darkness, Qiao Qiqi and her companions finally reached the mouth of the drainage tunnel. Little sister, you are the smallest. Go out first. Pei Xiaoming glanced back and instructed his sister Pei Shuer, who was on his back. All right. Pei Shuer, agile as ever, swiftly wriggled through the tunnel. Shuer, be careful. The mountain path hasn't been traversed in a long while. It may be slippery. Watch your step. Xiao Qiqi softly reminded her. Okay, sister-in-law. Pei Shuer, usually reserved, responded cheerfully from the tunnel's entrance. Xiaoming, you go first, and then help mother. Pei Xiaoan urged. Hurry, time is of the essence. Upon hearing this, Pei Xiaoling promptly exited the tunnel without hesitation. Next were Pei's mother and Pei Xiaoling. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. Seeing Enlei struggling against the two giant pythons, Pei Xiaoan quickly urged. You go first. Qiao Qiqi calmly replied. I still have a realgar powder. You must leave quickly. Not daring to delay her insistence, Pei Xiaoan crawled out of the tunnel. Once the Pei family members had emerged, Qiao Qiqi shouted to Enlei, Enlei, come over here. This way. As she spoke, she retrieved several packets of realgar powder and scattered them around the tunnel entrance. Fortunately, the rain had begun to subside, preventing the powder from being washed away. Covered in bloodstains, Enlei swiftly leaped towards Qiao Qiqi. Seeing this, she quickly crawled out of the tunnel and stood at the edge of the cliff. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed the Pei family waiting for her and Enlei not far away, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. At that moment, Enlei also emerged from the tunnel, accompanied by the furious roars of the giant pythons. The two massive serpents bared their fangs and roared at the tunnel entrance, one of them striking the mountainside with its tail, attempting to break through the cave. A plan formed in Xiao Qiqi's mind as she glanced at the pythons. She helped Enlei to a nearby clear area and said to the Pei brothers, You go first. I will hold them off. No, we leave together. Pei Xiaoling, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. I'm fine. I will catch up with you shortly. You go ahead. Observing the rocks flying from the mountainside as the pythons battered it, she realized her time was limited. Hurry, if those two get out, we will all perish here. Ignoring their objections, Qiao Qiqi turned and approached the tunnel entrance. Concealed by the thicket, she took a bottle of white liquor from her space. After smashing the bottle against the mountainside, she hurled it into the python's mouth. In swift succession, she shattered over a dozen bottles of liquor. Just as the pythons began to retreat, she deftly tossed a lit lighter into their gaping maw. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, followed by a tremendous roar from the mountainside and the faint hissing of the pythons. Caught off guard, Qiao Qiqi was forced back 2 steps by the shockwave of the explosion. However, right behind her was the steep precipice. After 2 steps, her foot slipped, and she plummeted downwards. It was over. Barbie was doomed. Having brought upon herself such dire consequences, she pondered whether, in her demise, she could ever return to her own world. Gazing at the increasingly distant cave entrance, accompanied by a gentle drizzle, Qiao Qiqi quietly closed her eyes. No, Qiqi. In the haze of her consciousness, she seemed to hear a man's anguished cry. Struggling to open her eyes, she was instead enveloped in darkness. After she succumbed to unconsciousness, Pei Xiaoling had leaped down, wrapping his arms around her waist. As he cradled Qiao Qiqi, he skillfully navigated the protrusions of the mountain wall and reached the ground below with ease. Qiqi, are you all right? Qiqi. Pei Xiaoling gently checked her breath, letting out a sigh of relief. Scanning the area, he noticed a rock formation nearby that provided some shelter from the rain. He hurriedly carried her over to it. Chapter 39. The exchange of secrets before long. The Pei brothers and Enlei hurried down the narrow path. Xiaoling, Qiqi, are you both safe? Upon finding them, Pei Mu's pale face was drenched in water, uncertain if it was tears or rain. Mother, I'm fine. Pei Xiaoling gently shook his head. Qiqi has fainted. Elder brother, is your leg healed? Pei Xiaoan asked with a look of surprise. Not yet. I merely used my internal energy to momentarily stimulate my legs. Pei Xiaoling denied it with a shake of his head. He decided to keep his recovery a secret from everyone except Enlei. The rocky terrain was small, making their group appear quite cramped. Pei Xiaoling glanced up at the mountain, his expression grave. We must leave this place quickly. Those 2 giant pythons should still be alive, and we remain in peril. How could such enormous pythons suddenly appear? It truly terrified me. Pei Mu's face relaxed slightly as she spoke, quietly patting her chest. These serpents are likely on the verge of transformation, which caused the tremors. As for their presence here, they probably sensed the scent of blood, and Lei speculated. The ancient saying that earthquakes signify the stirring of earth dragons resonated with the Pei family, lending credence to his reasoning. Let's go. And Lei, you carry my mother. Xiao En and Xiao Ming will take turns carrying our younger sister. We must hasten our departure. Pei Xiao Ling rose once more, cradling Xiao Qi-Qi's back in a princess carry. Elder brother, if your leg is still unwell, allow me to assist. Pei Xiao expressed concern. There's no need. I'm fine for now. I can only carry my own wife. Pei Xiao Ling replied softly, shaking his head. Let us move. And Lei, lead the way to the escorting team. Understood, and Lei nodded. It's not far, merely a few dozen miles, and we shall arrive in about an hour. Following his guidance, they swiftly departed, making their way towards the escorting team. As Xiao Qi slowly emerged from her slumber, she realized she was being carried by Pei Xiao Ling. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly recalled his injury. Is your leg better? She inquired softly. With your daily massages? It has improved significantly. I am currently standing with the aid of my internal energy, he replied. Pei Xiaoling softly elucidated, a glimmer of mirth illuminating his gaze. Huh? Then please set me down at once. Xiao Qi exclaimed, her face marred by urgency. Using internal energy to force herself upright would undoubtedly lead to repercussions. What can I do? My wheelchair and donkey mysteriously vanished amidst the chaos. What do you suggest? Pei Xiaoling whispered into her ear. Yet he made no move to release her. Has he truly noticed my little antics? She pondered anxiously. What should I do? Should I confess? Xiao Qi furrowed her brow, torn in thought. Never mind. If you choose not to speak, then I shall await the day you wish to share, she finally decided. Observing her clear, expressive eyes and her troubled expression, Pei Xiaoling felt no inclination to press further. Her secret weighed heavily. It seemed he would need to guard her closely henceforth. Should others uncover her secret and succumb to greed, it would spell disaster. Upon hearing Pei Xiaoling's words, Xiao Qi contemplated. Well, perhaps honesty is the best course. Given that he had already discerned her secret, it was inevitable that other nefarious individuals might also discover it. Thus, she resolved to cling tightly to the formidable villain before her. After all, her identity as his wife granted her some measure of security. Moreover, her vast supermarket space existed solely within her consciousness, accessible to no one but herself. In a hushed tone, she confessed, actually, I possess a unique ability that allows me to make things disappear and then reappear. She wished to keep her true space concealed. So her words were laced with a mixture of truth and artifice. And where did that old hen come from? Such a creature is hardly found in the wild. Pei Xiaoling narrowed his enchanting eyes, whispering close to her ear. That was conjured by me, Xiao Qi replied innocently. It is my ability. No one can escape its grasp. If I were to perish, everything would vanish. Pei Xiaoling's lips curled into a slight smile. I shall never allow you to die. You are a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens. Xiao Qi felt her ears flush with warmth. Oh my, such grand declarations make my skin tingle. Gazing at his adoring expression, she felt overwhelmed. Please, set me down. I worry your leg may not endure. Since you have shared your secret, allow me to reciprocate. My leg has been healed since old Ruan departed. I am perfectly fine, Pei Xiaoling whispered. Now we are even. Rest assured, I will protect you well henceforth. What? He has been well all along. Xiao Qi was taken aback. You must help me keep my secret safe. I cannot afford to reveal it just yet. We must deceive our enemies until we reach that place of exile where safety awaits. Very well. I understand. Xiao Qi nodded resolutely. Although she was puzzled as to why Pei Xiaoling, despite his recovery, would accompany the exiled group to the frigid north. She felt that having exchanged secrets meant they were allies. She would certainly safeguard his secret. Think of a way. I wish to retrieve those items. If we reach the escort team without them, we will have no excuse, Xiao Qi whispered. All right, I shall devise a plan. Pei Xiaoling gently nodded and set her down. Elder sister-in-law, you've awakened? As Pei Xiaoling released Xiao Qi, the two brothers of the Pei family hastened forward, their faces alight with joy. Yes, I've awakened. It's wonderful that you are all safe, Qiao Chi murmured, the blush on her cheeks fading. Unlay, please take my mother and the others to find a dry place to wait for me. I shall return with my husband. Pei Shaoling addressed the group. Elder brother, what do you need to return for? Pei Shaoling asked, bewildered. I must retrieve the pots, pans, and my wheelchair. My internal strength cannot be sustained for long. It would be troublesome to follow the group later, Pei Shaoling explained calmly. Then, elder brother, allow elder sister-in-law to rest. I shall accompany you. Pei Shaoling volunteered eagerly. No need, I shall go alone. I wish to spend some time in private with your elder brother, Qiao Chi said softly, her face flushed. The items were in her spatial realm. If she did not go, how could Pei Shaoling retrieve them? Hence, to prevent the well-meaning Pei brothers from attempting to take them. She had to say this. Pei Shaoling glanced at his elder brother and then at Qiao Chi, instantly understanding. Very well, we shall wait for you. There is no rush. Take your time. Chapter 40. Returning to the exiled group upon hearing this, Pei Shaoling smiled. All right, you all find a place to wait for us. We shall return shortly. Understood. I will leave markers along the way for you. The sooner you go, the sooner you can return, and Lei nodded gently. Then, my dear, let us depart, Pei Shaoling said, taking Qiao Chi by the sleeve and leading her back along the path they had come. A quarter of an hour later, the two emerged from the cave and returned to their previous dwelling. The scene was a wreck. The ground was marred with the traces of a giant python's slithering. The house they had once inhabited now lay in ruins, littered with the remnants of the Su family. Just as Qiao Chi had previously mentioned, two massive pythons had crushed the house into fragments, subsequently slaying the Su family. Fortunately, they had not retreated into the house like the Su family had. Qiao Chi sighed softly, unable to bear the sight. It seems the pythons have departed. Shall we move on? The two made their way back to the foot of the mountain. Qiao Chi retrieved the donkey, the wooden wheelchair, the handcart, and the pots and pans. My dear, you should ride the donkey. I will lead it, Pei Shaoling suggested, tying the handcart to the back of the wheelchair with a piece of rope, planning to drag it down the mountain together. No, the donkey is too small. I fear it cannot bear the weight. I shall support the handcart from behind instead. Qiao Chi shook her head. The descent was too steep, and without support, the handcart could easily tumble down the slope. Very well, do take care of yourself. Pei Shaoling acquiesced to her wishes. He guided the donkey cart toward the mountain's base. Fortunately, their earlier pace had been slow due to carrying a person. A quarter of an hour later, Pei Shaoling followed the markers and found the Pei family and Enlai. The place Enlai had chosen was merely a few steps away from where they had parted, a small cave. At this moment, the group was gathered in the cave, igniting a bonfire for warmth. Brother, you have returned? So soon? Upon seeing the two halt at the cave's entrance, everyone hurried out. Indeed, let us depart. This place is not safe. We must leave at once. Pei Shaoling glanced at Enlai. Let's head to the exile group. All right, by the way, what is Su family? Are they still alive? Enlai inquired softly. They have perished, ensnared by a giant python, crushed to death. Qiao Chi shook her head and replied, Thank the heavens, we managed to escape. Pei Mu clasped her hands together in gratitude. Subsequently, the group made their way toward the farmers residing on the hillside where the officials were located. Upon their arrival at the farmers' courtyard, several officials emerged, swords slung at their sides. Old Eight, is that you? One of them exclaimed joyfully upon recognizing the newcomer. Yes, I have finally found you all. What a relief. Although Enlai's expression was stoic, his eyes sparkled with delight. Boss, Old Eight has returned with the Pei family. Come out quickly. Another official rushed into the courtyard. At that moment, the second official observed the two brothers from the Pei family and asked, Old Eight, what of Old Four and the shackles they bore? Ah, it is a long story, Enlai began, recounting how he had left with the Pei family, only to be caught in a sudden downpour, forcing them to seek shelter. Later, I encountered the Su family and was preparing to bring them along to find you when two giant pythons appeared. He recounted their prior encounter with the pythons, explaining how Old Four had freed their chains and urged him to take the Pei family to safety while he went to retrieve the Su family. The officials fell silent. When I returned to search for Old Four, I discovered he had been swallowed by the python, and the rest of the Su family had perished there as well. After finishing his tale, Enlai let out a soft sigh. The head official examined the wounds on his arm, sensing no deceit. Let us proceed. Lead the way, so we may ascertain the truth. If the Su family is indeed lost, I shall report back. The head official instructed Enlai. He then turned to his comrades. Old 2, Old 13, stay here and keep watch. I will take the others to investigate. Yes, boss, they replied promptly. You all take them back and settle them in. Without shackles, it is of no concern. Since they have returned willingly, they are unlikely to flee. The head official glanced at Qiao Chi. Miss Pei, would you kindly prepare some food for us upon our return? Certainly. Qiao Chi nodded gently. The head official then regarded Pei Shaoling, seated in a wooden wheelchair, before instructing his men. Let us go and see. Enlai led the officials back to the place where they had previously stayed. Meanwhile, Old 2 cast a glance at the Pei family come inside. Qiao Chi supported Pei Mu, holding on to Pei Shuer's hand as they walked into the farmer's courtyard. The 2 Pei brothers followed, one leading a donkey while the other pushed a wheelbarrow. Old 2 guided them to a room. Please, all of you, step inside. In the room, the second and third branches of the Pei family raised their heads in unison, exclaiming, It's you. You have actually been captured. Ha ha. The heavens truly have eyes. Uncle Pei mocked coldly. Officer, they attempted to flee. They deserve to be punished. Silence. What we choose to do is not for you to dictate. The second officer shot him a frosty glare. When the Pei brothers approached, carrying pots and pans, the second officer spoke. Pei family, young lady. The elder instructed that you prepare the meal. What say you? Very well, sir. Please wait a moment while I set down my things. Qiao Chi replied with a gentle smile, then assisted Pei mother in removing her raincoat and helped her to sit on the large bed within the house. What are you doing? There is no room here. You can sit on the ground. Aunt Pei glared. Do you intend to crush the old lady? Officer 13 stepped forward, admonishing her loudly. What are you shouting about? You all, make space for them. If you continue to make noise, you'll be sleeping in the cow shed tonight. Terrified, Aunt Pei shivered and slowly vacated some space. Mother, please rest. I will go prepare food for the gentleman. Qiao Chi then set down her parcel, removed her raincoat, and followed the officers to the farmer's kitchen. Upon arrival, she was taken aback to find that the officers had brought a considerable amount of rice and flour, along with several Bloody Mountain goods and some already shelled bamboo shoots. For the past few days, without the Pei lady, we had to make do with what little food we could find. It has truly been dreadful, the second officer remarked to the 13th. You assist the Pei lady with the cooking. I will keep an eye on the prisoners. Understood. Officer 13 nodded and adeptly crouched down to begin preparing the mountain goods. Madam, how have you returned? After the second officer left, Officer 13 quietly inquired. Chapter 41. The giant python approaches Madam. Qiao Chi glanced up at the man before her, realizing he was akin to Enlai and was also someone placed here by Pei Shaoling. Is my husband's intention, she replied softly, beginning to slice the bamboo shoots. Indeed, the master must have his reasons for such actions. Officer 13 murmured, Madam, I am at 23, under the command of Lord Ndian. Very well, I understand. Qiao Chi nodded quietly. Master? Pei Shaoling is actually the master? This must be his hidden influence, she thought, choosing to ignore the term out of curiosity that could lead to peril. Her sole desire now was to survive. She simply wished to live on. As for future matters, she would address them when the time came. And regarding Peida, she would leave it to fate. If one day he were to fall in love with the heroine as in the original tale, or turn dark for her sake, then she could depart. For now, she acknowledged her feelings for him and would let her heart guide her. If indeed, as Pei Shaoling claimed, he would not take another wife, then all she had done would be worth it. Madam? Madam, what are you pondering? Does your hand not hurt? A voice, dark and enigmatic, echoed in her ear. It was only then that Qiao Chi became aware of the sharp pain in her hand. A small portion of her left index fingernail had been severed, causing a trickle of blood to emerge. Qiao Chi reflected on her culinary endeavors, noting that since she had embarked on her cooking journey, she had never before injured herself. This was quite unexpected. Although Dark 23 maintained a stoic expression, a glimmer of helplessness flickered in his gaze. Madam, you have injured your hand. Allow me to assist you. Just inform me of what needs to be cut. However, please wait a moment. Qiao Qiqi turned and retrieved a waterproof bandage from the pharmacy within supermarket space, carefully affixing it to her injured finger. There, I'm fine now, she declared, her dexterity returning as she resumed slicing the bamboo shoots. Once the bamboo shoots were cut, she placed them into a large pot, added water, ignited the flame, and brought it to a boil. After several minutes, she set it aside to cool and began to process the mountain goods alongside Dark 23. Did you procure these mountain goods today? They still seem warm, she inquired while working. Indeed, he replied. I suppose the decrease in rainfall prompted many small creatures to venture down from the mountains today. Dark 23 casually remarked. Previously, we braved the rain to dig for bamboo shoots, but due to the tremors, we had nearly exhausted our local resources. It's surprising to see them delivered to us today. What? Delivered to us? Qiao Qiqi sensed an unusual undertone. Yes, indeed, Dark 23 acknowledged, suddenly aware of the peculiarities surrounding their situation. After swiftly preparing the mountain goods, he handed them to Qiao Qiqi and stepped outside. The storm was brewing ominously. Qiao Qiqi felt a premonition of impending trouble and hastened her culinary tasks. In the kitchen, she utilized 2 large pots, one for steaming rice and the other for stir-frying dishes. By the time Dark 23 returned, the meal was ready. Madam, quickly gather the food from the kitchen. We may need to leave at once. Together, they began transferring the dishes into large bowls and tidying up the kitchen. Meanwhile, Pei Shaoling received news of their imminent departure. What is happening? We just unloaded everything from the unicycle, and now we must leave again? Pei Xiaoming looked discontented. Nonetheless, despite his complaints, his hands moved swiftly to carry items outside. Pei's mother donned a raincoat, guiding Pei Shuer to assist. Pei Shaoan pushed his elder brother's wooden wheelchair outward. It's still drizzling. How can we leave now? They have raincoats, but what about us? Pei's third aunt lamented as she watched the Pei family's main residence. Isn't Qiao Qiqi's raincoat over there? From the third family. Go fetch it, commanded the matriarch, gesturing toward the bundle and raincoat that Qiao Qiqi had previously set down. Just as Pei's third aunt was about to touch Qiao Qiqi's belongings, Qiao Qiqi returned to retrieve her package and, noticing the aunt's actions, called out urgently. What are you doing? Aunt Pei was startled by her sudden approach, retracting her hand before realizing it was her. With newfound courage, she spoke. Your grandmother wishes to borrow your raincoat. Consider it a blessing. Ah, I have no desire for such a blessing. Whoever wants it may take it, Qiao Qiqi retorted. She harbored no affection for the second and third branches of the Pei family. Although the original text does not explicitly state it, the previous hints suggest that the plundering of the Pingyuan Marquis' residence is inextricably linked to the second and third branches. However, this was a family affair for the Pei brothers, and even if revenge was sought, it ought to be their own endeavor. Thus, as long as these individuals did not cross her boundaries, she preferred to avoid entanglement with them. Grabbing her raincoat and belongings, Qiao Qiqi turned away without casting a glance in their direction. What an impudent little wretch. She increasingly disregards our second and third branches. Aunt Pei muttered angrily. Yet, owing to the events at the post station, she dared not confront Qiao Qiqi. After all, the latter was armed with a dagger. We must find an opportunity to eliminate her. Uncle Pei whispered. Once their family is dead, the noble will surely find a way to return us to the capital. These people are remarkably resilient. They survived the fall from the cliff last time. Uncle Pei remarked. We must ensure their demise before we proceed. Yes, move swiftly. My old bones cannot withstand such torment. If they die, we can return to the capital sooner, Elder Pei quietly added. In the farmer's courtyard, the Pei family's main branch had already prepared, awaiting the return of the chief constable to set off. The second and third branches of the Pei family, along with the Zhao family, stood in the farmer's hall, awaiting orders. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps and the shouts of constables could be heard from outside the courtyard. Hurry, hurry. Let's depart quickly. Upon hearing this, the second constable issued a command and pushed a wheelbarrow filled with pots, pans, and rice out of the farmer's courtyard. Dark 13 lagged at the rear of the group, herding the sluggish Zhao family members. Not far into their journey, they spotted the chief constable approaching swiftly, shouting, Hurry down from the mountain path. The giant python is in pursuit. The crowd gasped in alarm. What? The giant python is chasing us. They observed that the more than 10 constables were in tattered clothing, and the chief constable appeared to be missing his right arm. It was evident that they had just engaged in combat with the giant python. Panic ensued, and everyone turned to flee in the opposite direction along the mountain path. Chapter 42. The Great Escape. Quick, quick! Move! Qiao Qiqi urged as she propelled Pei Shaoling forward, while Pei Shaoan lifted Pei Shu'er onto the small donkey, grasping its reins. Mother, stay close to us, Pei Xiaoming called out as he pushed the wheelbarrow. I know, Pei Mother replied, her face filled with anxiety as she closely followed them. Gradually, they surpassed the second and third branches of the Pei family and the Zhao family. Not far behind them, a sudden gale arose, accompanied by the sound of trees falling. What was happening? When we returned, we did not encounter that giant python. How did they come across it? Qiao Qiqi wore a countenance of distress as she hastily propelled the wooden wheelchair forward. Fortunately, the mountainous path was not composed of steep steps, but rather a broad, muddy road, seemingly crafted by the local farmers to facilitate their harvest. Upon hearing the commotion behind them, the crowd was seized by panic and quickened their pace. Soon, the officials caught up with the main house of the Pei family, while the other prisoners lagged behind due to their heavy shackles. Sir, could we perhaps remove our chains? They are too burdensome. We can hardly move, complained the second and third uncles of the Pei family amidst the throng. There is no time. If you wish to live, hurry, barked the head official, casting a glance backward. The sounds from behind grew increasingly alarming, and they could faintly hear the hissing of gigantic serpents. Qiao Qiqi turned her head to see two colossal pythons slithering slowly behind them, as if toying with their prey. With the serpents' leisurely pace, it seemed impossible for them to escape. What to do? What to be done? Qiao Qiqi was drenched in perspiration, desperate to survive. Just then, they finally reached the main road. Do not panic, my lady, use fire, Pei Shaoling urged quietly, noticing her distress. Understood. Qiao Qiqi took a deep breath, relinquished her grip on the wheelchair, and turned back. The panicked crowd paid her no mind as they continued their frantic dash forward. She soon found herself at the rear of the group. The mountainside was flanked by withered grass and barren trees. Qiao Qiqi retrieved several bottles of liquor from her space, hurling them onto the path. The air quickly became saturated with the aroma of alcohol. She then scattered a generous amount of realgar powder before her, igniting it with a lighter and tossing it toward the flowing liquor. With a thunderous boom, a wall of flames surged forth, blocking the path of the two serpents. The pythons roared and hissed in fury. My lady, hurry, Pei Shaoling called urgently from a short distance, awaiting her. Right? Qiao Qiqi turned and pushed him forward. What now? This barrier would only hold for a moment. The serpents would soon resume their pursuit. Qiao Qiqi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion as she whispered to Pei Shaoling. Do not fret. Where there is a will, there is a way. Stay calm, Pei Shaoling reassured her. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qiqi glanced back at the mountain path and continued to push the wooden wheelchair ahead. In the front of the pack, the head official clutched the wound where his arm had been severed, his face ashen. Chief, your injury cannot be delayed. It needs tending, observed the second official anxiously as blood dripped steadily from a stump. There is no time. We must press on, the head official replied, inadvertently noticing Qiao Qiqi's brave act of halting the serpents. This Pei family lady was indeed courageous. Chief, she can only hold them off temporarily. We must devise a plan to escape the serpent's pursuit, the other officials said, their expressions filled with urgency. What plan could we possibly have against two such massive snakes? Do you think we could defeat them? The chief officer gazed at his severed arm and sighed, resigning himself to fate. He had never anticipated that this escort would encounter such numerous complications. Boss, we cannot give up. The second officer, noticing the pallor of his superior's face, exclaimed, I'll inquire if the young lady from the Pei family possesses any hemostatic herbs. She did summon a physician last time. Perhaps she has some. With that, he turned and hurried away. Qiao Qiqi looked perplexedly at the second officer as he breathlessly approached her. What is it, sir? The young lady from the Pei family. My boss's severed arm is bleeding profusely. Do you have any hemostatic herbs? He asked with a worried expression. Hemostatic herbs? Qiao Chi shook her head gently while maneuvering her wooden wheelchair. We need to search for them. The second officer glanced back, exclaiming, in the midst of fleeing for our lives, where's the time to search? Here, I have 2 hemostatic pills. Let that esteemed gentleman take them first. Qiao Chi halted and retrieved 2 white hemostatic pills from her sleeve, which was actually from a pharmacy. She handed them to the second officer. Can these tiny pills really stop the bleeding? He asked, perplexed, but decided to give them a try. He then gathered his resolve and sprinted ahead. How wonderful it must be to possess martial skills. Qiao Chi remarked enviously. Do you wish to learn martial arts? A deep, melodious voice came from the wooden wheelchair. Call me husband, and I shall teach you when time permits. At a time like this, do not jest with me. Let's figure out what to do. Qiao Chi replied, rolling her eyes in exasperation. As she pushed Pei Shaoling along, she scattered realgar powder behind them. Fortunately, the rain had ceased, and the road was not flooded, ensuring that the powder would not be washed away immediately. You have been scattering realgar powder continuously. Those 2 giant pythons fear it. It might provide some deterrence, Pei Shaoling remarked, glancing back to see the pythons lingering by the mountainside. However, the scent of the realgar will eventually fade, Qiao Chi lamented, beginning to survey their surroundings. At that moment, Anlay approached them quietly and asked, Madam, do you require assistance? Do you know of any safe place nearby to evade the 2 serpents? Qiao Chi quickly inquired. Anlay pondered for a moment, glancing at Pei Shaoling. Upon receiving a slight nod from him, he replied, Yes, not far ahead lies a valley known as the Ghost Valley, which contains a mechanism that can temporarily shelter us from the giant pythons. Qiao Chi immediately understood. Is that your territory? Indeed, but it is currently unoccupied. It will suffice. Pei Shaoling whispered to Qiao Chi, then turned to Anlay. Lead them to the Ghost Valley for refuge. Understood. Anlay responded softly before dashing ahead. Seeing this, Qiao Chi remained silent, continuing to push the wheelchair while scattering realgar. Aren't you curious? Pei Shaoling's deep voice, laced with a hint of amusement, broke the silence. Curious about what? Qiao Chi feigned ignorance. The more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. She already regretted the question she had just posed. Fear not. I shall not harm you. Pei Shaoling observed Qiao Chi's cautious expression, his eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Even after sharing a bed and exchanging secrets, the girl still harbored her guard against him. It puzzled him why she was so afraid of him. If she, like him, had been reborn, she should have no knowledge of future events, and thus no reason to fear him. After all, in their previous encounters, he had not uttered a single word to her, remaining in a semi-comatose state due to an infected wound. Meanwhile, ahead of the group, the chief constable had already swallowed the 2 pills. Anlay suggested they could not continue on the official road and should seek a place to take refuge. Surrounded by desolate mountains, where could they possibly hide from the giant serpents known for their swiftness on grass? With a sigh, the chief constable pondered. Boss, I know of a valley nearby called the Valley of Evil Spirits. It conceals a mechanism that can accommodate hundreds of people. What do you think? Anlay proposed quietly. At that moment, and 23 cast a glance at him. The Valley of Evil Spirits? That place is said to be one of no return, exclaimed another constable in alarm. The chief constable turned his gaze to the speaker, then back to Anlay. Are you certain the Valley of Evil Spirits can provide a safe haven from those 2 long beasts? Anlay replied, Well, in the past, while escorting prisoners, I inadvertently stumbled upon it. It is perpetually shrouded in miasma and contains an abandoned secret chamber, likely the remnants of some outlaw organization. And 23 furrowed his brow, glancing back at Pei Shaoling without speaking. All right, we shall heed Old Eight's advice and head to the Valley of Evil Spirits. The chief constable nodded to the group. As sworn brothers, if Old Eight assures us it is safe, we shall proceed. Old Eight, lead the way. He instructed. His complexion improved after taking the hemostatic medicine. Yes, boss. Anlay moved to the front of the group, guiding them off the official road and along a narrow mountain path. The others hastened to follow, urging each other to quicken their pace lest the 2 beasts catch up. Second brother, why haven't eldest brother and sister-in-law caught up yet? Pei Xiaoming queried, glancing back. Pei Xiaoan also looked behind. No worries. The two giant serpents have not pursued us yet. Sister-in-law is likely dispersing her powder. They were aware that Qiao Chi carried realgar powder. Where do you think sister-in-law obtained her realgar powder? Pei Xiaoming asked in a hushed tone while leading the little donkey. Pei Xiaoan shot him a glare, surveying their surroundings. Surely it was found at our previous lodging. There are too many snakes and insects in these mountains. One must be prepared. Realizing he had misspoken, Pei Xiaoming lowered his head, obediently leading the little donkey forward. Perhaps due to the effectiveness of Qiao Chi's realgar powder, the giant serpents finally ceased their pursuit. She let out a soft sigh. Being pursued by a giant python twice in a single day was truly unfortunate. It was only then that Pei Xiaoling noticed the bandaged finger on her left hand. You're injured? What happened? Qiao Chi felt a warmth in her heart as she softly replied, I accidentally cut my hand while chopping vegetables. If you're unwilling to cook for those officials, you need not do so, Pei Xiaoling said gently, a hint of concern in his eyes. You need not seek their favor any longer. But we are still on the road to exile. If we do not comply, we may face dire consequences, Qiao Chi murmured. That was before I lost consciousness. You have no need to worry. I am well now. Leave the remaining matters to me. Pei Xiaoling reassured her softly. But you can't reveal that your legs have healed. Qiao Chi glanced at his legs, questioning. There is no conflict between the two. Pei Xiaoling squinted his charming eyes, contemplating whether to replace the remaining officials with his own people. It's fine. I enjoy cooking. We need to eat anyway, so it's just a matter of convenience. Qiao Chi subtly sensed his intentions. We will pass through several towns along the way. They have traveled this path for years and surely possess valuable knowledge. The implication was clear. Keeping these officials might still be beneficial. Very well. I shall heed your advice. I will have Enlei assist you. Pei Xiaoling finally nodded after a moment of thought. Leave the chopping to him. You focus solely on cooking. All right, Qiao Chi nodded lightly. Since childhood, her greatest joy had been learning to cook alongside her grandmother. Creating delicious dishes was her utmost delight. If a day passed without cooking, she would feel restless. Soon, Enlei led the group into the Valley of Evil Spirits. In the forest, visibility was virtually non-existent, shrouded in thick miasma. Even at midday, the figures across from them were indistinguishable. Old 8. The miasma here is too dense. It's easy to lose one's way, the chief officer remarked, frowning. Simply follow my lead. We will arrive shortly, Enlei called out from the front of the line. If you fear losing your way, hold onto each other's clothing to avoid getting separated. Upon hearing this, the second officer grabbed Enlei's garment and then the sleeve of the chief officer. The other officials fumbled to grasp the edges of their companions' clothing. The group advanced slowly. At that moment, a rustling sound echoed through the valley, followed by a sudden gust of wind that dispersed the miasma. Oh no, those beasts are chasing us again. One officer shouted in alarm, pointing ahead. Not far away, atop a low hill, hovered the same two giant pythons from before. Quickly, let us go. Now that the miasma has cleared, we must move forward. We are almost there, Enlei urged the group. Everyone hurriedly followed suit, breaking into a run. Even the Zhao and Pei families, from both the second and third branches, unleashed their potential. In this moment of life and death, the instinct for survival surpassed all else. At long last, Enlei stood before the concealed switch of the stone door at the Misty Rain Tower. With determination, he pressed the switch, and the door creaked open. In that fleeting moment, the chief constable abruptly halted, astonished. How could you uncover such a hidden mechanism? Who are you truly? As he gazed upon Enlei's impassive countenance, doubt began to creep into his mind. Chapter 44. Honesty Enlei, momentarily taken aback, replied, Chief, it is I, the 8th brother. Let's enter. We can discuss matters later. Observing the chief constable blocking the entrance, he cast a worried glance at the two massive pythons not far away. Enlei felt a pang of anxiety for his master, who lingered at the rear of the group. Should the pythons attack, it would be his master and the others who would bear the brunt of the assault. Indeed, Chief, let us enter and discuss things inside. Constable 2 also sensed the urgency, yet they were confronted with the looming threat of the colossal serpents and had no choice but to proceed. Enter? What if there's an ambush inside? The chief constable shot a skeptical look at Constable 2. How could I gamble with the lives of so many brothers? With a sense of resignation, Anlay declared, if you choose not to enter, so be it. I shall go in first. Those who wish to enter may do so, while others may stand aside. With that, he stepped through the stone door, eager to ascertain whether Qiao and Ndi had successfully led their people to safety. Chief, perhaps we should enter? The other constables, glancing at the two pythons that now regarded them with predatory intent, reasoned that it was better to risk the unknown than to face death by serpent. Indeed, it appears to be the eighth brother. Chief, are you being overly cautious? Urged the other constables. Clutching his injured arm with his left hand, the chief constable surveyed the two circling pythons before turning his gaze to the stone door. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and said, "Let us proceed." He then stepped through the door, followed closely by the other constables, and then the members of the Pei family. Perhaps sensing their dwindling prey, the two pythons let out a fearsome roar, their heads lowered as they advanced toward them. The remaining Zhao family members, terrified, screamed and scrambled toward the entrance, desperate to escape. Fortunately, the door was 2 meters wide, allowing them all to squeeze through. Qiao Qiqi hurriedly urged Pei Shaoling into the doorway. Just as they crossed the threshold, the gaping maw of the python loomed before them, reeking of a foul, putrid odor. The stench was so overpowering that it nearly rendered Qiao Qiqi unconscious. Noticing her distress, Pei Shaoling flicked his fingers, striking a stone against the wall's mechanism. The door swiftly closed, sealing off the revolting scent of the pythons. "My dear, are you all right?" Pei Shaoling inquired urgently, turning to check on her. Taking deep breaths of the fresh air, Qiao Qiqi fought to suppress her nausea and gently shook her head. "Goodness, that smell nearly took me away." She retrieved her water pouch from her waist and looked at Pei Shaoling. "Would you like some water?" Pei Shaoling gently shook his head, worry etched on his face. Qiao Qiqi then took a few swigs from the water pouch, feeling significantly relieved. The water within was drawn from the supermarket's pristine supply. The taste is sweet, an exquisite comfort. Outside the stone door, 2 colossal pythons relentlessly strike the entrance, perhaps unwilling to accept the vanishing of their prey before their very eyes. With each impact, small stones tumble from above the door. Surely, they cannot breach the door? Qiao Qiqi anxiously observes the dust rising from the strikes against the stone. No witties. This door is constructed from 1,000-pound stone. They cannot break through it. Come, let us enter. Pei Shaoling slowly maneuvers his wooden wheelchair. Allow me. Qiao Qiqi hastily steps forward to assist him. If he were to roll the wheels himself, those elegant, long fingers of his would surely suffer. Pei Shaoling's almond-shaped eyes glimmer with amusement as he permits her to guide him onward. Within the main hall, several glistening stones are embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire chamber. This is the very place where Pei Shaoling vanquished the dark wind. However, it has long been tidied by the dark heaven and dark earth, leaving behind a considerable amount of dust, resembling a forsaken relic. Officer Lao Heir tears a strip from his own garment, beginning to bandage the wounds of Officer Lao Da, who occupies the solitary seat upon the throne. Boss, there are openings all around, and some areas contain traps. We dare not venture recklessly. The officers who had just searched the area emerged from one of the openings, their faces smeared with dirt, speaking in hushed tones. Meanwhile, the exiled members of the Pei family, including the primary branch, sit quietly in a corner, observing the officers. Dark Lei stands at the entrance of the main hall, awaiting Pei Shaoling and the others. Before long, Qiao Qiqi pushes Pei Shaoling through the passage into the main hall. Noticing the peculiar atmosphere, she glances at Dark Lei, who remains expressionless by the doorway. At this moment, Officer Lao Da, having finished bandaging his wounds, turns to Dark Lei, who has remained silent. "Speak. Who exactly are you? Where is Lao Ba? Where has he gone?" His face bears a mix of certainty and anger as he questions. "When did you infiltrate our ranks?" Qiao Qiqi suddenly comprehends the situation. Dark Lei has led them into the Valley of Evil Spirits, and Officer Lao Da has detected something amiss. Beside her, Pei Shaoling raises an eyebrow. Suddenly, A cracking sound emanates from the officer's position. The bluestone floor begins to retract, revealing a vast, gaping chasm. The officers tumble in like dumplings into boiling water. Yet, one individual remains unscathed, Dark 23. He seizes a mechanism on the stone wall and deftly leaps, his toes barely touching the ground. As the officers vanish in an instant, the exiled members of the Pei and Zhao families erupt in terrified cries, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of the officers. When a stone slab returns to its original position, Dark 23 leaps down from the mountainside. Kulme, we must head toward that cave. Under Dark Lei's guidance, Dark 23 urges the crowd, including the primary branch of the Pei family, toward a nearby cavern. Qiao Qiqi gazes at the unfolding scene in confusion, sensing that something monumental is about to transpire, embracing the notion that knowing too much could lead to her demise. She contemplated following Dark 23 and the others into the nearby cave. However, as she took a step forward, her wrist was abruptly seized. Turning her head, she discovered it was indeed Pei Shaoling. "My dear, where do you think you're going?" he asked with a teasing smile, amused by her timid demeanor. "I just want to rest for a bit. I'm tired." "You all carry on. Don't mind me," Qiao Qiqi stammered, attempting to free her wrist from his grip. "My dear, as husband and wife, there are certain matters we must face together," Pei Shaoling replied, drawing her closer with his other hand. "I bear another identity. Beyond being the young master of Daong, I am also the renowned leader of the assassin organization, Yinyu Tower." Chapter 45. The giant python is dead. Qiao Qiqi's expression fell, her heart screaming in protest. "Please don't tell me. I don't want to know." Noticing her continued timidity, Pei Shaoling found it amusing. He slowly rose, enveloping her in his embrace, and whispered softly in her ear, "Regardless of whether you are reborn or have taken on a new soul, you are now my wife, and that is forever." Qiao Qiqi stiffened, frozen in shock. How could he utter the term reborn, let alone refer to a change of soul? What did this mean? Was this man before her, like herself, a character who had traversed into this narrative? Oddities and certainties intertwined. She cautiously uttered a classic phrase known to those who had crossed over, testing the waters with him. "What do you mean by not changing?" Pei Shaoling looked momentarily perplexed, tightening his embrace around her waist. "Not a traveler through realms? Then you must be reborn." No wonder she radiated an aura of formidable power. Panic surged within Qiao Qiqi. The antagonist had been reborn. The world was bound to descend into chaos. Would she be able to survive this turmoil? She felt as though she might explode from the intensity of her emotions. Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow at her reaction. It appeared she was not reborn, but rather a soul from an unknown realm. Yet, her innocent gaze suggested she was merely a naive girl, utterly oblivious to matters of love. Shi Ti even grasped the essence of his heartfelt confession. With a resigned shake of his head, he regarded her with a hint of affection. Since this girl was a gift from the heavens to compensate for his past tragedies, he resolved to cherish her deeply. The thought of her wanting to leave was out of the question. "If you wish to depart from here, then perhaps venture into that cave over there," he gently suggested, pointing to a modest cave on the left side of the clearing. "That is where the kitchen is located. If you become hungry, feel free to prepare something to eat. Since you prefer not to stay here, I won't force you." Behind the kitchen, there is also a hot spring. You may relax there for a while. A hot spring? Qiao Qiqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. In all her years, she had never bathed in one, and her interest was instantly piqued. Pei Shaoling curled his lips, instructing Enlai to escort the lady. Overjoyed, Qiao Qiqi followed Enlai as he retrieved the rice, beef jerky, and her belongings from the unicycle positioned in the corridor. Under Enlai's guidance, she made her way to the expansive kitchen next door. Contemplating Pei Shaoling's suggestion to prepare a simple meal, Qiao Qiqi felt no urgency. She resolved to indulge in a hot spring bath first. Carrying her bundle filled with a change of clothes, she exited the kitchen and strolled toward the rear. As she passed a lakeside adorned with a plethora of blooming flowers, she could not resist pausing. To her surprise, there was a flower bed and a crystal-clear lake in this enchanting locale. The assassin organization displayed a certain charm, indeed. Finally, she discovered the entrance to the hot spring nestled in a corner of the flower bed. A gentle steam wafted from the opening, accompanied by a hint of sulfur. Stepping lightly inside, she found a hidden paradise. A vast circular pool exuded warmth, its clear waters scattered with delicate red petals. Above the pool, an opening in the shape of a pagoda narrowed as it ascended. At the top, it reduced to a mere foot in width, allowing a sliver of light to filter in. Several vibrant red flowers bloomed near the entrance, strikingly conspicuous. Casting one last glance at the entrance she had come through, she felt assured that with Pei Xiaoling present, no one would disturb her tranquility. Thus, she boldly shed her outer garments, leaving only her undergarments as she stepped into the soothing waters of the hot spring. The water was perfectly tempered, neither too hot nor too cold. Qiao Qiqi settled onto a smooth stone at the edge of the pool, submerging herself entirely except for her head. The faint scent of sulfur mingled with the fragrance of flowers, causing her pores to relax. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of serenity. Since her arrival in this narrative, it was her first instance of solitude, and she intended to cherish it fully. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoling, accompanied by Anlei, had slain the two enormous pythons. Outside the stone door, the massive serpents still writhed slightly, as if not yet fully deceased. Pei Xiaoling, wielding a blood-dripping longsword, gazed coldly at them. "You creatures, I had intended to grant you more time, yet you dare to pursue us. Truly, you seek your own demise." With a swift motion, he sliced open the bodies of the pythons, extracting two crystalline snake cores and tossing one to Anlei. "Here, consume this snake core. It can enhance your power by 30 years. Anlei's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted it, expressing his gratitude. Looking toward the stone door, Anlei inquired about the officer's fate, gesturing in a throat-slitting manner. "Let them remain for now. We shall address them upon our arrival at our destination," Pei Xiaoling replied nonchalantly, handing him the longsword. "You will skin the pythons over the next few days and cut the meat into small pieces for the lady to prepare for the journey." "Master, can the snake meat be consumed?" Anlei asked, eyeing the colossal pythons with intrigue. "Certainly. This is meat from a transformative serpent. Consuming it can extend one's life and enhance vitality." Pei Xiaoling turned around and said, "Here, keep an eye out. Do not disturb me and my lady." An understanding flashed in Anlei's eyes. Understood. Host. Meanwhile, sitting in the hot spring, the comfortably floating Qiao Qiqi was drowsily enjoying herself when she suddenly felt something cold and icy in her mouth. Just as she was about to speak, that thing inexplicably slipped down her throat and into her body. What was it? Startled, Qiao Qiqi opened her eyes to find Pei Xiaoling gazing at her with a smile. His eyes profound, seemingly harboring a blazing little universe within. "Ah, what brings you here? What did you just feed me?" Qiao Qiqi instinctively covered her chest with her hands. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "I have seen everything worth seeing. There is nothing left to conceal." Pei Xiaoling's gaze deepened further as he couldn't help but remove the robe stained with the blood of a giant python from his body. "What on earth is he doing? Is he planning to join me in the hot spring?" Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. "Oh my, is he intending to share a romantic bath with me? Surely not. What are you going to do?" Qiao Qiqi stammered, shifting slightly to the side in alarm. "Enjoy the hot spring." Pei Xiaoling smirked. "This hot spring is exclusively mine. Since I am here, I might as well indulge. It will aid in my recovery." But aren't you already well?" Qiao Qiqi inquired, watching as he revealed his broad chest and stepped into the hot spring clad in white trousers, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Oh my, truly a feast for the eyes." Qiao Qiqi felt a rush of shyness and quickly covered her eyes. Yet, her mind conjured up some rather improper images. For instance, if Pei intended to consume her in this hot spring, would she accept or reject? As Pei Xiaoling drew closer, her heart raced wildly. The last time they had been candid with each other, she had been half asleep, mistaking it for a dream, and it hadn't felt significant then. In the days that followed, Pei Xiaoling had refrained from making any advances, merely holding her waist in a simple embrace. However, in this clear state of awareness, within this hot spring, the air was charged with potential. At this thought, Qiao Qiqi felt her entire body flush, even her toes turning red. "What are you thinking about?" A deep, melodious voice murmured in her ear, startling her into losing her footing. Oh no! As she teetered on the brink of slipping into the water, a pair of powerful arms caught her slender waist. How careless of you! The voice held a hint of amusement, nestled against his broad chest. Qiao Qiqi felt a surge of warmth enveloping her, making it difficult to breathe. My lady? Pei Xiaoling's voice carried a slight rasp. Are you feeling hot? Would you like your husband to assist you with that? Ah, what bold words are these? Qiao Qiqi was taken aback, retreating from his embrace, her head shaking like a rattledrum. No need, I'm not hot. Pei Xiaoling smirked. Really, no need? Qiao Qiqi nodded vigorously. No, really. Yet at that moment, she indeed felt a wave of discomfort. A tremendous energy seemed to surge within her, swirling chaotically through her veins. What exactly did you just feed me? In an instant, Qiao Qiqi grasped the situation, her mind racing with possibilities. Could it be that substance? No, it couldn't be. With his striking appearance, he could easily attract countless admirers with just a mere gesture. Moreover, if he truly desired, she would willingly oblige. Having been single for over 20 years, encountering such a handsome man and embarking on a passionate romance seemed quite appealing. Yet, why did he choose to feed her that? Did he possess some peculiar preference? While Qiao Qiqi was lost in her thoughts, Pei Xiaoling, noticing her alarmed expression, remarked with a hint of exasperation, What are you imagining? Why just fed you is the essence of a giant python. Essence? Like gallbladder essence? Qiao Qiqi stared at him, momentarily bewildered. Pei Xiaoling pulled her closer, affirming, Indeed. This essence will soon enable these two giant pythons to transform. Consuming it can enhance one's internal energy by 30 years. Enhance my internal energy? But I don't even know martial arts. Isn't that a waste? Qiao Qiqi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. What nonsensical thoughts had she been entertaining? Nestled in Pei Xiaoling's embrace, she murmured, But you mentioned you wanted to learn martial arts, didn't you? Mastery requires years of rigorous training, and starting now would entail immense hardship. Pei Xiaoling held her, his gaze tinged with painful memories. The struggles are beyond your imagination. Now that you possess 30 years of internal strength, you merely need to practice the internal cultivation techniques to harmonize this power with your body. So, when you mentioned unblocking, you meant helping me clear my meridians? Qiao Qiqi suddenly comprehended, lifting her head to inquire. She had merely spoken offhandedly, yet he had taken it to heart. Such a valuable gift, and instead of bestowing it upon his brothers, he chose to give it to her. What should she do now? Qiao Qiqi felt she could no longer contain herself. Such an admirable man. How could the female lead be so blind to his virtues? Since she had no interest in him, then she would seize the opportunity, and thus a joyful resolution was made. She could not allow this exceptional man to be squandered by the original female lead. With determination in her eyes, she declared that this man was now hers, Qiao Qiqi's. Not even the female lead would be able to wrest him away from her grasp. Indeed, what else could it be? Pei Xiaoling, oblivious to her thoughts, continued to tease her gently. I thought you might be wishing to consummate our union. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi, no longer shy, stuck out her tongue and whispered, I would like that, but now is not the time. Pei Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback by her response. Not the right time? In the future, I shall grant you a grand wedding, a lavish celebration to make up for the one that was left unfinished. Qiao Qiqi felt a stirring of emotion within her heart, ready to speak, when she heard Pei Xiaoling's voice once more. However, my dear, if you truly wish to consummate our union now, I wouldn't mind at all. Come here. Pei Xiaoling wore a smile at the corners of his lips, exuding an air of playful invitation. Qiao Qiqi, her expression darkened, admonished him, Enough of the antics. Didn't you promise to help me clear my meridians? I feel a surge of energy rampaging within me, and it's quite uncomfortable. Very well. I shall cease my jesting. Please turn around, Pei Xiaoling replied, his smile fading, his tone softening. Obediently, Qiao Qiqi turned her back to him. Warm hands, imbued with a fervent heat, rested upon her shoulders, and his melodious voice whispered in her ear, I will teach you a methodical mantra. Simply follow my lead as your internal energy flows through your meridians. He then began to recite a mantra, its meaning elusive yet captivating. Although Qiao Chi struggled to grasp its intricacies, she committed it to memory. Soon, she sensed a different force entering her body from her shoulders. Qiao Chi surmised that it must be Pei Xiaoling's internal energy, while the chaotic energy within her was the result of consuming the serpent elixir, cultivated over 30 years. Focus your mind, cast aside distractions, and synchronize with the flow of my internal energy, Pei Xiaoling's voice urged once more, this time with a slightly intensified cadence. Drawing a deep breath, Qiao Chi dismissed the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind and began to silently chant the mantra he had imparted. Almost immediately, she felt Pei Xiaoling's internal energy charting its course through her meridians, and the previously unruly energy began to yield to his influence, gradually aligning with its flow. After completing 2 cycles of the energy circuit, the chaotic forces finally acknowledged her as their master, ceasing their tumultuous behavior within her. At that moment, beads of sweat adorned Pei Xiaoling's forehead. He exhaled gently, lowering his hands from her back. "My dear, please take the time to practice this mantra when you can," he instructed. "Understood," Qiao Chi replied, turning to face him, her heart aching at the sight of his slightly pale visage. Chapter 47. Fulfilling a wish. Are you all right? Qiao Chi inquired softly, instinctively reaching to wipe the perspiration from his brow. "I'm fine. I just had a tussle with a giant python and sustained a minor injury." Just then, a trickle of blood escaped from Pei Xiaoling's delicate lips, sending a jolt of fear through Qiao Chi. Noticing his precarious stance, she rushed to support him. "Pei Xiaoling, are you all right? Please don't frighten me. My dear, it has been quite some time since I heard you call me husband with your own lips. Could you fulfill this humble wish of mine?" Pei Xiaoling murmured weakly as he leaned into her embrace. Caught off guard, Qiao Chi, who had been raised in a modern era, hesitated to utter such terms. After a moment of internal conflict, she resolved to embrace tradition. After all, she had already determined that this man would accompany her for a lifetime, and addressing him as husband seemed inconsequential. "Husband," she whispered softly. "Shall I help you up?" "Yes, my dear. You finally called me that." "I am overjoyed," Pei Xiaoling exclaimed, pulling her into a warm embrace, his gaze fixed tenderly upon her face. Qiao Chi, momentarily taken aback by his seemingly unscathed demeanor, found herself at a loss. In that instant, Pei Xiaoling's lips descended upon hers, compelling her to silently close her eyes. After a considerable time, Pei Xiaoling gently released her. "Let us go. I shall have Lei attend to the serpent meat, consuming the flesh of the serpent, which is on the verge of transforming into a dragon, is said to prolong life and enhance vitality. Is that truly the case?" Qiao Chi's eyes sparkled with interest. In her previous world, there existed wildlife protection laws, and her financial means were limited. The income from her live streaming barely sufficed for her daily expenses. However, in this ancient setting, particularly within the narrative of the book, such protective laws were non-existent. Moreover, those giant pythons were not innocent. They had caused considerable harm to many individuals within a single day. Thus, consuming their flesh hardly seemed excessive, did it? "Darling, you may step outside first. I shall change my attire." Just as Qiao Chi intended to rise, she remembered she was still in the hot spring and quickly murmured, "All right." Pei Xiaoling, hearing her soft call, bore a contented expression as he gracefully emerged from the water and departed. Qiao Chi then rose from the water, swiftly changing into a fresh set of garments. She washed her damp clothes, preparing to find a place to hang them to dry shortly thereafter. Upon exiting the hot spring, she discovered Pei Xiaoling waiting by the flower bed for her. He had also changed into a new outfit. Qiao Chi found this unsurprising. It was his domain, and it was entirely reasonable for him to have several changes of clothing at his disposal. Noticing the garments in her hands, Pei Xiaoling led her to a nearby open space to hang them. Qiao Chi gazed up at the sky above the clearing, surprised to find such a bright area amidst her surroundings. "By the way, what do you intend to do about that group of officials?" After hanging the clothes, Qiao Chi inquired softly. "Let them calm down first. I shall speak with them later." Pei Xiaoling smiled. "Come, let us prepare a meal together." With that, he took long strides, guiding Qiao Chi towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Pei's mother and the others had been brought to a different cave by 23. This cave was spacious and well-lit, starkly contrasting the dungeon they had just been taken to. What is happening? What on earth has transpired? Pei's mother clutched Pei Shuer tightly, her face streaked with tears. Since their exile began, her tears seemed unending. Each day was fraught with anxiety, living in dire circumstances. After finally finding a moment of peace for 2 days, they were again beset by the Sioux family, refugees, and the giant pythons. Mother, we do not know either. However, the fact that we were not confined to the dungeon indicates that we are safe. Pei Xiaoan softly reassured her, please do not cry. If you continue, your eyes will not withstand it. But I am afraid. What of your elder brother and sister-in-law? Why have they not joined us? What has truly happened? Pei Xiaoming seemed to have surmised something. Although he was the most spirited among them, he was also remarkably astute. Mother, do not worry. Elder brother and sister-in-law are fine. Rest assured. Pei Xiaoming consoled Pei's mother. Elder brother must have his own matters to attend to. And as for sister-in-law, she is likely preparing something for us to eat. Is that so? Pei's mother looked unconvinced. Meanwhile, beneath the main hall lay a pitch-black space. The officials who had fallen were slowly regaining consciousness. At that moment, one of the officers produced a torch from his pocket, illuminating the surroundings. He silently grumbled about the Dark 23, who had triggered the mechanism without a word of warning, causing him to tumble down as well. This individual was, in fact, another agent strategically placed within the officer's ranks by the shadowy figure. Old 14. There are torches on the wall. You should light one. Officer Old 2 keenly observed the torches by the wall and directed his words towards him. All right. The shadowy 24 promptly ignited a torch and surveyed the area. He was uncertain about the purpose of the master in having these officers ensnared in this trap, but thankfully, the mechanism posed no immediate danger. In the corner, Officer Old 1 leaned against the wall, his face ashen. Old 8 is indeed problematic. We have truly fallen into a trap. What should we do now, Old 1? The newly awakened officers gathered around, clamoring with questions. First, let's search for an exit and wait to see what unfolds. Officer Old 1 sighed softly, glancing around. He had not anticipated this assignment would be fraught with such peril. If I can survive this ordeal, I shall resign from this post and return home to embrace my wife beside the warm hearth. Shadowy 24 discreetly seated himself aside. He was well aware of the exit from this mechanism, yet he dared not act without the master's command. Everything must await the master's decision. In the kitchen, Qiao Chi gazed at a small piece of tender, white meat resembling codfish and inquired, is this truly the meat of a giant python? Indeed, madam, Dark Thunder nodded gently, gesturing to the table laden with meat. This was freshly cut by my subordinates. Very well, please check on the officers in Dark 24. The air supply down there is limited. Prolonged exposure may lead to asphyxiation. Relocate them to another area. Understood, master, Dark Thunder replied, and promptly turned to leave. Meanwhile, the officers in the dark chamber beneath the main hall suddenly heard a sharp crack. A cage materialized around them, confining them within. What is happening? They exclaimed, gripping the iron bars of the cage in panic. Just then, the cage began to spin rapidly, except for the prepared Dark 24, who sat calmly with eyes closed. The others staggered within the iron cage, disoriented and alarmed. At last, the cage ceased its rotation and the door swung open. The officers, still shaken, peered cautiously beyond the confines of the cage. Chapter 48. We do not intend to kill you. As the cage doors opened, Dark 24 finally opened his eyes. Noticing the others hesitating to step outside, he boldly crossed the threshold first. This place was familiar to him. It was the venue for the assassins' meeting of the Misty Rain Tower. Casually selecting a spot to sit, he awaited the master's arrival, seeing someone step out first without consequence. The others gradually followed suit. Where are we exactly? Will we meet our demise here today? One despondently lamented. Let fate decide, Officer Old 1 sighed, cradling his severed arm. If his arm had not been injured, he would still have been able to fight back. However, now he could not muster even a fragment of his inner strength. In the kitchen, he softly said, My dear, please prepare some suitable soup or stew, and put the rest away. Once the Dark Thunder departs, we must be cautious. This snake meat is highly nourishing, but can spoil if left too long. All right. Qiao Chi nodded gently, waving her sleeve to place the snake meat into her supermarket. Her supermarket existed in a stasis space, ensuring that the beef within would not spoil. Moreover, due to the presence of a live poultry section, the little donkey could remain inside comfortably. Pang Xiaoling was somewhat taken aback to see that only a few pieces of snake meat remained. My dear, you try to see if you can make me disappear as well. If your ability is truly extraordinary, I must be wary of letting a third person know. Unbeknownst to her, Qiao Qiqi was eager to test whether her supermarket could allow living beings other than herself to enter. After a considerable time, Pang Xiaoling remained standing in place, watching her. Qiao Qiqi shrugged innocently. It seems that I cannot. I can only make items or animals vanish, not people. Pang Xiaoling sighed in relief. Good, my dear. Remember, your ability must remain a secret from anyone besides me. Understood? Not even my family should know. His elongated peach blossom eyes held a hint of seriousness. Should anyone discover her power, misfortune would surely follow. Yes, rest assured, I understand. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently. I will be cautious. I will protect you well, ensuring no one can harm you, Pang Xiaoling said, stroking her dark hair softly. Qiao Qiqi smiled sweetly, her heart racing. She had not anticipated that the formidable villain from the original story could possess such tenderness before his dark transformation. I adore you, she thought, embracing Pang Xiaoling lightly. Thank you, my husband. Such a man, she vowed to protect, ensuring that the female lead would not lead him astray. Then, she released Pang Xiaoling. I need to prepare dinner. What would you like to eat today? How about some soup, a beef stew, and some vegetables? Pang Xiaoling gently inquired, his gaze filled with unmasked affection. All right, you can attend to your matters. I will manage the kitchen, Qiao Qiqi replied with a faint smile, beginning her familiar tasks. Washing rice, steaming it, then simmering soup, followed by braising and stir-frying vegetables. These kitchen duties seemed ingrained in her very being, effortless and instinctive. As Pang Xiaoling observed the happiness radiating from Qiao Qiqi while she prepared the meal, he shook his head with a gentle smile before turning to leave. She truly was a contented woman, far more precious than Lin Yi. Recalling Lin Yi, Pang Xiaoling's expression turned cold. He clenched his fists, murmuring, Prince Lin Yi, I will settle the scores with you both, one by one. His voice was barely audible, meant only for his own ears. Yet, the tone was imbued with a palpable intent to kill, starkly contrasting the previously tender emotions. The smile at the corner of his lips morphed into something sinister, exuding a thirst for blood, while his gaze brimmed with murderous intent. King Lin Yi, we shall meet soon. With that, he strode towards the opposite end of the corridor. Meanwhile, as time elapsed, the officers grew increasingly despondent. It's over, boss. Will we be trapped here for eternity? One lamented. Indeed, there's no food or water. We are bound to perish here. Another echoed. Why does this mission bring so many calamities? I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child at home. I do not wish to die here. Neither do I. Boss, what shall we do? Please think of a solution. At that moment, a stone door creaked open, revealing 2 individuals clad in resplendent black and silver attire, Pei Xiaoling and Enlei. Pei Xiaoling stood silently, his face obscured by a sinister silver mask, while Enlei, wearing the skin of Officer Lao Ba, gazed expressionlessly at the crowd. An heir Shizi twitched his lips, seated in silence. Lao Ba, who are you? Why do you wish to harm us? An officer, on the verge of collapse, rushed towards Enlei like a drowning man clutching at a last straw. Release us at once, he implored. With a gentle kick, Enlei sent the officer sprawling backward. Witnessing this, the chief officer and the second officer struggled to rise, clutching their waist knives, ready to make a final stand against the 2 before them. Do not be alarmed. Pei Xiaoling spoke from behind his mask, his voice aged and altered by his techniques, rendering him unrecognizable. Who are you? The chief officer demanded, eyeing Pei Xiaoling and Enlei warily. We are officers escorting exiled prisoners. Should you dare to harm us, the consequences will be yours to bear. Ha! Fear not. I have no intention of taking your lives. You have entered my domain, and I wish to discuss a transaction with you. Pei Xiaoling continued. Speak, what is it? As long as you spare me and my comrades, I will agree, the chief officer replied without hesitation. He had no desire to linger on the brink of danger after this mission concluded. You see, Lord Pei once bestowed a kindness upon me. I hope you will treat the Pei family's main branch with respect in the days to come, Pei Shaoling said, addressing the chief officer. They are our responsibility. We are to ensure their safe passage to the desolate lands, and we shall fulfill that duty regardless of your words, the chief officer declared with righteous indignation. Is that so? Then why did you allow that chief officer to attempt to humiliate the heir of the Pei family? Pei Shaoling's voice bore a hint of anger. Had my people not intervened in time, the heir might have resorted to shameful suicide. His words served to protect Qiao Qiqi. Fearful that someone might mention the inexplicable disappearance of Officer Lao San. I understood. I will be more cautious from now on, the chief officer conceded, his demeanor deflating as he spoke in a hushed tone. Chapter 49. Am I beautiful, my dear? My people shall continue to follow you. Should you fail to uphold your promises, death shall be your fate. The voice of Pei Shaoling resonated with a palpable threat and malice. Understood. As long as you spare my brothers, I shall comply. The leader of the officials replied in a hushed tone. Very well, you step forward. Pei Shaoling directed his gaze towards the enigmatic figure known as Dark 24, who had been seated in the corner, expressionless and wearing a human skin mask. Lord, I thought you had forgotten about me. Dark 24 rose with an impassive demeanor, a hint of frustration lacing his voice. Old 14, you. The leader of the officials stared at him in astonishment. You and Old 13 have been replaced? Indeed, you are quite perceptive, but alas, your realization comes too late. Dark 24 replied flatly before taking his place beside Pei Shaoling. Let us proceed. You shall rest here for the night. I will have them bring you meals. Pei Shaoling declared before turning to leave. In the kitchen, Qiao Qiqi had already steamed a large pot of rice. Next, she intended to prepare braised beef. Her supermarket space was stocked with an abundance of fresh beef, so she casually selected 2 sizable pieces. After all, the resources within her space were inexhaustible. She need not be frugal when it came to sustenance. Today, I shall prepare braised beef brisket, especially since I have potatoes and bamboo shoots on hand. Then, her thoughts turned to the tender slices of snake meat. How should she prepare it? Perhaps a snake soup would be best. This way, its nutritional value can be fully realized. With determination, she set to work. Before long, Qiao Qiqi, who had once been a food blogger specializing in the 8 major cuisines of her world, began to create the renowned Cantonese dish of snake soup. After retrieving the necessary ingredients from her supermarket space, she commenced her culinary endeavor. As she settled into her task, Pei Shaoling entered the kitchen, dressed in an opulent black and silver ensemble. Adorned with a silver mask, he startled Qiao Qiqi. Who are you? She exclaimed, instinctively grabbing a spatula and positioning it defensively before her, eyeing him warily. My dear wife, are you plotting to murder your husband again? A familiar voice emerged from behind the mask. Qiao Qiqi gazed into the familiar peach blossom eyes concealed beneath the mask, letting out a relieved sigh. Do you not realize that frightening someone can indeed lead to dire consequences? She pouted and shot him a glare. Pei Shaoling smirked and casually removed the mask from his face. Qiao Qiqi instantly held her breath. Oh my, he is breathtaking. His strikingly handsome visage, combined with the noble and lavish black and silver attire, exuded a regal aura. Her eyes sparkled with admiration, and those thin lips, adorned with a subtle smile, utterly enchanting. The villain's captivating appearance was undeniably aligned with Qiao Qiqi's aesthetic preferences. My dear wife, do you find me handsome? The melodious voice echoed in her ears. Pei Shaoling chuckled at the sight of Qiao Qiqi, who was staring at him much like she did when she prepared her culinary creations, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Realizing she had been gazing at him like a love-struck fool, her face flushed crimson as if she were a boiled lobster. Do not be shy. I am truly grateful that my beloved finds joy in my appearance. This visage is one you shall behold for a lifetime. Pei Shaoling tenderly encircled her slender waist. Speaking softly, before your husband, you may be your true self. Such a captivating man. Surely many will vie for your affection. Qiao Qiqi murmured as she nestled her head against his chest. How about this? Let my looks be for you alone. Pei Xiaoling playfully tapped her nose, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Nay, a husband is charming as you deserves to be shown off. In the future, I shall proudly display your beauty before all. Qiao Qiqi tilted her face upward, asserting, let be known, I, Qiao Qiqi, have no desire to share my man with any other woman. Therefore, regardless of who they may be, you shall not extend your kindness to them. Understand? Not even to the female lead, Lin Yi, this man before her. She could never bear to relinquish. Fear not, my dear. I, Pei Xiaoling, shall be devoted to you alone. My heart belongs solely to you, Qiao Qiqi. Pei Xiaoling was delighted by her declaration of my man and straightened her posture, looking earnestly into her eyes. Oh my, have you just confessed your feelings? Qiao Qiqi blushed. The courage she had to demand his exclusivity now fading away. She embraced Pei Xiaoling tightly, her body quivering slightly. Pei Xiaoling, I, Qiao Qiqi, vow to be yours for all eternity. Should you betray me one day, I shall vanish from your world. Do you understand? She whispered into his embrace. Rest assured, you are a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens. I shall never cause you sorrow or betray you. Pei Xiaoling held her waist firmly, whispering sweetly in her ear. In that moment, the kitchen was enveloped in warmth. However, it was soon disrupted by a rather large interruption. Master, has the meal been prepared for the lady? Do you require assistance? Lei barged in, but upon seeing the two entwined, he quickly turned away. You, please continue, pretend I have not arrived. Hearing Lei's voice, Qiao Qiqi abruptly freed herself from Pei Xiaoling's embrace. Lei, my meal is ready. It is time to eat. Oh, I shall help carry it to the old lady's room, and then I will prepare some food for the prisoners and officials, Lei said, scratching his head, glancing at Pei Xiaoling with an innocent expression. Noticing no anger on his face, he let out a sigh of relief. Lei, we shall depart tomorrow morning. After you have eaten, arrange for a carriage to be brought here, Pei Xiaoling instructed. A carriage? Lei frowned slightly. Given the recent floods, it may be difficult to find a complete carriage in Taiping town. Perhaps we should remain here another day, and I can send a message to Indian, asking him to send a carriage our way. We can also prepare some provisions for the journey. What do you think, Master? Qiao Qiqi chimed in, agreeing that an extra day here would allow her to indulge in the hot springs once more. Very well. Pei Xiaoling pondered for a moment and nodded, considering that he might inquire about the progress of their mission in the capital while sending a message via carrier pigeon. Yes, Master, responded Lei, stepping forward to assist Qiao Qiqi in carrying the dishes outside. Upon reaching the room where Pei's mother and the others were located, Pei Xiaoling had already changed back into his usual robe and was seated in his wheelchair. Mother, it's time to eat, Qiao Qiqi called out to Pei's mother, who sat on the stone bed with a worried expression. Qiqi, Xiaoling, you have returned? Are you both all right? Let me see. Upon seeing the two, Pei's mother rushed toward them. Chapter 50. Still alive, mother, I am fine. The host here has once received your father's kindness and has taken special care of our Pei family during our misfortunes. Pei Xiaoling gently reassured his mother with a benevolent lie. There were too many complexities in their situation that he could not disclose to his family. That is good to hear. Pei's mother finally relaxed her worried countenance. See, I told you that elder brother and sister-in-law were unharmed, yet you did not believe me. Pei Xiaoming, having risen, washed his hands in a nearby basin and began to assist Qiao Qiqi in setting the table. Lei, observing this, remarked, I will go prepare food for the others. Lei, come and eat with us. We shall go afterward, Qiao Qiqi called to Lei, who had already approached the door. Lei paused and glanced at Pei Xiaoling. Please sit down. My wife does not consider you an outsider, so there is no need for formality. Pei Xiaoling kindly encouraged him. With a simple and honest demeanor, Lei finally took a seat. It smells delightful. What is this? Pei Xiaoming inquired, pointing at the snake soup. Delicious food that can strengthen your body and prolong your life, Qiao Qiqi replied with a mysterious smile. Serving each person a bowl. Make sure to drink more. This is truly a rare delicacy. Sister-in-law, how have you changed? Pei Xiaoming asked helplessly as he took a sip from his bowl. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged through him, dispelling the weariness from being pursued by a giant python all day. Wow, this is indeed excellent. I want another bowl. Pei Xiaoming's eyes lit up as he extended his bowl toward Qiao Qiqi. Serve it yourself. She is your sister-in-law, not your servant. Pei Xiaoling glared at him. Startled, Pei Xiaoming shrank his head and obediently got up to serve himself another bowl, murmuring, "Sister-in-law, I was wrong." Qiao Qiqi chuckled. "Hurry up and eat. You must be hungry after a long day." After their meal, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Qiao Qiqi gathered the dishes and took them to the kitchen, wondering why she had not seen in 23. Oh, he is guarding the Zhao family and the second and third branches of the Pei family in the dungeon. Enlai casually explained. There is also in 24, who is there as well. They both probably have not eaten yet. Perfect. The food I prepared at the farmer's house this afternoon is still on the cart. I will bring it in to heat up for them. Qiao Qiqi considered and said, Enlai, you go attend to the tasks assigned to you by your master. I will handle the meal for them. All right. I will call in 23 and in 24 over. If you have any instructions for them, please let them know. Enlai said after a moment of thought, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi proceeded to the passageway. Upon seeing the young donkey, she retrieved an apple from her space and extended it towards the creature. The donkey responded with a few excited brays, its neck stretching eagerly forward. She inched the apple closer, observing the donkey's demeanor. While it is often said that donkeys are stubborn, she found this little one to be quite docile. The donkey swiftly devoured the apple, beginning to chew it slowly, and she could perceive a look of satisfaction and joy on its face. After the donkey finished, she fed it a carrot before attending to the rice and meals for the officials on the unicycle. At that moment, Enlai arrived within 23 and in 24 at the passageway. They stepped forward to carry the provisions into the kitchen. Quickly, she reheated the lunch she had prepared earlier and returned to the room where Mother Pei was. As for the surplus food, how Enlai and his companions arranged it was no longer her concern. In Mother Pei's room, the stone bed was quite spacious, resembling a communal sleeping area. Thus, everyone planned to squeeze in together. Noticing the cold stone bed devoid of any bedding, she turned to Pei Xiaoling and suggested, "Shall I borrow some blankets from the owner of this place?" Pei Xiaoling nodded gently. All right. In truth, their request for blankets was merely a pretext, both fully aware of what was truly intended. Before long, Qiao Qiqi returned, cradling several pristine blankets, which she spread across the stone bed. As the candlelight flickered out, the weary Qiao Qiqi nestled between Mother Pei and Pei Xiaoling to rest. In the dead of night, she was startled awake by a sudden call. At that moment, Pei Xiaoling was already seated in his wheelchair, preparing to venture out. She promptly rose, adjusting her attire to follow him. Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming, the two brothers, also awakened and ready to join. You two need not accompany us. Ensure the safety of mother and sister. Pei Xiaoling commanded, and with that, he and Qiao Qiqi opened the stone door and stepped outside. With a resounding thud, the stone door closed behind them as Pei Xiaoling stood up from his wooden wheelchair. He grasped Qiao Qiqi's hand and gazed towards Enlai, who stood nearby. What is happening? He inquired. Master, all the officials are dead. Enlai replied quietly. His head bowed. They all perished, bleeding from their 7 orifices. What? Pei Xiaoling frowned. Wait, I need to change clothes. Soon, he emerged from the adjacent stone door. Now dressed appropriately. Let us go and investigate. Qiao Qiqi followed Pei Xiaoling and Enlai through various passages and stone doors, descending 30 steps before finally halting at another stone door. In 23 and in 24 stood guard at the entrance. Fortunately, the walls were adorned with sparkling gems, eliminating the need for Qiao Qiqi to use her flashlight for illumination. As the stone door creaked open, a putrid stench assaulted them. The foul odor nearly caused Qiao Qiqi to lose her dinner from earlier in the evening. Hastily, she pinched her nose, casting a glance at Pei Xiaoling's silver mask. Feeling a twinge of envy, she contemplated whether to retrieve a mask from the supermarket to shield herself from the repugnant scent. Sometimes, action speaks louder than thought. A black cloth mask instantly appeared in her hand, which she donned upon her face, effectively shielding herself from the foul odor that had previously marred her complexion. Following Pei Xiaoling, she entered the stone door and discovered a spacious, vaulted cavern. Nearby, there seemed to be a small river, perhaps an underground stream. Scattered haphazardly around the entrance were the bodies of officials, the ground littered with the filth they had expelled. The repugnant stench that had assaulted Qiao Qi's senses emanated from this very spot. There were no signs of struggle. It appeared they had succumbed to poison. Pei Shaoling observed the pallor of the fallen and softly instructed, Enlai, search for any survivors. Yes, Enlai and his companions began to inspect the ground. Soon, they discovered the second in command lying beside the leader, still exhibiting faint signs of life. Leader, there's another one alive. Enlai called out urgently to Pei Shaoling. Did old Ruan give you any medicine? Do you have an antidote? Administer it to him, Pei Shaoling decisively ordered, glancing at the second in command sprawled on the ground. But that was meant for you, as per old Ruan's instructions. Enlai replied, visibly conflicted, knowing the supply was limited. Hurry! Pei Shaoling raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with authority. Sensing the irritation in his voice, Enlai hastily produced a jade vial from his robes, pouring out a pill to administer to the second in command. At that moment, Pei Shaoling scrutinized Enlai and his companions, questioning how they had come to be poisoned. An Ersan and an Ursi exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in uncertainty. We are unaware of the circumstances. What about the meal? Pei Shaoling intended to inquire of Qiao Qiqi, but found her crouched among the bodies of the officials, rummaging through their belongings. My lady, what are you doing? Pei Shaoling frowned as he watched Qiao Qiqi slip a handful of silver from one of the officials into her sleeve. Caught in the act of looting, Qiao Qiqi offered an awkward glance in his direction. We're going to need money soon, and these individuals have no further use for it. We must not waste it. Adhering to her principle that wastefulness is a disgrace, she continued her search among the deceased. My lady, cease your search. In the future, I shall present you with an abundance of gold. Is that not sufficient? Pei Shaoling gently attempted to dissuade her, noting the heavy energy surrounding the deceased, deeming it unfit for a young lady to disturb. It's quite all right, Qiao Qiqi reasoned, recalling her previous encounter with the corpse had posed no danger. Realizing he could not sway her, Pei Shaoling sighed in resignation. Let her be. Thus, he refrained from further questioning and stood by, watching with mild amusement as Qiao Qiqi eagerly sought her treasure. Oh, what is this? Qiao Qiqi exclaimed, uncovering a palm-sized object wrapped in oiled cloth from the leader's body. Unwrapping it, she found the words past document inscribed upon it, accompanied by the official seal of the Jingchang County Office and the stamp of the Taiping Town Post Station. In an instant, Qiao Qiqi comprehended the significance of this item. She handed it to Enlai, saying, hold on to this. It should prove useful on our journey ahead. Afterward, she wandered to a nearby stream to wash her hands. The stream was shallow and crystal clear, revealing a bed of smooth pebbles beneath. While washing her hands, Qiao Qiqi unexpectedly spotted a number of lobsters and crabs. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Although her supermarket stocked an array of seafood, she had refrained from displaying it due to concerns of exposure. To her surprise, she encountered these naturally occurring lobsters and crabs here. Pei Shaoling's elongated, almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly. He had anticipated that Qiao Qiqi would return after washing her hands. To his astonishment, he witnessed her preparing to remove her shoes and socks to venture into the stream. My dear, what are you up to? He softly called out, then turned to the three men from Enlai, instructing them to tidy up the area and keep a close watch on the living one. When he awakens, we must ascertain the circumstances and the identity of the poisoner. Understood. Enlai and the others responded, promptly setting to work. Pei Shaoling's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible coldness as he regarded one of the three exposed individuals. Meanwhile, in the stream, Qiao Qiqi had retrieved a fishing net from the seafood section of her supermarket and began joyfully scooping up the aquatic creatures. Listening to her melodious laughter, Pei Shaoling shook his head in resignation. He was unsure whether she was oblivious to the situation or simply carefree, having just touched a corpse and now frolicking in the water. However, upon seeing the numerous clawed creatures in her net, he frowned. My dear, why are you catching these? They are poisonous and inedible, he gently reminded her. Come back up. There are undercurrents in this stream that could sweep you away. Qiao Qiqi lifted her net and smiled at him. They are not poisonous, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will prepare a feast for you all that will leave you craving more. Then come back up. I will handle it. Pei Xiaoling urged her, feeling helpless. Qiao Qiqi nodded eagerly. All right. It was indeed the chilly spring season, and now it was deep into the night, accompanied by the oppressive humidity in the air. Standing in the water for too long was becoming quite cold. Nonetheless, she worriedly asked, "Your leg has only just healed. You can't go into the water, can you? Come up first." "I won't go in." Pei Xiaoling extended his right hand towards her, speaking softly. Qiao Qiqi, curious about how he intended to catch lobsters and crabs without entering the water, took a few quick steps to the riverbank and helped him onto the shore. Pei Xiaoling guided her to sit on a large stone 2 meters away from the bank, swiftly retrieving her shoes and socks to ensure she did not catch a chill. Seeing her nod in agreement, he moved back to the stream. Qiao Qiqi sat there, intrigued, watching Pei Xiaoling's actions. With a flick of his sleeve, the stream erupted as if ignited by firecrackers, waves of water soaring into the air with a resounding splash. Following this, fish, shrimp, and crabs cascaded onto the bank as if it were raining. Wow, this martial skill can be utilized in such a manner? Qiao Qiqi exclaimed, astonished, before dashing barefoot to collect the fish, shrimp, and crabs. Before long, her net was brimming. She pondered for a moment, then summoned a wooden basin from her supermarket space and continued her gathering. As she joyfully collected the fish and shrimp, Pei Xiaoling shook his head in helplessness. His eyes filled with affection. Soon, the wooden basin was brimming, leaving only a scant few fish and shrimp along the shore. Gazing at the bounty in the basin, Qiao Qiqi could not help but fantasize about spicy lobster and steamed crab. The thought made her swallow involuntarily. How hungry it made her feel. "Let us head back. It's getting late. We can deal with this tomorrow," Pei Xiaoling said, observing her spirited demeanor with a sigh. "No, I must process them tonight. Otherwise, they will spoil." Qiao Qiqi replied softly, shaking her head at the unconscious fish and shrimp in the basin. The violent manner in which Pei Xiaoling had pulled them ashore had already claimed the lives of the more fragile ones. If left overnight, their texture would undoubtedly change. "Why don't you head back first? I'll take care of things here." With a dagger in hand, she began to prepare the fish and shrimp. Pei Xiaoling could not bear to leave her alone in this setting, so he settled upon the very stone where she had previously sat and closed his eyes to meditate. While she worked, Qiao Qiqi couldn't help but admire Pei Xiaoling's handsome features. A man skilled in martial arts was undeniably attractive. As if sensing her gaze, Pei Xiaoling opened his enchanting almond-shaped eyes and smiled at her. Caught in the act of peeking, Qiao Qiqi blushed and quickly lowered her head to focus on her task. "My dear," Pei Xiaoling gently called to her. "What is it?" she replied, blinking up at him. "Once you finish, how about I teach you some self-defense techniques? You possess 30 years of internal strength now. Learning a few moves could help you protect yourself," he said tenderly. "Once I take you and your family to the northern lands, I will need to leave for a while. If you have martial prowess, I can feel at ease." Chapter 52. Learning martial arts is challenging, all right. Just wait a moment. I'll be done shortly. Qiao Qiqi smiled at him, her heart set on learning martial arts. In the past, she had envied the women in television dramas who could soar through the skies, freely traversing the martial world, avenging grievances with ease. If she could possess such skills, her endeavors in this ancient time would be far bolder. It was essential to recognize that this era was rife with severe gender discrimination. If a woman like her were to venture into business or open a restaurant, she would undoubtedly attract the ire of competitors or local bullies. Should she acquire some self-defense skills, who would dare to provoke her? With this thought, Qiao Qiqi's eyes sparkled with joy and her movements quickened. "Darling, please wait for me here. I'll join you once I'm finished." After completing her task, she proceeded to the riverside to cleanse her catch, addressing Pei Xiaoling, who continued to meditate on the stone. She cradled the wooden basin and ascended the 30 steps, navigating the winding passageway to the kitchen. Qiao Qiqi intended to marinate the silvery fish with a special recipe before coating them in bean flour, ensuring that the fried fish would remain fresh for a longer duration. As the lobster and crab were not in abundance, she planned to prepare spicy lobster and steamed fish the following day. She placed the freshly cleaned lobsters and crabs into a clean basin, added fresh water, and sprinkled in some salt to preserve their freshness. Without further ado, Qiao Qiqi quickly finished preparing the fish. She directly stored the cooked fish in her space and, after a moment's consideration, decided to place the lobsters and crabs there as well. After all, time stood still in that space, ensuring that the ingredients would not spoil. Once the kitchen was tidied, she cheerfully returned to the cave she had been in earlier. Meanwhile, Enlay and the others had already cleaned the area, while Qiao Qiqi was busy with the seafood, and the bodies had mysteriously vanished. Qiao Qiqi paid no mind to these matters. Her thoughts were solely focused on learning a few self-defense techniques from Pei Xiaoling. Darling, I'm ready. Please teach me. Qiao Qiqi eagerly approached Pei Xiaoling, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right. Pei Xiaoling had already heard her footsteps and stood before her. The techniques I will teach you are particularly suited for women. Observe closely. Okay. Qiao Qiqi stepped back a few paces to give him room to demonstrate. However, after Pei Xiaoling executed a series of fluid movements, Qiao Qiqi was left in disbelief. She had not retained any of it. What now? How many techniques did you learn? Pei Xiaoling asked after completing a set of moves. Can I admit that I didn't understand a single move? Qiao Qiqi replied with an awkward smile. Her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Your movements are too swift for me to remember. Pei Xiaoling couldn't help but chuckle. His elongated peach blossom eyes filled with affection. Then I shall slow down and demonstrate it again. True to his word, he adjusted his pace and carefully illustrated the previous series of techniques. Qiao Qiqi watched attentively and finally managed to memorize the first 3 moves. How many did you remember this time? Pei Xiaoling gently inquired. 3, she replied, her tone laced with a hint of pride, as if seeking his praise. Darling, please show me those 3 moves, Pei Xiaoling said after a prolonged silence. He had demonstrated twice, and yet his silly wife had only grasped 3 techniques. It was quite the challenge. Alas, as her husband, he could only indulge her. All right, Qiao Qiqi enthusiastically began to demonstrate the moves she had just memorized. Darling, those 3 moves you remembered are incorrect. Pei Xiaoling's melodious voice was filled with exasperation. Come, mimic my actions precisely. With no other option, he patiently guided her through each movement. All right, Qiao Qiqi felt quite frustrated. She could effortlessly grasp culinary techniques with a mere glance. Yet learning martial arts proved to be so arduous. As Qiao Qiqi struggled to follow Pei Xiaoling's every move, he diligently corrected her missteps. Finally, as dawn broke, the stone door swung open, and Lei, like a bright bulb, appeared. Master, master, he has awakened. He, however, when he clearly saw the 2 people in each other's embrace, was abruptly interrupted. An awkward laugh escaped Enlay as he touched his nose, apologizing. I didn't see anything. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi, who was cradled in Pei Xiaoling's arms, found herself in an equally awkward situation. It's all right, I merely almost stumbled, she exclaimed. Are you saying that official has awakened? Pei Xiaoling gently set Qiao Qiqi upright and suggested, let's go take a look. You all go ahead. I shall prepare breakfast. My mother and the others should be awake by now. Qiao Qiqi was indifferent to who had poisoned and murdered the group of officials. After a night of cultivation, she felt both famished and weary, planning to indulge in a soothing hot spring after preparing breakfast. In the dungeon, members of the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Pei family, along with the Zhao family, gazed helplessly at the stone door that confined them. Mother, I am so hungry. A boy's voice echoed from the Pei family's 2nd branch. It was the youngest son of Pei family's 2nd uncle, who referred to his mother as his biological mother. Concubine Zhou, Shinner, I still have half a steam bun here. Take it and eat. Concubine Zhou retrieved a bun wrapped in a silk handkerchief and offered it to Pei Xiaoxian. With the passing of Pei family's 2nd aunt and their current exile, Concubine Zhou had directly allowed her child to address her as mother. How could you still have a bun hidden away? Hand it over. A large hand suddenly appeared, snatching the bun from Concubine Zhou's grasp. Elder brother, what are you doing? That was given to me by my mother, Pei Xiaoxian exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched his food fly away before him, immediately seeking out Pei family's 2nd uncle to report the theft. Since their exile, the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Pei family had severed ties with the 1st branch, resulting in a reordering of their hierarchy. Xiaofeng, return the bun to your brother. At your age, Still stealing food from him is truly disgraceful, admonished Pei family's second uncle, addressing his eldest son, who is also his legitimate child. Father, I'm hungry as well. I am your legitimate eldest son. Should it not rightfully belong to me first? Pei Xiaofeng devoured the half-bun in mere moments, casting a triumphant glance at his half-brother. You, enraged, Pei Xiaoxian gritted his teeth and, disregarding all decorum, began rolling on the ground in frustration. Watching her robust son Pei Xiaofeng and her beloved child rolling on the floor, concubine Zhou could only weep as she wiped her tears. Chapter 53. The death of old lady Pei. What on earth is happening? Why are we locked in here, with neither food nor water? Are they intending to starve us to death? The elderly matriarch of the Pei family, her lips parched and her visage frail, lamented. Having been pursued by a giant python the previous day, she had exerted every ounce of her strength to escape. Already famished and thirsty, she found herself confined here. Without even a drop of water, she turned to her youngest son and pleaded, "Third, may I have a sip from your water pouch?" "Mother, there is not much left. Please endure a little longer," he replied. "You see, at your age, you should save the water for us young ones. It is preserving the hope of life for us." Pei family's third aunt interjected, covering the water pouch at her husband's waist as she spoke to the old matriarch. "You, how unfilial you are. I have truly wasted my efforts on you." Lady Pei trembled with rage, pointing her finger at them as she scolded. "Mother, sister-in-law is not wrong. You love us the most, do you not?" Uncle Pei, with an air of indignation, added, "You have lived a long life and enjoyed considerable blessings. Isn't that enough? You ungrateful descendants, do you intend to hasten my demise?" Lady Pei's face turned ashen with fury. "If it weren't for your promises of prosperity upon toppling the eldest, I could have enjoyed my twilight years in the Ho residence. I have truly been misled by you." Tears of sorrow filled her eyes as she lamented, but her words were abruptly silenced as Aunt San covered her mouth, preventing her from speaking further. Aunt San's eyes glinted with malice as she forcefully pressed her hand over Lady Pei's mouth and nose. The old lady kicked her feet against the ground, struggling to break free from Aunt San's grasp. Desperately, she cast a glance at her two sons, hoping they would intervene and pull away the madwoman behind her. Yet, to her shock, both sons turned their backs, tacitly endorsing Aunt San's actions. Her gaze then shifted to the second room, seeking her most cherished grandson, Pei Xiaofeng. Alas, he too mirrored her son's indifference, turning away. The other grandchildren, whom she had always regarded with disdain, stared at her with blank expressions. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her hands finally fell limp. Once she had fallen silent, Aunt Sin released her hold, muttering, "You old crone, your death would be for the best. Your existence is merely a burden, a waste of resources. And yet, you incessantly lament the late Lord Pei. If you thought so highly of him, why did you long for his demise?" With a disdainful kick directed at Lady Pei, Aunt Sin wiped her hands clean and settled down beside her, content. This scene left Xiao Qiqi, who was holding a large basin of porridge, utterly stunned. She had not anticipated that the second and third branches of the Pei family would resort to such cruelty over the old lady's desire for water and her reminiscence of Lord Pei's kindness. At that moment, Uncle San's gaze fell upon Xiao Qiqi, who stood outside the dungeon. "You're still alive?" he questioned. "Why should I perish?" Xiao Qiqi retorted, locking eyes with him defiantly. The eldest branch was taken from this dungeon merely to face death, was it not? Oh, I see now. They have spared you to serve them." Uncle San scrutinized Xiao Qiqi, assessing her delicate features and figure, lamenting that her demise would indeed be tragic. As she perceived the lewdness in his gaze, Xiao Qiqi's previously impassive expression turned frigid. "A dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. You shall not partake in this porridge." With that, she tipped the basin of porridge over. Earlier, Pei Shaoling had mentioned that these prisoners must not die, as they could serve as witnesses when the time for vindication arrived. Thus, she had prepared the porridge, only to witness Lady Pei's demise and endure this man's lascivious stare. Ultimately, she thought, a day or two without food would not bring about death. With the empty basin in hand, Xiao Qiqi turned to leave. "Stop! Why did you spill our food, you wretched creature?" The outburst echoed through the dungeon as a large pot of rice porridge lay overturned on the floor, inciting an uproar among the prisoners. Qiao Qiqi, hearing the cacophony of curses, turned a deaf ear and departed without a glance back. The Zhao family, already famished after a day and night without sustenance, were incensed. They had been on the brink of satisfying their hunger when the madwoman from the Pei family, stirred by a few careless words, had sent their meal crashing to the ground. In fury, they began hurling insults at the second and third branches of the Pei family from behind the bars of the dungeon. The air was thick with crude language, and had it not been for the barriers separating the two families, a violent clash would have surely ensued. Unperturbed by the commotion, Qiao Qiqi returned to the kitchen, washed the large basin, and made her way to the hot springs. After a night of practicing self-defense techniques, her muscles ached. The warm waters would offer her much-needed relief. While Qiao Qiqi soaked in the springs, Anlay found Pei Shaoling, who was meditating alone in a chamber. "Master, the official has awakened," he reported. "Oh, what did he say?" Pei Shaoling inquired, opening his eyes. He mentioned that after consuming the meal delivered by in 23 and in 24, he felt unwell. Upon realizing something was amiss, the others hurriedly tried to induce vomiting, but it was too late. Pei Shaoling narrowed his eyes in contemplation. "I see," he replied. "Master, could this meal have been prepared by the lady?" Anlay asked cautiously. "No, it could not have been her. She lacks the motive." Pei Shaoling gently shook his head. "In truth, I already know who is behind this." "Oh, you know?" Anlay expressed surprise. Then, "Master, shall we?" He made a gesture across his throat, mimicking a killing motion. "There's no need. I may still find use for him. Keep a close watch. He must not harm my mother or the others," Pei Shaoling replied, shaking his head lightly. "Then why would he attempt to poison that group of officials?" Anlay questioned, confusion etched on his face. "It is likely that those officials were bribed to neglect their duties, which led to my awakening. Coupled with my dealings with them, this resulted in his actions." Pei Shaoling explained calmly. He had not initially known the identities of the two operatives placed among the officials until the poisoning incident revealed their true nature. He recognized that one, ostensibly an underling of Indian, had long since allied himself with Infome. Previously, while managing matters concerning Infome, that individual had already been assigned a mission by Indian, infiltrating the ranks of the officials. "Who was that person, Master?" Anlay's face contorted with rage. "How dare he betray you? I shall see to it that he meets a gruesome end." Pei Shaoling whispered a few words to him. Anlay's expression shifted to one of realization. "Understood, Master. I shall monitor his every move. Is there anything else?" Pei Shaoling inquired softly. "Yes. And Jian has relayed that their plans are halfway complete, but they are currently under scrutiny from various factions in the capital and are unable to procure a carriage." Anlay reported. In a hushed tone, Anlay reported the situation, noting the rising tension in the capital due to the earthquakes and the flooding in the south, which hinted at a potential change in dynasty. However, he believed that as long as the elderly Emperor of Daon remained alive, no one would dare to take decisive action. For the old man held numerous cards close to his chest. Pei Shaoling smirked, contemplating that without a carriage, they would have to devise another plan at the next post station. His subordinate recalled that the group of cloaked figures had arrived on horseback at the dilapidated temple and suggested returning to search for those horses. Anlay pondered for a moment before softly inquiring if that was necessary. "Not needed. Those horses have likely long since become sustenance for the refugees." Pei Shaoling replied with a gentle shake of his head. "You should make a trip to Taiping Town and see if you can procure a cart. For now, let us utilize that little donkey to pull it. This way, my mother, wife, and younger sister can take turns riding in the cart." "Understood. I shall attend to it at once," Anlay responded before promptly departing. Meanwhile, in the hot spring, Qiao Qiqi contemplated the cause of death for the group of officials. She had prepared the meal solely for them, so if it had been poisoned, it must have occurred after she had completed the dishes. During that time, only in 23 and in 24 had come into contact with the food, leaving no chance for interference. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Madam, why have you returned?" "Well, the host must have his reasons for acting as he does." She recalled her conversation with N23 while cooking at the farmer's house. If she was not mistaken, Those two individuals should not have had the authority to know Pei Xiaoling as true identity. Only Dian and Lei, and someone of Ruan Lao's stature would be privy to his dual persona. So why was the official, specifically in 23, so certain that she was indeed the lady and even mentioned the host? Or had Dian clearly communicated Pei Xiaoling's identity to him? Qiao Qiqi found that unlikely. Although her interactions with Dian were limited, she sensed that he possessed a greater intellect than Lei. Thus, it was Pei Xiaoling who had entrusted Dian with Ruan Lao to handle matters. Consequently, it appeared that in 23 had been testing her. A chill swept through Qiao Qiqi's gaze. She had not anticipated that her journey through the narrative would be fraught with twists and crises. She suspected that Pei Xiaoling had also become aware of the other party's identity. Let it be. I shall feign ignorance regarding this matter, and allow Pei Xiaoling to resolve it. Nevertheless, she realized the urgency of enhancing her martial skills to ensure her safety. Back in her own world, her training had merely served to strengthen her body. The mastery of skills capable of scaling rooftops and vanquishing foes had long been lost to time. Thus, the heavens had granted her a chance to traverse into this tale, affording her the opportunity to acquire martial arts. She could not squander this gift. With this in mind, Qiao Qiqi settled in the hot spring and began to practice the mental techniques imparted to her by Pei Xiaoling, allowing her inner energy to circulate through her meridians. Before long, an entire day had passed. At this moment, Qiao Qiqi was diligently practicing the self-defense techniques taught to her by Pei Xiaoling in the flower garden. After a day of rigorous training, she was pleasantly surprised to discover that her palm strike had developed a hint of genuine power. With renewed vigor, she swung her hand towards the vibrant flowers in the garden. A powerful gust of energy swept through, causing the flowers caught in its wake to be severed at the stem. Wonderful! I have finally become a practitioner of martial arts, Qiao Qiqi exclaimed, gazing at her hand and then at the ravaged blossoms with joy. Indeed, progress has been made, came the deep, melodious voice of Pei Xiaoling, imbued with approval. Qiao Qiqi turned with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. It's all thanks to your snake elixir that I instantly acquired 30 years of internal power. What would you like to eat tonight? I shall prepare it for you. Let us have the spicy lobster and steamed crab that you made today. Mother and little sister found it delightful, Pei Xiaoling remarked, recalling the morning's meal with a smile. Qiao Qiqi nodded thoughtfully. Yes, at first they were hesitant to try it, but now they surely know how delicious it is. I'll gather more from the stream below, and we can enjoy it later on our way. Very well. I shall accompany you, Pei Xiaoling said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as they made their way to the exit. That evening, when 2 large platters of lobster and crab were presented on the dining table, the eyes of the Pei siblings sparkled with excitement. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are extraordinary. I had no idea these clawed creatures could be so delectable, Pei Xiaoming exclaimed joyfully, picking up a lobster with enthusiasm. Enjoy as much as you like. I made plenty tonight, Qiao Qiqi replied with a beaming smile, serving each of them a portion. Indeed, we must eat well as we depart tomorrow. Pei Xiaoling nodded gently. Is it not possible, elder brother, for us to remain here for a lifetime? I dread the thought of continuing this arduous journey. Look at mother, little sister, and sister-in-law. With their constitutions, how could they endure the long trek? Pei Xiaoming protested, initially believing they would reside there for an extended period. This place is unsafe. We cannot linger. As for the arduous journey, I shall devise a plan. The capital is on the brink of chaos, and this place is no longer secure. The only truly safe haven is the desolate land bordering to Qian, Pei Xiaoling said solemnly. For now, bear with me. One day, I shall return you all to the capital and restore the glory of the Marquis residence. To remain here would be to tacitly accept our father's guilt. Indeed, elder brother is correct. If we become fugitives now, our father's innocence will remain forever tarnished. Once we reach the place of exile, the 3 of U.S. brothers will unite and clear the Pei family's name, returning to the capital. Pei Xiaoan nodded in agreement. And I will stand alongside my 3 brothers and sister-in-law, Pei Shuer interjected suddenly, her tone youthful yet resolute. Qiao Qiqi gently ruffled the girl's hair. Very well. In due time, Shuer, You shall become the most esteemed little princess of the Pei family. Pei Shuer smiled softly at Qiao Qiqi and resumed her meal. Pei Shaoling then turned his gaze to Qiao Qiqi. My dear, one day I shall ensure that you are recognized as the most esteemed woman in the world. With profound emotion and unwavering resolve etched upon his face, he proclaimed, once we reach the place of exile, I shall ensure your safety. Leave all other matters to me. Qiao Qiqi felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. Very well, I shall await that day. At the moment when the Pei family gathered joyfully around the dining table, the atmosphere was abruptly shattered by the sudden intrusion of Enlai into their chamber. Chapter 55. The Return of the Dark-Clad Men in a State of Desperation. Enlai nearly referred to Pei Shaoling as master, but upon meeting his gaze, he swiftly corrected himself. Young master, it is dire. A throng of dark-clad men has arrived outside. Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow slightly. Let's investigate. He propelled his wheelchair forward, leading the way outside. Xiaoan, Xiaoming, ensure the safety of mother and the others. Once he and Enlai exited, the stone door sealed shut behind them. Qiao Qiqi observed their departure silently, refraining from joining them, knowing her limited skills would likely hinder rather than help. Qiqi, but Xiaoling's legs are still injured. How can he venture out like this? Pei Mother inquired anxiously, haunted by the memories of the dark-clad men pursuing them. Do not worry, Mother. Everything will be fine, Qiao Qiqi reassured Pei Mother. She remained puzzled as to why Pei Shaoling continued to conceal his leg injury from his family. Yet if he chose silence, she would not pry further. Anya, please check on your elder brother. I am not at ease, Pei Mother urged her son, Pei Shaoan, who stood nearby. I shall go, second and third brothers. Remain here and protect Mother and our younger sister. Qiao Qiqi interjected swiftly, sensing Pei Mother's concern. But you are but a delicate woman. What assistance can you provide? It is better for her to go. Pei Mother observed her slender figure with concern. It was then she realized that Qiao Qiqi's once round face had transformed into a delicate oval shape. Qiqi, have you been eating properly? You appear to have lost considerable weight. Pei Mother asked softly. Qiao Qiqi stuck out her tongue playfully. I have been eating, do not fret. I will check on them and return shortly. In truth, Qiao Qiqi had not been particularly focused on dieting. Perhaps it was a result of her culinary endeavors combined with her eating habits. Without waiting for further discussion, she activated the mechanism on the stone door and stepped outside. Outside the depths of the Evil Ghost Canyon, dozens of dark-clad men mounted on majestic steeds surveyed the surroundings. Is this the former stronghold of the Misty Rain Tower? Are the Pei family truly within? Indeed, intelligence suggests that the Pei young master may very well be the leader of the Misty Rain Tower. One of the dark-clad men murmured as he gazed into the canyon. That seems improbable. The Pei young master is nothing more than a pretty face in the capital. How could he possibly be the leader? The leader of the dark-clad men expressed skepticism, yet acknowledged, however, the prince has commanded us to ascertain the truth. We shall follow orders. If it is indeed so, today shall mark their demise. Another dark-clad man declared coldly. Even if it is not, today will still be their end. The leader affirmed, his gaze steady. The prince has decreed that the Pei family must perish. Understood. The dark-clad men responded in unison, their resolve unwavering. At the pinnacle of the Evil Ghost Canyon, atop the highest peak, Pei Shaoling and Enlai were adorned in the unique black and silver attire of the Misty Rain Tower. Their faces obscured by fearsome masks. Enlai observed, it appears that in 23 has already discerned my identity. Before we could rendezvous with the escort team, he relayed the information back to the capital. Pei Shaoling narrowed his eyes and replied, in that case, and 23 must not be allowed to live. We shall deal with him later. Yes. Enlai responded in a hushed tone. Look, did you not claim that you could not find a means of transport? Behold, someone has delivered horses to us. Pei Shaoling remarked softly, gazing at the majestic steeds outside the canyon. I shall take action shortly. Seize a few horses and hide them while you have the chance. Understood, master. Enlai replied, quietly once more. With a few agile leaps, Pei Shaoling approached the group of black-clad figures. To the swift, only a fleeting shadow of his movement was discernible. The black-clad men, engaged in conversation, were startled to see an additional figure before them, and quickly heightened their vigilance. Who goes there? You dare to intrude upon my territory and still inquire who I am? Pei Shaoling's voice, muffled behind the mask, echoed with an aged timbre. Those who trespass into the valley of evil spirits shall meet their demise. You are the master of the Misty Rain Tower? The leader of the black-clad men regarded him with contempt, eyeing his unscathed legs. You alone think you could defeat us. Dozens of brothers? Brothers, advance. Kill him, and we shall ascertain if he is indeed the young Master Pei. Pei Shaoling's expression hardened beneath the mask. Without uttering a word, he launched a dart towards the mounted black-clad men. The silver dart, crafted from special materials, darted through the night like a swallow, targeting the horseman. The leader hastily drew his sword to defend himself. Yet, the dart seemed to possess a mind of its own, evading his swinging blade and veering towards his comrades behind him. With a chorus of anguished cries and the sound of bodies hitting the ground, the arrogance on the leader's face evaporated. He glanced back to find nearly half of his men had succumbed to the darts. Quickly dismount. We shall confront him together. He urged the remaining unharmed men, anger and panic mingling on his countenance. Pei Shaoling deftly extracted his soft sword from his waist, lunging towards the remaining adversaries. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi had just emerged from the stone gate when she encountered a figure, and 23. He regarded her with an air of nonchalance. Madam, are you on your way to retrieve your husband's corpse? A jolt of alarm coursed through Qiao Qiqi's heart. Was he intent on severing ties? Maintaining an outward composure, she feigned ignorance of his words. I heard there is a group of black-clad men outside. I wish to take a look. Madam, if I were you, I would distance myself from the Pei family sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you should be dragged down with them. And 23 advanced closer to Qiao Qiqi, a hint of menace upon his visage. Those who recognize the times are the truly wise. If you so wish, I can ensure your life is filled with wealth and splendor. What do you mean? What wealth and splendor? Qiao Qiqi feigned a semblance of trepidation, her mind racing with questions. You need only understand that tonight, your husband is destined to perish. I observe that you possess both beauty and culinary skills. It would be a tragedy for such a talent to be lost, hence my counsel. Dark 23 slowly spoke, attempting to reach out with his right hand to caress Qiao Qiqi's fair visage. However, Qiao Qiqi would never permit such an intrusion. Her face still bore an expression of trepidation, yet concealed within her palm was a dagger. Seizing the opportunity while his focus lingered on her face, she channeled her energy and plunged the blade toward his heart. Dark 23's body stiffened. His eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at the dagger before him and then back at Qiao Qiqi. In truth, I had long suspected your duplicity. I had intended for him to handle it himself. Yet here you are, provoking me. No longer the terrified girl from her first act of murder. Qiao Qiqi now regarded him with icy resolve. The last person who harbored ill intentions toward me has long since perished, leaving no trace behind. With swift precision, Qiao Qiqi withdrew the dagger and struck at him once more. Dark 23 laboriously raised his right arm, attempting a final strike in his dying moments. Qiao Qiqi pressed forward, employing the self-defense techniques imparted to her by Pei Shaoling, and once again pierced his heart. Though her skills were not yet refined, she wielded 30 years of pure internal strength. Thus, struck again, Dark 23 could muster no further resistance. Chapter 56. The royal token of Dark 23's chest was soon stained crimson with his gushing blood. At that moment, Dark 24, hearing the sounds of combat, hurried to the scene. Observing Dark 23 on the ground, a look of confusion crossed his face as he inquired, Madam, what transpired here? He attempted to take advantage of me, and I killed him, Qiao Qiqi replied, uncertain if this man was an ally of Dark 23. Holding the bloody dagger before her, she regarded him warily and coldly said, What? He dared to take liberties with the madam? Dark 24, filled with indignation, kicked the corpse of Dark 23 twice. Madam, please return to your chamber. Allow me to clean this up? No, I must go outside to investigate. Qiao Qiqi discerned that he seemed unaware of the presence of the black-clad assailants. Shall we not go together? A group of them has arrived. I will check outside. Madam, you should return to your room. It is perilous out there, Dark 24 advised quietly as he glanced at the lifeless body on the ground. No need. I will accompany you. Rest assured, I shall remain vigilant by your side. Qiao Qiqi understood her current capabilities. Her success in dispatching Dark 23 had been a mere ambush. In a fair fight, she would likely be vanquished in an instant, for he was a trained assassin. Very well, but do take care of yourself. Dark 24 cautioned as he led her toward the stone door. Outside the canyon, the battle had concluded. Pei Shaoling, with his tall figure, stood there, wielding a bloodied soft sword, coldly observing the black-clad man who was now half slumped to the ground. A slender line of blood now adorned the assassin's neck. Shortly thereafter, his head was severed, and his decapitated body fell backward. At the moment of his collapse, the hem of an official's robe emerged from beneath his dark attire. At that instant, Dark 24 approached with Qiao Qiqi, taking in the sight of the fallen black-clad figures and then turning to the tall, masked figure standing nearby. Qiao Qiqi felt a surge of pride within her. Truly, he was extraordinary. Such a handsome man, endowed with exceptional martial prowess, is undoubtedly her Qiao Qiqi's partner. How blind is the female lead, Lin Yi, to forsake such a remarkable man in favor of being the sycophant to the male lead, Prince Yi. Now that all the dark-clad men have met their demise, she can finally attend to her own affairs. With thoughts of Qiao Qiqi in mind, she stepped forward, expertly beginning to search the corpses. Pei Shaoling observed Qiao Qiqi's actions with a furrowed brow, but refrained from intervening. Before long, Qiao Qiqi discovered that these dark-clad individuals were considerably wealthier than the previous ones and the officials. After rummaging through just 3 or 4 of them, she unearthed several thousand taels and silver notes. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn about, her eyes sparkled with the allure of silver and banknotes. It was unavoidable. Her supermarket stocked a variety of modern goods, yet ancient silver and banknotes were conspicuously absent. Thus, what she lacked most was silver, as it could procure items unattainable within her space. As for Pei Shaoling, currently in distress, he likely possessed little silver himself. Even if he did, she felt too embarrassed to ask him for any. While rummaging through the bodies and humming a little tune, she noticed that beneath the dark attire, these men were clad in the garb of escorting officials. Why was that? Casting a curious glance at Pei Shaoling, she speculated that he had likely already discerned this detail. Therefore, she chose to remain silent and continued her search. Soon, she uncovered a token from one of the dark-clad men, with the character Jing inscribed on one side and E on the reverse. This token seemed vaguely familiar to Qiao Qiqi. She recalled having found a similar one at the dilapidated temple, though she had not paid it much heed at the time. Not wanting anyone to know she had been searching corpses, Pei Shaoling approached her, his expression curious as he noticed her daze over the token. "What have you found?" he inquired. "Look, a token," Qiao Qiqi replied, handing the token to Pei Shaoling. "I found another token while searching corpses at the dilapidated temple." "So, that sudden influx of silver you had back then was actually from your own scavenging, wasn't it?" A smirk played at the corner of Pei Shaoling's mouth beneath his mask as he quietly asked, "Indeed, you possess no ability to conjure silver, and thus resorted to scavenging?" "Of course, I am quite justified in my actions," Qiao Qiqi retorted softly. A deep, resonant chuckle escaped Pei Shaoling's lips once we arrive at the place of exile. "I shall bestow upon you an abundance of silver, if that pleases you. I was rather careless upon my arrival here, not foreseeing the matter of banknotes. Since my little wife has a penchant for silver, I shall ensure that all my silver is given to you henceforth." "No need. I shall earn my own. You should reserve your resources for greater matters," Qiao Qiqi replied quietly. "I have just uncovered approximately 100,000 in banknotes, which should suffice." "Such a sum?" Pei Shaoling raised an eyebrow, though it was not entirely surprising. These individuals were elite trained by Prince Yi, and it was only natural for them to possess some wealth. "Indeed," Qiao Qiqi beamed, producing another token. "Here, this is one I picked up at the dilapidated temple as well." The token bore the character Jing on one side, yet lacked the character Yi. "Indeed, just moments ago, that dark figure, number 23, attempted to take advantage of me, and I dispatched him." Qiao Qiqi whispered this incident to him, questioning whether his demise would affect your plans. Death is inconsequential. Upon hearing that Qiao Qiqi had nearly been accosted, Pei Xiaoling's eyes filled with murderous intent, and an aura of authority surged around him. "Master, what troubles you?" Enlai approached after concealing the horses, noticing the strange attire beneath their garments. These individuals must be the replacements for the previous officers sent by the Prince of Yi. Pei Xiaoling cast a glance at the fallen dark-clad figures and observed they all hail from the Jingwei camp, directly under the Prince of Yi's command. But these two tokens are not identical. Qiao Qiqi pointed at the token in his hand. "Look, the reverse side bears no inscription." The previous batch at the dilapidated temple consisted of ordinary guards from the Jingwei camp, while this group comprises trusted confidants of the Prince of Yi. Pei Xiaoling explained softly. "At the very least, the leader of this contingent is a confidant of the prince." "Oh," Qiao Qiqi nodded in understanding. "So, the Prince of Yi is the male lead from the original tale, that aloof lord? Why does he persistently send dark figures to hunt Pei Xiaoling?" Unfortunately, the original narrative merely glossed over this exile, focusing predominantly on the palace intrigues and domestic strife between the male and female leads in the capital. She dared not inquire further with Pei Xiaoling. She had a sense that he was likely a reincarnated soul and preferred to remain uninvolved in those matters. He, Pei Xiaoling, would undoubtedly resolve them. As for herself, her utmost priority was to avoid causing him trouble and to protect his family. Chapter 57. Setting out again, Pei Xiaoling turned to Enlai and number 24, instructing, "You two tend to this place. We shall depart at dawn." "Yes." They both replied in unison. "By the way, Enlai, have you located the cart frames?" Pei Xiaoling pondered before asking. "I found 2 frames, and my subordinates brought them back." Enlai responded quietly. "One is for the horse cart, and the other is for the oxen." "Very well. Prepare them. We must leave early tomorrow. It is imperative that we vacate this location." Pei Xiaoling nodded gently, adding, "Once you have arranged everything, procure some food for the individuals in the dungeon. We shall take them with us on the journey. However, if we bring them along, our pace will significantly slow down." Qiao Qiqi frowned. The 2 frames could scarcely accommodate so many individuals. These people were destined to vindicate the Pei family. And if the Pei family aspired to restore its former glory, these witnesses would prove invaluable. He then turned to Enlai, stating at the next checkpoint, "You and No. 24 shall continue to masquerade as officers to secure the passage documents." "Understood." Enlai nodded lightly, commencing to organize the headless corpses while also stripping them of clean, fitting officer attire. "Let us return," Qiao Qiqi whispered. "Mother is quite worried." "Indeed, let us go." Pei Xiaoling nodded, and the 2 walked side by side towards the stone door. The following day, as dawn broke, Qiao Qiqi rose early to prepare ample provisions for their journey, as well as breakfast. She made a considerable number of beef buns and steamed bread. Regardless of the inexhaustible supply of flour from her supermarket, she decided to prepare an ample amount. Once the members of the Pei family arose and had their breakfast, they readied themselves for departure. As per her usual routine, Qiao Qiqi fed the little donkey a carrot and an apple. Enlai had already secured a cart containing pots, pans, and provisions to the little donkey's rear. On the carriage, Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming occupied the front, while the other members of the Pei family's main branch settled inside the carriage. On another ox cart, the women and children of the Pei family's second and third branches, along with those of the Zhao family, were placed, driven by Officer Lao Heir. The remaining men continued their journey adorned with heavy chains, their leg shackles having been removed for the sake of travel. It was impractical to wear them while on the road. At this moment, Enlai and his companions donned human masks and dressed in the attire of officers. Even the 2 brothers of the Pei family, Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming, were similarly attired. Seated in the carriage, Qiao Qiqi gazed out at the sunlit scenery. She felt that the sun was exceedingly brilliant, unlike the typical sun of early spring. Noticing the water pouch at her waist, she realized it was already filled with pure water. She sensed that the weather might soon turn sweltering, leading to a scarcity of water. "What are you looking at?" came the melodious voice of Pei Xiaoling. "Given this weather, it seems it will become quite hot," Qiao Qiqi replied softly. "The sun is rather dazzling. It feels unusual." "Indeed, Old Ruan mentioned that there would be natural disasters during this period, so we should exercise caution. Pei Shaoling nodded gently. Thus, we must hasten our journey. Mm. Qiao Qiqi nodded lightly. With her supermarket at her disposal, she felt no fear. Enlai and an heir Shizi rode on horseback, with Enlai leading the little donkey, calling out to everyone, "Let us go, we're off." The carriage led the way, followed by the cart in the middle. With the men from the second and third branches of the Pei family, along with the Zhao family, trailing behind, and finally, Enlai guiding the donkey cart. Enlai had managed to procure 6 splendid steeds for this journey, each a majestic horse. The carriage and ox cart each had 2 horses, while he and an heir Shizi rode one apiece. Pei Ursha looked enviously at the women and children on the ox cart, wishing he could join them. However, the ox cart was already filled to capacity, leaving no room to spare. By midday, the sun had grown increasingly intense. The group began to feel the oppressive heat and decided to take a brief respite to drink water before continuing. Fortunately, everyone had filled their water pouches prior to departure, so this did not pose much of a problem. Qiao Qiqi took out steamed buns to share with Enlai, while she and the others enjoyed beef buns. "Such fine white buns are truly wasted on them," remarked the usually taciturn Pei Shuer. "They must be well fed before we can continue our journey and arrive at our destination sooner." Pei Shaoling gently patted Pei Shuer's small head, saying, "Elder brother knows you have worries. Try to lighten up. We will return one day." "Wow, elder brother." Pei Shuer let out a cry, throwing herself into his embrace. "I saw my uncle sneaking into my father's study the day before the family was confiscated." "What?" Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. The confiscation and exile of the Pingyuan Marquisate were inextricably linked to the second and third branches of the family. At that moment, I thought my uncle had business with my father, so I paid it no mind. It was only later, when I discovered examination answers in my father's study, that I realized the truth. Pei Shuer's voice trembled as she lamented. "If only I had told my brother and father about my uncle's visit to the study sooner. Father would not have died, and my brother would not have become like this." The little girl's face was stained with guilt and tears. She had spoken little in recent days, burdened by this incident, and today she finally found the opportunity to express the feelings she had long kept hidden. "Shuer, it is not your fault. It is those wicked individuals who are to blame," Qiao Qiqi gently reassured her. "Even if you had spoken up, they have many underhanded tricks, and they strike unexpectedly. But it is because of my uncle that father died." Pei Shuner's face was twisted with hatred. "They deserve to die." Qiao Qiqi found herself at a loss for words at the depth of the little girl's resentment. At the tender age of 7 or 8, she was still in the early years of elementary school, embodying innocence and carefree joy. Yet, this young girl had already faced the anguish of losing loved ones and the hardships of exile. It was only natural for her mentality to shift. Qiao Qiqi glanced at Pei Shaoling, who nodded in understanding and quickly comforted Pei Shuer. "Shuer, those villains will eventually face their comeuppance. However, they cannot perish just yet. I promise you, brother will ensure they receive their due punishment in the future, all right?" "Yes, little sister. Here, have a candy to sweeten your heart." Qiao Qiqi pulled out a piece of peppermint candy from her sleeve and placed it in Pei Shuer's mouth. "It's so sweet." The little girl, after all, was still a child, and perhaps due to not having tasted sweets in a while, her face soon revealed a hint of delight. "Is it good?" Qiao Qiqi asked softly. "Delicious, thank you, sister-in-law." Pei Shuer smiled faintly at Qiao Qiqi. Qiao Qiqi smirked, suddenly recalling a delightful treat from her supermarket. Surely, the little girl would adore it. Chapter 58. A Night in the Wilderness. Thus, she retrieved a large box of floral cakes from her sleeve. The box was crafted from wood, with an antique design, shaped like a 6-pointed star, and she had removed the modern packaging. Upon opening the box, she revealed 9 small floral cakes. "Wow, are these floral cakes? They smell amazing." The little girl, enchanted by the fragrance wafting from the box, could not help but swallow. Indeed, young girls have an inherent love for sweets. She placed the box before Pei Shuer. "Go ahead, they're all yours. Mother, brother, sister-in-law, you all should have some too." The little girl, not at all selfish, shared with everyone, even remembering to offer pieces to Pei Shaoan and Pei Xiaoming, who sat at the front of the carriage. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed, and the group continued their journey. Unshackled by the burdens of fetters, the group made considerable progress on their journey. Along the official road, they encountered numerous refugees, families fleeing from the ravages of disaster. The pallor and emaciation on their faces spoke volumes. Earthquakes and torrential rains had obliterated their homes, forcing them to abandon their native lands. Noticing that Qiao Qiqi and her companions possessed a horse-drawn carriage, these weary souls clung closely to their party without intruding. As darkness began to envelop the sky, the weary travelers resolved to find a place to rest for the night. However, they arrived at a desolate location devoid of any village or inn. Consequently, they were left with no choice but to camp in the wilderness. The group descended from the official road and discovered a small river. Yet, perhaps due to the recent downpour, the water appeared murky. Occasionally, lifeless chickens or piglets could be seen floating by. Qiao Qiqi frowned, recognizing the potential danger. Such water could cause mild diarrhea or severe bacterial infections if ingested. "What's wrong?" inquired Pei Shaoling softly, as he was assisted down from the carriage by Lei, who carried both him and his wheelchair. "It's nothing, merely that this water is unfit for consumption. However, I have a plan," Qiao Qiqi replied with a gentle smile directed at Pei Shaoling. "I'll venture into the forest to gather some wild vegetables and mushrooms." "Be careful," Pei Shaoling nodded in agreement. "I will, don't worry." Before long, Qiao Qiqi emerged from the forest, a bamboo basket in hand, an item procured from a supermarket. Following the surge in popularity of bamboo products online, this supermarket had acquired a significant stock from local farmers. The artisanship of these items was highly cherished by city dwellers. Thus, aside from the absence of ancient attire, they had nearly everything else they required. The basket brimmed with an assortment of wild vegetables and mushrooms, and she also carried 2 wild rabbits. And Lei promptly stepped forward to take the rabbits from her. "Let me handle this." "All right," Qiao Qiqi nodded, making her way to the already constructed cooking station. A large stone shielded the cooking area from the rest of the group, allowing Qiao Qiqi the convenience of retrieving bottled purified water from the supermarket for her culinary endeavors. She cast a glance at Pei Shaoling, suspecting he had instructed Lei to set up this location. With a bright smile, she began to skillfully kindle a fire and prepare the meal. The firewood, sourced from an unknown location, was surprisingly dry. After preparing a pot of wild vegetable porridge for the Pei family's second and third households, as well as the Zhao family, she proceeded to cook for herself and her companions. She began steaming rice while cleaning and cubing the rabbits and potatoes. A pot of rabbit stew with potatoes and mushrooms, accompanied by a pot of snake meat broth, constituted a reasonably satisfactory meal. As Qiao Qiqi presented the dishes to the Pei family's main house and Lei, the second and third uncles of the Pei family approached. Sister-in-law Pei Mu, embracing Pei Shuer, glanced at her 2 younger brothers with a stern expression, withholding any words. She was already aware of her husband's impending death and the impending exile of their household, and she suspected that the second and third households were behind this treachery. Thus, she could hardly muster a pleasant demeanor towards them. Seeing that Aunt Pei was ignoring them, they shifted their gaze toward Qiao Qiqi. "Dear niece-in-law, look at all this meat you cannot possibly finish. Why not share some with us?" Uncle Pei, with an insufferable grin, implored. "Indeed, your younger siblings have not tasted meat in ages. Do share a little with us." Uncle Pei III chimed in, wearing a sycophantic smile. Qiao Qiqi did not lift her eyelids, absorbed in the rabbit meat that Pei Shaoling had delicately prepared for her. She had no desire to engage with these ungrateful relatives from the Pei family. As Aunt Pei had mentioned during their idle afternoon chatter, the second and third branches of the Pei family boasted neither fame nor fortune, relying solely on the dowry of Lord Pei and Aunt Pei for sustenance. Yet, these individuals were insatiable, scheming to usurp the marquis title of the first branch of the Pei family, a title rightfully earned by Pei Shaoling's father through military merit. Such aspirations were utterly beyond their reach. It was evident that their audacity to target the first branch of the Pei family was backed by someone with ulterior motives, who had likely bestowed upon them considerable incentives. However, these matters were not hers to contemplate. The affairs of the Pei family would be handled by the 3 brothers. She merely needed to observe the unfolding of events. "Niece-in-law, Upon noticing Qiao Qi's indifference, Uncle Pei II called out once more. This time, Qiao Qi raised her head. I recall that during our exile, both your branch and the third branch severed ties with our first branch. What claims do you have to the title of niece-in-law? She retorted, if you crave meat, venture into the woods and procure it yourself, rather than parading before us. Dark Thunder, receiving a subtle cue from Pei Shaoling, thundered at the two intruders, leave at once. Should you persist in your prattle, I shall treat you to a whip. Beside him, Dark 24 echoed the reprimand in a gruff voice. Reluctantly, the two retreated, casting a venomous glare at Qiao Qi before departing, their eyes brimming with malice. Sensing their ill intentions, Qiao Qi glanced at their retreating figures and resumed her meal. We must remain vigilant of the second and third branches of the Pei family. Dark Thunder whispered to the group. The two illegitimate daughters from the second branch have already made an attempt during our last stop at the post station. I gathered from their words that they followed us into exile under the orders of some noble, aiming to eradicate our first branch, Pei Shaoan murmured softly. Which noble harbors such a desire to extinguish our Pei family? Pei Xiaoming seethed through clenched teeth. You need not concern yourselves with these matters. Leave everything to me, Pei Shaoling assured as he delicately offered a piece of meat to Qiao Qi. Once I ensure your safe arrival at a secure location, I shall return to the capital. Are you suggesting that our compliant journey to that desolate land is a ruse to deceive those in the capital? Pei Shaoan quickly comprehended. Indeed, we currently possess the necessary travel documents. Upon reaching our place of exile, our identities as criminals will transform into that of commoners, Pei Shaoling explained softly. At that point, find a safe place and await my return to escort you back to the capital. Chapter 59. The Wolf Pack Strikes. Yes, elder brother. I believe you will surely restore the glory of the Pei family. Pei Shaoan and Pei Shaoling bore resolute expressions as they spoke in unison. Qiao Qi, standing quietly by their side, chose to remain silent. At that moment, words were unnecessary. After the meal, Qiao Qi tidied up the dishes, and the group kindled a bonfire to rest around. My dear, take mother and sister to the carriage to rest. It's chilly outside. Pei Shaoling gently suggested to Qiao Qi. No need, I'm not sleepy yet. Let mother and sister rest first. Qiao Qi replied with a soft shake of her head. All right then, mother, please take sister to rest, Pei Shaoling said, glancing at Pei Mu and Pei Shu'er. Once they boarded the carriage, Qiao Qi, seated beside Pei Shaoling, gently intertwined her fingers with his, which were hidden beneath the sleeve of his garment. At that moment, Pei Shaoling was not in his wheelchair, but rather sat next to Qiao Qi on a stone. Nearby, small clusters of people huddled together, whispering softly. The night air was cool and refreshing, a stark contrast to the daytime heat. Qiao Qi couldn't help but lean a little closer to Pei Shaoling. Are you cold? If so, recite the mental mantra I taught you. Let your inner strength flow through your body, and you shall feel warm. Pei Shaoling enveloped her in his embrace, speaking softly. All right. Qiao Qi obediently closed her eyes and began to recite the inner cultivation method, allowing her internal energy to circulate through her meridians. Indeed, she soon felt a comforting warmth envelop her, and the weariness from the day's carriage ride began to dissipate. As she sensed the changes, she continued to recite the mantra. Gradually, the small groups around them succumbed to slumber, accompanied by gentle snores. The bonfire in the center also began to dwindle, extinguishing slowly as no one tended to it. In the dead of night, a pair of luminous green eyes suddenly appeared in the forest, resembling ghostly flames. The horses and donkeys, having feasted on wild grass and resting with closed eyes, were the first to be startled awake. They whinnied in fear, stomping the ground restlessly. Qiao Qi was jolted awake by the commotion, her senses sharpening as she scanned her surroundings. She quickly discerned the multitude of green eyes lurking in the woods. Are those wolves? She murmured, observing the movement within the thicket. Indeed, it is a pack of wolves. Are you frightened? Came Pei Shaoling's deep, melodious voice beside her. A little, but I must confront it, Qiao Qi replied, her heart quaking slightly at the sight of the wolves, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she declared, I will rekindle the bonfire. Wolves fear fire and light. Without waiting for Pei Xiaoling's response, she cautiously approached the pile of wood and reignited the flames. Perhaps the wolves had noticed her movement, for they began to howl in response. The eerie sound roused all the members of the group from their slumber. Qin Lao-san, keep an eye on those prisoners. Do not let them escape. I will go take a look. And Lei quietly instructed the second officer, ensuring he monitored the Pei family's second and third households, as well as the Zhao family. Subsequently, 3 figures leapt into the air, darting towards the forest. 3. Qiao Chi turned to glance at the spot where she had just been seated. Indeed, it was now devoid of any presence. Soon, the forest echoed with the sounds of a fierce struggle and the anguished howls of wolves. The nearby refugees, startled by the commotion, fled in panic, their hurried footsteps creating a cacophony of chaos. The second and third branches of the Pei family, along with the Zhao family, were also unable to contain their fear and sought to join the fleeing masses, only to be restrained by the vigilant officer, Qin Heir, who wielded a whip to suppress them. They could only huddle in a corner, trembling with anxiety. Qiao Chi exhaled softly, stoking the campfire to a bright blaze. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, a wolf stealthily approached the carriage where Mother Pei was situated. As the wolf drew nearer, the 2 horses began to grow increasingly restless. Sensing the imminent danger, Qiao Chi glanced toward the carriage and immediately spotted the lurking wolf preparing to pounce on the horses. To her dismay, she realized that a rogue wolf had slipped through the cracks. With determination in her eyes, Qiao Chi retrieved a large cleaver from the market, a tool used by butchers to chop bones, its blade exceptionally sharp. Gripping the cleaver tightly, she swiftly made her way toward the carriage. Just as the wolf was about to sink its teeth into one of the horses' necks, Qiao Chi brought her cleaver down upon its back. The wolf yelped in shock from the searing pain, stepping back and turning to face Qiao Chi, who stood brandishing the bloodied cleaver. It snarled at her, revealing its sharp fangs in a menacing display. Gazing at those formidable teeth, Qiao Chi took a deep breath and, with renewed resolve, swung the cleaver at the wolf. Seeing her advance, the wolf lunged at Qiao Chi, intent on biting the creature that dared to impede its attack. In response, she executed a defensive maneuver taught by Pei Xiaoling, dodging the wolf's ferocious pounce while simultaneously leaving a deep gash on its flank, exposing bone. This time, she struck the wolf's right hind leg, causing it to crash to the ground. After a brief roll, the wolf regained its footing, though its movements appeared less agile than before. A smirk crept onto Qiao Chi's lips. This wolf was not as fearsome as she had imagined. With renewed vigor, she charged at the wolf once more. After a series of swift strikes, the wolf lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Qiao Chi, showing no mercy, raised her cleaver once again and brought it down decisively, severing the beast's head from its body. Only then did she allow herself to breathe a sigh of relief, her body weakening as she felt the sweat pooling in her palms. Stowing the cleaver away, she approached the carriage and found Mother Pei and Pei Shuer tightly embracing each other, trembling in fear. "Mother, little sister, it's all right. There is no need to be afraid," Qiao Chi said with a gentle smile, seeking to reassure them. At that moment, Pei Xiaoan and Pei Xiaoming also approached, asking, "Are you all right?" "Fine. You two go assist the officer in guarding the others. I'll stay here with Mother," Qiao Chi replied, shaking her head as she glanced toward the second and third branches of the Pei family. "Be careful," they responded, exchanging glances before turning back to the officer, now donning the officers' masks, embodying their roles. Indeed, it is imperative to assist the true officers in maintaining order among the restless individuals. Within the woods, sounds of conflict and the anguished cries of wolves still echoed. Qiao Chi clicked her tongue. There must be quite a number of wolves in this pack, she thought. Vigilantly guarding the carriage, Qiao Chi kept her gaze fixed on the direction of the forest, apprehensive that another wolf might spring forth. Fortunately, the battle within the woods concluded without any further wolves emerging. A figure swiftly darted past Qiao Chi, moving with astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Pei Xiaoling, who had already seated himself in his wheelchair within the carriage. Noticing his pristine attire, untouched by any wolf's blood, Qiao Qiqi offered him a gentle smile. Pei Shaoling extended his hand towards her, urging her to come up, declaring that the area was no longer safe and they needed to continue their journey. All right. Following his guidance, Qiao Qiqi ascended into the carriage. And Lei had already positioned himself before the group, instructing them to gather their belongings swiftly as the surroundings were perilous, and they needed to press on. Chapter 60. Yuzhou City. Upon hearing his words, the group hastily rose to collect their belongings, unwilling to linger any longer. The women and children instinctively climbed onto the ox cart, huddling closely together. What are you doing? Get down. Lei, with keen eyes, noticed that Pei family's second uncle was also squeezed onto the ox cart and quickly admonished him. Discovered. The second uncle of the Pei family awkwardly descended from a cart. The Pei brothers placed their cooking pots and utensils onto a wheelbarrow, securely wrapping them with an oilcloth. Soon, the group was prepared to depart. The Pei brothers took their positions at the front of the carriage. With a shout, they set off at a measured pace. Linner, are you all right? Pei mother scrutinized Pei Shaoling with concern. Mother, I'm fine, he replied gently, shaking his head while firmly holding Qiao Qiqi's hand. He addressed Pei mother. If you're tired, lean against the carriage and rest for a while. We may not be able to stop until noon. All right. Already weary, Pei mother nodded lightly, embracing Pei Shuer as she gently closed her eyes. The sun the following day proved to be just as scorching as the previous one. Before noon, the group felt the oppressive heat rolling in. Perhaps it was due to Pei Shaoling discussing with Lei the plan to travel by night and rest during the day. Estimating the time, Lei sought a shaded area for the group to rest. In accordance with her routine, Qiao Qiqi intended to prepare some porridge for the others before cooking their meals. Madam, allow me to prepare the porridge for them. Officer kin e aphoachet. Speaking softly to Qiao Qiqi, he assisted Lei in setting up 2 pots, intending one for porridge and the other for steaming rice. Heir was acutely aware that among the entire escort team, he alone was the genuine officer. To ensure his survival, obedience was essential. No need. I will handle it myself. Qiao Qiqi gently shook her head. There was no water source nearby. She needed to retrieve bottled water from the market to wash the rice and vegetables. If others were present, her secret would inevitably be revealed. Thus, she firmly opposed the idea. Very well, we will go gather some firewood. Heir conceded, seeing Qiao Qiqi's determination to cook for herself. He turned around and led Pei Shaoan a short distance away to gather firewood, while Qiao Qiqi skillfully began to scoop rice from the sack to prepare a meal. Before long, the food was ready. After everyone had eaten, they settled down for a rest. During the day, animals were generally absent, allowing the group to enjoy a peaceful afternoon nap. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Qiao Qiqi steamed 2 baskets of buns and mantou, knowing that they would need energy for their journey ahead. Thus, they continued on for 3 or 4 consecutive days. During their midday break, the officer, Second Qin, inquired of the Pei family, if we travel for half the night, we will reach Yuzhou City. Do you wish to enter the city? I need to sign the transit documents. He glanced at Qiao Qiqi, having observed that her culinary skills had elevated her status within the Pei family. Moreover, he himself had not been treated differently. He had shared the same meals as them. As such, Second Qin intended to diligently complete his assignment. We are running low on rice and flour. I will venture into the city to procure some clothing. Qiao Qiqi turned to the Pei family. Perhaps due to the hasty departure, the Pei family possessed only a few changes of clothing, gifted by their maternal relatives before leaving the city. However, Pei Shuer, Pei Shaoan, and Pei Xiaoming lacked any fresh garments. The weather was becoming increasingly hot, and Qiao Qiqi could already detect the scent of sweat emanating from their clothes. Sister-in-law, I also need some, Pei Shuer quietly remarked, seemingly unable to tolerate the odor any longer. Very well, how about I buy Shuer a few lovely outfits? Thank you, sister-in-law. The young girl flashed a sweet smile at Qiao Qiqi. Qiqi, if you come across any fabric or thread, please buy some. Mother will make some undergarments. Pei's mother quietly advised Qiao Qiqi. Understanding immediately, Qiao Qiqi replied, Of course, mother. Let me know what you need, and I will bring it back. Pei's mother whispered a few more items, which Qiao Qiqi diligently noted. That night, the group arrived at the outskirts of Yuzhou City. Officer Qin, familiar with the area, found a dilapidated temple for them to stay in. Why is this broken temple deserted? He wondered, observing the dust that covered the ground. Along their journey, they had encountered numerous refugees heading north, and since they were near Yuzhou City, one would expect to find many beggars residing here. What's wrong? Enlai stepped forward to inquire. Nothing, just curious about where all the beggars have gone. Officer Qin shook his head, speaking softly. I have traversed this path to the bitter cold lands for nearly a decade and have always encountered large groups of beggars. Yet this time, it is quite peculiar. Enlai frowned upon hearing this, surveying the surroundings, which indeed appeared strange, with dust everywhere as if no one had lived there for quite some time. Is that so? Then let us first inspect the area to ensure there are no dangerous creatures lurking about, Pei Shaoan suggested, in case there were any snakes, insects, or vermin. Several individuals nodded and promptly began to survey their surroundings. They soon discovered that the dilapidated temple was quite dry and devoid of any such nuisances. Since there was no issue, they decided to tidy up and rest here for the night. In order to protect Pei Shaoling's identity, Enlai took charge of many matters. Before long, the temple was cleaned and everyone settled in. Let us rest early. We shall enter the city at dawn, Enlai quietly remarked after lighting the campfire. The weary travelers hastily sought a comfortable spot to rest. When dawn broke, after a brief discussion, Enlai would lead the official Qin Laosan and Xiao Qiqi into the city, while the others would remain at the temple to rest. Should I accompany you as well? Pei Shaoan suggested from the side. No, Enlai replied, glancing at Pei Shaoling. We still require your vigilance here. Pei Shaoling's slender peach blossom eyes regarded Xiao Qiqi with caution. Be careful, he advised. I will just go buy a few things and return shortly. Xiao Qiqi replied with a gentle smile. However, unbeknownst to Xiao Qiqi, the city of Yuzhou at that moment resembled a den of dragons and tigers. She nearly could not escape unharmed. Indeed, Qiqi, you must exercise caution, Pei's mother softly urged. Yes, mother, I understand, Xiao Qiqi responded with a slight nod, withdrawing her hand from Pei Shaoling's grasp. I shall be off now. Outside the temple, Enlai had already harnessed the ox cart and was waiting with the official Qin heir. As Xiao Qiqi stepped outside, she cast one last glance at the temple before taking her seat in the ox cart, facing Qin heir. With a shout from Enlai, the two horses bolted into a gallop. Chapter 61, A Dead City? Before long, the trio arrived at the city gates, observing the desolate entrance, which was manned by only 3 or 4 guards. Xiao Qiqi felt a twinge of unease. Yuzhou was the largest city north of the capital. It was early morning, and ordinarily, local farmers would be entering the city to buy or sell vegetables. Yet, there was no sign of any nearby farmers. Just as she was about to speak, the cart came to a halt. 2 of the gate guards approached. What brings you here? They inquired. Oh, we are official guards for the exile group, intending to enter the city to obtain the magistrate's signature for the transit document. Qin heir cheerfully explained, handing over the document while also looking to purchase some provisions. The guard glanced at the paper, closed it, and returned it to him, stating, each person must pay an entrance fee of 1 or 2 silver taels. 1 or 2 silver taels? Wasn't it just one before? The smile on Qin heir's face faltered. 1 or 2 silver taels represented several months' worth of living expenses for an ordinary citizen. Xiao Qiqi clicked her tongue in surprise. She had not anticipated such a rapid increase in prices in ancient times. No wonder no one was entering the city, aware that natural disasters often led to price hikes. She did not dwell on it. She casually retrieved a few pieces of silver from her sleeve and handed them to the gate guard. Upon receiving the coins and weighing them in his hand, the guard nodded and permitted them to enter the city. Once inside, Xiao Qiqi was left speechless. She had initially envisioned that Yuzhou City, being the largest city north of the capital, would at least bustle with the vibrant scenes of throngs of people and the ceaseless flow of carriages, even if it could not rival the capital itself. However, at this moment, the streets of Yuzhou City lay desolate and empty. Only the leaves, swaying gently in the breeze, danced before their eyes. What is happening? How could this be? Officer Qin, the second, surveyed his surroundings in confusion, murmuring to himself, the last time I passed through Yuzhou City, it was still full of life. How could it have come to this? An ominous feeling crept over Lei, prompting him to suggest, "Let us hurry to the governor's office to sign the clearance documents. Once we complete that, we shall depart from here." A sense of unease began to stir within Qiao Qiqi, who replied, "All right, you go ahead. I will visit that shop to purchase some fabric, and then we will meet at the city gate." She pointed toward a nearby fabric store that still had its door ajar. Lei glanced at the store. "All right, madam. After you've made your purchase, simply wait for us at the city gate." Qiao Qiqi nodded lightly. "Please take the cart. You can ride faster on horseback." Lei contemplated the distance between the store and the gate. "Very well, I shall dismantle it." Soon, the two rode off on horseback. The streets were utterly devoid of life, alleviating any concerns of colliding with pedestrians while galloping. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi quickly made her way to the fabric store. Dragging the cart behind her, the store's door stood open, yet she found no one at the counter to attend to her and no shopkeeper to greet her. As she surveyed the street, an eerie stillness enveloped her, suffocating in its silence. This peculiar scene instilled a sense of foreboding within Qiao Qiqi. She set down the cart and entered the fabric store. "Is anyone here? I wish to buy fabric," she called out loudly, knocking on the wooden doorframe. Her voice echoed back, carrying a hint of reverberation, yet no response came. Puzzled, Qiao Qiqi ventured toward the back of the store, only to discover that the entire courtyard was equally deserted. Fabrics, dyed long ago, hung haphazardly on the drying lines, stained with neglect and dust, swaying precariously in the breeze. Frowning, Qiao Qiqi absent-mindedly touched a nearby object, instantly coating her fingers with dust. This indicated that, although the fabric store's door was ajar, it had not been tended to in quite some time. How strange! What could possibly compel the shop owner to abandon their own establishment? Furrowing her brow, Qiao Qiqi cautiously surveyed her surroundings, preparing to open a room. Suddenly, a feral roar erupted from the adjacent room, accompanied by the sound of violent crashing. Qiao Qiqi was taken aback by the unexpected commotion, her heart racing wildly. She placed a hand over her pounding heart and took a deep breath. Parting the fabric that obscured her view, she slowly approached the room from which the noise emanated. The entrance was cluttered with a pile of debris, tables, wardrobes, and beds, seemingly hastily piled together as if someone had attempted to barricade against whatever lurked inside. Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brows as she cast her gaze toward the room, still resonating with the feral roars of some unseen beast. What manner of creature could incite a mass exodus from the entire fabric shop? Cautiously, she approached the door, sensing that whatever lurked within had detected her presence and was growing increasingly agitated. The roars intensified, accompanied by the sound of violent collisions. Rather than recklessly clearing the obstruction at the door, she opted to navigate around to a nearby window. The ancient windows were framed in wood and covered with oiled paper. As she peered through one of the small punctures in the paper, her heart raced at the sight that met her eyes, a grotesque human visage, pallid and discolored, with white pupils, a decaying body marred by dark, brownish stains of blood. Goodness! Was this not the very image of a post-apocalyptic zombie she had seen in Western films? How could such a thing exist here? Confusion enveloped her mind. Why would there be zombies in this ancient setting? Shouldn't they resemble traditional corpses? Or had she somehow wandered into a different realm? A flurry of chaotic thoughts raced through her head, and she instinctively stepped back, nervously wiping the sweat from her brow. No wonder the entrance had been barricaded. If such a creature were to escape, who could possibly contain it? This raised an unsettling question. Why had such a being manifested in Yuzhou City? And where had all the inhabitants gone? Hastily, Qiao Qiqi exited the fabric shop, glancing towards the rice store nearby. The door remained ajar, yet the interior was devoid of life. A fine layer of dust coated the counter, suggesting that the patrons had departed several days prior. Why then had the guards at the city gates said nothing and allowed them entry without question? Pondering this, she turned her gaze toward the city gates, deep in thought. Returning to the entrance of the fabric shop, she surveyed the eerily empty street, biting her lip. If her intuition served her right, Yuzhou City had become a ghost town, or perhaps a city of the dead. Directing her attention to the path taken by the Dark Thunder and the second officer, she inhaled deeply. Since no one remained, she felt no qualms about taking what was left behind. Chapter 62. A frenzy of hoarding with the city deserted. The abandoned items sat idle. Rather than let them go to waste, she resolved to reclaim them for herself. As one who possessed a space of her own, it would be foolish to ignore such unclaimed treasures. A smile crept upon Qiao Qi's lips as she focused her thoughts and entered her personal supermarket. She needed to find a spacious area to store these goods, for the entirety of Yuzhou City held a wealth of possessions. She recalled that the basement levels of her supermarket served as storage facilities. At this moment, she needed to assess whether they were filled to capacity or if there was room for her newfound bounty. Descending in the supermarket elevator, she first ventured to the first basement level. In the basement, a small area was occupied by a cardboard box, while the rest remained vacant. The warehouse on the second basement level, to the north, was filled with rice, flour, and oil, alongside easily stored vegetables like potatoes and sweet potatoes. The southern side, near the entrance, had half of its space left open. The combined area of the first and second basements was approximately 5,000 square meters. Therefore, she planned wisely. She could indeed accommodate a substantial amount of items. With a sense of satisfaction, Qiao Qiqi exited the supermarket, ready to begin her collection of supplies. Her first target was a fabric store. Without hesitation, she gathered all the fabrics displayed at the counter, regardless of their texture, into her space. She also made sure to collect embroidery threads and needles. The fabrics drying in the backyard, though somewhat soiled, could still be useful after a wash. Wasting them was not an option. The adjacent rice shop could not be overlooked either. Although Qiao Qiqi noticed the rice was not as pristine as that in her space and was mixed with sand, it could be cleaned without issue. Next, she proceeded to the seed and agricultural tools shop, contemplating that when she arrived at that harsh land, she would have to allocate some fields to them. The tools and seeds would prove useful then, so they had to be collected. She also gathered items from the jewelry and cosmetic stores, knowing that Pei Mu and Pei Shuer would surely appreciate them. As for the pastry shop, Qiao Qiqi glanced at the pastries, hesitated, and ultimately decided against taking any. She was unsure how long those pastries had been made. It was wise to be cautious with perishable goods in this ancient time, without preservation techniques, refrigerators, or cling film. The inn and tea house were deemed unworthy of collection, likely holding nothing of value. The Inshun building, presumably an ancient brothel, was also dismissed as lacking in useful supplies. Dragging her cart, Qiao Qiqi moved from shop to shop, occasionally placing some fabric onto the cart. Ever since she began her martial arts training, her strength had significantly increased. Even with the cart laden with items, she felt confident in her ability to pull it along. Along the way, she encountered several rice shops and fabric stores, and she seamlessly added their goods to her collection. After traversing a street, Qiao Qiqi stumbled upon a bank, equivalent to the banks of her own world, where the wealthy of ancient times stored their silver. She set down her cart and strode directly into the bank. As expected, like the other shops, the inner door of the bank was wide open. She swiftly located the vault where silver was stored. To her astonishment, boxes of gold, silver, and jewels were neatly piled within, dazzling her senses. Without a moment's hesitation, she began to gather them into her space. Estimating roughly, she calculated that she had collected about 1,000,000 taels of silver and several 100,000 taels of gold. The value of the other jewels was beyond her estimation, but she presumed they amounted to several 100,000 as well. Goodness, the people of Yuzhou are truly wealthy, Qiao Qiqi exclaimed, her tongue clicking in disbelief as she noticed the adjoining room was also obstructed by miscellaneous items, accompanied by the sound of violent commotion within. She did not linger any longer and swiftly departed from the money house. After a short distance, Qiao Qiqi unexpectedly stumbled upon a granary. Upon opening the door, she discovered neatly stacked bags of grain within. Although the supermarket she managed was abundantly stocked with provisions that replenished upon depletion, Qiao Qiqi adhered to the principle of not letting anything go to waste and collected all the grain available. The city of Yuzhou was vast, and she traversed from shop to shop, meticulously searching for items absent from her supermarket. She then stored them in the warehouses located on the underground levels of her establishment. As the sun ascended higher, approaching noon, Qiao Qiqi recalled the whereabouts of Enlei and the others. Why had they not yet returned? Even though Yuzhou was extensive, They had ridden on horseback, and by her calculations, they should have been back by now. If the governor's office was unoccupied, they would likely have returned directly. Conversely, if there were individuals present, half a day's time should suffice to conclude their business. Was it possible that something had gone awry? Furrowing her brow, Qiao Qiqi ceased to delay her cart laden with fabric and grain, a thought crossing her mind as she directly stored it in her space. Thereafter, she gathered her energy and commenced her rush towards the governor's office. Midway through her journey, she heard a cacophony of voices emanating from around the corner. Rather than recklessly advancing, she concealed herself in the shadows, peering ahead. Not far down the road, soldiers clad in heavy armor had barricaded the path with barriers. Within the confines of the enclosure, a throng of commoners, dressed in simple clothing, jostled to escape. The tumultuous noise originated from their desperate cries. However, the armored soldiers callously thrust their sharp spears into the waists of those at the forefront, resulting in a few quickly collapsing in pools of blood. Subsequently, the soldiers bellowed for the others to retreat. Qiao Qiqi scrutinized the scene, hoping to discern whether Lei or the officer Qinlao heir were among the crowd. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching. A group of soldiers advanced toward her, shouting, Here is another woman. Capture her. Is this directed at me?" Qiao Qiqi rolled her eyes in exasperation and sprinted forward. Fortunately, the internal strength she had cultivated over the past 30 years endowed her with the ability to protect herself. Just days prior, Pei Xiaoling had imparted to her the principles of lightness skill. Thus, in that moment, Qiao Qiqi moved as if wings sprouted from her feet, racing swiftly away from the heavily armored soldiers. Eventually, she halted, breathless. What on earth was happening in Yuzhou? She had initially believed it to be a deserted city, only to discover that its citizens were being corralled by those soldiers. Observing the desolate streets, Qiao Qiqi felt an increasing sense of unease regarding the peculiarities of Yuzhou. What should she do now? Should she continue to the governor's office in search of Lei and the others, or wait for them at the city gate? At that moment, she realized she was standing at the entrance of the Yuzhou military command. Chapter 63. The Medicinal Man? The military command? Surely, there must be an abundance of weapons and armor here. An idea sparked in Qiao Qiqi's mind as she scaled the wall and stealthily slipped inside. It appeared that everyone was preoccupied with their duties, for the military office was eerily quiet at that moment. Qiao Qiqi traversed the corridor and swiftly located her desired items. It was a vast warehouse filled with an array of armor and long spears, precisely the kind worn by the soldiers who had been pursuing her moments ago. With a sweeping gesture, she summoned these items into her space, leaving only one set for herself to don. Once clad in the armor, she had scarcely stepped out of the storeroom when a man's voice rang out behind her, "Halt!" Startled, Qiao Qiqi stiffened, pulling her helmet lower, and turned around with her head bowed, adopting a submissive demeanor. "Why are you still here? The city is short on manpower, and you dare to lounge about? Get out!" The man, clad in a red official robe, was evidently a civil servant of the military office. Qiao Qiqi kept her head down and replied in a hushed tone, "Yes, my lord." She then turned and strode forward, brandishing the long spear. "Wait, you are not one of our soldiers." The man observed her posture and gait with suspicion and barked an admonishment. Oh no, she had been discovered. It seemed that masquerading as an armored soldier required a certain finesse. Qiao Qiqi stuck out her tongue and hurriedly made her way toward the exit. The man sprinted after her, shouting, "Help! There's an intruder! Intruder my foot!" Qiao Qiqi scowled, halting and turning back. The man collided with her unexpectedly. She swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps, leaving him dazed. Next, she procured a length of rope and bound him tightly, tossing him into a decorative rock formation within the courtyard. As he began to regain his senses and attempted to call for help, Qiao Qiqi had a clever idea. She yanked off a pair of his foul-smelling cloth socks and stuffed them into his mouth. To her astonishment, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Qiao Qiqi shrugged and mimicked the soldier's stride as she swaggered out. Just as she reached the entrance, a squad of soldiers clad in identical armor passed by. She fell in line, trailing at the rear, eager to discern the happenings in Yuzhou City and whether Lei and his companion had been captured. At that moment, the squad leader addressed his men, urging, "Hurry up. We are short-handed at the Jin position and must reinforce it quickly." Qiao Chi lowered her head and quickened her pace to keep up with them. Soon, they arrived at the gin position as indicated by the leader. Qiao Chi and two others were assigned to guard a section in front of fence. The two were, coincidentally, the same individuals from a previous squad. One of them scrutinized Qiao Chi closely and remarked, "You look rather familiar." "Oh, I am new here," Qiao Chi replied in a lowered voice. The man regarded her with confusion, scrutinizing her once more. "Ah, then do be careful. Our current mission is of utmost importance." "Indeed," Qiao Chi replied, keeping her head down and refraining from further conversation. Fearing that excessive chatter might betray her, Qiao Chi remained silent. Soon, mealtime arrived, and several soldiers approached, pushing a large cart laden with several sizable barrels. Following two of them, Qiao Chi received 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. The ordinary citizens confined behind the wooden fence, standing at a height of 1 person, grew anxious upon witnessing this. They had not eaten for 2 days. Were they being starved to death? Consequently, the crowd within the enclosure erupted into chaos once more. "What's all this noise? Your food will be delivered shortly," one of the soldiers bellowed at the crowd. Upon hearing that sustenance was indeed forthcoming, the citizens gradually quieted down. Before long, the soldiers returned with the cart. Observing the verdant porridge, Qiao Chi felt an inexplicable unease. Scanning the crowd, she noticed that Lei and his companions were conspicuously absent. Where had they gone? Were they still at the governor's residence? Pondering this, Qiao Chi resolved to find an opportunity to leave and investigate. The citizens ceased their pushing and obediently sat down to eat. Like the 2 soldiers, Qiao Chi found a spot to sit quietly and observe them. However, it wasn't long before those who had consumed the porridge suddenly overturned their bowls. The clattering of utensils startled Qiao Chi from her reverie. She jerked her head toward the crowd, noticing their faces turn an ashen hue, veins bulging on their foreheads and hands, their expressions contorted in agony. "What is happening?" Qiao Chi whispered to the person next to her. "The food must have been laced with poison," the individual replied in a hushed tone. "I heard that the poison will take effect at midnight, which is likely the case." "Poison? Midnight?" Qiao Chi glanced at the ordinary citizens collapsing one by one. Could it be that the poisoned people she had encountered earlier at the fabric shop were indeed the same as those referred to as medicinal people? Her unease deepened. At that moment, a soldier on horseback arrived bearing news. "The Lord has issued an order. The medicinal people will reach maturity at midnight. At that time, all of Yuzhou City will be sealed off. Be prepared. Everyone must leave Yuzhou City by the hour of high." "Yes," the crowd responded in subdued tones. The hour of high meant they had 5 time periods left, 10 hours. This implied that she had 10 hours to search for Lei and his companions. "I need to use the restroom," Qiao Chi said, not wanting to linger any longer. She offered this excuse to the 2 soldiers and departed. Orienting herself towards the governor's residence, she hastened in that direction. Fortunately, she encountered no one else along the way. Meanwhile, at the dilapidated temple outside the city, Pei Shaoling, seated in his wheelchair, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. A profound sense of crisis surged within him. Qiao Chi and the others had been gone for quite some time. Why had they not yet returned? Clutching the handles of his wooden wheelchair, he gazed toward the entrance. "Liner, what is the matter?" Noticing the unusual expression on Pei Shaoling's face, Pei Mu, holding Pei Shuer, inquired with concern, "Is everything all right?" "It's nothing. I'm just a bit worried about Qiao Chi. She's been gone for quite some time without returning. There is no need for concern. They are likely busy purchasing supplies and signing customs documents. A delay is quite normal," Pei Mu reassured, retrieving the beef buns left by Qiao Chi from the carriage to share with everyone. "You must all be hungry. Please eat. Sister-in-law, we are hungry too. Please share some with us." From a short distance away, the 2nd and 3rd branches of the Pei family clamored for Pei Mu to distribute some beef buns to them. Pei Mu hesitated, glancing at the buns in her hand, but ultimately chose to ignore their pleas. "You come here." Concerned for Qiao Chi, Pei Shaoling beckoned to Pei Shaoan, who was disguised as an official. Chapter 64. Ambush. Pei Shaoan promptly approached and whispered, "What's the matter? Your sister-in-law has been gone for too long, and I'm feeling uneasy. Please go to the city gate and check on them." Pei Shaoling instructed in a hushed tone. Understood, I will go at once. Pei Shaoan nodded lightly, though his expressionless mask did not conceal the gravity in his eyes. Ride a horse, Pei Shaoling added quietly. If anything happens, return immediately to inform me. His growing unease intensified, had he not worried that his presence might reveal the recovery of his legs. He would have sought out Qiao Qiqi himself. All right, I understand, Pei Shaoan affirmed before departing. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brow as she gazed at the tightly shut gates of the inspector's residence. She circled the estate, seeking a secluded corner before gathering her strength to scale the wall. To her astonishment, as soon as her feet touched the ground, a large net ensnared her. She heard footsteps and a cacophony of voices nearby. Another assassin has been caught. Qiao Qiqi thought, this is it. I've been captured. As she frowned, preparing to slice through the net with her dagger, a sharp pain erupted in her neck. Who is attacking me? Before she could turn, darkness enveloped her, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Madam, are you all right? Please wake up. In her haze, Qiao Qiqi thought she heard the voice of Enlei. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, surveying the dim surroundings. The throbbing pain at the back of her neck reminded her of the events that had transpired. Madam, you are finally awake. Enlei sighed in relief from the other side of the iron bars. Where are we? Qiao Qiqi examined the iron bars surrounding her. Oh no! Have I become a caged bird? This is the dungeon of the inspector's residence, madam. We have all been captured, lamented the officer Qin Laonyo beside her. Weren't you here to sign the customs documents? How do we end up in a dungeon? Qiao Qiqi quietly inquired while inspecting the cell. We do not know. As soon as we entered the inspector's residence, we were ensnared by a large net and knocked unconscious before being tossed in here, Enlei replied, his face clouded with frustration. It feels utterly stifling to have my skills rendered useless. It's all right. Qiao Qiqi rubbed the painful area at the back and rose to inspect the iron door. It bore an antique lock. An idea sparked in her mind, prompting her to conjure a piece of wire from her spatial realm to unlock the door. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the iron cage. Qiao Qiqi swiftly returned to her previous position, closing her eyes. Ranran and Qin Heir also looked toward the source of the footsteps with expressions of weakness. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe and official attire appeared, accompanied by 2 guards. Sir, these 2 men and 1 woman are the trespassers who invaded the inspector's residence today. Please advise on how to proceed. One of the guards spoke to the robed man. How to proceed? Just send them off to become medicine men. Such trivial matters are not worth my time, the official replied, dismissively flicking his sleeve and casting a glance at the 3 imprisoned figures, his voice tinged with irritation. However, sir, the guard cast a glance at Ranran and Qin Heir's official attire, preparing to elaborate. Qin Lao suddenly leaped up, grasping the iron bars with an expression of fervor. Inspector, Qin Heir, do you not remember me from the past? The inspector stiffened, turning to scrutinize the official garb on Qin Heir. Qin Heir? The one who escorted the exiled criminals? Indeed, that is me. I have come to seek your signature on the passage document. I implore you to release us, Qin Heir said, producing the passage document from his bosom. To his dismay, the inspector did not even glance at the document, snorting dismissively. Qin Heir? What of it? This Yuzhou city is no longer the Yuzhou of old. Once anyone enters, they shall not escape. Keep a close watch on them. When we leave, dispose of them, the inspector commanded, flicking his sleeve toward the 2 guards. Yes, sir, the guards responded, following him as they departed. Once they had left, Qiao Qiqi cautiously rose. She surveyed the entrance once more and conjured the wire in her hand. What is going on? We merely came to sign the passage document. Why does he wish to kill us? Qin Heir asked, bewilderment and fear etched on his face. Perhaps it is to silence us, Qiao Qiqi replied softly, her hands deftly working on the heavy lock of the iron door. Silence? For what reason? Qin Heir remained perplexed. Did you not see the crowd enclosed by wooden barriers along the way? Qiao Qiqi whispered. Those are ordinary citizens of Yuzhou City. They are being imprisoned to become medicine men. Madam, what is a medicine man? Ranran inquired quietly. A medicine man is akin to a living corpse devoid of consciousness. Acting like a zombie, attacking anyone they encounter, and impervious to blades and bullets. Qiao Qiqi shared her knowledge of the undead with the two. What? A living corpse that behaves like a zombie? Qin Lao Heir's fear intensified. What should we do? I have an elderly mother of 80 and a 3-year-old child. I cannot perish here. With a click, the lock finally opened. Qiao Qiqi exhaled in relief. Do not worry. We all wish to survive. Upon unlocking the chains, Qiao Qiqi approached the adjacent cell of Enlei and the others. Be quiet. I shall assist you in unlocking the door now. Soon, the lock was deftly opened. Qiao Qiqi removed the chains and swung the door wide. Hurry out. Impressive, madam. I did not anticipate you possess such skill, Enlei exclaimed, gazing at the open cell door in astonishment. Of course, Qiao Qiqi replied, a hint of pride gracing her features. We must make haste. We need to leave Yuzhou City before the hour of the rat. Why? Qin Lao asked, puzzled. But we have yet to sign the pass. Because at the stroke of midnight, they will open the wooden barricade and release those drugged individuals within Yuzhou City. Thus, we must depart promptly, Qiao Qiqi whispered. But there is only a quarter of an hour until the hour of the pig. Officer Qin, heir murmured. What? Have I been asleep for so long? Qiao Qiqi frowned. Then we must hurry. Time is of the essence. The three swiftly exited the dungeon, discovering that their escape led to a decorative hill. At that moment, the inspector's residence was ablaze with light, as servants busily transported various items. Chapter 65. There are people behind the wall. Officer Qin Heir surveyed their surroundings. I recognize this place. Not far ahead is the inspector's study. Shall we sign the pass ourselves before we leave? He looked towards Enlei and Qiao Qiqi. If we do not sign this pass, even if we reach a desolate land, you will still be considered criminals, unable to become commoners. Very well, let us act swiftly, Qiao Qiqi said, glancing at Enlei, who nodded in agreement. Thus, Qiao Qiqi, Enlei, and Officer Qin Heir stealthily made their way towards the nearby study. Although it seemed close, the entire inspector's residence was brightly lit and bustling with activity. They feared exposing their whereabouts, so they proceeded cautiously. Finally, as the hour of the pig approached, the trio arrived at the study's entrance. The inspector's residence gradually fell into a quieter state. After surveying their surroundings, they pushed open the study door and stepped inside. The study was quite ordinary, well lit and tidy, furnished with a desk and a chair, complemented by several bookshelves. The shelves were filled with tomes, lending an elegant and pleasant ambience to the room. Hurry, we must blend into the departing soldiers' ranks before they exit the city. Qiao Qiqi urged Officer Qin Heir quietly. Indeed, this study is not large. Let us search quickly, Officer Qin Heir nodded. And the three began to rummage through the room. However, after an extensive search, they found no sign of a seal or stamp. Could it be that the inspector has taken it with him? Qiao Qiqi pondered anxiously, glancing at the two. If the inspector has indeed taken it, what shall we do? At that moment, a series of faint knocks emanated from behind the bookshelf. The sound was so subtle that only those with heightened internal strength could detect it. Qiao Qiqi and Enlei turned in unison to face the source of the noise, while Officer Qin Heir looked at them in confusion. What is it? Qiao Qiqi made a silencing gesture with her index finger at her lips, and he immediately understood. At that moment, a faint tapping sound continued to emanate from the bookshelf, rhythmic in nature. Qiao Qiqi scrutinized the bookshelf, her delicate brows furrowing. Could it be that someone was behind the wall? While engrossed in her own world of dramas, she was aware that ancient scholars often devised secret passages within their studies. Thus, it stood to reason that there might be a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf. Qiao Qiqi signaled to Enlei to remain vigilant. She then began to inspect the surroundings of the study for any mechanisms or hidden switches. After a thorough search, her attention was drawn to an immovable oil lamp on the desk. After examining it closely, she began to turn it from side to side. Indeed, before long, the bookshelf where Enlei was stationed emitted a series of clicking sounds. The bookshelf began to rotate outward, revealing a secret passage. Qiao Qiqi watched the passage cautiously. Suddenly, a figure sprang forth. The newcomer wore a wrinkled, dark blue outfit, speckled with stains, and their hair was disheveled, as if neglected for some time. Their lips were parched, and their complexion was ashen. It was none other than the magistrate they had encountered earlier in the dungeon. However, how could this magistrate appear so disheveled after merely 15 minutes? Upon seeing him emerge, Enlay pressed the dagger he held against the man's neck, demanding coldly, "Where's your passage seal? Hand it over." "The passage seal? Who are you?" The man looked bewildered, a look of relief washing over his face. After surveying the three of them, his gaze settled on Officer Qin II. "You are the one escorting the prisoners, aren't you?" "Qin heir?" "Sir, are you feigning ignorance? We just met, and you even threatened to kill us." Qin heir replied, his face tinged with anger. The man disregarded the dagger at his throat and took a seat in the only chair in the study. Enlay followed him, still holding the dagger aloft. After sitting down, the man poured himself a cup of water from the teapot on the desk and drank it in one gulp. He then sighed contentedly, saying, "The magistrate you just saw was an impostor." "What?" Qiao Qiqi raised an eyebrow. Enlay and Qin heir echoed their astonishment, exchanging glances. "You cannot be serious. Surely this is mere nonsense to save your own skin." Enlay pressed, bringing the dagger closer. The man remained unfazed, exuding an air of authority. He spoke softly. "I am indeed the magistrate of Yuzhou. Half a year ago." He recounted the events leading up to the current situation. It turned out that half a year ago, Yuzhou was still a bustling metropolis. News had arrived from the capital that a new military commander was soon to be appointed. He had made arrangements for a welcoming party and set up a banquet at the largest tavern in the city. He had expected the new military commander to be a robust warrior, but to his surprise, the man turned out to be a frail scholar, much like himself. After feasting, the military commander suggested they discuss matters in his study. He, without a hint of suspicion, brought him along. Unexpectedly, the other party was well aware of the mechanism in his study and locked him inside the hidden chamber. This mechanism could only be opened from the outside. Thus, he found himself trapped in this clandestine passage for 6 long months, resolving all his needs within that dim room. During this time, the military commandant, donned in his official attire, visited him several times, exuding an air of triumph while bringing along ample rations. Initially, he had contemplated confronting the man, yet despite his seemingly frail appearance, the adversary possessed immense strength. It was only upon hearing the footsteps of Qiao Qiqi and her companions that he hastily began to knock on the wall. With a deep sigh, he retrieved the official seal from his sleeve, proclaiming, "Behold, this is my seal as the inspector. I have always preferred to carry it with me." Qiao Qiqi took a glance at it, but could not comprehend its significance. Consequently, she handed the seal to the officer, Qin heir. Outside the city, in a dilapidated temple, Pei Shaoling sat in a wooden wheelchair, anxiously gazing toward the entrance. Pei Shaoan had mentioned going to the city gate to welcome Qiao Qiqi and her group, yet he had not returned. What could have transpired? The hour had already turned to high, and those who had entered the city had not relayed any news. Even Pei's mother found it peculiar. Was it truly necessary to spend an entire day procuring goods? Or was Nur as well? Pei Shaoling's right hand clenched the armrest of his wheelchair tightly. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself from the chair, donned a new outfit, and set off toward Yuzhou City. The departure of Pei Shaoling astonished the second and third branches of the Pei family, as well as the Zhao family. Had not the heir of the Pei family been unable to walk due to his disability? Why, then, did he leave with the swiftness of the wind? At that moment, Pei Shaoling was unconcerned with much else. His worry for Qiao Qiqi and her companions overshadowed all. As for his legs, if the truth were to be revealed, so be it. Chapter 66. The Medicinal Man. Pei Shaoan in the study of the inspector's residence. Qin heir scrutinized the seal before promptly bowing to the individual. Paying homage to the inspector, the man hastily assisted Qin heir to his feet. Observing this, Enlay sheathed his dagger. After elevating Qin heir, the man turned to Enlay and Qiao Qiqi, expressing his gratitude for their timely rescue, stating that without them, he might have perished in that dark chamber. "Inspector Lin, do you mean to say that the impostor we just encountered was the former military commandant?" Qiao Qiqi inquired softly. "Do you know what he's been up to these past 6 months?" "I'm unclear, but he did mention upon his arrival that he intended to undertake a significant task, Inspector Lin pondered aloud. He has transformed all the citizens of Yuzhou into medicinal beings. And tonight, at the hour of Z, he intends to seal the city gates and unleash these beings. What? He dares to act in such a manner? Inspector Lin's expression was one of shock. Those common folk were innocent civilians. Why would he transform them into medicinal beings? By the way, what exactly is a medicinal being? A medicinal being is one who has lost their senses, akin to a walking corpse, attacking anyone they encounter, Qiao Ranran elucidated. We cannot afford to tarry. We must depart at once. They will seal the city gates at the hour of Z, and our time is limited. Very well. Inspector Lin nodded in agreement. Qiao Ranran stepped outside and retrieved the sets of armor she had acquired from the armory. She then re-entered and placed them beneath the desk in her study. Hurry and change. We must blend in with the soldiers and make our escape from the city, she urged. Anlei and the others quickly donned the armor over their clothes. As the trio exited the study, they hastened towards the prefect's residence. At that moment, the prefect's residence was deserted except for the three of them. It seems they have already begun their evacuation. We must expedite our pace, Qiao Ranran observed, glancing around. I'm so fatigued. This armor is exceedingly heavy. Lin, the prefect, gasped, suggesting they leave him behind. After spending so many days in the dark chamber with scant rations, he could hardly keep up with the group due to his frail physique. Qiao Ranran frowned slightly and turned to Anlei. Anlei adjusted the armor on his head and crouched down. Let me carry you, prefect. This will increase our speed. Lin hesitated, but Anlei swiftly hoisted him onto his shoulders and began to move forward. Before long, the four arrived at the gathering point of the common folk that Qiao Ranran had first encountered. This location was likely the closest to the city gate. Just as they prepared to head towards the gate, Qiao Ranran spotted a familiar figure among the crowd of afflicted individuals. She halted, double-checking her observation. It's Pei Xiaoan. What's he doing here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the dilapidated temple outside the city? How has he ended up among the afflicted? Madam, why have you stopped? Anlei inquired, having noticed the silence behind him. He turned to see Qiao Ranran staring in shock at the group, encircled by wooden barriers. Anlei, look, is that not Xiaoan, my husband's brother? Qiao Ranran whispered, anxious that she might be mistaken. By heavens, it truly is him, Anlei exclaimed quietly. How could he be here? Transformed into one of the afflicted? Inside the enclosure, those individuals had become mere shells of their former selves. Eyes glazed, faces ashen, veins bulging at their temples, drooling at the corners of their mouths. Pei Xiaoan, too, mirrored the others, his hands grasping aimlessly in the air. Qiao Ranran frowned as she gazed at Pei Xiaoan. Biting her lip, she resolved to rescue him. However, the means of doing so posed a dilemma. She addressed Anlei and the others. You go ahead. I will devise a plan here. She intended to see if she could bring Pei Xiaoan into her space once they had departed. Although others could not enter her space, Pei Xiaoan, now transformed into one of the afflicted, no longer counted as a true human. But madam, should you not come with us? Anlei hesitated. No, you go first. I have my own methods. Qiao Ranran gently shook her head. Seeing her determination, Anlei reluctantly led Lin and the second officer towards the city gate. Once they were out of sight, Qiao Ranran approached the wooden barrier. Outside the city gate, in the small grove, Pei Xiaoling, clad in black, stood atop a tree, observing the orderly ranks of soldiers from Yuzhou as they departed in succession, accompanied by numerous laden carts and wooden crates. What was transpiring? What events had unfolded? Pei Xiaoling narrowed his almond-shaped eyes, scrutinizing the procession. At that moment, he spotted Anlei and the constable Qin Laolu at the tail end of the line. The two appeared distinctly unusual, not resembling the regular soldiers. Anlei was burdened with an unknown figure, while Qin Laolu hung back, lingering at the rear. However, judging by the silhouette, it was clear that it was not his wife, Qiao Ranran. Where had she vanished to? Pei Xiaoling furrowed his brow and, shrouded by the cloak of night, cautiously approached Anlei and the others. At this moment, he donned an intricately crafted black mask. Anlei, where is my wife? What has transpired in Yuzhou? Who is it that you carry? Pei Xiaoling inquired in a hushed tone, his voice muffled by the mask. Anlei, startled by the sudden voice, exhaled in relief upon recognizing Pei Xiaoling. My lady is still inside. The second young master of the Pei family has been turned into a medicinal puppet. He began, but before he could finish, Pei Shaoling had already vanished from sight. In his anxious haste, Pei Shaoling did not wait for Enlai to complete his statement and directly entered the city through the gate. The guard stationed at the gate merely felt a swift gust of wind pass by. Did someone just enter? One guard inquired uncertainly. It couldn't be. No human can move that swiftly. It must have been the wind sweeping something along, another guard replied, shaking his head. Is that so? The initial speaker glanced within the city. It appears everyone has exited. We ought to close the gates. Didn't the Lord say that the medicinal puppets would emerge at the hour of the rat? It seems a bit premature to shut the gates now. Fool! The lords have all departed, leaving only us behind. If we do not close the gates now, when the hour of the rat arrives, we will become prey to those medicinal puppets, one guard explained. Let us secure the gates and swiftly find a place to hide. With that, they closed the gates. Normally, the bolts of a gate are situated on the inside, yet astonishingly, the bolts of Yojo's gate were on the outside. The guards, working together, placed the heavy iron bolts in position before wiping the sweat from their brows. Let's go, they declared, casting a final glance at the fortified iron gate before turning to leave. Chapter 67. Trapped in Yuzhou City outside the wooden enclosure, Qiao Chi, in exasperation, made another attempt, only to discover that Pei Shaoan could still not enter her supermarket space. Could it be that her conjecture was erroneous? Was her space accessible only to animals? Qiao Chi bit her lip, contemplating how to rescue Pei Shaoan. If she did not take him away, when Pei Shaoling discovered that his younger brother was in peril, he would undoubtedly descend into madness. After all, the original narrative had already stated that his family was his most significant bond, and their demise was one of the reasons for his descent into darkness. Just as Qiao Chi found herself at a loss, she heard Pei Shaoling's deep, melodious voice calling, "My lady? My lord, you have arrived?" With her eyes sparkling, Qiao Chi turned towards the newcomer illuminated by the surrounding torches. What has happened to Shaoan? Pei Shaoling gazed at the figure of Pei Shaoan, who had transformed into a mere shadow of his former self, resembling a soulless entity. He must have been poisoned to end up like this. Qiao Chi relayed her observations to Pei Shaoling, explaining that after the soldiers fed them a vegetable porridge, they had succumbed to this fate. The apothecary? How audacious of the governor of Yuzhou. A surge of intense anger coursed through Pei Shaoling, causing him to radiate a palpable energy. No, it was not the governor. It was the newly appointed commander of the military division. Qiao Chi shook her head, urging, "Let us discuss this later. We must first devise a way to save Shaoan. Since it is poison, there must be an antidote. We should take Shaoan out and consult Old Wan." Pei Shaoling cast a glance at his brother in the throng, extending his right hand. The dazed Pei Shaoan was drawn before them. In that moment, he was thrashing and growling at them like a beast, emitting primal sound from his throat. Observing such a spectacle, Qiao Chi furrowed her brow, pondering whether a bite from him would lead to her own transformation. Suddenly inspired, she retrieved 2 enormous snakeskin bags from her spatial supermarket. "You want me to put them in there?" Pei Shaoling understood her intentions upon seeing the bags. Indeed, in his current state, if he were to be scratched or bitten, he too might succumb to that fate, so it was prudent to take precautions. "Yes, my dear, you are so clever. I will follow your lead," he chuckled, admiring her concerned expression. With swift movements, he placed Pei Shaoan into the snakeskin bag, and they prepared to depart. Just then, a crack echoed through the air. Turning to investigate, they were astonished to see the towering wooden barricade swing open. The once ordinary citizens, now transformed into mindless husks, surged towards them. Oh no! Qiao Chi was startled by the sight before her, resembling a scene straight out of a horror film. "My dear, we must flee." Pei Shaoling, noticing her momentary daze, grasped her sleeve and, with Pei Shaoan on his back, dashed toward the city gate. At that moment, figures of the apothecaries emerged from all directions, even blocking their path ahead. What is happening? Isn't it still before midnight? Why have these barricades opened? Regaining her composure, Qiao Chi stared incredulously at the advancing apothecaries. Pei Shaoling frowned slightly. If he were alone, navigating through these soulless beings would be effortless. However, With his brother on his back and his delicate wife beside him, he dared not take the risk. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi spotted the open door of a nearby tavern and swiftly pulled Pei Shaoling inside. She quickly closed the door behind them and secured it with a wooden bar. Outside, the sound of disordered footsteps and fierce banging echoed relentlessly. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the furniture within the tavern, preparing to use it as a barricade for the door. Pei Shaoling immediately discerned her intention, setting down Pei Shaoan from his back and assisting her in moving the tables. Upon seeing the door securely blocked, Qiao Qiqi finally exhaled in relief. She turned to Pei Shaoling, recounting all that had transpired. "What shall we do? The streets are filled with these drugged individuals, and we are trapped within Yuzhou City." "My dear," Pei Shaoling replied, "since we are ensnared, there is no need to rush." He settled onto a stool, speaking softly. "Given that they have been poisoned, there must exist an antidote." And in what?" Qiao Qiqi blinked at him, her curiosity piqued. "Are you suggesting we search for the antidote within Yuzhou City?" "Indeed, if my assumptions are correct, the city gates are now sealed, preventing our exit. We should rest for the time being and wait until dawn to seek the antidote and awaken Shaoan," Pei Shaoling suggested gently. Observing Pei Shaoan struggling within the burlap sack, Pei Shaoling was reminded of certain events from his past life. His fists clenched, and a complex expression crossed his face. In his previous incarnation, during the Daqian assault on Daong, these drugged individuals had appeared, resulting in significant losses to Daqian's military forces. Were these drugged beings engineered solely to counter Daqian's formidable army? He recalled that during that time, he had ascended to the position of regent for Daqian, and the entire Daong had cast aspersions upon him. Consumed by the downfall of the Pei family and his unrequited love for Lin Yi, he had lost his rationality, indifferent to the slander, and thus had paid little heed to the matter of the drugged individuals. Feeling a surge of emotion for Pei Shaoling, who had come to her aid without hesitation, Qiao Qiqi spoke softly. "Husband, there has always been a question in my heart that I wish to ask you." She gazed at his solemn countenance and continued, "Why did you refuse to part ways with me? What drive your kindness towards me?" This thought had lingered in her mind. Had it not been for Pei Shaoling's demeanor towards her, saving her at a critical juncture, perhaps she would not have resolutely decided against broaching the subject of separation with him. And now, in this moment of peril, he had once again appeared before her. How could she not be moved? Pei Shaoling smiled at her words. "My dear, it is because you are my cherished little wife." Qiao Qiqi rolled her eyes subtly. "Is that all?" "Qiqi, I am drawn to you for your innocence and lack of guile." Pei Shaoling stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace. "With your capabilities, you could easily escape this exiled company and find a place where no one could find you to live a good life, yet you choose to shoulder everything. Where would I find such an opportunity?" She retorted. "In this ancient era, without official documents, one could be reported in an instant." Leaning against him, she pressed further. "And this is how you came to love me? What if, in the future, you encounter someone you truly adore?" Pei Shaoling grasped her shoulders, his gaze earnest as the moonlight streamed in through the window. "My dear, in this lifetime, my heart belongs solely to you." However, Qiao Qiqi is well aware of the plot. Along her journey, she will encounter the female protagonist, the divine healer Lin Yi. In the original narrative, he was infatuated with Lin Yi, yet love eluded him. "Are you referring to Lin Yi?" Just as she was lost in thought, the voice of Pei Shaoling reached her ears. Chapter 68. Her ambition is overwhelming. Qiao Qiqi looked up in shock. It appeared that Pei Shaoling was indeed reborn, just as she had suspected. This trajectory of events seemed to diverge completely from the original tale. It meant that what would transpire in the future was uncertain, correct? "My dear, do you think I could ever love a woman who personally took my life?" Pei Shaoling's lips curled into a slight smile as his left hand caressed a spot on his chest. She killed you herself?" Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brow slightly. The novel had not revealed the conclusion, leaving her unaware of such developments. "My dear, you must also hail from another unknown world. Do you not?" Pei Shaoling enveloped her waist, speaking softly. "From the moment you dispatched that official and they could not find his body, I knew. In your kindness toward my family, your courageous efforts to defend them at the station, I have witnessed all of it. held in his embrace. Qiao Qiqi did not deny it, quietly listening as he continued. In my most desperate times, she saved me, and I promised to protect her for 3 years. Yet, the action she took thereafter revealed that she was not as innocent as she appeared. Qiao Qiqi gazed into Pei Xiaoling's complex eyes. Her ambition was too great. She aspired to become the sovereign of this realm. She spoke to me of a woman named Wu Zhao, expressing her desire to emulate her and become the most esteemed individual in the world. At that moment, Pei Xiaoling was lost in memory, his voice laced with coldness. I was recovering from my injuries and did not mention the matters of Yinyu Tower to her. She assumed I was merely an ordinary criminal with some skills. Later, she encountered Prince Yi. Enough. I do not wish to know about your past. Qiao Qiqi interjected, noticing a red hue in his eyes that hinted at obsession. Everything from before is in the past, is it not? Let us forget the past and move forward together, shall we? Regret washed over Qiao Qiqi. She should not have raised the question. Seeing the red in Pei Xiaoling's eyes made her feel guilty. Well, my dear, rest assured in this life, my heart belongs solely to you, not only because you are my wife, whom I have wed beneath heaven and earth, but also due to your courage and kindness. Pei Xiaoling steadied himself, holding her close as he continued. You secretly fed me those bitter pills to save me. You willingly cooked for those officials to protect me. I remember it all. But tell me, are you certain that this is love? Qiao Qiqi asked uncertainly. Perhaps you merely conflate gratitude with affection? Silly girl, feel my heart. Is it not beating for you? Fear not, for I will not come to love a woman who appears innocent yet harbors grand ambitions. Back then, something always felt amiss in my dealings with her, as if it were not my true intention. Pei Xiaoling gently addressed her. My dear, at this very moment, I am acutely aware of my feelings. In this lifetime, it is only you. She could sense his heart racing without even needing to touch him. A heart that does not beat is, after all, a lifeless one. His sweet nothings left Qiao Qiqi somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, she found herself enchanted by Pei Xiaoling's tender tone and gently extended her arms to embrace him in return. Since he professed that he would not develop feelings for that female lead, Lin Yi, she chose to trust him. Pei Xiaoling held Qiao Qiqi close, his demeanor relaxed. It was only in her presence that he felt such ease, which was precisely why he had fallen for this petite woman before him. Everything about her captivated him entirely. As he recalled Lin Yi, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. At that moment, the sounds of a violent commotion outside startled the two. Qiao Qiqi released Pei Xiaoling and carefully inspected the state of the door, peering through the crack. It appeared that the drugged individuals had congregated at the entrance. We need to relocate, she whispered to Pei Xiaoling after assessing the situation. Let us go. Establishments like this usually have a back door. We can exit through there. Pei Xiaoling nodded slightly, and from within the snakeskin bag, Pei Xiaoling, who had been struggling, chimed in, all right. Qiao Qiqi responded affirmatively and took the lead towards the back courtyard of the tavern. Soon, illuminated by the moonlight, she located the tightly shut back door. After opening it, she glanced back at Pei Xiaoling, gestured for him to follow, and the two quietly departed from the tavern. As they walked through the desolate alley, Qiao Qiqi suddenly recalled the military department. Husband, shall we head to the military department? I previously incapacitated someone there. He is likely still around, and we can inquire about the poison. She spoke softly to Pei Xiaoling. Indeed, I was just thinking the same. Let's go, he replied, nodding gently. The two made their way toward the military department. Along the route, they encountered a few wandering drugged individuals. Fortunately, they remained vigilant and evaded those figures. However, perhaps sensing the presence of the living, a number of drugged individuals trailed them from a distance. After glancing back, Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling instinctively quickened their pace. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the military department, which stood wide open, deserted. Once inside, Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling hurriedly shut the heavy metal door, effectively barring the mindless drugged individuals outside. Qiao Qiqi exhaled softly, patting her chest. Let us go. I will take you to find the man I knocked out. Navigating through the pavilions and corridors, she finally found the man she had concealed within the artificial mountain after rendering him unconscious. My dear, Please wait here for a moment while I find a room to place Xiaoan, Pei Xiaoling said, surveying the surroundings before departing with the snakeskin bag on his back. Left to her own devices, Qiao Qiqi dragged the incapacitated man out from the cave within the artificial mountain. It is possible that Qiao Qiqi's rough dragging has awakened that person. He opened his eyes in confusion, surveying his surroundings, and then turned to look at Qiao Qiqi, who was clad in armor, yet adorned with feminine features. He desperately attempted to speak through his mouth, muffled by a foul sock, while his bound hands flailed aimlessly. Qiao Qiqi stood with her arms crossed, remaining silent as she observed his struggles. Soon, Pei Xiaoling returned, his hands empty and his face still hidden behind a black mask. Qiqi, you should wait in the corridor. Let me handle this, he said gently to Qiao Qiqi. To extract information from a captive, he would have to employ certain special methods that a young lady like her ought to avoid. Hearing this, Qiao Qiqi nodded softly and made her way to the corridor outside the artificial mountain. Chapter 69. Self-heating rice seated on the beam of the corridor. Qiao Qiqi soon heard the agonizing cries emanating from the direction of the artificial mountain. The sounds were haunting, reverberating through the air. Fortunately, the entire military office was currently deserted, and no one was aware of what transpired. As she listened to the wailing, her imagination conjured vivid images. The tormenting words of Pei Xiaoling from the original narrative flooded her mind, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Oh dear, this is too frightening. Before long, Pei Xiaoling emerged from behind the artificial mountain, looking poised and elegant, as if he had just returned from a spring outing. How'd it go? What did he say? Qiao Qiqi inquired softly as he approached. Let us find a room to rest for the night. We could discuss it tomorrow, he replied, linking his arm with hers as they walked toward the courtyard of the military office. My dear, I'm hungry. After casually selecting a room in the guest house and lighting a candle, Pei Xiaoling removed his mask and spoke to Qiao Qiqi with a hint of grievance in his voice. Awaiting his response, Qiao Qiqi suggested, I'll go see where the kitchen is and prepare something for you. She stood up, intending to search for food. My dear, I would love to eat the food you conjure. Would that be possible? Pei Xiaoling gently asked, his eyes sparkling with delight as he held onto her sleeve. All right then, she replied with a resigned smile. After a moment as thought, she retrieved 2 boxes of self-heating clay pot rice from her space. 8 treasure porridge, 1 tea suffice. Let us have this instead, she said softly, deftly opening the packages. After all, Pei Xiaoling was already aware that she hailed from another world. There was no longer a need for her to conceal anything in his presence. What is this? Pei Xiaoling inquired curiously, picking up an unopened box of self-heating rice. This is self-heating rice from our world. You simply need to combine these seasonings and add a bit of water at the bottom. Qiao Qiqi explained as she placed the rice, water, and vegetable packet together, tearing open the heating pouch. She poured some cool water from the teapot onto the heating pouch below and then sealed the packaging. Just wait about 15 minutes, and it will be ready to eat, she added, taking the box from Pei Xiaoling's hands and skillfully continuing her preparations. Pei Xiaoling observed Qiao Qiqi's actions with great interest, pondering the nature of their world and the extraordinary phenomena it contained. In our realm, everyone is treated equally, devoid of monarchs. Marriages, whether between men and women, are consensual, with no allowance for polygamy. Once Qiao Qiqi completed her task, she softly explained to Pei Xiaoling that if feelings between a couple wane, they may choose to divorce. Akin to what is termed here, nomadic, equality for all? Pei Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. My dear, I could easily forego polygamy, and rest assured I, Pei Xiaoling, shall never part ways with you, Qiao Qiqi. Qiao Qiqi frowned slightly. I am not implying anything. I merely offered an analogy. In our world, many individuals in their 20s remain single, not desiring marriage. Why is that? Isn't a woman in her 20s considered an old maid? Pei Xiaoling queried, intrigued. In our society, one must be 20 to marry legally. There are plenty who remain unmarried by 30, as marriage is voluntary. Some young women prefer not to toil in their husband's household. Cherishing their independence, Qiao Qiqi elucidated. She recalled her own perspective, valuing quality over quantity. She would rather remain unwed than settle for an unsuitable match. Relishing the freedom of a single life, My dear, in your world, do you have someone you admire? Pei Xiaoling gazed gently into Qiao Qi's eyes. During my studies, I was pursued by someone, but he soon fell for a girl from a wealthy family. Qiao Qi recounted nonchalantly, mentioning her university suitor before adding that she had not dated anyone since graduation. He lacked discernment. Pei Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief. What name do you go by in your world? I am called Qiao Qi, as I ended up here after making a few sarcastic remarks while reading a novel. She replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she divulged her unusual situation. What? Are you saying that the world we inhabit now is a book? Pei Xiaoling narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Indeed, you are the primary antagonist within this narrative, Qiao Qi blurted out, immediately covering her mouth in shock. Oh dear, what did I just say? The antagonist? Pei Xiaoling echoed her words, resting his chin in contemplation. Many events from his past indeed seemed illogical, particularly his relationship with Lin Yi. Despite not harboring deep feelings for her, he had acted irrationally. Furthermore, he had been inexplicably immobilized during their final encounter, allowing Lin Yi to strike him without evasion. Noticing Pei Xiaoling still lost in thought, Qiao Qi quickly reassured him, do not worry. It appears the plot has already diverged. Your leg is healed now, and your mother and siblings are all well, correct? Moreover, I, your devoted wife, am also thriving. This thought remained unspoken by Qiao Qi, merely echoing in her mind. As for the future, she decided to take it one step at a time. Qiao Qi had always been a rather laid-back individual. Thus, she did not dwell on it further. The storyline has collapsed? Pei Xiaoling raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Could it possibly relate to your transmigration and my rebirth? I'm not certain, perhaps so. Qiao Qi offered him a faint smile. Let us not overthink it for now. Let us eat. With that, she opened a box of clay pot rice, and a fragrant aroma of rice and meat wafted towards her. The two boxes she had just acquired from the supermarket were both self-heating rice dishes in Taiwanese braised pork flavor. After a day of hunger, Qiao Qi felt invigorated instantly. Observing her spirited demeanor, Pei Xiaoling felt a weight lift from his heart. Whatever this world is, a mere book or a formidable antagonist. To hell with it. My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens. He would carve his own future. After coming to this realization, Pei Xiaoling opened his own box of self-heating rice and began to feast heartily. Delicious, isn't it? A hint of pride graced Qiao Qi's face. For this was something one could not taste in this world. It's decent, but I believe it pales in comparison to what my wife cooks. Pei Xiaoling smirked. The delicacies prepared by my wife are unparalleled. Chapter 70. Amending Errors? Upon hearing this, Qiao Qi felt her cheeks flush. It wasn't as exaggerated as you say. My dear, I speak only with sincerity. Your cooking is indeed more delectable. Pei Xiaoling, with a glimmer of humor in his eyes, earnestly declared from now on, I entrust all my meals to you. Very well, no problem at all. Qiao Qi nodded enthusiastically. After all, she would be cooking regardless. And the difference between cooking for one or several was negligible. The two spent the ensuing moments quietly enjoying their meal. In ancient times, it was said that one should not speak while eating or sleeping. Thus Qiao Qi observed Pei Xiaoling as they dined. He appeared to be deep in thought, his expression turning slightly grave. Perhaps it was due to the earlier discussion regarding the transmigration. Qiao Qi pondered. She had already made her choice regarding the person before her. With nothing to conceal, her supermarket space held no tangible items. Outsiders could scheme all they wanted, but they could not take anything away. My dear, upon hearing Pei Xiaoling call her, Qiao Qi quickly responded here. I recall that in my previous life, there were no such natural disasters. If this world we inhabit is indeed, as you say, a world within a book, then Pei Xiaoling looked at Qiao Qi, his gaze marred with concern. If what you say is true, and the narrative has collapsed, then the calamities we now face may very well be the consequences of that collapse. What? What do you mean? Qiao Qi was taken aback. Are you suggesting that these natural disasters are a result of my transmigration? Precisely. It is also possible that my rebirth has contributed to this. Pei Xiaoling nodded gently. No way. Why is that? Qiao Qi's expression was one of disbelief. Are you implying that the emergence of calamities in this world is to rectify its errors? In my previous life, although I remained in a state of deep unconsciousness, I was still aware of the events transpiring around me. Pei Xiaoling softly remarked that in those days, such occurrences had not transpired, including the happenings in Yuzhou City. This implies that the orchestrator of this world wishes to terminate my existence? Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. It seems not only you, but the entire Pei family, including my mother and younger siblings, are at risk. Pei Xiaoling continued quietly. You and they were destined to perish on this path of exile. Now that the narrative has unraveled, the world's orchestrator seeks to exploit calamities and misfortunes to eliminate us all. This orchestrator is likely the fabled heavenly Tao. Qiao Qiqi's expression darkened. How absurd. She had merely expressed a few grievances, yet found herself embroiled in such distressing matters. Since she had traversed into this story, she would certainly not repeat the self-destructive fate of her original self. Moreover, armed with the essential golden finger that every transmigrator possesses, how could she allow the narrative to unfold as it did in the original text? Very well, if it must collapse, let it collapse. What a ridiculous heavenly Tao. She harbored no fear. Regardless of the calamities and misfortunes, she would confront them head-on. After all, she had endured 9 years of compulsory education, not to mention 7 years of trials by fire. These were but trifles, unless that so-called heavenly Tao aimed to obliterate this world entirely. Her fate was hers to govern, not dictated by the heavens. Qiao Qiqi gazed steadfastly at Pei Xiaoling and declared, "This heavenly Tao intends to take my life, but it shall not find it easy. I, Qiao Qiqi, am no pushover." Pei Xiaoling smiled at her resolute expression, affirming, "Very well, my fate is mine to control, and we shall determine our future ourselves." Indeed, Qiao Qiqi nodded firmly, declaring that their future would be of their own making. "Wife," Pei Xiaoling called her softly, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Qiao Qiqi looked at him in confusion. "What is it?" "Your extraordinary ability may be the only means through which we can escape the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Once we depart from here, you must ensure this information remains undisclosed. Understood?" Pei Xiaoling cautioned in a hushed tone. "Rest assured, I am not that foolish." Qiao Qiqi replied with a gentle nod. "By the way, you inquired about the antidote earlier. What did you discover?" Pei Xiaoling set down the plastic spoon in his hand and nodded, confirming he had managed to extract the information. Qiao Qiqi collected the empty food containers from in front of them and disposed of them into the spatial decomposition chamber, inviting him to continue. That individual mentioned that the poisons were crafted by a toxicologist brought along by the military commander. Pei Xiaoling remarked, gazing at the candle on the table. "This toxicologist possesses an eccentric disposition and is draped in a black robe. No one has ever seen his true visage." "Where's this toxicologist now?" Qiao Qiqi inquired softly. Her curiosity piqued. "He has already departed the city with the group. I managed to glean the location of his previous residence." "Where is it?" Qiao Qiqi pressed eagerly. Pei Xiaoling gently shook his head. "It is too late. We shall pursue it tomorrow. Besides, I find myself unable to sleep at this hour. It would be prudent to investigate sooner rather than later. The poison compromises one's mental faculties. It is best to locate the antidote swiftly." Qiao Qiqi speculated. "If my intuition serves me correctly, the potency of that poison must be formidable, capable of damaging one's central nervous system. If it weren't for the timely intervention, Xiaoan might have remained in eternal slumber." She bit her lip and conveyed the dire situation regarding the zombies that had circulated in her world to Pei Xiaoling. "Is that so? There is no time to lose. Let us depart at once." Upon hearing this, Pei Xiaoling wasted no time, rising to address Qiao Qiqi. "The poison master previously resided beneath this military command." "What? Beneath this military command?" Qiao Qiqi questioned, pointing to the ground beneath her feet. "Indeed, there exists a hidden chamber below this military command. Come, I shall guide you there." Pei Xiaoling led Qiao Qiqi out of the guest quarters, making their way toward the main hall. Beside a secluded corridor adjacent to the main hall, Pei Xiaoling came to a halt. "Is this the entrance?" Qiao Qiqi surveyed the surroundings of the corridor. Television often depicts that the entrances to ancient underground chambers are typically found indoors or beneath artificial hills. How could the entrance to this military command be located beneath such a bustling corridor? Indeed, it is here, Pei Shaoling affirmed with a subtle nod, beginning to examine the surrounding objects, seemingly searching for the mechanism to access the entrance. Qiao Qiqi hastily retrieved a flashlight from her supplies to assist in the search. Without this dim moonlight, it would be quite difficult to discern anything. Before long, they discovered a section of the railing that was adorned differently from the rest. The pattern there was more rounded and smooth, suggesting it had been frequently touched. Qiao Qiqi exchanged a glance with Pei Shaoling. It must be the one. Pei Shaoling stepped forward and pressed the protruding pattern. With the sound of a click, a square opening appeared at the junction of the corridor and the wall, revealing a pitch-black void within. "Dear wife, do you still have that torch in your hand?" Pei Shaoling inquired softly, gesturing toward her flashlight. "Oh, are you referring to this?" "Yes, I do." Qiao Qiqi glanced at her flashlight and handed it to Pei Shaoling. She then retrieved another flashlight from her supplies, explaining, "This is not a torch. We call a flashlight." "Very well. Dear wife, follow closely behind me. Let us descend and take a look." Pei Shaoling chuckled, illuminating the opening with the flashlight, revealing a series of stone steps. After a brief warning, he led the way down the steps. As they entered the staircase, the stone slab above them automatically sealed shut. The noise startled Qiao Qiqi considerably. This cannot be like the mechanisms in the governor's residence, which can only be opened from the outside. "Fear not. This mechanism should be operable from within," Pei Shaoling reassured her, grasping Qiao Qiqi's wrist and scrutinizing the walls flanking the steps. He focused on one stone slab that appeared distinct from the others. Qiao Qiqi raised the flashlight for a closer inspection and noticed peculiar carvings on that particular slab, unlike those on the others. Furthermore, the gaps between the other slabs were tightly sealed, while this one had fine openings surrounding it. When Pei Shaoling pressed on that slab, the overhead stone panel opened once more. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, relieved. "Thank goodness." Pei Shaoling pushed the stone slab beside him once more, causing the overhead stone slab to close again. "Let us proceed," he said, holding a flashlight in his left hand while guiding Qiao Qiqi down with his right. A warm sensation filled Qiao Qiqi's heart as she felt his hand clasping hers, and she obediently followed him downward. Soon, they reached a corner. Upon turning, the entire passage brightened. Torches flanked the stone walls, casting their reflections onto the surfaces. Pei Shaoling exchanged a glance with Qiao Qiqi and handed her the flashlight. "Please keep it safe," he instructed. "All right," she replied softly, taking it and placing it alongside her own flashlight into the space of her supermarket. Then, she retrieved a fruit-peeling dagger from within and concealed it in her sleeve. "Be cautious," Pei Shaoling warned, surveying their surroundings. "I understand," Qiao Qiqi nodded gently. Suddenly, just as she was about to step onto the next stone slab, Pei Shaoling grabbed her arm. "Wait, what is it?" she asked, puzzled. "Look at the walls on either side," he pointed out quietly. Upon closer inspection, Qiao Qiqi noticed small holes above the torches on the walls. What are these tiny holes for? Could they be mechanisms that shoot arrows? She pondered, recalling a similar scene from a television drama. "My dear, you are quite perceptive." Pei Shaoling complimented her with a slight smile, which filled Qiao Qiqi with a sense of pride. After all, she had consumed her fair share of web novels and dramas, so she was familiar with such common knowledge. "What should we do now? How do we get past?" she asked, her expression turning troubled. Knowing about the danger was one thing. Figuring out a solution was another. "If I am not mistaken, the mechanism that triggers these arrows is located on the stone slabs beneath our feet," Pei Shaoling said, crouching down to examine the slabs. Qiao Qiqi joined him, peering at the seemingly identical stone slabs with a hint of confusion. Pei Shaoling stood up again. "The area of the arrow holes is not extensive. Since we cannot step on the floor, we shall traverse the walls instead." He turned to Qiao Qiqi. "My dear, use your agility to navigate as I did." Then, Qiao Qiqi watched as he drew in his energy, placing his right foot against the right wall and gracefully leaping forward. With a swift motion, he pushed off the left wall with his left foot and continued onward. In a single flip, he landed effortlessly on the ground below. The entire process took no more than 2 breaths. "My dear, just as I demonstrated, you can use the walls to propel yourself back and forth." Pei Xiaoling softly encouraged her from the opposite side. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qiqi returned the dagger to her space and attempted to mimic his movements, propelling herself forward. However, being a novice in the art of agility, she struggled to control her strength despite possessing 30 years of internal energy. As she approached Pei Xiaoling, her body suddenly plummeted, on the verge of making contact with the stone slabs beneath her. In that fleeting moment, Pei Xiaoling swiftly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and guiding her to safety. Whoosh! A dozen long arrows, tipped with blades, shot forth from the arrow slits in the walls, landing precisely where Qiao Qiqi was about to fall. Qiao Qiqi gasped softly, staring in bewilderment at the chaotic array of arrows on the ground. My goodness, how terrifying. It's all right now, let us move on. Pei Xiaoling gently reassured her, holding her waist as they continued onward. My lord, do you think there are more such traps ahead? A heightened sense of danger made Qiao Qiqi cautiously follow Pei Xiaoling, her voice barely above a whisper. There should be, but fear not, for I am here, Pei Xiaoling soothingly replied. After taking a few steps, they encountered another turn. Pei Xiaoling halted, still holding Qiao Qiqi close. What is wrong? She inquired softly, glancing ahead where everything appeared normal. The walls on either side should be movable. Look at the scratches on this stone slab. Stepping back, Pei Xiaoling gestured to the marks on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Qiao Qiqi indeed noticed numerous horizontal scratches etched into the stone. Are you suggesting that the mechanism here involves these movable walls? She speculated, observing the walls on either side. If we step onto the stone slab ahead, will the walls close in on us, turning us into paper dolls? Paper dolls? That is an intriguing description. Pei Xiaoling chuckled lightly, affirming, indeed, once someone steps upon it, the walls will crush them within. What should we do then? Should we tread as we did before, stepping past the walls? Qiao Qiqi looked up at Pei Xiaoling. Her eyes filled with exasperation. She merely sought an antidote, yet it felt like embarking on a tomb raid, with traps lurking everywhere. No, the walls on either side must also trigger mechanisms. Pei Xiaoling observed the walls intently, shaking his head. Huh? So we can't walk on the walls either? Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. We cannot tread on the ground, nor the walls. Are we to fly over? Pei Xiaoling furrowed his brow slightly. My dear, hold on tight to me. Chapter 72. Pei Xiaoling's origins of his words. Qiao Qiqi quickly grasped Pei Xiaoling's arm. No, hold on to my waist. I will carry you across. There was a hint of amusement in his voice. With me, you need not worry. Oh, all right. Embarrassed, Qiao Qiqi released his arm and wrapped her hand around his waist. Immediately, she felt her body lighten. Pei Xiaoling lifted her effortlessly into his embrace, soaring forward. The rush of wind filled her ears, accompanied by the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Qiao Qiqi closed her eyes, too apprehensive to move, allowing him to lead her onward. Suspended in midair, Pei Xiaoling caught sight of Qiao Qiqi with her eyes tightly shut, a look of trepidation on her face, and couldn't he help but chuckle. He gracefully landed after a few steps in midair, finding a secure spot not far away. All right, you can open your eyes now. Qiao Qiqi felt her feet finally touch solid ground, and the melodious voice of Pei Xiaoling reached her ears. Only then did she open her eyes, smiling charmingly at Pei Xiaoling before turning to look behind her. The passage stood intact, showing no signs of having been traversed. Wow, you are truly amazing. Qiao Qiqi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Pei Xiaoling, astonished by his martial prowess. Pei Xiaoling smirked. In the future, you will be capable as well. With such formidable skills, you could have escaped during the initial raid, couldn't you? But why? Qiao Qiqi pondered. You stayed behind for your mother and your siblings. Didn't you? Indeed, Pei Xiaoling replied softly. Had I left then, my skills and identity would have been exposed, and they would have faced not mere exile, but execution. My parents nurtured me for many years. I could not abandon them. My dear, it is thanks to you that I awakened on the path of exile and gained the strength to protect you. No need for thanks. Qiao Qiqi blushed. It was just a small effort. Pei Xiaoling gently tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, saying, The kindness of my dear is something I would gladly repay with my life. Would you accept? His enchanting voice lingered in Qiao Qiqi's ears, sending shivers down her spine. Oh my, having such a handsome man whispering sweet nothings in my ear is quite overwhelming. Qiao Qiqi felt both shy and flustered, her heart racing. She stammered. It's getting late. We should seek the antidote soon. Silly girl, I was merely teasing you. We are already husband and wife. In the future, I shall give you a grand wedding adorned with 10 miles of red bridal finery. Pei Shaoling affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice gentle. Let us proceed. Qiao Qiqi walked forward, embraced by him. She sighed quietly, stealing a glance at Pei Shaoling's exquisite profile, feeling a sense of unreality. A man of such striking beauty, formidable skill, and deep loyalty was now her husband. In the original tale, the ruthless villain, before his descent into darkness, was astonishingly a warm-hearted man. My dear, what occupies your thoughts? Pei Shaoling asked softly. I was thinking about the time before your rebirth when you turned dark, Qiao Qiqi replied candidly. Turn dark? That term is quite apt. Pei Shaoling smiled, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. In my past life, during the exile, the Pei family's main branch perished, leaving only me to be cast down a cliff by those officials. And then, did you not encounter the heroine Lin Yi, who saved you? Qiao Qiqi recalled this detail from the original story. It was precisely because Lin Yi saved the villain that he became infatuated with her. Yes, I once thought I would perish at the cliff's edge, but fortuitously, I encountered Lin Yi passing by. She saved me. Pei Shaoling drifted into memories. I initially believed her act of salvation stemmed from her kind heart. Unbeknownst to me, her sole desire was to have me as her guardian, aiding her in her quest for dominion over the realm. When did the ambitions of a time traveler become so formidable? Yet, it seems that Pei Shaoling had previously alluded to Lin Yi's aspirations as well. What transpired thereafter? Qiao Qiqi inquired softly. In response, I engaged in certain actions, dictated by circumstances beyond my control, to satiate her ambitions. Reflecting on it now, I realized there was an inexplicable force compelling me to act. Pei Shaoling furrowed his brows in contemplation, acknowledging that, given my nature, there were individuals I could have spared. Nonetheless, the moment Lin Yi spoke, that intangible force urged me to dedicate myself entirely to her cause. Perhaps this is what one might call the protagonist's halo. Qiao Qiqi murmured, So, you ascended to the position of regent for her sake? Indeed, she confided in me that the one she loved harbored no feelings for her. The force of my mind drove me to prove my superiority over the man she adored. Thus, I returned to Dakian, reclaimed what was rightfully mine, and became the regent of Dakian. Dakian, everything that belongs to you? Qiao Qiqi frowned, sensing the complexity of Pei Shaoling's lineage. Indeed, I am, in truth, a prince of Dakian. My mother and Lord Pei are siblings. In the past, my mother traveled to the borderlands for leisure and was brought back to Dakian by my father, who conferred upon her the title of noble consort. Pei Shaoling recounted softly. Subsequently, the Empress of Dakian regarded my mother with disdain, and during her pregnancy, she repeatedly schemed against her. After enduring numerous hardships, my mother finally gave birth to me. Later, the Empress spread rumors that my mother had an affair with a guard. To my astonishment, my father believed her and cast my mother into the cold palace. My mother entrusted me to a confidant who delivered me to my maternal grandfather, Lord Pei, who was stationed at the border. Thus, Lord Pei and your mother raised you as their own child, correct? Qiao Qiqi surmised. Precisely during that time, my grandfather and the others searched for my mother, and after much inquiry, they discovered she had been taken into the imperial palace of Dakian. Later, my mother arranged for my escape and ultimately took her own life in the inner palace, dying to prove her innocence. Pei Shaoling's eyes were filled with sorrow, recalling how the second and third branches of the Pei family, along with the Yinyu Tower, conspired with the Prince of Yi, leading to the tragic events. Upon discovering my lineage, I wasted no time in retaliating against those who had betrayed me after ascending to the position of regent of Dakian. So, your descent into darkness stems from this? It appears that your transformation was largely motivated by their betrayal and the demise of the main Pei family, rather than unrequited love for Lin Yi. Am I correct? Qiao Qiqi speculated. You claim your ascent to regent was for Lin Yi, but your true intention was to avenge your mother, was it not? Pei Xiaoling pondered for a moment. Perhaps that is so. The force I felt was indeed peculiar. It wasn't until Lin Yi pierced my heart with her sword that I freed myself from its grasp. Chapter 73. The Dark Chamber of the Medicinal Elder. After I liberated myself from that force, a surge of resentment propelled me back to the present. Pei Xiaoling spoke softly. Can you still sense that force's control over you? Qiao Qiqi asked quietly, speculating that this force might be the will of the heavens. Currently, no, perhaps because I have yet to encounter Lin Yi again. Pei Xiaoling gently shook his head. Is it possible that your rebirth is a consequence of your liberation from the power of the heavenly path? Qiao Qiqi quietly speculated, suggesting that, as previously mentioned, your resurrection and my emergence have altered the very fabric of this world. Thus, the heavenly path seeks to eliminate those of us who were destined to perish during our exile. Indeed, it may be so. All shall be revealed when we encounter Lin Yi and Wang Yi in the future. Pei Xiaoling retracted the sorrow from his gaze and suddenly turned his attention forward, sensing a disturbance ahead. A disturbance? Qiao Qiqi ceased her idle chatter with Pei Xiaoling and focused intently on the front. The air was filled with faint, beastly growls and the clinking of chains. Pei Xiaoling unsheathed the soft sword from his waist, proceeding cautiously ahead. Qiao Qiqi followed closely behind him. Upon reaching a corner, Pei Xiaoling halted and glanced to the side. Qiao Qiqi followed suit. Before them lay a vast chamber, devoid of doors. The growls emanated from within this room, accompanied by the sound of chains being pulled taut, creating a rhythmic clanking. Is this a den of beasts or a chamber of drugged individuals? Qiao Qiqi pondered softly, sensing that they were imprisoned. Let's proceed. Pei Xiaoling took Qiao Qiqi's small hand, and together they ventured toward the room. The floor was coated with a layer of dark, viscous liquid, now congealed. At its center stood a rectangular table strewn with scattered tomes and herbs. To the right, a ragged figure was shackled to the wall. Yet, at this moment, he could scarcely be called human. Disheveled hair obscured a pale, contorted face, and fierce glints flickered in his eyes, the kind of light that only a frenzied beast might possess. Veins bulged at his neck, and the chains rattled ominously. He howled at Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling, revealing two menacing fangs beneath his unkempt mane. Goodness, Qiao Qiqi was startled by the sight of his elongated fangs. A normal person would not possess such features. Fear not. He is restrained and cannot escape. Pei Xiaoling softly reassured Qiao Qiqi. This must be a drugged individual, locked away for experimentation by that man in the black robe. Qiao Qiqi conjectured, taking a step back. Indeed, Pei Xiaoling extended his left hand, drawing upon his inner strength. A book from the table soared toward him. He caught it and examined the four prominent characters on its cover. Qiao Qiqi leaned closer to take a glance. Reading the title, The Ancient Tome of Poisons. Is this Elder Yao the man in the black robe? Qiao Qiqi inquired, gazing at the book's cover. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name Elder Yao, the shackled figure ceased his growling. Oh, he possesses awareness? Pei Xiaoling observed as the fierce light in the man's eyes faded, replaced by a look of bewilderment. What? He still retained some consciousness, not entirely lost? Hearing Pei Xiaoling's words, Qiao Qiqi also looked up, tentatively calling out, Elder Yao? Indeed. The captive's gaze flickered with a newfound sense of vitality. Strangely, the fangs in his mouth gradually retracted. Qiao Qiqi wondered if she was seeing ghosts. The occurrences in Yuzhou City had utterly shattered her understanding of reality. Are you the medicine elder? The one from the Medicine King Valley? Pei Xiaoling inquired solemnly. And who is Lin Yi to you? Upon hearing the name Lin Yi, the man's eyes sparkled with life. He gurgled in his throat, as if attempting to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. My lady, do you have any water? Pei Xiaoling softly asked Qiao Qiqi, realizing that the man's throat was likely injured and in need of hydration. Oh, I do. Qiao Qiqi retrieved a water pouch from her space and handed it to him. Before entering the city, she had deemed the water pouch cumbersome at her waist and had carelessly stowed it away. Pei Xiaoling uncorked the pouch and brought it to the man's lips, feeding him several sips. After a few gulps, The man's expression transformed to that of an ordinary person. Pei Xiaoling withdrew the pouch and gently inquired, "How do you feel now?" The man closed his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and upon reopening them, gazed at Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling. "Indeed, I am the medicine elder of the Medicine King Valley. As for the Lin Yi you mentioned, she is a disciple I expelled from the valley." "Expelled from the valley?" Pei Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, confirming it was not merely a trial outside the valley. "Indeed, she was expelled by me." Lumen sighed. "The figure you refer to as the one in the black robe is my eldest disciple, Gufeng. It is all my fault. Had I not penned this toxic scripture, we would not have met such a fate." With a troubled gaze and a sorrowful countenance, the medicine elder lamented, "In my lifetime, I have only taken in Gufeng and Lin Yi as disciples, yet I never anticipated that both would turn out this way." The medicine elder began to recount his tale to Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling. It turned out that 6 months prior, he had noticed a profound change in his disciple Lin Yi. Once obedient and skilled in the art of healing, she had ceased to focus on her medical studies, instead fixating on her eldest brother, contemplating romance with Gufeng. Had their affections been mutual, it would have been acceptable. The medicine elder would have welcomed their union. However, Lin Yi audaciously declared her desire to become a queen, to establish a harem and gather a multitude of handsome men. Such sentiments were hardly befitting a well-bred young lady. Consequently, the medicine elder decided to intervene, suspecting that his cherished disciple may have been replaced by another. To his astonishment, his eldest disciple, witnessing his beloved being subdued by their master, resorted to treachery. Injured by Gufeng, the medicine elder subsequently declared their expulsion from the Medicine King Valley. However, Gufeng was unwilling to accept this. He imprisoned the medicine elder and usurped control of the valley, delving into the toxic scriptures authored by his master and using the elder as a subject for his experiments. This was due to the fact that the medicine elder had been in contact with medicinal herbs from a young age, rendering his body immune to toxins. As the world would say, invulnerable to poison. Medicine elder, can you concoct a poison that induces a loss of consciousness, rendering one akin to a living corpse? Qiao Qiqi inquired softly. She held no interest in the romantic escapades of Lin Yi and her senior brother. Her sole desire was to ascertain the existence of an antidote. Chapter 74. The Alchemist's Self-Immolation. A potion that robs one of reason, rendering them a mere shell of their former self? Is that not the very concoction that my wayward disciple, Gufeng, has recently developed? The alchemist chuckled bitterly, for I consume it daily. How could I remain unaware? My compendium of toxins contains no such poison. It is a creation of his own making. The potency of that poison is so overwhelming that even I can remain lucid for but a couple of hours each day. The alchemist sighed, lamenting his ill-fated decision to take on these 2 wayward apprentices. "Do you know how to counteract this poison?" Qiao Qiqi inquired softly. The alchemist sighed gently, explaining that this venom had been concocted by Gufeng using 81 different toxic herbs. The antidote would require some time to formulate. With a clatter, Pei Xiaoling hastened to sever the chains that bound him. "Alchemist, do you have a solution? How long will it take to concoct the antidote?" Stabilizing himself, the alchemist sighed once more, stating that it would take no less than 6 months and could extend to 3 years. The complexity of the poison necessitated various experimental combinations for a remedy to emerge. Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a sense of helplessness. Can Pei Xiaoan endure for such an extended period? The alchemist, observing their expressions, inquired, "What calamity has my wayward disciple wrought with this poison?" With resignation, Qiao Qiqi recounted how the citizens of Yuzhou had all been transformed into drug beings. This wretch, to commit such heinous acts. The alchemist was overwhelmed with fury, supporting his forehead with a trembling hand. A hint of crimson flickered in his eyes, an unsettling sight. He inhaled deeply, shaking his head as clarity returned to his gaze. "My moments of lucidity are fleeting. During this time, I must act for the sake of the citizens of Yuzhou." He swiftly approached the table, inscribing a list of various herbs upon a sheet of white paper. Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling observed in silence, refraining from interruption. Soon, The alchemist handed the herb-laden paper to Pei Shaoling, stating, "This is the formula for the toxic herbs I have ingested. I have committed it to memory over these past days." He regarded the note in his hand, adding that if this formula were delivered to Ruanzhong of Deqian, he might be able to devise an antidote. He implored them to ensure it reached him. Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow, hesitating to take the paper. Noticing this, Qiao Qiqi swiftly accepted it, promising, "We will certainly locate this Dr. Ruan and deliver it to him." Ruanzhong, was he the same Ruan she had encountered previously? Qiao Qiqi cast a glance at Pei Shaoling, pondering silently. At that moment, Pei Shaoling gently inquired of the alchemist, "Once a person ingests this poison, how long do they have before hope is lost?" 7 days, the alchemist replied, "after which they will become a true walking corpse. Healing is nearly impossible." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Due to my unique constitution, I may endure for another month. For an ordinary person, the mind will be utterly consumed within 7 days. Even if an antidote is found, they will remain a living corpse." He let out a soft sigh, lamenting that his prescription could merely forestall the future malevolence of that vile creature. The citizens of Yuzhou City could not be saved now. Could there be an antidote within Gufeng? Qiao Qiqi inquired, clinging to her last flicker of hope. "No," the elder alchemist shook his head. "That wretched disciple of mine was the one who concocted this poison. He likely hasn't had the time to create an antidote." Qiao Qiqi pondered this for a moment before gently nodding. Indeed, she had witnessed those soldiers administering the poison to the innocent denizens of Yuzhou City. It was evident that the poison had been developed and then immediately employed. "By the way, you mentioned that a relative of yours has also succumbed to the poison and transformed into a medicine person, correct?" The elder alchemist's demeanor wavered slightly as he softly questioned Qiao Qiqi. "Yes, that is why we ventured into this underground lair, the domain of the cloaked figure who concocts the poison, in search of an antidote for him." Qiao Qiqi explained with a nod. "I see." Elder Pei acknowledged, contemplating for a moment before retrieving a jade vial from his robes and presenting it to Qiao Qiqi. "Elder alchemist, what is this?" Qiao Qiqi inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the jade vial. "Is this the antidote?" "No. It is the 100-herb detox pill developed by my master in years gone by. There remains but this final pill, and I wish to bestow it upon you," the elder alchemist said, casting a lingering glance at the vial. "Throughout my life, I have been unable to replicate my master's 100-herb detox pill. I feel utterly useless. Will this detox pill counteract the poison?" Sensing his despondency, Qiao Qiqi refrained from taking the vial and gently inquired. "To my knowledge, it likely cannot," the elder alchemist replied, shaking his head lightly. "This 100-herb detox pill can only temporarily suppress the poison for a month. It cannot eradicate it." "Then why do you not take it yourself?" Pei Shaoling questioned, eyeing the elder alchemist. "I consumed 1/2 a month ago. Alas, due to my constitution, this detox pill is ineffective for me, which is why I'm giving it to you." The elder alchemist sighed softly, reflecting on how he had saved countless lives, only to find himself burdened with 2 vile disciples, one of whom had caused the suffering of all the innocent citizens of Yuzhou City. "Elder alchemist, the air is quite poor here. Shall we not step outside to converse?" Seeing the elder's profound sorrow, Qiao Qiqi hastily sought to divert the conversation. "No need. You may leave. I wish to remain here in peace," he replied, shaking his head. His hand trembled slightly as he pressed the vial of detox pill into Qiao Qiqi's grasp. She looked at him, wanting to say more, but Pei Shaoling tugged her away. "Let us go. The elder has resolved himself to this fate, and there is nothing more we can do." Pei Shaoling had perceived the elder's resignation the moment he offered the solitary detox pill. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting the elder intends to take his own life?" Qiao Qiqi gasped, turning back to check. "Indeed, he feels profound guilt for the plight of the citizens due to Gufeng. Compounded by the fact that his body has been ravaged by the poison, he is unwilling to leave with us." Pei Shaoling had already discerned everything during their conversation. At that moment, a solemn declaration echoed from the room. "In my lifetime, I have brought forth spring in the apricot grove, celebrated by the world. Yet now, in my old age, my wretched disciples' heinous deeds weigh heavily upon me. Subsequently, The entire room was engulfed in flames, with the fire surging forth. It was revealed that the elderly pharmacist had set the room ablaze in an act of self-immolation. Qiao Qiqi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such fierce resolve from the old man. Had she known, she would not have divulged the affairs of Yuzhou City to him. Pei Shaoling, noticing the flicker of guilt on Qiao Qiqi's face, gently reassured her, stating that she should not bear the blame. He would have learned the truth eventually. "We must depart swiftly," he urged, before wrapping his arms around Qiao Qiqi's waist and dashing towards the exit. Qiao Qiqi allowed herself to be led by Pei Shaoling, her grip tightening around the jade vial containing the antidote. Chapter 75. Preparing to leave before long. The pair retraced their steps and returned to the surface of the military command. Pei Shaoling guided Qiao Qiqi back to the guest chamber, settling her upon the bed. At this moment, Qiao Qiqi finally managed to calm her tumultuous emotions. Taking a deep breath, she extended the jade vial to Pei Shaoling. He understood instantly, accepting the vial before turning to leave. Qiao Qiqi inhaled deeply, drawing her legs in and sitting cross-legged on the bed to begin her internal cultivation. Meanwhile, Pei Shaoling tended to Pei Shaoan in the adjacent room. After consuming the antidote gifted by the old pharmacist, Pei Shaoan's complexion had returned to normal. However, due to the fact that it was not a true cure, he remained unconscious. In the dilapidated temple outside the city, and Lei, along with Officer Qin and Governor Lin, finally returned. An heir Shizi, seated at the entrance, opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion and relaxed upon recognizing them. "My lords, my daughter-in-law accompanied you to Yuzhou City. Why have you not brought her back?" Pei Mu inquired anxiously, noticing the absence of Qiao Qiqi, Pei Shaoling, and Pei Shaoan. "Madam, they may return a bit later. Let us wait until dawn to search for them," and Lei responded, helping Governor Lin to a clean spot to sit. "Is that so? They haven't encountered any misfortune, have they?" Pei Mu pressed, her concern palpable. "Fear not, madam. I shall greet them once the sun rises," and Lei reassured her. "You have not eaten all day, have you? Allow me to prepare some wild vegetable porridge," suggested Officer Qin, whose stomach growled after a long day of exertion. After inquiring about the group's needs, he set off to forage for some wild greens nearby. Pei Mu, filled with worry, held Pei Shuer close and returned to her previous seat. The night passed amidst her anxiety and unease. At dawn the next day, Qiao Qiqi awoke from her meditation. A night of cultivation had left her invigorated, her body feeling remarkably light. Just then, Pei Shaoling entered the room. "My dear, you are awake?" he asked. "Have you eaten yet?" Qiao Qiqi inquired, her smile radiant. Pei Shaoling was momentarily mesmerized by her brilliant grin, his once sharp features softening. "Yes, let us have the self-heating rice from last night," he replied with a gentle nod. "I shall fetch some water for you to freshen up." "Very well," Qiao Qiqi consented, not declining his offer. Soon, after tidying herself up, Qiao Qiqi sat at the square table in her room, ready to unpack and add water. What is wrong with Shaoan now? During the wait, she cradled her chin with her hands and inquired of Pei Shaoling. Pei Shaoling sighed softly, his complexion returning to normal, though he remained in a state of unconsciousness. "We must act swiftly. The old doctor mentioned that the medicine can only suppress the toxicity for a month. We need to find a genuine antidote within this time frame." "No worries. I will have Lei take the poison formula written by the old doctor back to the capital," Pei Shaoling replied gently, urging Ruan Lao to expedite the creation of the antidote. "Ruan Lao is in the capital? The Ruanzhong that the old doctor spoke of is indeed Ruan Lao, isn't it?" Qiao Qiqi speculated. "Indeed, my mother once bestowed great kindness upon Ruan Lao, who brought me from the palace of Ichien as an infant and entrusted me to the Pei family." Pei Shaoling nodded lightly. "Your mother must have been an extraordinary person to have Ruan Lao safeguard you so diligently." Qiao Qiqi smiled softly. "I'm not entirely sure. I have only heard tales of her from my grandfather and father. They spoke of her benevolence and straightforward nature, which might resemble yours to some extent." Pei Shaoling smirked. "Oh, you flatter me. I am nowhere near as admirable as your mother." Qiao Qiqi blushed. "In my world, I am just an ordinary person, merely a streamer who enjoys cooking." "A streamer? What is that?" Pei Shaoling raised an eyebrow in inquiry. A streamer is someone who cooks while others watch. And if they enjoy it, they can send gifts, which provides me with some income, Qiao Qiqi explained softly. Oh, I see. Pei Xiaoling pondered for a moment, nodding gently. The dishes you prepare must be truly exceptional. Indeed, I have studied all 8 culinary traditions for my world. If I were not concerned about revealing aspects of my otherworldly knowledge, I would certainly cook for you, she said, having only prepared simple meals lately due to her apprehension of exposing her unique space. Well, once we establish a stable life, you must prepare the delicacies from your world for me to savor. If that is agreeable, Pei Xiaoling asked softly. Certainly, no problem, Qiao Qiqi responded cheerfully, pushing the food container on the table toward him. It is time. The self-heating rice is ready to eat. Yes, after we finish eating, we shall devise a plan to leave the city. Pei Xiaoling nodded lightly, opening his box to begin his meal. Qiao Qiqi had chosen mushroom beef-flavored self-heating rice today, which was quite delectable. After they finished eating, Qiao Qiqi casually disposed of the packaging in the decomposition chamber of her unique space. Subsequently, Pei Xiaoling lifted the still unconscious Xiao An and addressed Qiao Qiqi. My dear, there are numerous medicinal practitioners on the streets. Let us traverse the rooftops. Are you all right with that? The rooftops? I have never walked on them before. Qiao Qiqi hesitated, wondering if she might fall. No, you possess 30 years of inner strength. And with the lightness technique I have imparted to you, you can traverse the rooftops as if walking on solid ground. You must have more confidence in yourself. Pei Xiaoling remarked with a gentle smile, chuckling softly. He then hoisted Pei Xiaoan onto his back and ascended to the eaves of the house, calling out to Qiao Qiqi. Come up quickly. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Qiqi sprang forward, propelling herself towards Pei Xiaoling's position. Standing atop the roof, she beamed with delight as she effortlessly soared up. See, your inner strength is profound. There's no doubt about it. Pei Xiaoling observed the joy radiating from her face, his eyes filled with warmth. Let us hurry. We must leave the city soon. Mother and the others must be quite worried. All right, Qiao Qiqi nodded earnestly. Let us depart at once. Thus, the two figures began to leap across the rooftops of Yuzhou City. Soon, Qiao Qiqi found herself enamored with the exhilarating sensation. This experience of scaling roofs and leaping from walls resembled parkour from her own world. It was no wonder that so many young people were drawn to such extreme sports. On the streets below, groups of drugged individuals wandered aimlessly, seemingly in search of something. Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brow. If these drugged beings escaped Yuzhou City, it would spell disaster for the entire world. She couldn't fathom why someone named Gu Feng, along with that false magistrate, would inflict such suffering upon these innocent people. Chapter 76. The fire that consumed the drug before long. The pair reached the city gate of Yuzhou. The gate comprised a formidable stone wall topped with a heavy iron door, devoid of the elaborate towers depicted in dramas. Husband, it seems the bolt on this gate is on the outside, Qiao Qiqi noted as she attempted to open the gate, only to find it firmly shut. Through the crack in the iron door, she glimpsed a heavy iron bolt barring their exit. Stay with Xiaoan. I will go and unlock the door, Pei Xiaoling instructed, stepping back to gauge the height of the wall. All right, but be careful, Qiao Qiqi replied with a slight nod. At that moment, the drugged individuals seemed to sense the presence of the living and began to converge upon them. Dear wife, try to hold them off. I'll unlock the door immediately, Pei Xiaoling urged, not daring to delay as he leaped towards the city wall. Qiao Qiqi glanced at the drugged beings drawing ever closer to her and Pei Xiaoan. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved 2 barrels of cooking oil from her spatial storage and splashed it towards the approaching figures. Then, she ignited a lighter and tossed it among them. In no time, the drugged individuals ignited into flames, emitting howls akin to wild beasts. Qiao Qiqi bit her lip, her heart heavy as she silently whispered, I'm sorry. These individuals had lost their sanity, and without an antidote, they had become mere shells of their former selves. Perhaps this would be their most merciful end. At that moment, a hissing sound echoed behind her as the iron gate swung open. Upon opening the door, Pei Xiaoling beheld the struggling figures engulfed in flames. Wife, can you conjure more of that oil? He asked softly, watching the drug beings consumed by the fire. Yes. Why do you ask? Qiao Qiqi once again retrieved a barrel of salad oil from her space, exclaiming that this was the cooking oil used in their world. All right, Pei Shaoling responded as he took the salad oil and attempted to open its red cap. The drugged individuals had become mere shells of their former selves without the antidote. If this situation remained unresolved, those who had created them might exploit them, leading to disastrous consequences. Therefore, it was imperative that they act swiftly to rectify the matter. Pei Shaoling gazed at the approaching throng of afflicted individuals and remarked, "I've been contemplating how to deal with this, and I am grateful for your reminder." Qiao Qiqi instantly understood his intent. "You plan to incinerate these drug beings, do you?" "Indeed," he confirmed. "My dear, how much more of this oil can you conjure? Could you possibly retrieve a bit more?" Pei Shaoling's voice was gentle. "Of course," Qiao Qiqi replied with a nod, extracting hundreds of barrels of salad oil, rapeseed oil, peanut oil, and tea oil from her space and placing them upon the ground. Pei Shaoling looked astonished at the multitude of oil barrels before him. With a smile, he said, "This is more than sufficient. Would you be so kind as to assist me by opening their lids?" "Certainly," Qiao Qiqi cheerfully agreed, squatting down to twist off the caps of the oil barrels. Meanwhile, Pei Shaoling swiftly carried several barrels of cooking oil toward the throngs of drugged individuals. As Qiao Qiqi twisted the caps, she observed Pei Shaoling leading the afflicted into a cluster and dousing them with the oil. He then ignited it with a fire starter, and with a resounding boom, the drugged individuals were engulfed in flames. Afterward, he returned, continuing to carry the open barrels of oil toward the city. This back and forth continued several times, and soon, Qiao Qiqi saw the city of Yuzhou ablaze, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred flesh, mingled with a foul stench. Unable to bear it any longer, she donned her cloth mask once more and persisted in twisting the remaining caps. Before long, all the barrels of cooking oil she had produced were utilized by Pei Shaoling, who seemed to have dealt with all the afflicted individuals. Noticing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Qiao Qiqi couldn't help but approach and wipe his brow. "Thank you, my dear," Pei Shaoling said softly, savoring this moment of tenderness. Qiao Qiqi smiled faintly at him, inquiring, "How is Yuzhou City now? Will these flames reach any further?" "Fortunately, the fire only affected a few households, and I have already taken care of them," Pei Shaoling replied gently, smoothing Qiao Qiqi's disheveled hair away from her forehead. "Kulme, let us proceed to the dilapidated temple." "All right." Qiao Qiqi glanced at the charred remains of the drugged individuals at the city gate and nodded lightly. Pei Shaoling gently placed Pei Shaoan, who was half sitting on the city wall, back onto his back and led Qiao Qiqi out of Yuzhou City. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi recalled the drugged individuals obstructing the fabric and rice shops. She promptly closed the city gate and struggled to secure the heavy iron bolt. "What is the matter?" Pei Shaoling asked, puzzled by her actions, and he assisted her in fastening the iron gate. "When I arrived, I had already spotted 1 or 2 drugged individuals in the fabric shop," Qiao Qiqi explained. "Closing the city gate is to prevent them from escaping." "Were there also pharmacists in those shops?" Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow, realizing that much had transpired in Yuzhou City. Regardless of the circumstances, those in power should not impose harm upon the innocent populace. Qiao Qiqi let out a soft sigh, lamenting the fate of the citizens of Yuzhou City, who could have lived their lives in tranquility but instead became pawns for the powerful. "Speaking of pawns, the Lin prefect you rescued previously must also be considered one." Pei Shaoling pondered briefly and quietly deduced that those individuals had impersonated him but spared his life, presumably to make him the scapegoat once the incident unfolded. "Ah," Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. "Is such manipulation even possible? I had not considered that. Let's return." With that, Pei Shaoling began to carry Pei Shaoan forward. "Wait a moment," Qiao Qiqi quickly called out to him, retrieving the cart frame she had previously stashed away in her space. The cart was laden with rice and cloth. Upon hearing her call, Pei Shaoling turned around in confusion. Qiao Qiqi smiled gently at him. "Please place Shaoan on this cart." She sighed softly, expressing regret for the fine horses they had lost. "We shall have to push it back." "Very well," Pei Shaoling agreed, placing Pei Shaoan upon the cart and taking the initiative to push it. Losing the horses was unfortunate, but at least they still had their companion. "By the way, how did you manage to leave the dilapidated temple?" Qiao Qiqi recalled that Pei Shaoling had intended to conceal the fact that his leg had healed. In that moment of urgency, I could not afford to be concerned, Pei Shaoling replied softly, recalling his own situation. I see. Qiao Qiqi bit her lip. Perhaps when we arrive at the temple, you could sit upon the cart and claim that your legs are still not well, and you're merely using your internal strength to stand. All right, I shall obey you, my dear. Pei Shaoling smiled. By the way, where do you think those who withdrew from Yuzhou City have gone? Qiao Qiqi asked softly, glancing at the chaotic hoof prints and wheel tracks on the ground. Pei Shaoling examined the hoof prints on the official road, frowning slightly. I cannot speculate at the moment. They likely ventured into the mountains. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, hoping they would not encounter them later. She had no desire to engage with such fiends. It is inevitable that we shall meet them. Pei Shaoling murmured as he pushed the cart forward. My dear, would you like to sit upon it as well? I could push you together. His voice carried a hint of amusement and tenderness. No need. I can walk on my own, Qiao Qiqi replied, shaking her head gently as she regarded the cart filled with rice, flour, and cloth, along with the space sufficient for Pei Shaoling to sit. After approximately half an hour's journey, the two finally arrived outside the dilapidated temple. During this time, Pei Shaoling found an opportunity to change back into his slightly wrinkled long robe. Qiao Qiqi tidied the cart, creating an additional empty space. Pei Shaoling understood immediately and sat down. Closing his eyes, he leaned against the sacks of rice and flour, his complexion paling dramatically, his breath becoming faint. At this moment, Pei Shaoling and Pei Shaoan leaned against the edge of the rice pile, with Pei Shaoling resembling a dying man. Hearing the commotion, Enlai and an heir Shizi emerged from the dilapidated temple and spotted Qiao Qiqi, lost in thought before the cart. Madam, you have returned? Their eyes brightened, and they hurried forward, asking what has happened. Shoo, it's nothing. Qiao Qiqi gently shook her head, signaling them to assist her in carrying the brothers inside. Enlai and an heir Shizi understood instantly. Each took one brother and carried them inside. Inside the temple, Pei's mother gazed at her sons, unconscious and being carried in, tears streaming down her face. What on earth happened? How could it be like this? Enlai and an heir Shizi exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silence. They placed the brothers beside Pei's mother and then stepped out to help Qiao Qiqi transport rice and cloth. Pei's third aunt looked at Pei Shaoling's legs with concern and quietly asked Pei's third uncle, Are his legs all right? Why did he return in such a state? Pei's third uncle, equally perplexed, replied, We will know once he awakens. If his legs are better, will we? Pei's third aunt intended to say more. But just then, Qiao Qiqi entered with 2 pieces of cloth, placing them beside Pei's mother. Mother, are you hungry? Qiqi, what has happened to them? Why are they both unconscious? Pei's mother asked, her face filled with worry, addressing the only awake Qiao Qiqi. They want to find you. Why did they return like this? Qiao Qiqi comforted Pei's mother. Mother, there was an incident in Yuzhou City. Shaoan was captured and poisoned with medicine. Shaoling, in an attempt to save us, forcibly used his internal energy to move his legs, sustaining grave injuries. As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards the Pei family's second and third branches, observing their expressions. Indeed, they revealed a sense of relief. It seemed they did not wish for Pei Shaoling's legs to recover. Why is this happening? What transpired in Yuzhou City? Pei's mother asked, her face filled with shock. Qiao Qiqi sighed helplessly, unsure how to explain it to Pei's mother, fearing that the truth might frighten her. Mother, it's all right. Don't worry too much. She glanced at Pei Shu'er in her mother's arms. You must all be hungry. I'll prepare something for you. At that moment, the rested Governor Lin tidied his appearance and stood up. I thank you all for your righteous assistance. I must take my leave. Qiao Qiqi turned, her face marked with confusion. Where is Master Lin headed? Governor Lin pondered for half the night and concluded, given the calamity that has befallen Yuzhou City, I must report to His Majesty. There must be a conspiracy here. He looked at the crowd with a righteous expression. The reason I have survived thus far is likely because I have become their pawn. If I do not return to the capital proactively, when the truth comes to light, I will be the first to be suspected. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, recognizing the insight of Governor Lin. However, she pondered, by the way, Governor Lin also has the surname Lin, just like the original protagonist Lin Yi. Could they be related? With this thought in mind, Qiao Qiqi tentatively asked Governor Lin, "Do you know a woman named Lin Yi?" Lin Yi? Lin, the governor, wore a perplexed expression, inquiring, "Who is this? I do not recognize them." Qiao Qiqi gently nodded in understanding. Indeed, the Lin surname has historically been prominent. Lin Yi is a woman of medicine, the apprentice of the individual who concocted a potion that induces a loss of consciousness. Qiao Qiqi softly elucidated. "Oh, you already know who created the poison?" Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes brightened. "Please, tell me more." "It is a person named Gu Feng, hailing from the Apothecary Valley. He experimented on his own master and developed this harmful poison." Gu Feng also has a junior apprentice, Lin Yi, Qiao Qiqi explained. "The Apothecary Valley?" Lin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It is one of the most enigmatic places in Daong, reputed to be the birthplace of generations of divine healers. How could they produce such a malevolent toxin? I am uncertain." This was stated by the venerable apothecary himself. Qiao Qiqi gently shook her head. Suddenly, she noticed Pei Shaoling, leaning against the wall, stirring. She hurried forward to shield him from the gaze of the others. Concern etched on her face as she asked, "My dear husband, how are you? Are you well?" Pei Shaoling winked at her weakly, replying, "I am fine. I merely exerted my inner strength. A few days of rest will suffice." He then turned to Lin, stating, "You must be Governor Lin. I am Pei Shaoling of the Pingyuan Marquisate." Lin scrutinized him closely, realizing, "You're the nephew of the Pei family? What has transpired here?" He had been imprisoned for 6 months and was unaware of the events that had unfolded. "We have encountered great adversity. We were exiled to that desolate place." Pei Shaoling weakly responded, "Is Governor Lin planning to return to the capital?" "Indeed, given the grave circumstances in Yuzhou. I must report this matter to the court at the earliest opportunity." Lin nodded gently. "I see. May I impose upon you for a favor, Governor Lin?" Pei Shaoling, with Qiao Qiqi's support, straightened himself and inquired softly. "Speak freely, nephew," Lin encouraged, adjusting his robe as he sat beside Pei Shaoling. "We have obtained the formula for the poison from the venerable apothecary. We wish to request that Governor Lin take it back to the capital and seek out a divine healer named Ruan Lao to assist in developing an antidote. Would that be possible?" As he spoke, Pei Shaoling retrieved the poison formula obtained from the apothecary. "Where did this come from?" Lin's face reflected surprise as he accepted the document and inquired softly. "This was discovered in the basement of the military office. The very place where Gu Feng concocted the poison," Qiao Qiqi interjected, glancing at Pei Shaoling. "When we arrived, only the apothecary remained, who, in his lucid moments, penned this formula." "Oh, I see." Lin nodded in realization. "But why did the apothecary not develop it himself?" "The apothecary was already worn out and tormented by the poison, which is why he entrusted us with the formula to deliver to Ruan Lao for his expertise," Qiao Qiqi explained softly. "We encountered Ruan Lao in Taiping town, and he is currently in the capital." "Very well. In that case, I shall ensure this formula reaches its destination," Lin affirmed. Lin, the magistrate, carefully folded the prescription and tucked it into his bosom, knowing that this matter concerned the lives of the common people of Daong, a responsibility he could not shirk. "Well then, I entrust this to you, Magistrate Lin," Pei Shaoling said weakly. Qiao Qiqi rose and suggested, "If Magistrate Lin is to depart, please wait a moment. I shall prepare some food and provisions for you to take on your journey." Upon hearing of the food, Lin involuntarily swallowed, for during the past 6 months, he had endured a meager diet in that dark chamber, and it had been far too long since he had enjoyed a proper meal. The vegetable porridge from the previous night had been quite unpalatable. "Very well, I appreciate your kindness." Lin no longer refused. At that moment, Officer Qin Lauder approached and began discussing the matter of the passage documents. Qiao Qiqi glanced at them before heading to the back courtyard of the dilapidated temple with pots and pans in hand. She set 2 large pots over the fire, having gathered the firewood left behind by the beggars. One pot was for steaming rice, while the other was for simmering soup, prepared with fresh beef from her supermarket. Soon, the rice and a generous pot of beef soup were ready. After steaming the rice, Qiao Qiqi also crafted 2 large baskets of beef buns and steamed bread. Upon catching the enticing aroma, Enlai hurried over to assist in washing the dishes, serving rice, and ladling soup. The members of the Pei family's second and third households, along with the Zhao family, eagerly anticipated the rich scent of the beef soup. However, they were disappointed to find that Qiao Qiqi had not prepared any portions for them. The first household of the Pei family gathered together. With the exception of the unconscious Pei Shaoan, Officer Qin Lauder and Magistrate Lin each held a bowl of fragrant white rice. The Zhao family, overwhelmed by the aroma of rice and meat, could only close their eyes in resignation. Meanwhile, the third aunt of the Pei family had a glint in her eye, seemingly concocting some ill intention. Suddenly, she spotted Pei Shaoan clad in the attire of an officer, as if seizing upon a crucial piece of evidence. She raised her voice in a shrill scream. "Eldest sister, why is your Shaoan wearing the uniform of an officer? Speak, did you harm the previous officer? And where is Pei Xiaoming?" It was only then that Qiao Qiqi noticed that Pei Shaoan's human mask had fallen off at some point. Back in Yuzhou City, she had been so focused on procuring the antidote for him that she had overlooked such details. The sharpness of the third aunt's voice caused all present to furrow their brows. Officer Qin Lauder shot a glance at Magistrate Lin, then frowned and admonished the meddlesome woman. "What nonsense are you spouting? The clothing he wears was lent to him by me. What of it? Do you have an objection? And where is Pei Xiaoming? Why is he missing?" The third aunt of the Pei family shouted. "What business is that of yours?" Officer Qin Lauder shot another glance at Magistrate Lin, preparing to reprimand the loquacious woman once more. "Qin Lauder, what of you Lauda, who accompanied you in escorting the prisoners?" Magistrate Lin noted that only a few officers remained. If the lady's words were to be believed, then one of the officers was indeed disguised as a member of the Pei family's first household. He glanced at the expressionless and Ershi and Pei Xiaoming. "My lord," Qin heir said, his expression troubled and his words somewhat ambiguous, "we previously encountered two massive pythons." He could not reveal that he was the sole survivor after Yu Laoda and the others succumbed to poison. To do so would surely invite trouble. Lin Cixi nodded thoughtfully, stating, "I shall not interfere in your escort duties. You may handle it as you see fit." He glanced at the third aunt of the Pei family, indicating Qin heir, remarking that some individuals, with their incessant chatter, only serve to complicate matters further. "Yes, my lord, I understand," Qin heir nodded, shooting a fierce glare at the third aunt of the Pei family, who, frightened, quickly covered her mouth, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi observed their exchange in silence, uninterested in their affairs. However, should the second and third branches of the Pei family truly cause them trouble, she would not hesitate to take action. After addressing Qin heir, Lin Cixi resumed his meal, finishing his rice before thanking everyone for their hospitality and announcing his departure. Pei Shaoling exchanged a glance with Enlai, who promptly said, "Lord Lin, we have 3 horses available. Please take one to expedite your journey to the capital." With that, he headed towards a stable at the back. At that moment, Lin Cixi, in need of transportation, accepted graciously, expressing his gratitude to all present. Soon, Enlai led a horse around to the entrance of the dilapidated temple. Qiao Qiqi, having just steamed some buns and mantou, packed a few and handed them to him. Lin Cixi accepted the provisions and reins, clasping his fists in gratitude before leading the horse away. Upon his departure, Qiao Qiqi returned to the temple to tidy up the dishes. Noticing her actions, the second uncle of the Pei family called out, "Daughter-in-law, what about our meal?" Qiao Qiqi cast a detached glance his way, carrying the dishes towards the backyard. Nearby, the officer Qin heir reprimanded, "What are you shouting for? Your meal will be prepared when we set off later. Missing one meal won't kill you." Since leaving the Valley of Evil Spirits, Qiao Qiqi had ceased to cook for the second and third branches of the Pei family, or the Zhao family. So their meals were now entirely the responsibility of Qin heir. Their watery porridge, filled with an abundance of wild vegetables, stood in stark contrast to the hearty fare enjoyed by Qiao Qiqi and her companions. Thus, when Qin heir distributed the vegetable porridge that afternoon, the second uncle of the Pei family protested vehemently, "This is unacceptable. Why can the first branch indulge in rice and meat while we are left with this tasteless vegetable porridge devoid of salt?" In his frustration, he even pretended to throw his bowl to the ground. Heir regarded him with disdain. Go ahead, break it if you wish. Who do you think you are? Their meals are earned through their own efforts, whereas yours. If you shatter your bowl, you can forego meals from now on. You find my cooking unpalatable? Then you need not eat. With that, Heir turned away, distributing the vegetable porridge to the others. Chapter 79. Encounters with refugees. The Pei family's second uncle, rebuffed by his words, instantly fell silent. He fell silent, a look of anger etched on his face as he sat down, beginning to consume the wild vegetable porridge in large gulps. The constable, Qiao, cast a glare at him before returning to his spot to partake in the meal prepared by Qiao Qiqi. Soon, the group, having finished their meal, began to gather their belongings in preparation for the journey ahead. Currently, they were left with only 2 horses. Earlier, they had entered the city with a cart drawn by 2 horses, but those had been ridden away by Anlei and Qiao to the magistrate's office and were subsequently lost. Pei Xiaoan had gone to the city gate to meet them and lost another horse. Just that morning, they had also given a horse to Magistrate Lin for transportation. Thus, only 2 horses remained, along with a half-grown donkey. Qiao glanced at Qiao Qiqi, then at Anlei, who, after a brief look at Pei Xiaoling, harnessed 1 horse to the cart. In the Pei family's main house, everyone except Pei Xiaoming had boarded the cart. Pei Xiaoming, dressed in constable attire, sat alongside an urshi at the front of the cart, while the cart itself was driven by Constable Qiao. Anlei attached a wheelbarrow laden with pots and bowls to the little donkey. The wheelbarrow faced backward, its 2 handles directed toward the donkey, resembling the ox-drawn cart, albeit with 1 wheel instead of 2. Once everything was in order, he led the donkey and called out to the women and children of the Zhao and Pei families to board the ox cart. Preparing to set off, when everyone returned to their places, he guided the donkey forward, walking slowly alongside the prisoners adorned with heavy chains. Inside the cart, Pei Mu had already begun to sew clothing with needle and thread. "Mother, is this dress for Shua?" asked the usually quiet Pei Shua, gazing at the pale yellow fabric in Pei Mu's hands. "No, it is for your sister-in-law. Once I finish her dress, I will make one for you, all right?" Pei Mu replied gently, putting down the needle and thread to stroke her head. "Mother, I have enough clothes to change into. Please make one for Shua first," Qiao Qiqi softly suggested, observing the fabric in Pei Mu's hands. "This pale yellow material is quite delicate. It suits Shua perfectly. Mother thinks this fabric is also quite suitable for you, but since you do not favor it, I shall first make it for Shua and then for you. You can let me know what color fabric you prefer later," Pei Mu remarked, looking at the material in her hands. "All right, my clothing is not urgent. We can prioritize making some of everyone's undergarments," Qiao Qiqi replied quietly. Understood, Pei Mu nodded gently. As time passed, the cart moved forward slowly. Before long, dawn broke, and the group sought a sheltered place to rest. Thus, they traveled for another 7 or 8 days, the journey smooth and uneventful. However, the weather was peculiar, growing increasingly warm. On this day, they chose to rest at an abandoned farmhouse. The sun is so intense today, it hardly resembles the sun of spring. Anlei murmured as he stood by the cart. "Have you noticed that the water sources have been dwindling as we have traveled for several days?" Qiao Qiqi glanced at the sun overhead and remarked, "Look, this place seems untouched by the tremors, yet there is hardly a soul in sight." "Indeed, it is rather peculiar." Anlei gently nodded, noting the absence of rain in what appeared to be a long while. "Yes, observe how the ground is beginning to crack. It indicates that the recent earthquakes and torrential rains have not reached this area," Qiao Qiqi said, pointing to the parched earth before the farmer. At that moment, N24 approached, expressing concern. "What should we do? I just checked and the well is completely dry. This means we cannot prepare wild vegetable porridge," Qiao Qiqi replied. "No matter, I still have some water here. Let us use it to make more buns and dumplings," she suggested, gesturing to the water pouch at her waist. "You should instruct them to ration their water. We will see if we can find a river along the way." "Understood," and 24 nodded lightly. In the absence of a water source, Qiao Qiqi reluctantly gathered the food intended for the prisoners. Suddenly, she recalled that her supermarket sold large steamed buns for just a yuan each. Though she enjoyed crafting delicate culinary delights, she had overlooked this detail. Upon entering the farmer's kitchen, Qiao Chi ignited the stove and retrieved the buns from the steamer to warm them up. However, as time stood still in her space, some of the buns still emanated a faint warmth. Observing these grand buns, Qiao Chi mused that she could likely be satiated by consuming just half. In no time, 2 to 3 dozen large buns were ready. Qiao Chi instructed the officer Qin Lao, heir, to distribute them among the prisoners, while she prepared some rice and the previously dried little fish for a side dish. Once everything was ready, she set the meal upon a stone table outside the farmer's dwelling and called the others to start their meal. Just then, a group of ragged refugees appeared at the door. Upon witnessing Qiao Chi and her companions enjoying fragrant white rice, a look of yearning spread across their faces. "Miss, could you spare some food?" they implored, holding out their bowls. Qiao Chi furrowed her brow slightly. There were at least 40 or 50 refugees before her. If she were to give to one, she would surely be besieged by the rest. Thus, she coldly declined, "I'm sorry, but our provisions are only sufficient for ourselves. We cannot share with you. How can you be so cold-hearted? We haven't eaten in 2 days, and you have such a feast on your table. Surely, you must have some surplus." A woman in the crowd pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Chi. This incited Qiao Chi's displeasure. "What relation do my supplies have to you? Do we know each other? Why should I provide you with food? You have hands and feet. Wild vegetables can be found all over these mountains. Why do you persist in bothering me?" She retorted, her gaze icy. "Seeing you eat so well, what harm would it do to skip a meal? We have gone days without food. Can't you spare us something from your table?" The woman continued her moral coercion. "I'm sorry, but we, too, have traveled all night without sustenance and have nothing extra to give you. Please leave." Qiao Chi insisted firmly. Upon hearing the commotion, the constable Qin Lao swiftly emerged to disperse the throng of refugees. To his astonishment, the refugees, upon noticing his official garb, displayed no fear. One individual boldly shouted, "Fellow villagers, it is these soldiers who have robbed us of our homes. Now that we have encountered them, let us seize what is theirs." A chorus of agreement rose from the crowd. Qiao Chi furrowed her brow. These people truly possessed an audacity beyond measure. Chapter 80. The Gu family father and son hearing this, the constable Qin Lao promptly unsheathed his dagger, positioning himself before the beleaguered refugees. Anan Lai, An El Shizi, and Pei Xiaoming also stepped forward, with Pei Xiaoming pushing the wooden wheelchair of Pei Xiaoling. Observing that Qin Lao was struggling to maintain his ground against the surging crowd, Pei Xiaoling exchanged a glance, prompting an Lei and an heir Shizi to advance swiftly. "Cease your actions. The young lady speaks wisely. We have hands and feet and can procure our own sustenance. Why must we resort to stealing from others?" A resonant voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a middle-aged man. "Gu Changsheng, if you do not wish to partake, you may stand aside and keep your silence. We graciously offered you and your son the chance to escape with us, not to hinder our survival." The previously arrogant woman pointed a finger at the man, berating him. She then incited the crowd further. "Fellow villagers, these soldiers are heartless and have driven us from our homes. Today, let us seize everything they possess." As her words fell, the refugees intensified their pushing, emboldened by her rhetoric. Qiao Chi, her expression icy, carried the food into the kitchen, subsequently storing it away. She also concealed the pots and utensils among the rice and flour, ensuring that if the refugees did breach the premises, they would find nothing to pillage. Upon witnessing Qiao Chi's actions, the refugees grew even more agitated, relentlessly shoving the individuals in front of them, showing no fear of Qin Lao's dagger. Pei Xiaoling's gaze turned steely as he subtly lifted his right hand, supporting the wheelchair. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd. The previously haughty woman now bore a gaping wound to her throat, blood gushing forth, staining her coarse garment crimson. The sight struck terror into the hearts of the refugees, who recoiled in horror, crying out, "Murder! The soldiers are killing!" They scattered in disarray, fleeing like frightened birds. In an instant, the area around the homestead lay deserted, save for 2 individuals. One was the man, Gu Changsheng, who had spoken in defense. He carried a young boy, aged around 7 or 8, on his back. The child's face was unnaturally flushed, his arms and head bound in white cloth, clearly rendered unconscious. Constable Qin Lauer glanced at the lifeless body of the woman on the ground, then at Lei and the others, and silently proceeded to manage the corpse. Hearing the commotion, Qiao Qiqi emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the refugees had departed, she once again brought forth the food. Gu Changsheng, gazing at the table laden with provisions, involuntarily swallowed hard. Turning to Qiao Qiqi, he said, "My lady, my child was injured during the tremor and is not asking for food, but I hope you might provide a sip of water." Qiao Qiqi glanced at the small boy on his back, who was of similar size to Pei Shuer, and nodded lightly. She returned to the kitchen, retrieved a bowl, and poured a cup of clear water from her water pouch. She then carried it outside and offered it to Gu Changsheng. "Thank you, my lady. Thank you." Gu Changsheng exclaimed with evident excitement, expressing his gratitude profusely. He gently placed the child on the ground, fed him half a bowl of water, and drank the remainder himself. After once again thanking Qiao Qiqi, he turned and left, carrying the boy on his back. Qiao Qiqi watched his departing figure in silence before returning the bowl to the kitchen. At that moment, Pei Mu and Pei Shuer emerged as well. As everyone waited for Qin Lao heir to finish handling the bodies, they began their meal. "We need to travel for a couple more days. We should reach Ganliang County the day after tomorrow," announced the officer, Qin Lao heir, in a low voice during the meal. "I see our rice and flour are running low. We need to resupply soon." "Ganliang County?" Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Qiao Qiqi inquired gently, noticing his unusual expression. "It's nothing," Pei Shaoling replied, shaking his head as he placed a piece of crispy fish into Qiao Qiqi's bowl and returned to his rice. "Ganliang County is indeed a fine name. I wonder if they have sufficient water there. In these past few days, we have scarcely seen any rivers," Lei remarked, his voice low and grave. "Indeed, as we head north, rivers become increasingly scarce. With this weather, it's likely that whatever water sources there have dried up," Qin Lao heir said, his face reflecting disbelief. "I do not understand what is happening this year. Southern floods and northern droughts. And there was even a tremor near the capital." Qiao Qiqi remained silent, aware that these occurrences may be connected to her entering the story. Yet she refrained from voicing such thoughts. After finishing their meal, everyone found a place to rest. As dusk approached, Qiao Qiqi prepared another meal. Once they had eaten, they resumed their journey, with 2 lanterns hanging at the front of the cart to illuminate the path ahead. Not far ahead lies the fabled one line of heaven. Beyond that is the territory of Ganliang County, Qin Lao heir said, driving the horses. An heir Shizi followed closely behind, leading a small donkey. Qiao Qiqi sat in the cart, gazing at the towering mountains surrounding the official road. At that moment, Pei Shaoling emanated a chill, providing a refreshing contrast to the sweltering heat. "What is it?" Qiao Qiqi whispered, leaning closer to Pei Shaoling. "This one line of heaven is where they once pushed me down," he murmured, his fists clenched tightly. "Ah, I see," Qiao Qiqi said, her heart aching as she grasped his tightly clenched hands. "That was all in the past. We are both well now, are we not?" Hearing her words, Pei Shaoling gently nodded, gradually relaxing his body. Suddenly, a man appeared ahead of the cart. The coachman, Lei, swiftly grasped the reins to avoid trampling anyone beneath the wheels. Inside the carriage, Qiao Qiqi was engaged in a soft conversation with Pei Shaoling when, by mere chance, her lips brushed against his. Seizing the moment, Pei Shaoling gently pecked her lips before retreating, inquiring of Lei, who was driving ahead, "What is happening?" "It seems to be that man from earlier today, the one who sought water. He has obstructed our passage," Lei replied quietly, then raised his voice, commanding, "What is going on? Step aside, everyone. Do not proceed forward. They have set a trap in the narrow passage, waiting to push down large stones upon you when you approach, aiming to seize your horses and provisions." Gu Changsheng interjected, halting the carriage. "What?" exclaimed the constable Qin Laudi, taken aback by the audacity of these ruffians. Qiao Qiqi, seated in the carriage, furrowed her brows slightly. Pei Shaoling whispered through the carriage, curtained to Lei, "You go and resolve this." Immediately, Lei's figure darted away towards the narrow passage. "How did you come to know this?" Qin Laudi asked, observing Lei's departure, his mind racing. "They have sent men to monitor your movements." anticipating your approach and setting an ambush here in advance. Gu Changsheng sighed softly. I am grateful to that young lady for her kindness in providing water today, which prompted me to inform you all. I shall take my leave now. He turned to depart. Qiao Qiqi hurriedly dismounted from the carriage and approached him, saying, Wait. Gu Changsheng turned back, puzzled. Is there something you need, Miss Qiao? Seeing his earnest and honest demeanor, Qiao Qiqi understood he spoke sincerely. I have some fever-reducing pills here. Please give them to your child. She offered a small paper packet containing 2 ibuprofen tablets, advising 1 a day, and if the fever subsides, there will be no need for further doses. Thank you, young lady, Gu Changsheng exclaimed, his face alight with gratitude as he knelt before her, expressing his heartfelt thanks for her life-saving generosity. By the way, where are you headed? Qiao Qiqi inquired, glancing at Gu and his son. I intend to take my child to his grandmother's home in Gangliang County. My wife perished in the earthquake, and our house has collapsed. Our fields have been flooded. The honest man lamented, his face reflecting the burdens of life. We are also heading to Gangliang County. Why don't you accompany us for now? Qiao Qiqi suggested. When dawn breaks, I will seek some herbs for your child. She wished to gather more information about the situation in Gangliang County. Very well. Thank you, young lady. Gu Changsheng replied, his expression brimming with gratitude. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, casting her gaze towards the distant narrow passage. A gentle night breeze rustled the trees, producing a soft whispering sound, while the narrow passage above remained eerily silent. Before long, Enlai swiftly returned, but in his grasp was a woman resplendently dressed. Release me. I have told you, I'm not affiliated with those refugees. Let me go. The woman emitted a piercing scream, struggling desperately to free herself from the grasp of Enlai. Unfortunately, her hands and legs were bound with ropes, rendering her as helpless as a piglet in his hold. Upon reaching the carriage, Enlai casually tossed the woman to the ground before proceeding to the carriage's interior. By the flickering candlelight, Qiao Qiqi observed the dirt-streaked figure on the ground, a peculiar sensation welling up within her. Enlai leaned in to whisper a few words to Pei Shaoling inside the carriage, and Pei Shaoling's expression instantly shifted. What did you say? You mean that woman was waiting for me? He raised an eyebrow. Indeed, she claimed she was here waiting for you, but encountered that group of refugees and was robbed. Enlai replied quietly, When I found her, she was tied up and tossed aside by those refugees. Upon seeing my official attire, she immediately mentioned the Prince E in your name. What? She even spoke the name of Prince E? Pei Shaoling's demeanor grew increasingly peculiar. Let us go down and have a look. He signaled for Enlai to assist him in disembarking from the carriage. Soon, Enlai and Pei Shaoling, who was in a wooden wheelchair, made their way toward Qiao Qiqi. The woman was speaking to Qiao Qiqi in a tone as pure as a white lotus. Miss, I know that the official brother from earlier must have forgotten to untie me. Could you assist me in freeing myself? Qiao Qiqi crossed her arms and remained silent. Dear lady, should you choose to help me, when I arrive in Gangliang County, I shall generously offer you 10 taels of silver. How's that sound? Noticing Qiao Qiqi's indifference, the woman attempted to entice her with promises of wealth. Seeing Qiao Qiqi's simple attire, she presumed her to be a refugee accompanying the exiled group. Qiao Qiqi responded with a smile, yet made no move. At that moment, she heard the sound of the wooden wheelchair and glanced toward Pei Shaoling. Her eyes initially brightened, followed by a hint of confusion on her face. Upon seeing her, Pei Shaoling stiffened visibly, grateful for the cover of night that rendered it less apparent. Could it really be her? How could she possibly be here? By calculations, they had arrived at this moment at least 7 days earlier than in the past. Wasn't she supposed to have merely passed by inadvertently? Shaoling, you are Pei Shaoling, correct? The woman cast aside her doubt, her face alight with joy. I am Lin Yi. Qiao Qiqi stood in shock. So she is Lin Yi? No wonder she felt an odd sensation. It turned out she had encountered the protagonist from the original story. Miss, how do you know my name? We seem to have never met before, Pei Shaoling replied, regaining his composure and feigning unfamiliarity with the woman before him. Shaoling, it does not matter that you do not recognize me. You only need to know that I am your betrothed. Your legs have yet to heal, correct? If you help me free myself, I will ensure your treatment upon our arrival in Ganliang County. Lin Yi smiled charmingly at Pei Shaoling. Xiao Qiqi, feeling displeased, interjected. Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? My husband does not know you. How can you claim to be his betrothed? What? You're Shaoling's wife? You're not dead? Lin Yi scrutinized Qiao Qiqi, her voice sharp with accusation. In an instant, Qiao Qiqi realized that the plot of this narrative had truly unraveled. This female protagonist had, indeed, been reborn. What madness was this? Why must I perish? Has this woman lost her senses? With her arms crossed defiantly, Qiao Qiqi coldly addressed her. Impossible, impossible. Shaoling, your wife should have long since met her demise. This woman is certainly an impostor. Lin Yi, seated on the ground with her bound hands, pointed an accusatory finger at Qiao Qiqi while directing her words at Pei Shaoling. Then, her expression softened. Shaoling, you must believe me. I am truly your betrothed, the one you once would have done anything for. Her words trailed off, abruptly transforming into a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It turned out that Qiao Qiqi, noticing Lin Yi's finger pointed at her nose, had stepped forward, pressing Lin Yi's hands to the ground for an intimate encounter with the earth. You release me. Lin Yi glared fiercely at Qiao Qiqi, then turned tearfully to Pei Shaoling. Shaoling, will you allow this madwoman to bully me? Qiao Qiqi glanced back at Pei Shaoling, locking eyes with him momentarily. Subsequently, she bent down, grasping the ropes binding Lin Yi's feet, dragging her toward the rear of the carriage. As Qiao Qiqi abruptly lifted Lin Yi's feet, her dress slid down to her waist, nearly exposing her. Qiao Qiqi caught sight of the pink thong beneath the dress and couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise. Unlike ancient women who typically wore long trousers beneath their skirts, this one was clad in modern-style underwear. Ah, what are you doing? Let go of me. Lin Yi screamed in terror, struggling desperately to free herself from Qiao Qiqi's grasp. Chapter 82. Are you also reborn? Since taking up martial arts, Qiao Qiqi had gained considerable strength. Regardless of Lin Yi's frantic struggles, she remained unfazed as she dragged Lin Yi towards the back of the carriage. As Lin Yi was pulled along, her body scraped painfully against the ground. With a pitiful look, she turned to Pei Shaoling. Shaoling, save me. I can help you stand. I am the divine healer of Yaowang Valley. Unfortunately, Pei Shaoling, seated in his wooden wheelchair, merely observed her in silence. Thus, Lin Yi was dragged away from the crowd like a discarded object. After whispering to Enlei, Pei Shaoling began to turn his wheelchair in Qiao Qiqi's direction. Lin Yi's chest burned from the rough ground, and filled with rage, she shouted back, "You mad woman, let me go." Qiao Qiqi ignored her, continuing to drag her until they were 2,000 meters away from the carriage. At this point, Lin Yi felt a searing pain, likely from scraped skin. Spotting Pei Shaoling pushing his wheelchair closer, she quickly called out, "Shaoling, I am truly your betrothed. Please save me." Finally, Qiao Qiqi lowered Lin Yi's feet, awaiting Pei Shaoling's arrival. "Shaoling, this woman disregarded the lives of your family. Her survival now surely indicates that someone is impersonating her. You must believe me." Lin Yi gazed at Pei Shaoling with tear-streaked cheeks, her expression reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Alas, the night was too dark. No one was there to appreciate her performance. Pei Shaoling and Qiao Qiqi stood silently, observing her. In an attempt to gain Pei Shaoling's trust, Lin Yi continued, "Shaoling, you must believe me. I have been waiting here for you. I wish to inform you that King Yi is not a good person. He aspires to become the Emperor of Daeong." And then, Pei Shaoling inquired softly, "Are you a good person? Do you not also wish to emulate Wu Zetian and become the queen of this realm? Shaoling, I tell you, you will one day become the regent of Deqian. At that time, I will assist you in becoming the ruler of this world." "How do you know about Wu Zetian?" Lin Yi's voice carried an air of disbelief. "Shaoling, are you also reborn?" "Indeed." Pei Shaoling regarded her calmly. He slowly rose from his wooden wheelchair. "Do you recall how you once manipulated me and then turned against me? Do you remember how you plunged that long sword in my chest?" Despite the accusatory nature of his words, his tone was as casual as if he were merely inquiring whether Lin Yi had eaten that day. However, Lin Yi, still on the ground, was increasingly alarmed. Your legs have healed? How is that possible? There is nothing impossible. You're not the only skilled healer in this world, Pei Xiaoling replied indifferently. Xiaoling, I am truly sorry. It was my fault for believing King Yi's words. Can you forgive me? Lin Yi shook her head helplessly. You are no different from King Yi. You desire to be the queen of this world, while he wishes to be the emperor of Daong. Qiao Qiqi interjected, her voice tinged with exasperation. You, be quiet. I am speaking with Xiaoling. Do not interrupt. Lin Yi snapped at Qiao Qiqi. Qiao Qiqi retorted, this woman is currently a prisoner. Does she not possess any self-awareness? Without hesitation, she advanced and delivered a swift kick to Lin Yi's chest, then retreated to continue her observation. You, how dare you? Lin Yi, furious and anxious after being knocked to the ground, turned to Pei Xiaoling. Xiaoling, it was my fault. I now understand that you are the one I love most. Will you forgive me? Am I truly the one you love most? Are you certain your greatest love is not yourself? Pei Xiaoling gazed down at her, his eyes devoid of warmth. What intrigues me is why you were reborn. After you killed me, what transpired? At that time, King Yi promised me the position of empress, and so I acted against you. However, upon returning to Daong from Deqian, he had already married the general's daughter. He claimed I was merely a commoner without any background, unworthy of becoming the empress of Daong. Lin Yi's voice was laced with bitterness. I did so much for him. Why did he ultimately have to kill me? Beside them, Qiao Qiqi was left utterly bewildered. What is this? Isn't the original story titled The Clever Little Medical Concubine of the Proud Prince? Why does it sound like a different ending? Or has the author completely lost the plot? As the charming little medical consort of the prince, she is undoubtedly a prominent female lead. Yet, how did a general's daughter ultimately ascend to power? Nevertheless, she remained silent, quietly standing by, indulging in the spectacle. This is far more captivating than any novel. Then, you were reborn, waiting for my arrival to rescue me once more? Pei Xiaoling's voice retained its calmness. Indeed, Xiaoling, it was only at the moment of my death that I comprehended your kindness towards me. Having been reborn, I intend to spend my life with you, if you will allow it. Lin Yi spoke with tender affection. I possess knowledge of many things, such as military strategies. I will assist you in conquering this great Yong and becoming the sovereign of this realm. Are you referring to Sun Tzu's Art of War? Interjected Qiao Qiqi from aside. Indeed, it is Sun Tzu's Art of War, Lin Yi affirmed, her expression suddenly filled with alarm. How do you know about the art of war? He guess, Qiao Qiqi replied, amusement dancing in her eyes. You're also a time traveler? Lin Yi's voice quivered with disbelief. How is that possible? A world can only have one time traveler, right? You have traversed into a character within this book. While I have crossed into the narrative itself, do you understand? Qiao Qiqi illuminated her with a flashlight. What? Are you saying that our current world is a book? Lin Yi's voice was laced with incredulity. What is that in your hand? A flashlight? Indeed, it is a flashlight, Qiao Qiqi replied softly. By the way, time travelers typically possess unique advantages. What is your special skill? I am a divine physician in this new identity, and I still retain a wealth of modern knowledge. Lin Yi stammered. You merely brought a few modern gadgets with you. What is there to be proud of? Pei Xiaoling, who had been listening to their conversation, remained silent. Qiao Qiqi smirked. True, there is little to boast about. However, the identity I have assumed is that of Xiaoling's first wife. A hint of indulgence appeared on Pei Xiaoling's face. He relished this remark. What do you have to be proud of? Let me tell you, you are unaware of how well Xiaoling treated me when we were together. He is also reborn, which means he remembers everything from our past. Right, Xiaoling? Lin Yi turned to Pei Xiaoling, her voice tinged with hope. Chapter 83. The death of Lin Yi. I am sorry, but I do not truly love you. The things I did for you in the past were compelled by an unseen force. They were not my genuine intentions. I did not love you as deeply as you imagined. Pei Xiaoling spoke coldly from aside. It was thanks to your sword piercing my heart that I was liberated from that force. How can this be possible? Lin Yi's voice was steeped in disbelief. You did so much for me in the past. How could you not love me? Suddenly, her tone turned sugary. Xiaoling, you are just saying that out of anger, aren't you? You still love me. And that unseen force is merely a fabrication, isn't it? Qiao Qiqi was utterly speechless. This woman, how did she even traverse time? Not only is she foolish, but also exceedingly arrogant. Pei Xiaoling had unequivocally conveyed to her that he no longer loved her. Yet, she obstinately clung to the belief that Pei Xiaoling still harbored feelings for her. In the past, from Lin Yi's perspective, she genuinely believed that Pei Xiaoling was infatuated with her to the point of desperation. Little did she realize, it was merely a figment of Lin Yi's imagination. At this moment, Pei Xiaoling's expression was dark, clearly indicating his desire to sever all ties with her. Thus, Lin Yi lay on the ground, pitifully pleading for Pei Xiaoling's forgiveness. "Xiaoling, will you forgive me? I truly cannot live without you." Suddenly, her voice came to an abrupt halt. Lin Yi stared incredulously at the soft sword embedded in her chest, then turned to Pei Xiaoling, who wielded it. You actually killed me?" Her voice was filled with confusion. "How could this be? I have been reborn. I should be rekindling our past love. So why would you choose to take my life?" "Enough." Pei Xiaoling coolly withdrew the sword from Lin Yi's chest. "I have told you, you hold no place in my heart." Lin Yi's disbelief was palpable. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the man before her. In the end, with a heart full of reluctance, she closed her eyes. Beside them, Qiao Qiqi was dumbfounded. What on earth? As the heroine of the original narrative, had Lin Yi met such an end? Xiaoling she. Qiao Qiqi turned to Pei Xiaoling, crouching down to check Lin Yi's breath. No pulse. At that moment, she felt as though she were in a dream, desperately seeking confirmation of reality. "Do not fear." Pei Xiaoling gently lifted Qiao Qiqi, embracing her as he softly spoke. From a moment she appeared. I recognized her as someone who had been reborn. Her existence posed a threat to our relationship. "So, you killed her for me?" A warm sensation enveloped Qiao Qiqi's heart. "Yes, also for my own sake. I wish for us to remain unencumbered by misunderstandings and conflicts. Qiqi, just remember that you are my only wife, my one true love." Pei Xiaoling's tone was earnest. Qiao Qiqi remained silent, holding him tightly in return. In truth, she had already prepared herself mentally. If Pei Xiaoling could not forget Lin Yi, she would gracefully depart when the time came. She was not the type to cling desperately. If he still held even a fragment of affection for Lin Yi, then he was unworthy of her love. However, Qiao Qiqi could never have anticipated that Pei Xiaoling would decisively resolve this predicament for her. Just as they embraced, the sky suddenly brightened with a flash of purple lightning. Pei Xiaoling frowned slightly. "Let's return." "What about her?" Qiao Qiqi asked, glancing at Lin Yi's lifeless body on the ground. "I will have him lay and the others handle it shortly." Pei Xiaoling settled back into his wheelchair, while Qiao Qiqi gently pushed him toward the carriage. Meanwhile, the members of the Pei family's second and third branches, along with the Zhao family, trembled in silence, too afraid to speak. They had witnessed Qiao Qiqi drag away the woman who had claimed to be Pei Xiaoling's betrothed. Yet, astonishingly, no one intervened. If we were to offend her similarly, would we meet the same fate? Sitting on the ground, the second and third uncles of the Pei family gazed into the distance, seemingly deep in contemplation. Soon, Qiao Qiqi returned to the carriage with Pei Xiaoling. After Enlai carried Pei Xiaoling and his wooden wheelchair back onto the carriage, he went to handle Lin Yi's remains. "Linger, who was that woman just now? Why did she claim to be your fiancé, Yi? Mother has not arranged any other engagements for you." Pei's mother inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "Mother, that woman is simply mad. There's no need to concern ourselves with her," Pei Xiaoling gently reassured. "You must be exhausted from the journey. I can see you've grown weary. Let's find a place to rest for a couple of days in the upcoming Ganliang County before we continue on." "Very well," Pei's mother replied, silenced by his words. Genuinely believing that Lin Yi was quite unwell, Pei Xiaoling tenderly grasped Qiao Qiqi's hand, softly saying, "My dear, do you still have those flour cakes from last time? I would love to have some." His voice carried a note of anticipation and a hint of childlike sweetness. Sweetness? Qiao Qiqi thought she misheard, glancing up at Pei Xiaoling. To her surprise, his handsome face bore a trace of bashfulness characteristic of a young boy. "Oh my!" Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. "Qiqi, Xiaoling has loved sweet treats since childhood." Pei's mother explained quietly, observing their interaction. "All right, let me see. Qiao Qiqi pretended to rummage through her belongings and then retrieved a box of flour cakes from her space. This box, adorned with a traditional wooden design, contained 8 pieces. She casually prepared to place the box in Pei Xiaoling's lap. "My dear, I want you to feed me," Pei Xiaoling said with a smile, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Qiao Qiqi's cheeks flushed crimson. She awkwardly glanced at Pei's mother and the observing Pei Shuer. Pei's mother, equally embarrassed, felt a deep urge to avert her gaze. "Shuer, would you like to relieve yourself? Mother will take you," she hastily suggested, escorting Shuer down from the carriage, leaving Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling alone together. Not to mention, there was still the unconscious Pei Xiaoan leaning against the carriage. "My dear, now that Mother and the others have gone, can you feed me?" Pei Xiaoling asked playfully, a smile dancing in his voice. But, Qiao Qiqi hesitated, almost retorting that he had hands of his own. Yet, gazing at his enchanting visage, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. "Very well. Considering he just resolved that troublesome matter with Linyi for me, I shall oblige," she decided. Gently, Qiao Qiqi opened the wooden box containing the flour cakes and picked one up to feed Pei Xiaoling. "How fragrant, just like my dear," he remarked softly, his face alight with joy. Confused, Qiao Qiqi glanced at herself. Where is the resemblance? Although she had taken the opportunity to refresh herself in a supermarket restroom during the day and changed her clothes to air them out, she dealt with the smoke and oil daily. Shouldn't she carry the scent of the kitchen? How could she possibly smell like flour cakes? Qiao Qiqi gazed at him in bewilderment, her eyes filled with confusion. Chapter 84, Gongliang Post Station. "Silly girl," Pei Xiaoling chuckled, drawing her into his embrace. "Have you never heard the saying? Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I say you smell delightful. Thus you are delightful." Startled by his sudden embrace, Qiao Qiqi recalled that the shower gel she used daily was indeed the finest brand available at the supermarket. "You must be referring to the fragrance of my shower gel, which contains floral notes," she explained softly. "If you like, I could let you try it tomorrow during my day off." Would it be permissible for my dear wife to bathe me? After all, I find myself in a state of utter helplessness," Pei Xiaoling replied, laughter dancing in his voice. "Bathe you? So you would sit in the tub while I stand outside?" She mused. "Very well." Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, her cheeks flushed. After all, he had seen her in her entirety. She was equally curious about what lay beneath his garments. It seemed a fair exchange. Before long, Lei returned. Pei Mu reappeared with Pei Shuer in their carriage. Qiao Qiqi handed the remaining flour cakes to Pei Mu and Pei Shuer, keeping the rest nestled in Pei Xiaoling's arms. "Shuer, do take this." Pei Xiaoling presented all the flour cakes in his hands to Pei Shuer. "You have always had a fondness for sweets since childhood. These remaining ones are for you." Pei Shuer glanced at Qiao Qiqi and shook her head, declining the offer. "Shuer, your elder brother has given them to you. You should accept." Noticing the young girl's shyness, Qiao Qiqi spoke softly. After all, she had plenty in her own storage, and it mattered little if he wished to share with his sister. Upon hearing Qiao Qiqi, the young girl joyfully accepted, saying, "Thank you, elder brother, thank you, elder sister." The carriage swiftly traversed the narrow path, entering the territory of Gongliang County. Ahead, an expansive plain unfolded, rendering the previously encountered majestic mountains invisible. After 2 days of travel, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of Gongliang County as dusk approached. 20 more miles ahead, there is a post station. Shall we go there first before entering the county? Officer Qin Lauder displayed a hint of relief on his face as he surveyed the bustling Gongliang County. He had feared it might be as troublesome as Yuzhou City. "Is there truly a post station here?" Lei nodded, glancing at Pei Xiaoling. "If that is the case, let us head to the post station first. Everyone is weary from the journey. We shall rest there for a couple of days." "That sounds agreeable. You are in charge." Officer Qin Lauer replied keenly. At that moment, the father-son duo, Gut Changsheng, stepped forward to bid farewell. "We thank you all, but my son and I shall not accompany you to Gongliang Post Station. We will proceed directly into the city." Officer Qin Lauer nodded after casting a glance at Qiao Qiqi in the carriage. During the past 2 days, she had inquired much about Gongliang County from Gu Changsheng. With his departure, she did not attempt to dissuade him. Leaving the city gate behind, The group continued toward the direction of Ganliang Post Station, which lay 20 miles north of the county along the official road. After more than half an hour, the group arrived and the daylight gradually faded. However, upon reaching the inn, they found the main gate wide open. Inside, a chaotic scene unfolded, yet there was no sign of the courier or the station master. What could have happened? The ground was strewn with disarrayed garments and broken furniture, leaving everyone bewildered. Was the Ganliang Post Station robbed? Officer Qin, familiar with the surroundings, led the group to a side entrance, guiding the carriage and its frame into the inn. Qiao Qiqi stepped down from the carriage, surveying the modest establishment. It was slightly larger than the post station in Taiping town, yet still constructed of wood. At that moment, she keenly noticed a patch of straw moving in the stable, as if someone were hidden within. Cautiously, she approached, a dagger concealed within her sleeve. Unexpectedly, Pei Xiaoling softly called out to her, "My dear, come here." Qiao Qiqi turned to look at Pei Xiaoling. Anil, on the other hand, stepped forward, intending to investigate the straw pile. Just as Qiao Qiqi moved towards Pei Xiaoling, a figure suddenly sprang from the straw, lunging directly at her. Sensing the noise behind her, she quickly shifted her position with agility and appeared before Pei Xiaoling, while Anil delivered a swift kick, sending the figure back into the straw. It was then that they discerned the figure was a boy, approximately 14 or 15 years of age. He bore an unremarkable appearance, dressed in courier attire, his eyes filled with animosity as he glared at the group. "Who are you? Why were you hiding in that straw pile? What has happened here?" Officer Qin stepped forward, seizing the boy by the collar. "Umph. You ask as if you don't already know," the boy retorted, turning his head away, his face etched with anger. The group was left in a state of confusion. What on earth transpired? Seeing the boy's reluctance to speak, Anil stepped in. "I will handle this. You all find somewhere to rest for now." Qiao Qiqi, speechless, nudged Pei Xiaoling towards the inn's guest rooms. Behind them followed Pei's mother and the rest of the family. Pei Xiaoming carried the unconscious Pei Xiaoan, followed by members of the second and third branches of the Pei family and the Zhao family. Bringing up the rear were Officer Qin and Anil. The inn featured numerous guest rooms, and Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling were assigned a private chamber. "You all rest first. I will prepare some food," Qiao Qiqi said, unloading items from the wheelbarrow. She glanced at the adjacent room, where Pei's mother and the still unconscious Pei Xiaoan lay before returning to her room and speaking softly to Pei Xiaoling. "My dear, you should rest too." Pei Xiaoling shook his head. "Let us cook later." "Very well." Qiao Qiqi nodded, wiping the sweat from her brow. The weather was growing increasingly hot. "I wonder if the well here still has water. In this heat, a bowl of porridge would be delightful," Pei Xiaoling murmured. "It's all right. I can fetch water. If you desire porridge, I shall prepare it shortly." Qiao Qiqi suddenly recalled the unconscious Pei Xiaoan. The poison within him remained, and the antidote could only suppress its effect for a month. What would they do then? No worries, there should still be a few antidotes left within Lei, left behind by Elder Ruan. They should be able to suppress the poison as well. However, how can you be certain that the antidote will effectively counteract the toxin within Xiaoan? Qiao Qiqi inquired, her expression one of confusion. One must not take medicine recklessly. She well understood that. Pei Xiaoling gently elucidated. Elder Ruan's master is the greatest physician in the land, and Elder Ruan has inherited all his teachings. The antidote was painstakingly developed by Elder Ruan over several decades. "Oh, I hope that is indeed the case." Qiao Qiqi nodded softly, wondering if Governor Lin had arrived in the capital by now. She hoped he would hand over the prescription to Elder Ruan, so that Elder Ruan could expedite the creation of the antidote. Chapter 85. A terrifying encounter. Rest assured, with Elder Ruan's medical prowess, he will surely develop the antidote swiftly. Pei Xiaoling reassured her softly. "By the way, my husband, when you encountered Lin Yi just now, did you feel something peculiar?" This question had been on Qiao Qiqi's mind for 2 days, and she had been waiting for the right moment to voice it. "No, at that time, I did not sense the power from my past life, but..." He paused for a moment, deep in thought. "But what?" Qiao Qiqi gazed at him with curiosity, eagerly awaiting his next words. Just then, Enlane knocked and entered. After glancing at Qiao Qiqi, he reported to Pei Xiaoling, "Master, the young man has confessed." It is said that a group of county officials came to the inn yesterday looking for a girl based on her portrait. And then, Qiao Qiqi asked softly. They did not find her and ended up taking all the people at the inn. The boy was clever. He hid in a pile of hay and was not captured. Lei explained quietly. County officials apprehending the inn staff? Qiao Qiqi expressed her confusion. Isn't this akin to the flood sweeping through the Dragon King's temple, where kin capture kin? However, the young man said that the officials appeared unfamiliar, so I surmise they may have been imposters. Lei scratched his head, speaking earnestly. Indeed, you have begun to think critically. You are no longer as you were before. Pei Xiaoling nodded in approval. I understand now. You may leave. We will not concern ourselves with the inn's affairs. We shall rest for 2 days before departing. But what if they return? Lei hesitated, continuing to inquire. No matter. We shall act accordingly when the time comes. You may go now. Pei Xiaoling had no intention of involving himself in the inn's trivial matters. There are far too many occurrences in this world for him to manage, nor does he wish to. Once Lei departed, Qiao Qiqi pressed further. But what? However, after she passed away, a purple lightning bolt appeared in the sky. Did you notice? Pei Xiaoling asked, resting his chin on his right hand. Yes. It was merely a fleeting glimpse. What of it? Qiao Qiqi did not place much significance on that flash of lightning, considering it just a brief occurrence. That purple lightning must be a warning from the heavens. Pei Xiaoling mused. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently. It seems that had I taken action against Lin Yi, then that lightning would have struck me directly, would it not? However, it was precisely because it was Pei Xiaoling who took action that the heavenly path merely issued him a warning. After all, he is destined to become the great antagonist of the future. He would never perish on this road of exile. Realizing this, Qiao Qiqi ceased her concerns regarding the heavenly path. She turned to Pei Xiaoling and inquired whether he desired some porridge. I shall check the kitchen and prepare some. As long as it is made by you, my dear, I shall relish it, Pei Xiaoling replied with a smile. Qiao Qiqi felt a flush of warmth rise to her ears as she turned and made her way outside in search of the kitchen of the Ganliang post station. The Ganliang post station was quite similar to that of Taiping Town, featuring a 2-story main building at the front with side rooms adjoining it. However, the number of side rooms here was considerably greater than those in Taiping Town. Qiao Qiqi swiftly located the kitchen nestled between the main building and the eastern wing, easily guided by the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the air. At that moment, Officer Qin, known as the Second, approached, intending to procure some food for the prisoners. Drawn by the delicious scent from the kitchen, the two exchanged puzzled glances. After all, the post station's couriers had been captured. How could the kitchen still be preparing food? It was not until Qiao Qiqi opened the kitchen door that she was met with a horrific sight. Her face turned pale as she staggered back several steps. Officer Qin, in utter shock, collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. In a large pot of the kitchen, a massive steamer was in use. The lid had been removed, revealing a young maiden sitting atop it. The mouth-watering aroma emanated from this very source. Qiao Qiqi regretted her decision. She possessed her own pots and pans. She could have easily made her own meal. Why had she ventured into the kitchen, struggling to cast aside the ghastly image she had just witnessed? She stumbled back to her room with Pei Xiaoling. My dear, what troubles you? Pei Xiaoling, reclining on the communal bed, noticed her distressed demeanor and hurriedly rose to inquire. There's a person being steamed in the kitchen, Qiao Qiqi gasped, finally feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Pei Xiaoling, as she recounted the chilling encounter. What? A person being steamed in the kitchen? Who? Pei Xiaoling furrowed his brow in confusion. I do not know. She was a girl of tender years, and it was utterly terrifying. Qiao Qiqi placed a hand over her racing heart. Even though she had once taken a life herself, she could not fathom the scene before her. Pei Xiaoling stepped closer, enveloping her in his embrace and gently stroking her back in a soothing gesture. After a considerable time, Qiao Qiqi's heart gradually began to settle. Once calm, a wave of profound curiosity washed over her. Why would they resort to steaming a person in times of disaster? Cannibalism is not uncommon. Pei Xiaoling's eyes flickered with sorrow. Do you know how Shu'er perished in my past life? I do not. It was not written in the book. Qiao Qiqi gently shook her head. In my previous life, there were no earthquakes or similar calamities. Yet, Shu'er was cruelly roasted before my eyes by a band of marauders who appeared from nowhere. Pei Xiaoling's voice trembled with emotion, although I was unconscious at the time. I was still aware of the events unfolding around me. Those brutes flaunted their heinous acts right before me. Later, after consuming Shu'er, he even insulted my mother. A crimson hue gradually gathered in his eyes, revealing a hint of madness. Xiao Un and Xiao Ming were also slain amidst the chaos, cut down by reckless blades. Unable to endure the humiliation, my mother leapt from the cliff to her demise. Qiao Qiqi felt a pang in her heart as she listened. These were events unwritten. Little did she expect that the Pei family's main house in her previous life met such a tragic end. No wonder Pei Xiaoling turned into a malevolent antagonist in his past. She gently embraced Pei Xiaoling, assuring him that it was all over, that everything had passed. After all, were not her parents still alive and well? Yes. Indeed, my dear, it is thanks to your early awakening that these tragedies have been averted. Pei Xiaoling held her tightly, expressing his gratitude. My dear, thank you. Qiao Qiqi, filled with compassion for the man before her, felt her eyes moisten slightly. Pei Xiaoling lowered his head to savor the faintly sweet allure of Qiao Qiqi's lips. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in his affection. In that moment, the atmosphere of the room was suffused with warmth, a silence more eloquent than words. Just as Qiao Qiqi was about to be overwhelmed by the kiss, an unwelcome voice intruded. Enlai burst into the room, exclaiming, "Master, a group of officials has arrived at the inn." Chapter 86. Eliminate them. He then noticed the two in each other's embrace. It was over. Enlai's face displayed unease as he quietly explained, I saw your door was ajar." Qiao Qiqi, feeling bashful, sought refuge in Pei Xiaoling's arms. Pei Xiaoling gazed at his subordinate in disbelief. He had just praised him for his cleverness, yet, "You go out first and close the door." Pei Xiaoling, having not fully comprehended his previous words, directed him to exit. However, Qiao Qiqi had understood. "Husband, he just mentioned a group of officials. No worries. With me here, you need not fret." Pei Xiaoling reassured her. "You go to your mother's side and prepare the meal. Enlai and I will handle this." Qiao Qiqi softly acquiesced and made her way to the adjacent room where Pei's mother resided. Pei Xiaoling changed into black and silver garments, donned a black mask, and stealthily slipped outside. The sky had already darkened. Clad in black, he melded with the night, standing atop the inn unnoticed. At the entrance of the inn, 2 orange lanterns hung high. A group of officials in county attire stood at the door, blades drawn, confronting an heir Shizi who stood defiantly at the entrance. "Who are you? How dare you appear here?" the leading official demanded of an heir Shizi. Though his expression remained impassive, an heir Shizi's voice dripped with disdain. "What do you want? Are you trying to intimidate us with your numbers? I am not one to be easily frightened." At that moment, Enlai stepped forward, stating, "We have come from the capital as officials escorting exiled prisoners. Do you have business here?" Enlai's tone was calm, yet bore an air of authority. The leader barked, "No, a murder has occurred here. No one can stay. You must leave at once." "Leave? It is dark now. Where do you expect us to go?" Enlai raised an eyebrow. "This inn is designated for officials in transit to rest. Why should we not be allowed to stay?" "I said you cannot stay. You need to leave quickly." The leading county official brandished a waist knife, threatening Enlai, "If you do not depart at once, we shall apprehend you all." "Huh, then come try," retorted an heir Shizi with a disdainful tone. The atmosphere crackled with impending conflict. At that moment, Pei Xiaoling, perched atop the rooftop, noticed the distinctive black long boots worn by the officials below, raising an intrigued brow. He was well acquainted with that particular style. Only the Imperial Guard Prince donned such footwear. Enlai, eliminate them. They are not the officials of Ganliang County. Leave but one alive. Pei Xiaoling transmitted his command telepathically to Enlai, his internal energy surging. Enlai's ears perked up. He swiftly drew his flexible sword and lunged at the officials. Observing this, an heir Shizi also unsheathed his dagger and plunged into the fray. The 2 assassins unleashed their lethal prowess, and the guards of the Imperial Guard were utterly outmatched. swiftly falling lifeless to the ground. Only one, a diminutive figure, whose face bore an expression of terror, began to retreat frantically. Enlai positioned his long sword against the man's throat, rendering him immobile with fear. Pei Xiaoling then leapt from the rooftop commanding an heir Shizi, search them. Yes. In no time, an heir Shizi uncovered a portrait from the lead official. He unfolded it and presented it to Pei Xiaoling. Pei Xiaoling, masked, scrutinized the image, which depicted none other than Lin Yi. With a voice aged and gravelly, he inquired of the sole survivor, "You are from the Imperial Guard of the capital, are you not? How do you know?" The man replied, bewildered. Disregarding his question, Pei Xiaoling continued, "Prince Yi dispatched you to seek this woman in the portrait. Did he not?" "Why, yes," the man stammered, casting a glance at the portrait. "Do you know who this woman is?" Pei Xiaoling asked softly, already suspecting Prince Yi's intentions regarding Lin Yi. The old emperor was gravely ill, and Prince Yi sought to demonstrate filial piety before him. In a past life, he had found Lin Yi and brought her back to the capital to heal the emperor, securing the crown prince's position for himself. Now, with Lin Yi deceased and his own envoy long sent to the capital, why was he still in search of her? Yes, she is the divine physician from Yaoang Valley. The prince commanded us to bring her back to the capital. The man confessed in a hushed tone. And when did you leave the capital to arrive in Ganliang County? Pei Xiaoling pressed further. 2 months ago. The prince heard the divine physician had appeared in this vicinity and instructed us to search for her. The man, desperate for his life, divulged everything. Pei Xiaoling nodded slightly and exchanged a knowing glance with Enlai. Understanding the silent signal, Enlai tightened his grip on his sword. The man's eyes widened in shock as a crimson line appeared upon his neck, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Dispose of the bodies. Pei Xiaoling instructed the two before striding toward the kitchen of the inn. He had performed similar grim tasks in his past life. In his quest for vengeance against the imperial family of Deqian, he had almost eradicated them entirely. Meanwhile, the official, Qin Lauer, remained pale and slumped on the ground, overwhelmed by the stench permeating the air. Pei Xiaoling furrowed his brow slightly, muttering under his breath, "Useless." He silently expressed his sarcasm, his countenance unwavering as he gazed at the young girl atop the steamer. Subsequently, with a forceful wave of his hand, the girl transformed into a mass of shapeless cooked meat within the steamer. "Quickly, clean this place up." Pei Xiaoling spoke to Qin Laudi, who was on the ground. Upon witnessing the once lively girl morph into a large mound of meat paste, Qin Laudi finally sighed in relief. Trembling, he rose from the floor and began to tidy the kitchen. Meanwhile, unaware of the events outside, Qiao Qiqi returned to her and Pei Xiaoling's room with pots and pans and commenced cooking porridge. In the supermarket, she procured black rice, retrieved a box of preserved eggs from the shelf, and chopped some minced meat. When Pei Xiaoling returned, a fragrant pot of preserved egg and lean meat porridge was just finished. Qiao Qiqi also took a roasted duck from the supermarket's roast duck section, still warm, and began to chop it into pieces. "You're back. Perfect timing for dinner." While cooking, Qiao Qiqi had completely cast aside the earlier scene. She smiled brightly at Pei Xiaoling, adorned in his black and silver attire. "You should change your clothes first. I'll go next door to call Mother and the others for dinner." "Yes, thank you, my dear." Pei Xiaoling nodded gently. Soon, the family gathered harmoniously to enjoy their dinner. Qiao Qiqi saved some for Enlai and the others, asking Pei Xiaoming to deliver it to their quarters. "Mother, shall we stay tomorrow? Would you like to accompany Shuer to Ganliang County for a stroll?" Qiao Qiqi inquired with a beaming smile. "Never mind, it's 20 miles away, too far for me. I'd rather stay at this inn and make some clothes." Pei Mu gently shook her head. "As for you, my husband, will you go?" Qiao Qiqi inquired with a charming smile at Pei Xiaoling. Chapter 87. The Benevolent Hall dispenses medicine after several days of travel. The rice and flour on the unicycle had nearly been consumed. If they did not make a trip to the county town, the subsequent journey would be difficult to conceal. "Do you wish for me to accompany you, my dear?" Pei Xiaoling smirked, looking at Qiao Qiqi. "Of course. We haven't had a proper outing together yet." Qiao Qiqi smiled at him, playfully offering him a piece of roasted duck. "Very well, as you wish." Pei Xiaoling nodded gently. After finishing dinner, Qiao Qiqi began to clear the dishes while Pei Mu took Pei Shuer back to the adjacent room to rest. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Qiao Qiqi rose early to prepare breakfast. After everyone had eaten, they prepared to head to Ganliang County. The courier is absent. We need to go to the county town to seek the magistrate's signature for the clearance documents. May I ask which brave soul will accompany me? Officer Qin Laudi inquired of Enlai and an heir Shizi present. I will go prepare meals for those prisoners. You can find me in the inn's kitchen once you've made your arrangements. With that, he turned and exited the door. How about I go? It's been a while since I've had a chance to explore. Pei Xiaoming volunteered, raising his hand. No, you cannot go. Your temperament is too erratic. You are likely to cause trouble. Pei Xiaoling unflinchingly rejected him. Perhaps I should go instead? Enlai scratched his head and suggested. Pei Xiaoling glanced at Enlai and an heir Shizi, nodding gently. Very well, you may proceed. He then turned his attention to an heir Shizi, stating, from this day forth, you shall be known as an Xian. With the elements of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, the cosmos is in balance. With the demise of Infeng and in Yu, and the previous promotions of Tian and in Di, it follows that you now embody in Xian. Yes, and Xian quickly knelt on one knee, expressing gratitude for the bestowed name. In the Yinyu Tower, there exists an unwritten rule that any name given by the master signifies one becoming an elite assassin of the tower. Rise, Pei Xiaoling commanded. After my wife and I depart, you must safeguard my family. Understood. I shall wholeheartedly protect the old lady and the young master and miss. And Xian affirmed before rising and standing aside. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi waited for everyone to finish their meal before she began to clear the table of bowls and chopsticks. Once she had tidied up, she handed several beef buns to Pei Xiaoming. At noon, we may not return in time, so make do with these buns. Thank you. Elder sister-in-law. Pei Xiaoming quickly accepted, recognizing that even though she referred to it as making do, it was indeed quite a fine meal. By the way, the well at this inn has not run dry. Make sure to gather more water into the water bags while you can, Qiao Qiqi advised, noting that this inn was the only source of water along their journey. Yes, elder sister-in-law, I understand. Pei Xiaoming nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Qiao Qiqi also handed him her own water bag, saying, please clean this and refill it for me. In truth, Qiao Qiqi had an ample supply of bottled water in her space. However, to share it with everyone, she needed a plausible reason to take it out. The well at the inn provided the perfect excuse for utilizing her stored water along their journey. Perhaps, elder sister-in-law, you could check in Ganliang County for any shops selling water bags. We could purchase a few more to hang on the horses. Pei Xiaoming suggested. Certainly. I will take a look. Qiao Qiqi nodded lightly, glancing at Pei Xiaoling, who sat in his wooden wheelchair. Darling, shall we be on our way? Indeed, Pei Xiaoling replied, maneuvering his wheelchair towards the door, with Qiao Qiqi following closely behind. Ah, Xiaoming, we shall be walking this time. Please help feed the 3 horses, Qiao Qiqi instructed. We will manage with the little donkey pulling the unicycle. Understood, Pei Xiaoming readily agreed, finding it better to keep busy than to remain idle. Qiao Qiqi led the little donkey from the stable and harnessed it to the unicycle. The donkey was well behaved, likely due to previous hardships, and did not exhibit the stubbornness typical of donkeys in her memory. After feeding it an apple, she guided the donkey to the side entrance of the inn. Soon, Enlai arrived, pushing Pei Xiaoling along with the constable, Qin Laonian. The group then set off toward the city of Ganliang County. After more than half an hour's journey, the 4 finally arrived at the city gate. There were no guards or fees at the gate, which was bustling with activity as local farmers and refugees from the south moved freely in and out. The county magistrate certainly had a grand vision. Qiao Qiqi lamented that in an ordinary county, refugees would have long been prohibited from entering the city, consuming the resources of the entire Ganliang County. However, after uttering these words, she herself felt a sense of peculiarity. Pei Xiaoling and the others knitted their brows in confusion. It was strange. Why would the county magistrate permit such a multitude of refugees to enter the city? Even a typically unthinking Enlai found it odd, as most counties would charge an entry fee, yet no such fee was being collected here. The group standing at the city gate began to irritate the refugees behind them. Hey, Are you going to enter the city or not? Don't block the way. One of them exclaimed. Yes, if you're not going in, step aside. We need to hurry to the Ganliang Compassion Hall to wait for the benevolent to administer medicine and porridge. A woman holding a child added. Ganliang Compassion Hall? Medicine? Qiao Chi raised an eyebrow and inquired of the woman, Sister, did you say this county has a compassion hall that offers free medicine? Indeed. We heard that a great benefactor in Ganliang County is doing good deeds, which is why we traveled a long distance to come here. The woman nodded, adding, I heard that the benefactor has cultivated thousands of acres of fertile land, and those willing to stay at the compassion hall to farm can have food and shelter provided. Shoo! Such a wonderful opportunity should not be disclosed to too many people. A nearby refugee gestured for the woman to be quiet, then surged past them into the county. Free medicine, food, and shelter? Is such a thing truly possible? Having experienced the events in Yuzhou City concerning the medicine men, Qiao Chi felt a strong aversion to the notion of receiving treatment. Let us proceed to purchase what we need, Pei Shaoling said, sensing something was amiss as he addressed Enlai and the official Qin Laoi. You go sign the clearance documents. We shall meet at the city gate shortly. Understood. We shall take our leave first. Enlai replied with a slight nod, looking toward Qin Laoi. Let us head to the county office. As the two hastily departed, Qiao Chi followed closely behind Pei Shaoling, who maneuvered his wheelchair forward. On the street, groups of refugees were whispering among themselves, searching for something. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Come quickly, the Compassion Hall is administering medicine and porridge. If you're late, there will be none left. Consequently, a throng of people surged forward like wild horses bolting in that direction. Chapter 88. The peculiar Ganliang County Qiao Chi stood in silent disbelief, watching the wave of humanity before her, remaining rooted in place. She then noticed that even the shopkeeper nearby had closed his shop, intending to join the crowd. She grasped the Baozi vendor's arm. Are you abandoning your business? Why follow the crowd? Oh, it's not for fun. I'm going to seek medicine. The shopkeeper replied, a look of resignation on his face. Thankfully, those who run businesses are typically of a good temperament and did not take offense at Qiao Chi's outburst. Observing the surging crowd ahead, he calculated that he would likely miss out on medicine as well, and thus, his anxiety dissipated. Looking at Qiao Chi and Pei Shaoling, he sighed, you must be newcomers to this place. Yes, indeed. What kind of medicine is being administered at the Compassion Hall? Qiao Chi asked, her curiosity piqued. 5 months ago, the people of Ganliang County began to experience inexplicable headaches, which were so excruciating that one would wish for death. The owner of the bun shop sighed softly. Initially, the local herbalist could prescribe some remedies to alleviate the pain. However, as time passed, even those doctors found themselves at a loss. And what of the benevolent clinic? Qiao Chi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, ever since the Ganliang Clinic opened 3 months ago and began providing free medication daily, the headache affliction in our county has greatly improved. The bun shop owner expressed his relief, crediting the noble benefactor, Master Shi, for saving the citizens of our town. Is there a chance for a complete cure? Qiao Chi inquired softly. Master Shi indicated that the headaches were a consequence of our local climate, and once they manifested, they were difficult to heal. Thus, he administers pain-relieving medicines daily to ensure our normal lives. The bun shop owner explained before glancing ahead. I'll see if I can still get a bowl. He added hastily before departing. Husband, do you find Ganliang County peculiar? Qiao Chi observed the crowd ahead and the shuttered shops lining the streets. It is indeed strange. Pei Shaoling pondered, noting how abruptly the headache epidemic had struck the people of Ganliang County. Do you think someone has poisoned them? Qiao Chi speculated quietly, though the timeline does not align. The affliction began 5 months ago, while Master Shi only arrived 3 months ago to provide treatment. Moreover, if he is administering medicine, it cannot be for monetary gain. Why then would he go to such lengths to poison the citizens of Ganliang County? It simply does not add up. Her face was a canvas of confusion, her eyes filled with perplexity. Your theory holds some merit. However, perhaps these so-called benefactors are not motivated by greed. Pei Shaoling gazed at the thrumming mass of people before them. What they might truly need is companionship. Companionship? Are there enough farmers to cultivate the available land? Qiao Qiqi found the clinic's motives increasingly enigmatic. Or, indeed, the entirety of Ganliang County appeared exceedingly strange. With the ongoing drought, the field we passed had already begun to crack. How could anything be planted without water? Pei Xiaoling's lips curled into a slight smirk, his gaze icy as he looked ahead. It seemed that Ganliang County harbored its own troubles. What shall we do now? Qiao Qiqi asked, surveying the shuttered shops around her. My dear, we need not concern ourselves with the affairs of Ganliang County. Find a secluded spot, transform some rice and flour, and wait for Anlei and the others to return at the city gate. Pei Xiaoling suggested after a moment of thought. Very well. Qiao Qiqi glanced around before leading the little donkey into the nearest alleyway. She was naturally disinclined to meddle in others' affairs, no matter how peculiar Ganliang County might be. It was of no concern to her. Just as she entered the alley to retrieve the supplies she had previously scavenged in Yuzhou, a small figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Madam, please, I beg you to save my father. The young boy knelt before Qiao Qiqi, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. Upon closer inspection, Qiao Qiqi recognized him as Gu Changxing's son, whom they had encountered on the road. After receiving Qiao Qiqi's medicinal gift, he had awakened during their journey, thus recognizing her. Xiao Luo, didn't you and your father go to seek refuge with your grandfather? What has transpired? Qiao Qiqi inquired softly, noting his disheveled appearance. Quick, seize him. Hurry. The master has ordered that the boy must not escape Ganliang County. Came a voice from the end of the alley. The boy, startled by the sound, quickly rose and hid behind Pei Xiaoling's wooden wheelchair. At that moment, a group of menacing servants, clad in rough attire and wielding large blades, approached Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling. Step aside. Have you seen a child pass through here? No, replied Qiao Qiqi, leading her little donkey, her tone indifferent. You little lady, are you withholding the truth? The leading middle-aged man, with a cunning expression, scrutinized Qiao Qiqi. You must be from out of town, are you not? Have you brought your husband here for treatment? What I do is of no concern to you. Qiao Qiqi retorted coldly. Oh, you certainly have quite the temper, my dear. Brothers, this lady is quite a beauty. We should indulge ourselves before searching for that wretched boy. The leader leered at his companions. Indeed, it has been a while since we had female company. Boss, you go first. The henchmen laughed, brandishing their long knives. Hey, little lady, your useless husband surely cannot satisfy you, can he? Today, allow me to demonstrate my prowess. The lecherous man approached Qiao Qiqi, casually shedding his outer robe. In broad daylight, your audacity is remarkable. Qiao Qiqi remained unafraid, her sleeve concealing a cleaver, an implement used for butchering meat. She had previously wielded it against wolves. As she awaited the assailant's advance, poised for a decisive strike, Pei Xiaoling moved behind her. In an instant, the men before her stared blankly, and Pei Xiaoling resumed his position in the wooden wheelchair. Subsequently, crimson torrents erupted from the necks of the brutish servants. Frowning at the pool of blood, Qiao Qiqi remarked to Pei Xiaoling, "This place is far too filthy. Let us proceed to the main street." She then turned the donkey towards a thoroughfare. Upon entering another alleyway, she finally addressed the trembling boy, Gu Xiaoluo. Xiao Luo, didn't you and your father go to find your grandfather? How did I end up rescuing your father? Chapter 89. Gu Changsheng captured my father could not locate my grandfather. Neighbors nearby mentioned that my grandfather had taken my uncle's family to help cultivate the fields of the charity hall. Gu Xiaoluo bit his lip and explained. Thus, my father brought me to the charity hall to inquire about my grandfather's whereabouts. Unexpectedly. Unexpectedly what? Qiao Qiqi raised an eyebrow. To my astonishment, my father uncovered a significant secret of the benevolent hall. Unfortunately, as we were departing, we were inadvertently discovered, leading to my father's capture. The youth bit his lip, his eyes brimming with indignation. A secret? What secret? Qiao Qiqi inquired with curiosity. It seems to involve a conversation between that great benefactor, sure, and a man in a black robe, though I couldn't hear the specifics, Gu Xiaoluo replied, gently shaking her head. Madam, can you assist me in rescuing my father? A man in a black robe? Pei Xiaoling pondered, raising his gaze to Qiao Qiqi. My dear, what is your opinion? Do you suspect that the black-robed figure is Gu Feng? Are you contemplating revenge for Xiaoan? She frowned at Pei Xiaoling. Indeed, they have wronged Xiaoan, who remains unconscious. I must avenge this grievance. Pei Xiaoling's eyes were filled with an icy resolve. Very well, Qiao Qiqi understood Pei Xiaoling's sentiments. Although she preferred to distance herself from such troubles and simply wished to reach that desolate and bitter place of exile, the journey had been fraught with turmoil, and she could not remain an outsider. Now, with Pei Xiaoling intent on avenging Pei Xiaoan, she could hardly impede his resolve. Turning to Gu Xiaoluo, Qiao Qiqi instructed Xiaoluo, "Please wait for us at the Gongliang post outside the city. We shall rescue your father. Yes, if the young master and madam can save my father, I am willing to serve you both like an ox for the rest of my life." Gu Xiaoluo promptly knelt before them, her gaze resolute. "Please rise. Take advantage of the current lull in the streets and hasten out of the city." Pei Xiaoling urged from the side. Understood. Gu Xiaoluo expressed her gratitude once more before darting toward the city gate. Once Gu Xiaoluo had departed, Qiao Qiqi turned to Pei Xiaoling. "How shall we effectuate the rescue?" Currently, the Benevolent Hall is administering medicine, and they have dispatched another group to pursue Gu Xiaoluo. Likely, the hall is inadequately guarded. We can enter through the back door. Pei Xiaoling assessed their surroundings and stood from his wooden wheelchair. He produced 2 human skin masks from his sleeve, handing one to Qiao Qiqi while affixing the other to his own face. Instantly, his striking visage was supplanted by that of an ordinary middle-aged man. Mimicking his actions, Qiao Qiqi adhered the mask to her face, feeling its coolness akin to a facial mask. Once adorned, she transformed into a woman of middle age. "My dear," Pei Xiaoling softly called to Qiao Qiqi. "What is it?" She looked up, adjusting her hair adornments. "Would you kindly make my wooden wheelchair vanish for a moment? I wouldn't want to misplace it later." Pei Xiaoling chuckled at her expression. "Oh, very well." After Qiao Qiqi concealed the wooden wheelchair within her spatial market, she raised her gaze to Pei Xiaoling. "Husband, what are you laughing at? Do I appear unattractive in this guise?" "Not at all. My beloved is the most exquisite person in this world. Even after a decade or two, she shall remain the most enchanting lady." Pei Xiaoling spoke tenderly, his eyes brimming with affection. "Such sweet nothings," Qiao Qiqi remarked with a hint of exasperation, though her heart swelled with joy. "Who does not relish beautiful words of love?" Pei Xiaoling smiled. "My dear, let us proceed." With that, he took Qiao Qiqi's hand and led her towards the narrow alley they had just traversed. Since Gu Xiaoluo and the servants had managed to pass through there, it was evident that it provided direct access to the Benevolent Hall. Before long, Qiao Qiqi and Pei Xiaoling discovered the rear entrance of the hall. The architectural style of this establishment starkly contrasted with the other structures around it. While others were built with gray bricks and azure tiles, this hall boasted crimson walls and rooftops, exuding an eerie aura. Most unsettling were the bizarre symbols painted upon the red walls, some resembling spirals that seemed to beckon one's very soul. A chill ran down Qiao Qiqi's spine. "My dear, we must go. Do not linger." Pei Xiaoling, sensing the unsettling nature of the symbols, grasped Qiao Qiqi's hand as they sought a suitable place to enter the hall. Ahead, a massive banyan tree stretched its branches beyond the wall. Pei Xiaoling embraced Qiao Qiqi and leapt onto the trunk of the grand tree. Its lush canopy concealed them, rendering them nearly invisible. In the courtyard of the Benevolent Hall, a tall, gaunt elder clad in opulent attire was berating the servants. "How could you let someone infiltrate the rear of the hall? And a child, no less? My lord, we did not anticipate that they would enter through the back when they were not waiting to administer medicine at the front." One of the servants timidly replied, lowering his gaze. "Did not anticipate?" The elder's face suddenly darkened with malice. A flash of silver glinted. The servant who had just spoken widened his eyes, clutching his throat as he collapsed to the ground. The elder's expression was fierce. "I have no need for your excuses. I require action, not tongues." "Yes." The remaining servants trembled in fear, responding in unison. "Today, you must ensure that the refugees seeking porridge remain here, then escort them to the fields outside the city." The elder finally issued his command with satisfaction. "Understood," the servants echoed. "Now get to work. Lisi, you stay behind." The elder waved his sleeve. dismissing the others while retaining one. "How goes it? Did you apprehend the intruder?" The elder inquired of Li Si. "My lord, according to the intruder, he claims to be searching for his old mentor and mother-in-law. He arrived in Gangliang County yesterday to seek his mentor and learn from a neighbor that they are at our estate. So he came to find them," Li Si replied, bowing respectfully. "Searching for someone?" The elder frowned. "Regardless of his intentions, he will be sent along with the refugees to the city for disposal." "Yes, my lord. The errant little cub must be swiftly recaptured. One cannot ascertain how much of my conversation with the master they overheard. It is imperative to apprehend them at the earliest opportunity." The old man spoke softly, laced with a hint of malice. "Rest assured, my lord, I have already dispatched Wang Wu and his men in pursuit. They shall return shortly," Li Si replied, bowing his head. Chapter 90. Benevolence in the hall. As the two conversed, suddenly, two small stones struck their acupoints. In an instant, they stood frozen, akin to wooden puppets, with only their eyes darting about, desperately surveying their surroundings. It was then that Pei Shaoling descended from the treetops, cradling Qiao Qiqi, and approached the old man. Despite being immobilized, the old man's eyes burned with rage and panic upon seeing Qiao Qiqi and Pei Shaoling. Minutes later, the old man and Li Si found themselves bound and thrown into a secluded room by Pei Shaoling. The old man's mouth was stuffed with a pair of foul socks, while Li Si cowered in the corner, his face a mask of terror. "Who are you?" he stammered. Qiao Qiqi stood quietly, opting not to speak. Such matters were best left to Pei Shaoling to resolve. Pei Shaoling regarded Li Si with an impassive expression. "What sort of concoction does your benevolent hall administer?" Li Si stiffened, his pupils constricting. He cast a furtive glance at the glaring old man and, feeling guilty, muttered, "It's merely a remedy for headaches." "Is that so?" Pei Shaoling drawled, his tone nonchalant as he brandished a dagger that had seemingly appeared in his hand. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes as he crouched before Li Si. Terrified by the intensity of his gaze, Li Si instinctively recoiled. "What do you intend to do?" "I merely seek the truth." Pei Shaoling weighed the dagger in his hand, his voice low. "Should you dare to lie again, I shall be compelled to draw blood." Li Si glanced nervously at the old man. "I admit, there is a trace of belladonna powder in the medicine, which temporarily invigorates but fosters dependency." "And what of the porridge? Did it contain a hallucinogen to ensure compliance?" Qiao Qiqi speculated. "How did you know?" Li Si's face reflected surprise. Indeed, the porridge contained a mild hallucinogen, intended for the refugees, compelling them to follow us willingly. "You orchestrated the sudden onset of headaches in Gangliang County, did you not?" Pei Shaoling continued softly. "To elevate the renown of your benevolent hall, you first poisoned the citizens of Gangliang County, inducing headaches, and then administered the addictive belladonna powder for free, ensuring they awaited your treatments daily. Thus, news spread like wildfire, and soon everyone in the vicinity was aware of your Gangliang benevolent hall, correct?" Qiao Qiqi quickly grasped the situation. Pei Shaoling then stuffed the foul socks back into Li Si's mouth. The old man, suddenly alert, screamed, "Help! Assassins!" Raising an eyebrow, Pei Shaoling advanced and delivered a series of blows to the old man, leaving him dazed and disoriented, his vision clouded with golden sparks. Subsequently, the man's face visibly swelled, resembling that of a pig. "If you shout again, I'll shatter your teeth," Pei Shaoling threatened in a low voice. This time, the old man finally learned his lesson, merely glaring at Pei Shaoling. "Now, tell me, what is your relationship with Gu Feng?" Pei Shaoling inquired, twirling the dagger in his hand and slowing his tone. You actually know the master's name?" The old man exclaimed, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he looked at Pei Shaoling and Qiao Qiqi. "I not only know Gu Feng's name, but I'm also aware that he is a discarded disciple of the Medicine King Valley, expelled by the medicine elder for being a poison doctor." Pei Shaoling replied nonchalantly. You even know the old master?" The old man's face contorted further with shock. "Have you met the old master? How is he now?" "You assist Gu Feng in committing all manner of wickedness, yet you still care about the medicine elder?" Qiao Qiqi remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. I serve the master solely for the old master," the old man lamented, his eyes clouded with tears. "The master said that if I serve him well, He would help me find the old master. I grew up alongside the old master, and never did I expect that one day he would go missing. Gu Feng took the old master's token and became the master of this Medicine King Valley, sending me here to establish the Gongliang Charity Hall. The old master did not merely go missing. He has been turned into a test subject by Gu Feng, locked away to be poisoned. Qiao Qiqi compassionately informed him. What? How can this be? How dare Gu Feng lay a hand on the old master? The old man no longer referred to Gu Feng as his master, but instead called him by his name. Pei Xiaoling observed the expression on the old man's face, his eyes glimmering with depth. He gently questioned, what did Gu Feng have you do with those refugees sent to the farmlands outside the city? Was it merely to cultivate crops? A glint of cunning crossed the old man's eyes. Indeed, he has planted numerous poisonous herbs in those farmlands, requiring caretakers. Whoosh! Pei Xiaoling's dagger sliced through the old man's neck, a spray of crimson liquid splattering onto Li Si's face. Instantly, a foul stench emanated from his trousers. My lord, why did you kill him? Qiao Qiqi, witnessing Pei Xiaoling's sudden action, gasped in shock and softly inquired. This old man is lying. He is likely Gu Feng's most loyal lapdog. All this talk of searching for the old master is but a fade. Pei Xiaoling had long since discerned the old man's deceitful gaze. He recognized that the old man spoke not a single truth, and thus he dealt with him directly. Turning around, he removed the foul sock from Li Si's mouth, gazing intently at him. Li Si, terrified, began to weep profusely, exclaiming, two noble heroes. I spoke nothing but the truth. I did not lie. Very well, I understand. I wish to ask, where's the man you just captured? Pei Xiaoling gently probed. He is in the woodshed, Li Si stammered. Two noble heroes. I assure you, I will speak nothing but the truth. Please have mercy. All right, take us to the farmlands outside the city later, and we shall let you go, Pei Xiaoling said, sheathing his dagger with an indifferent tone. Certainly, I will lead you there. Pei Xiaoling nodded, stuffing the foul sock back into his mouth. He then took Qiao Qiqi to search for the firewood shed in the back of the benevolent hall. Soon, they discovered the injured and unconscious Gu Changsheng. My lady, please awaken Gu Changsheng while I am away, Pei Xiaoling whispered to Qiao Qiqi, glancing at the door. Understood. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently, unaware of Pei Xiaoling's intentions, but refraining from inquiring further. After he departed, she retrieved some medicine from the supermarket pharmacy and administered it to Gu Changsheng. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoling found his way to the kitchen of the benevolent hall, consuming the remaining medicinal porridge entirely. He then ventured into the warehouse of the benevolent hall, where he located the pollen of the black mandrake flower and some hallucinogens. Chapter 91. Journey to the farmstead. Pei Xiaoling observed several of the refugees who had consumed the medicinal porridge and were now in a stupor in the largest rooms of the benevolent hall. He captured all the servants working there and confined them to a room before returning to the firewood shed. Upon his return, Qiao Qiqi whispered, I need to relieve myself, and exited the shed. Gu Changsheng had yet to awaken, and her pretense of needing to use the restroom was merely a ruse. She primarily sought a horse-drawn carriage. Moreover, with such a vast benevolent hall, it was certain that numerous supplies were stored within. Why not take advantage of this opportunity? Thus, she managed to transfer the rice, flour, and silver from the warehouse into her supermarket. She also found a carriage that appeared ordinary from the outside, yet was lavish within, along with several fine steeds. With a wave of her hand, those splendid horses and their feed were also transported into her supermarket, leaving only 2 horses to pull the carriage. Qiao Qiqi harnessed the carriage, led it to the back door, and sought out Pei Xiaoling in the firewood shed. Shortly thereafter, the unconscious Gu Changsheng and the bound Li Si were brought into the carriage, which then set off toward the city gate. At the city gate, Lei and the constable Qin Lauer scanned the surroundings. Where are they with our purchases? Just then, a carriage stopped before them, and Lei gazed at the unfamiliar face of the driver with curiosity. Lei, you drive the carriage. Pei Xiaoling, donning a human skin mask, whispered. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lei immediately understood and replaced Pei Xiaoling as the driver, sitting alongside Qin Lauer on the front board of the carriage. Head back to the post station, Pei Xiaoling instructed Lei from the carriage compartment. He decided to first deliver the unconscious Gu Changsheng to the post station, then take Li Si to the farmstead outside the city. Upon arriving at the post station, Qiao Qiqi watched as Enlei assisted the unconscious Gu Changsheng down from the carriage. "My lady, you should also disembark. I can handle the rest from here," Pei Shaoling said to Qiao Qiqi while standing outside the carriage. "No, I wish to accompany you." Qiao Qiqi shook her head, firmly stating, "I do not want to be a parasite. I wish to face this together with you." Her desire to face the challenges was one aspect. She did not want to remain at the post station waiting for Pei Shaoling's return. Furthermore, the farmstead surely held ample provisions. Although she was not lacking in provisions, it is always prudent to be prepared, is it not? Seeing that Qiao Qiqi was resolute, Pei Shaoling ceased his objections. He nodded gently. "All right, then stay close to me." "MHM, I understand," Qiao Qiqi replied with a radiant smile. Pei Shaoling then proceeded to drag the bound Li Si onto the platform of his carriage, inquiring, "Now, tell me, which direction is the farm?" Li Si surveyed his surroundings and pointed behind him. "That way, south of Ganliang County, towards a narrow passage." Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow slightly and steered the carriage in the direction indicated by Li Si. After a day's journey, their carriage finally arrived at the farm Li Si had mentioned. "Good sirs, the farm lies just ahead. I implore you to spare my life. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child to care for," Li Si pleaded, gesturing towards a distant village where wisps of white smoke ascended. "Silence," Pei Shaoling murmured, and instantly Li Si's voice fell silent. From within the carriage, Qiao Qiqi surmised the likely fate that awaited Li Si. However, she held no sympathy for him. He had been complicit in the suffering of many, and death was his just consequence. Pei Shaoling drove the carriage a bit further before quietly saying to Qiao Qiqi, "My dear, it is time to disembark." Qiao Qiqi understood at once. The carriage was too conspicuous, and advancing further would surely attract attention. As she alighted, a thought crossed her mind, and the carriage vanished from sight. Once on the ground, she surveyed the surrounding mountains and frowned. This place seemed uncomfortably close to where Lin Yi had met her demise. With dusk approaching, Pei Shaoling and Qiao Qiqi stealthily infiltrated the village from a nearby grove. Behind a farmhouse, faint cries for help from a woman mingled with the raucous jeers of men. Pei Shaoling furrowed his brow, gazing in that direction, but all he could see was a haze of white. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi also heard the commotion nearby. However, her vision was not as keen as Pei Shaoling's, and she discerned little. "There seems to be someone there. Shall we investigate?" she suggested, taking a step forward, only to be seized by Pei Shaoling. "My dear, wait here for me. I will handle this." He was unwilling to let his beloved witness the bodies of other men. If she were to see anyone, it could only be him. Perplexed by his insistence, Qiao Qiqi complied and remained hidden in the woods. Shortly after Pei Shaoling departed, a soldier entered from another direction. He seemed oblivious to his surroundings, as he was merely seeking relief, and began to unfasten his trousers not far from Qiao Qiqi. With a grimace, she turned away, covering her nose with her hand, preparing to wait for the soldier to leave. Unexpectedly, she heard rustling sound behind her. With a raised eyebrow, she executed a spinning kick in that direction. It turned out that the soldier had spotted her just as she turned around, intending to ambush her. Qiao Qiqi's kick struck him directly. Realizing she possessed martial prowess, the soldier attempted to shout for help. Qiao Qiqi perceived his intentions and abruptly approached, seizing him by the throat and covering his mouth and nose. After a prolonged struggle, the soldier finally ceased to breathe. Qiao Qiqi released his lifeless body and cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The distant shouts had faded, likely indicating that Pei Shaoling had resolved the situation. The forest was eerily silent, a stillness that was almost suffocating. Before long, Pei Shaoling stealthily returned. However, to Qiao Qiqi's surprise, a young maiden trailed closely behind him. The girl, disheveled and blushing, followed Pei Shaoling. With an expressionless demeanor, Qiao Qiqi fixed her gaze upon Pei Shaoling, only to see a look of helplessness in his eyes as he whispered, "Allow me to explain." Qiao Qiqi remained silent, her eyes firmly locked on the girl behind him. "I demand an explanation." She felt an immediate surge of jealousy at the unexpected presence of another woman at her man's side, which was simply unacceptable. She was just violated by those soldiers. I saved her, and she chose to follow me. Pei Xiaoling offered a brief explanation. So you let her follow? Qiao Qiqi retorted angrily. Are you not afraid she will become a nuisance, seeking to bind you to her? My dear, my heart belongs solely to you, Pei Xiaoling reassured her. I merely thought to bring her back as a servant to assist you and the others. As he noticed Qiao Qiqi's growing ire, his voice lowered, and he absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. I see how hard you work daily preparing meals. I wish to find someone to help you. Are you certain she is here to serve me? Qiao Qiqi replied, her expression unchanged as she scrutinized the blush on the girl's face. My beloved, she hails from a farming background and is undoubtedly adept at such tasks, thus easing your burden, Pei Xiaoling gently explained, reaching out to embrace her. Qiao Qiqi, incensed, swatted his hand away and continued to glare at the maiden. As a woman, her intuition sensed both the hostility emanating from the girl and her infatuation with Pei Xiaoling. Do you genuinely wish to serve me? Qiao Qiqi inquired flatly, addressing the girl directly. Little Yun's life was saved by this esteemed brother. She is willing to serve him for a lifetime, the maiden shyly responded, casting a glance at Pei Xiaoling. If my sister is agreeable, little Yun will also attend to her with utmost diligence. Oh, the implication of a devoted offering was unmistakable. Qiao Qiqi took a step back, coldly regarding Pei Xiaoling, leaving the decision in his hands. It was then that Pei Xiaoling comprehended the true intentions of the farming girl. He had merely intended for her to assist his family, but had not anticipated her feelings for him. With a subtle motion of his fingers, a crimson mark appeared around the girl, named Little Yun's neck. Shocked, she gazed at Pei Xiaoling, her voice trembling. "Why? You are too tainted," Pei Xiaoling replied, icily. It is not the physical dirt that is troubling. The most dreadful affliction is a corrupted heart. After saving her, she harbored such delusions, provoking my beloved's ire. Pei Xiaoling decisively eliminated this potential threat. Never mind. Tomorrow I shall accompany Qiao Qiqi to the market in Gangliang County to procure some proper servants. Upon witnessing Pei Xiaoling personally resolve the matter concerning the young woman, Qiao Qiqi felt a modicum of her fury dissipate. My dear, I genuinely had no inkling that she harbored such intentions. Please do not be upset. Pei Xiaoling gently enveloped Qiao Qiqi in his embrace, soothing her with tender words. This time, she did not resist. She had long declared that if Pei Xiaoling were to fall for another, she would depart. She had no desire to contend with other women for a man's affections. Should he insist on bringing along this woman named Xiaoyan, she would indeed seek opportunities to leave. Thankfully, he had not. After a prolonged silence, Pei Xiaoling softly shifted the conversation, remarking that the nearby farmlands had been overrun by a band of soldiers. Aside from these soldiers, the village was left with only a handful of young women to entertain them. Oh, Qiao Qiqi lifted her gaze from his embrace, inquiring whether these soldiers were part of the group that retreated from Yuzhou City. Indeed, it is highly likely. My dear, do you recall the refugees we encountered while resting at the farmers' homes? They claimed it was the officials who forced them to abandon their homes. Do you remember? I have a vague recollection. Qiao Qiqi nodded gently. Are you suggesting that those refugees were driven away from here? Yes, it is most probable. Pei Xiaoling affirmed with a slight nod. I had thought they had ventured into the mountains. I never imagined they would take refuge in these farmlands. Qiao Qiqi pondered aloud. They have seized the farmlands to recruit refugees from Gangliang County as laborers? Then, that Gufeng must also be here, correct? Indeed, if my conjecture is accurate. He should be residing in one of these cottages, Pei Xiaoling replied, glancing toward a cluster of nearby farmhouses. At that moment, within the most opulent of these farmhouses, a man clad in a white brocade robe, strikingly handsome yet bearing a sinister air, was meticulously tending to the body of a woman lying on the bed. Outside the bed, a basin of charcoal was ablaze, filling the air with a foul stench of decay intermingled with the scent of earth. He lowered his voice. Junior sister, you used with mischief from Europa, do you not? You merely ingested a potion to feign death, did you? Why must you treat your elder brother this way? As he spoke, he continued to wipe the woman's body. The woman, pallid and motionless, lay upon the bed. After completing his ministrations, the man dressed her in a vibrant red wedding gown, donning a red robe himself. While changing her attire, he tenderly caressed the ghastly scar upon her chest. Had Qiao Qiqi been present, she would surely have recognized the woman upon the bed as Lin Yi, and the one attending to her as her elder brother, Gu Feng. In that moment, Gu Feng wore a blissful smile, exclaiming, "Yi, at long last this day has arrived. I have awaited it for so long." He gently caressed Lin Yi's face, whispering, "Did you know? From a young age, I have harbored feelings for you, and now I finally get to call you my bride." He gently removed the garments from Lin Yi, reflecting on the past 6 months since his senior brother had departed, striving to secure a future for himself, hoping to marry you honorably. Yet, how could you toy with your senior brother in such a manner? He was well aware that you had likely consumed a drug to feign death. When you awaken, you would indeed become his rightful bride. Surely, that thought would bring you joy. As he spoke, he too shed his own clothing and rose to the bed. Soon, the vibrant red curtains descended, and 2 figures became one, leaving behind a scatter of crimson garments. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi and Pei Shaoling happened upon the cottage's window. Listening to the low growls of the man within and the creaking of the furniture, Qiao Qiqi's expression darkened. However, she remained unaware of the woman's identity. If she were to discover that the woman was the deceased Lin Yi, she would undoubtedly be taken aback. Hearing the commotion inside, Pei Shaoling and Qiao Qiqi resolved to deal with the other soldiers before returning to this place. After a considerable time, the perspiring Gu Feng tenderly caressed Lin Yi's slightly cold body. "Junior sister, are you feeling cold? Fear not, for your senior brother is here. You shall not feel cold," he continued, holding her gently. I truly wish to spend eternity like this with you, never to part." Alas, Lin Yi, cradled in his embrace, offered no response. Once Pei Shaoling and Qiao Qiqi had silently dispatched all the soldiers in the fields, they returned to the cottage where Gu Feng was. Hearing the man's low growls from within, Qiao Qiqi rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Dear one, wait outside. I will handle matters inside." Pei Shaoling surmised that the person within was likely Gu Feng. The scene inside was not suitable for Qiao Qiqi, so he whispered to her. "All right." Qiao Qiqi had no desire to witness the scandalous sight and nodded gently. Soon, Pei Shaoling pushed open the door of the cottage, which had no wooden bolt. "Who goes there?" It was only when Pei Shaoling stood outside the vibrant red curtains that Gu Feng realized someone had entered. In a panic, he hastily covered Lin Yi with a crimson silk quilt, pulled on his undergarments, and drew back the curtains. As he peeked out, Pei Shaoling's soft sword was already poised at his throat. Chapter 93. The Hidden Hand, who are you? Gu Feng coldly inquired, eyeing the sword at his neck. Pei Shaoling disdainfully glanced at the unmoving woman on the bed, recognizing her familiar pale visage. "I never imagined you had such inclinations." He smirked, mocking Gu Feng. Enraged by the derision on Pei Shaoling's face, Gu Feng darkened with fury, declaring, "Daring to disturb me is akin to courting death." In an instant, he retreated a few steps, unleashing a gust of energy towards Pei Shaoling. Pei Shaoling raised an eyebrow, sidestepped the attack, and countered with his own strike. Gu Feng swiftly grabbed a nearby flower stand to defend himself. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows for over a dozen rounds. Ultimately, Gu Feng, filled with rage, was knocked to the ground by Pei Shaoling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Who are you? I hold no grudge against you. Why do you seek to harm me?" Gu Feng cast a cold glance at Pei Shaoling. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi, standing outside the window, heard the sounds of combat within a room fade away, confirming that Pei Shaoling had undoubtedly subdued the intruder. She called out from outside, "Husband, I'm going for a stroll. I shall return shortly." Pei Shaoling responded with a brief acknowledgement, then turned his expressionless gaze towards Gu Feng, stating calmly, "No grievances, no enmity? What deeds have you committed in Yuzhou City? Have you forgotten? Surely, there are kin of yours within that city, are there not? Have you fallen victim to my puppet's soul-devouring powder?" Ignoring the long sword at his chest, Gu Feng laughed defiantly. "Sir, you have come seeking the antidote. Haven tea you? When one seeks a favor, one must adopt an appropriate demeanor. With your current attitude, how could I possibly grant you the antidote? That is unnecessary. I have already found the apothecary elder, who has inscribed the formula for the poison. Speak swiftly of the individual behind you, or face death. Pei Xiaoling's gaze was fierce as he declared, "The apothecary elder? You managed to locate him? That old man still possesses his wits? However, the formula he has consumed is not the ultimate one. Even if he has written it for you, it will not yield the antidote." Gu Feng retorted with a smug grin. "As for the individual behind me, what harm is there in revealing it? I infiltrated the Apothecary Valley under the orders of Prince Yi to master the art of poison, aiming to create a batch of puppet medicinal beings to assault the great Qian." Pei Xiaoling's brow furrowed slightly. Once again, it was Prince Yi. The ambitions of this prince were indeed vast. Furthermore, had he not only recently become acquainted with Lin Yi, how could he have already dispatched agents to infiltrate the Apothecary Valley? "Did you learn solely the art of poison in the Apothecary Valley?" Pei Xiaoling inquired coolly. "The person on the bed is your junior sister, correct? Has she met Prince Yi? You know my junior sister?" Gu Feng's face displayed surprise. "I am well versed in the art of poison, while my junior sister excels in medical skills. Recently, Prince Yi sent word, indicating he would send someone to escort my junior sister back to the capital to attend to the ailing emperor. And then?" Pei Xiaoling probed. "However, half a month ago, my junior sister suddenly took a fall, and her entire demeanor changed. She was reluctant to go to the capital and instead quietly slipped away, claiming she was in search of someone." Gu Feng gazed at his junior sister on the bed, his eyes filled with anguish. "When I finally found her, she had become this way. Does Prince Yi know of your junior sister? Have you mentioned her to him?" Pei Xiaoling raised an eyebrow. "Never. My junior sister is the one I hold dear. How could I speak of her to another man?" Gu Feng shook his head, speculating that perhaps Prince Yi had dispatched others to the Apothecary Valley who had learned of his junior sister. "Very well then, write down the formula for your puppet soul devouring powder. Quickly," Pei Xiaoling coldly commanded, having gleaned the information he sought. "Write it? That is impossible. The moment I inscribe it, you will undoubtedly slay me with a single stroke." Gu Feng's eyes gleamed with cunning. "I am not foolish enough to do that." Pei Xiaoling's gaze turned icy. If the formula written by the apothecary elder truly was not the genuine formula for the puppet soul devouring powder, then Elder Ruan would be unable to concoct an antidote effective against the poison afflicting Shaoan. Is that so? You should know that I possess many methods to deal with obstinate individuals, such as yourself. We can certainly explore them one by one. Although Pei Xiaoling wore a mask devoid of expression, his voice carried a menacing and bloodthirsty tone. "What do you intend to do?" Gu Feng stammered, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. "What do I intend to do? Humph." Pei Xiaoling's voice dripped with danger. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. Reveal the formula for the soul-devouring puppet powder." "I cannot. Revealing it would hasten my demise." Gu Feng retorted defiantly. "Whether I speak or remain silent, death awaits me. Let your kin accompany me to the grave. Since you choose defiance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Pei Xiaoling's sword twitched ominously. At that moment, a heart-wrenching scream escaped Gu Feng's lips. Even though Qiao Qiqi was separated from them by several farmhouses, she could hear the man's agonizing cries. "Oh dear, Pei must be torturing that man. How fortunate I am to have distanced myself." Qiao Qiqi happily collected the supplies within her farmhouse. The soldiers had gathered all the grain in burlap sacks and stored it there, saving her from numerous detours. After packing all the provisions into the supermarket's warehouse, she joyfully entered her space for a brief inspection. Though her supermarket lacked nothing, why refuse what could be obtained without cost? Such an abundance of resources would ensure her comfort for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Gu Feng, drenched in blood and unrecognizable, stubbornly refused to divulge the formula for the soul-devouring puppet powder. Pei Xiaoling, feeling exasperated, resorted to knocking him unconscious, intending to carry him back for further questioning. At that moment, Qiao Qiqi emerged from her space and returned to the farmhouse where Pei Xiaoling was located. "My husband, I discovered that there are only 100 soldiers here," she reported after surveying the area. "There are certainly more soldiers in Yuzhou City, and I have yet to see that false governor. Moreover, those refugees sent to be turned into puppets are also missing." Pei Xiaoling nodded thoughtfully, speaking softly. "It seems this is merely a transit point for them. They must be nearby in another location. And where do you believe they might be, my husband? Qiao Qiqi inquired, glancing at the surroundings outside. If my guess is correct, they have likely entered the mountains. The terrain there is complex, making it an ideal hiding place for so many. Pei Xiaoling observed Gu Feng's motionless form. In truth, locating them is not difficult. We merely need to follow the tracks left by their vehicles into the mountains. Shall we go now, my husband? Qiao Qiqi asked quietly, concerned about the darkening skies and the treacherous mountain paths. No, we shall return for now. I will handle this matter myself later, Pei Xiaoling replied, shaking his head. With only the two of them against such overwhelming numbers, it was prudent not to expose her to danger. Very well, Qiao Qiqi agreed, reluctant to take such risks. She had no desire to gamble with her own life. As the saying goes, even the mightiest of elephants cannot withstand the onslaught of countless ants. Moreover, she was still far from being a formidable fighter. Facing such a multitude, her chances of survival would be perilously slim. Pei Xiaoling ventured into the corner of the cottage to retrieve an empty sack, into which he placed the unconscious Gu Feng. My lord, should we not simply dispose of him? Qiao Qiqi inquired, slightly taken aback. The formula penned by the old doctor is not one that Xiao and has consumed. Thus this individual cannot perish just yet. Pei Xiaoling discerned Qiao Qiqi's apprehension and softly elaborated. What? It isn't? Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brow, questioning whether he was reluctant to divulge the formula. Indeed, but fret not. I shall handle it. Pei Xiaoling reassured her with a gentle nod. Let us return, he declared. Very well. Qiao Qiqi concentrated, and the cart she had procured from the charity hall materialized before them. Pei Xiaoling tossed the sack containing Gu Feng into the carriage and assisted Qiao Qiqi aboard. Sit tight. We shall commence our journey. Soon, the cart sped towards the Ganliang post station. Upon their arrival at the post station, the hour was early, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Ranran and Anchuan approached them. Qiao Qiqi had already stowed Pei Xiaoling's wheelchair in the cart, and after disembarking, Ranran retrieved the wooden wheelchair. Seated in the chair, Pei Xiaoling addressed Ranran. That individual behind us is the black-clad figure responsible for creating the medicinal puppets in Yuzhou City. Ensure he is confined to a solitary chamber. Master, old Ruan has arrived. Ranran glanced at Qiao Qiqi and quietly informed Pei Xiaoling. Good. In the future, there is no need to shield matters from my wife. We are united as one, with nothing to conceal, Pei Xiaoling gently conveyed to Ranran. Understood. Ranran replied with a straight posture. In that case, escort this individual to old Ruan's chamber. I shall join you shortly, Pei Xiaoling instructed softly. As Ranran carried Gu Feng away and Anchuan led the cart off, Qiao Qiqi released the small donkey and the remaining horses from her space. She also placed several bags of rice flour upon the unicycle's frame. Subsequently, she took hold of the donkey and horse's reins and proceeded toward the stable. Though Anchuan was puzzled, he refrained from probing further. After feeding the horses and donkey with the fodder prepared by the post station, Qiao Qiqi returned to her room. After a long day and night of exertion, her stomach was growling with hunger. Upon entering her room, Qiao Qiqi was astonished to find several bowls of white porridge set upon the square table, with Pei's mother, Pei Xiaoming, and Pei Shuer seated beside it, awaiting her return. Qiqi, you have returned, Pei's mother exclaimed, her face lighting up with relief. This porridge was prepared early by me. Do come and sample it. Qiao Qiqi was taken aback. It was noteworthy that Pei's mother, a woman of the inner chambers, had never before ventured into the kitchen. Sensing Qiao Qiqi's surprise, Pei's mother spoke tenderly. Qiqi, you have toiled so diligently to prepare meals for us each day. Henceforth, I shall learn to cook as well, so that our family may enjoy harmony together. Shall we? Qiao Qiqi nodded gently. Previously, she had willingly cooked, primarily because she needed to conjure certain ingredients from her space. Now that Pei's mother was willing to assist, she had no objections. Then, mother, you need only prepare simple dishes, Qiao Qiqi replied with a soft nod. All right, I prepared a bit more and brought some over for them. Let's eat. Mother Pei beckoned Qiao Qiqi to sit down. Qiao Qiqi glanced outside. Pei Xiaoling must have gone to find old Ruan. Never mind, if necessary. She could always make him a clay pot rice later. With a smile towards Mother Pei, Qiao Qiqi settled at the dining table and began to sip her porridge. The gentle aroma of rice, still warm, lingered pleasantly in the air, making it particularly appetizing. In no time, Qiao Qiqi finished the bowl of porridge. Seeing this, Mother Pei hurriedly served her another bowl. "Thank you, Mother." Qiao Qiqi sighed contentedly and expressed her gratitude. "We are family, so no need for thanks," Mother Pei said with a gentle smile, her eyes softening as she looked at Qiao Qiqi. Meanwhile, in the nearby room, old Ruan was excitedly embracing Pei Shaoling. "Your Highness, I have returned." "Old Ruan, why did you come in person? How is everything in the capital?" Pei Shaoling, though surprised by the embrace, did not resist and softly inquired. Ever since old Ruan had rescued him from the palace of Deqian, he had remained quietly by his side, safeguarding him. Pei Shaoling had always remembered this kindness. "Oh, don't mention it. That old emperor is truly ungrateful. I saved him, and he actually tried to kill me to silence me." Old Ruan released Pei Shaoling, sitting at the square table to pour himself a cup of tea. Pei Shaoling frowned slightly. What illness could he possibly have that warranted such drastic measures? Alas, the old emperor has countless beauties in his harem, yet he still sneaks off to the brothels, and as a result, he contracted a venereal disease. Old Ruan said as he sipped his tea. "Moreover, based on my pulse diagnosis, the old emperor has been lacking in vitality since his youth, with no offspring. How many green hats do you think his women have placed upon him?" Pei Shaoling replied, "Though I have cured him, he can no longer indulge in the pleasures of beauty, so he wishes to eliminate me." Old Ruan shook his head and sighed. "Fortunately, I noticed the danger and had dark lightning help me escape." "Well, it's good that you are safe." Pei Shaoling nodded gently. "Did the formula I had Magistrate Lin deliver to you arrive?" "It did, but this formula is indeed malicious. I never imagined such wicked individuals existed in this world, concocting such a cruel poison." Old Ruan pulled out the prescription written by the old pharmacist from his pocket, lamenting. "Unfortunately, this is not the final formula." Pei Shaoling kicked the burlap sack on the ground. This poison was of his own making. It was the reason Shaoan remained unconscious to this day. "Oh, not the final formula?" Old Ruan raised an eyebrow. "Where is young Master Pei Heir? Let me take a look." Pei Shaoling called out towards the door, and soon after, dark thunder brought Pei Shaoan into the room. After carefully placing Pei Shaoan on the couch, old Ruan sat beside him and began to take his pulse. Then, he retrieved his acupuncture kit, extracting a silver needle and inserting it into the tiger's mouth position of Pei Shaoan. Before long, he examined the silver needle and stated, "No worries, this poison merely alters 2 ingredients in the prescription." "Old Ruan, does that mean you already know how to resolve the soul-eating puppet powder?" Pei Shaoling asked, noticing old Ruan's confident demeanor. Chapter 95, Journey to Ganliang County. Indeed, this poison can be cured. I have just examined the pulse of young Master Pei Heir. He must have ingested an antidote pill, which has mitigated the effects of the poison. Fortunately, if he had not taken the antidote, he would have faced dire consequences within 7 days without a remedy. Old Ruan's face was filled with relief. "Well then, that is good. I hope old Ruan can awaken my second brother soon." Pei Shaoling gently nodded and addressed old Ruan, who was diligently inserting golden needles into Pei Shaoan's back. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall certainly do my utmost. However," old Ruan paused, hesitating. "However what?" "Speak freely, old Ruan," Pei Shaoling softly encouraged, gazing at the unconscious Pei Shaoan on the bed. "However, I left the capital of Daong in such haste that I did not bring my medicinal box," old Ruan confessed, his brow furrowed. The situation was too urgent, and the eunuchs had placed the box in a separate location. "Old Ruan, are those medicinal ingredients commonplace? Perhaps I could take you to the apothecary in Ganliang County tomorrow to search for them?" Seeing old Ruan's troubled countenance, Pei Shaoling offered. "That would be acceptable. Those ingredients are typically ordinary, yet their variety is vast, and Ganliang County may not have them all available. Do not worry if we cannot find them. We can always return to the apothecary in Yuzhou City." Pei Shaoling glanced at the ancient sack on the floor. Since old Ruan could dispel the poison, this person was no longer of any use. With a swift motion, he gathered his strength and delivered a forceful kick to the sack. A cracking sound echoed, and silence enveloped the sack. Enlai, dispose of it. Pei Shaoling cast a nonchalant glance at the sack and instructed Enlai beside him. Understood. Enlai nodded slightly and dragged the sack away. By the way, how is the situation with Inspector Lin? Pei Shaoling inquired softly. I am not certain. The prescription was delivered to the palace through someone he entrusted, old Ruan replied, shaking his head. Since my arrival in the capital, I have remained within the palace, while Jian has been active outside. You may inquire about certain matters with him. Meanwhile, Qiao Chi, having finished her meal, went to the adjacent room to check on Gu Changsheng. It appeared that Enlai had administered some medicine, for Gu Changsheng's condition had improved significantly, and he had regained consciousness. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Miss. Gu Changsheng weakly expressed his gratitude while half-seated on the bed. No need for thanks. Qiao Chi gently shook her head. Miss, I overheard that virtuous Master Shi and a man in black robes intend to turn all the refugees at the outlying farms into puppet medicinal beings, Gu Changsheng said urgently. It is likely that Xiao Luo's grandparents have already been transformed into those puppets. I see. Do take care. Qiao Chi nodded gently. Suddenly, she recalled why the people they encountered in those farms were driven out rather than directly converted into puppet medicinal beings. It must be understood that if those refugees disclosed the situation to others, it could lead to significant trouble. Or perhaps those refugees were merely bait released by them. Nevertheless, all of this became a perplexing enigma after the refugees met their own demise in the narrow passage. What do you plan to do next? Qiao Chi softly asked Gu Changsheng. Miss, Xiao Luo and I are now homeless. May we accompany you? Gu Changsheng spoke with a tone of utmost caution, expressing gratitude. You have saved me. My daughter Xiaoluo and I are willing to serve you. May we? However, Qiao Chi furrowed her brows slightly, pondering, in truth. Our assistance was merely incidental. We seek no recompense. Dear lady, I possess skills in agriculture and culinary arts, as well as laundry. I implore you to take in my daughter and me. Gu Changsheng's face bore an earnest plea. Times are harsh, and we would not consume much of your provisions. Just one meal a day would suffice. Father and daughter? Qiao Chi raised an eyebrow, glancing at the young boy beside her. Noticing her gaze, Gu Xiaoluo flashed a sweet smile, removing the headscarf that concealed her long, lustrous black hair. My father says that the world is perilous, so he has instructed me to disguise myself as a boy for ease of travel. Indeed, she was a girl. Qiao Chi then observed the small earring adorning Xiaoluo's ear. Looking at her, Qiao Chi was reminded of Pei Shuer, a girl who had recently undergone significant turmoil and often remained silent, seeking solace in her mother's embrace. Perhaps, with the companionship of a peer, Xiaoluo might bloom into a more cheerful disposition. Should you be willing to take us in, I would gladly sign a contract of servitude. Would that be acceptable? Perceiving Qiao Chi's hesitation, Gu Changsheng's honest face displayed a hint of resolve. He had discerned that this family surely possessed an extraordinary background, and if he and his daughter could accompany them, their days of trepidation and wandering would be alleviated. Servitude? It seems that in ancient times, one might resort to such measures when faced with hardship. Qiao Chi contemplated before continuing. Let us craft a contract instead. There is no need for you to sell yourselves. You may simply serve as long-term laborers for my family, the Peis. As for Xiaoluo, she would temporarily be a companion to Shuer. All matters could be addressed upon their arrival at the desolate lands. Thank you, my lady. Gu Changsheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, eager to offer further tokens of appreciation. Enough, you should rest now. Later, you may find the official to sign the labor contract. Qiao Chi waved her hand dismissively. Xiaoluo, tend to your father for now. I will take you to see Shuer afterwards. Yes, my lady, Gu Xiaoluo replied, her face aglow with gratitude. Upon returning to her chamber, preparing to indulge in a brief respite, Qiao Chi was taken aback to see Xian leading the horse-drawn carriage previously occupied by Pei's mother. Where are you heading? Qiao Chi inquired, observing Pei Shaoling emerging from her room. At this moment, Pei Shaoling donned a human mask, yet his figure remained unchanged, allowing her to recognize him. We are bound for the apothecary in Ganliang County to procure medicinal herbs. My dear wife, would you care to join us? Pei Xiaoling asked softly. Certainly. I shall accompany you. Qiao Qiqi nodded. Although fatigue lingered, she found the prospect of resting at the inn unsettling, preferring instead to venture to Ganliang County. After all, she had initially intended to explore the area yesterday, only to find the shops closed. Very well. I shall assist you onto the carriage. We shall depart shortly. Pei Xiaoling, anticipating her agreement, spoke with a hint of mirth as he helped her into the carriage. Upon entering, Qiao Qiqi was met with the bemused gaze of old Ruan, who seemed to be smiling with a hint of mischief. Alas, the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Upon encountering elder Ruan, Qiao Qiqi was overtaken by a sense of guilt. She had been entrusted with a medical text, yet it had been relegated to her spatial storage and forgotten. Child, have you committed to memory the book I lent you? Elder Ruan inquired with a cheerful demeanor, observing Qiao Qiqi's guilty expression. How could she respond? Should she confess to her lapse? Feeling contrite, Qiao Qiqi took a seat beside Pei Xiaoling and sheepishly admitted, Not yet. Fear not, for our time together is ample. I shall supervise your studies, Elder Ruan reassured her, chuckling at her timid disposition. Do not be afraid. I'm not a monster. Qiao Qiqi managed a bashful smile in response, replying, I will endeavor to study diligently from now on. I had simply forgotten. It would indeed be quite beneficial to possess a skill in medicine. Very well then, produce the medical text, and I shall elucidate it for you, chapter by chapter. Elder Ruan stated, nodding in satisfaction while stroking his beard. All right. Qiao Qiqi retrieved the medical tome from her sleeve, actually from her spatial realm, and handed it to him. Elder Ruan took it and began to explain its contents in a hushed tone, while Qiao Qiqi listened attentively. Meanwhile, Pei Xiaoling regarded her with a tender gaze, appreciating her obedient demeanor. Before long, and Xian arrived with the horse-drawn carriage at the gates of Ganliang County. Halt! Inspection! A voice called out from outside the carriage. Peering through the carriage curtain, Qiao Qiqi noticed that the gates, which had been unguarded the day prior, now had 3 or 4 officials stationed, inspecting passers-by. What is happening? Qiao Qiqi furrowed her brow at the lengthy line ahead. It seemed connected to yesterday's events. Pei Xiaoling glanced at the city wall and murmured, It appears to relate to yesterday's incident. Only then did Qiao Qiqi notice a large poster affixed to the wall, depicting the face of a man. However, the crude likeness was so poorly rendered that she could hardly discern any resemblance. With such a hasty artistic style, she doubted the officials would be able to locate the individual. The poster bore the words wanted, alongside the name Gu Changsheng. Alas, the unfortunate Gu Changsheng has been placed on the wanted list. How tragic, Qiao Qiqi thought, shedding a few sympathetic tears for him. At that moment, an official at the gate raised the image and proclaimed, The individual depicted here is named Gu Changsheng. He murdered the kind-hearted Shi Hanran of the Ganliang Benevolent Hall yesterday, endangering all the residents of Ganliang County. Should you spot this man, report immediately, for the county magistrate offers a substantial reward. What is the situation? Elder Ruan questioned, perplexed, as he peered outside the carriage. A benefactor from the Benevolent Hall has been slain? Qiao Qiqi anxiously lowered the curtain and signaled for silence to Elder Ruan. He understood immediately, giving a slight nod and refraining from further inquiries. As the carriage gradually advanced, it soon came under scrutiny. An official roughly swung open the carriage door, scrutinizing Qiao Qiqi and her companions with the wanted poster in hand. Who are you, and what brings you to Ganliang County? He demanded. Qiao Qiqi was about to respond, but was halted by Pei Xiaoling. In that moment, Elder Ruan produced a silver ingot and said, Sir, we are here to seek family. We kindly ask for your assistance. Upon perceiving the silver in the hands of the elderly Master Ruan, the officer's eyes brightened. Swiftly, he accepted the silver and concealed it within his sleeve, declaring, All is well now. You may enter. He then resumed his inspection of the individuals behind them. Master Ruan closed the carriage door, and Xian continued to drive the cart forward. Only then did Qiao Qiqi exhale in relief, peering through the curtain at the scene behind them. Overnight, the entire Ganliang County had undergone a transformation. Who is the person in the portrait? What transpired yesterday? Master Ruan inquired, perplexed. Master Ruan, This is a lengthy tale best saved for later. Let us first procure the medicine. Pei Shaoling gently shook his head. Now is not the time for explanations. Very well, Master Ruan nodded, refraining from further questions. Soon, and Xian halted before a medicinal shop. Perhaps due to the cessation of services at the benevolent hall, these pharmacies had begun to open their doors. Child, come, let's go to the pharmacy together. Master Ruan called to Qiao Qiqi, disembarking from the carriage first. All right. At this moment, Qiao Qiqi was not wearing a disguise. She nimbly jumped down from the cart and followed Master Ruan into the shop. The pharmacy was silent, with only a young apprentice dozing at the counter. Upon hearing the footsteps of Qiao Qiqi and Master Ruan, he quickly emerged, asking, "Are you here for a consultation or to collect medicine?" If it is a consultation, I'm afraid that is not possible today. The doctor has gone to tend to the county magistrate's headache. You can only collect medicine. We seek only to collect medicine. Master Ruan produced a prescription he had prepared earlier and handed it to the apprentice. My dear guest, why do you require so many herbs? Some of these ingredients are not available in our shop. The apprentice inquired respectfully after glancing at the prescription. No matter, select what you have, and I shall seek the remainder at other pharmacies. Master Ruan waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Please wait a moment. The apprentice cheerfully went off to gather the requested herbs. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi sat idly at the entrance of the shop, observing the ebb and flow of passers-by. Suddenly, a woman burst through the door, cradling a 4- or 5-year-old child in her arms. Doctor, please hurry. Save my child. Quickly. The woman, her face streaked with tears, pleaded with the pharmacy apprentice. Behind her, a large crowd gathered, eager to witness the commotion. The doctor is not here. We cannot treat any ailments today, only dispense medicine. You might try another establishment. The apprentice, unable to assist, explained to the distressed woman, I cannot treat your child's headache. The woman, heartbroken, replied, other doctors have said they cannot help either. They all claim your pharmacy's physician possesses exceptional skill. I beg you, help my child. She fell to her knees, placing the child down beside her, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. The apprentice, feeling helpless, stepped away from the counter to assist the woman. Madam, I have informed you. I am merely an apprentice. I truly cannot assist. Please do not put me in such a predicament. Allow me to have a look. Master Ruan, unable to stand by any longer, sighed softly. Hearing his voice, both the apprentice and the woman looked up eagerly. Can the esteemed elder provide treatment? Indeed, I possess a modest understanding of the healing arts. Master Ruan replied with a gentle nod. However, the woman seemed to be somewhat bewildered by old Ruan's words, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. The shop assistant, however, appeared enlightened, promptly lifting the child from the ground and placing him upon a nearby low bed. This is quite troublesome, sir. At that moment, the woman seemed to grasp a lifeline, anxiously following suit. Old Ruan surveyed the child's contorted face in pain, checking his pulse and examining his mouth. He turned to the woman and inquired, What have you consumed? Nothing much, just some vegetable porridge, she replied, her expression still one of bewilderment. Did you eat anything else? Perhaps some peculiar black flowers? Old Ruan pressed further, to which the woman shook her head, perplexed. No, none at all. What is wrong with my child? Old Ruan appeared puzzled, re-evaluating the child's condition, muttering to himself, This is quite strange. How could it be? Sir, what is truly the matter with my child? The woman asked, her anxiety palpable. Meanwhile, Qiao Qiqi stood by, fully aware of the situation. She had long suspected that the entire populace of Ganliang County had been poisoned by the pollen of the deadly belladonna flower. She surmised that someone from the benevolent hall had likely sprinkled the pollen into the common water wells, resulting in the townsfolk's widespread headaches. Unfortunately, she lacked the means to counteract this floral toxin and could not divulge her knowledge. Chapter 97. Old Ruan takes action. Your child has succumbed to a toxin. A floral poison, Old Ruan stated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What is perplexing is that this flower does not grow in Daeong. It is exclusively found in the marshlands of the western regions. How could it possibly appear here? Poisoned? Are you certain, sir? The shop assistant exclaimed, startled. But this child's headache is a plight shared by all the people of Ganliang County. Surely, it cannot be that everyone is poisoned? His face wore an expression of disbelief. The thought of an entire county suffering from the same affliction was indeed terrifying. How dare you question me, you novice? Old Ruan retorted, his displeasure evident as he glared at the shop assistant. I have practiced medicine for decades. I have encountered every conceivable toxin. It is merely the pollen of the belladonna. How could I be mistaken? Then, sir, do you possess a remedy? The woman pleaded, her desperation palpable, for her child was in danger of convulsing to death. She was anxious, recalling how a neighbor's child had met a similar fate. Fear not, it is merely a floral toxin. Allow me to pen a prescription. Old Ruan reassured her, moving to the table used by the pharmacy's physician, where he began to write a prescription. He handed it to the shop assistant. Prepare the medicine. Simmer it gently for a quarter of an hour, and then administer it to the child. The assistant received the prescription with skepticism, but proceeded to prepare the remedy. Soon enough, the concoction was ready. Once it had cooled slightly, the woman cautiously administered the medicine to her convulsing child. Gradually, the child's breathing steadied, and the spasms ceased. Wonderful, wonderful. My child is no longer convulsing. The woman was overwhelmed with joy, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. The apprentice at the apothecary hurriedly took the child's pulse, his eyes widening in astonishment. Truly, the old gentleman is a remarkable figure. The pulse was steady and strong. The child was safe. The young assistant gazed at Master Ruan with admiration. Huh, now you believe me, don't you? Master Ruan chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. He then turned to the tearful woman and said, Let me check your pulse. As she extended her hand, Master Ruan felt her pulse through her sleeve. After a few breaths, he released her hand and pondered, Did you truly only consume a bit of porridge today? Yes. The woman nodded. Master Ruan replied, If I am not mistaken, the poison of the black deadly nightshade must have been introduced into your drinking water. What? The apprentice gasped in horror. In this entire county, only the 2 wells in the south and north of the town yielded water. If someone had poisoned the well, then it dawned on him. No wonder the people of Ganliang County were all suffering from headaches. Could it truly be that someone had poisoned them? Who could possess such a malicious heart? The young assistant cursed through clenched teeth. Master Ruan shook his head gently, remaining silent. At that moment, the apothecary owner, burdened with a medicine box and a worried expression, approached from down the street. Seeing the crowd gathered at his shop's entrance, he paused in surprise. Why were so many people congregated outside his apothecary? What had transpired? Confused, he walked toward his shop. Upon seeing the owner return, the neighbors greeted him. Dr. He, you're back. Dr. He, wonderful news. We have hope. Someone can cure our headaches. Noticing the jubilant expressions on their faces, Dr. He inquired, perplexed.